How are you guys? Like and hype this video, for more crazier parts. Chapter 1. Immediately, now, immediately, tear up all those advanced mathematics and linear algebra in your hands. Your parents spent their hard-earned money to send you here to take classes, not just for you to watch these boring toys here. On the podium, a beautiful teacher wearing glasses. Looking at the students in the audience with hatred. She was full of emotions and mountains. The cultivation progress of the whole grade is the last, the team battle results of the first half of the semester are last, and the individual battle results of the first half of the semester are last. This is the honor that you, grade 2, class 2, are really awesome. I, Li Wanyi, have never seen a class worse than yours. Li Wanyi said angrily and threw the transcript in her hand on the podium. There was a sound of bang. The solid wood podium actually had a crack when she threw the paper. The violent explosion made the students under the podium even more afraid to move. There's no need, Wanyi. There's no need to be so harsh on the children. The male teacher named Yeran was trying to smooth things over and lighten the atmosphere. However, Li Wanyi, who was in a rage, did not appreciate it and started firing directly at Yeran. How many times have I told you, you must address your duties when working? Li Wanyi glared at Yeran. Teacher Yat, as the acting head teacher of Class 1 and Class 2, you bear a great deal of responsibility for the performance of this class. Li Wanyi paused, hesitated for a moment, and finally said. The school board has a showdown with me today. If the grades of this class don't improve next semester, I won't be able to protect you. You have to take care of yourself. In the end, Li Wanyi left Class 2, Grade 1 with an indifferent expression. The beautiful figure wrapped in a professional skirt gradually disappeared at the door of the classroom. Yeran looked at Li Wanyi's leaving figure with some helplessness. Which BD transferred Li Wanyi to her grade to be the dean. The magical days of fishing are all ruined. Yeran is a time traveler. In his previous life, he was still working hard as a cowboy for the capitalists. He suddenly died unexpectedly and traveled directly to this world. This world is a world of high martial arts with awakened powers. There is no popular culture or science in this world. Everyone can practice cultivation and respect martial arts. There are not only those who have awakened their innate powers, but also those who have inherited them from aristocratic families. Power awakening levels are divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, X. Strength levels are divided into black iron, brass, silver, gold, platinum, jade, and diamond. Above diamonds, everything is extraordinary. Extraordinary people cannot use common sense to measure levels. The threat of individual force can only be described as destroying cities, slaughtering countries, and annihilating the world. And Yeran's identity through time travel is the youngest son of the head of the Ye family, a famous family in the Dragon Kingdom. Although the body he traveled through has no talent for cultivation. Even relying on the Ye family's massive resources and top-notch skills inheritance. He has only cultivated to the silver level. But when he was an adult, his predecessor was assigned to be a teacher at Gaowu Academy in the Demon City by virtue of his status as the youngest heir of the Ye family. The Magic City Gaowu Academy is a famous Gaowu Academy in the Dragon Kingdom. The teachers who teach in this school have extremely high welfare resources and social status. They can also receive a large amount of living expenses from the Ye family every month. After being reborn, Yeran couldn't be more satisfied. But all these good days were completely shattered after the school restructuring. In order to improve the ranking of the school, Gaowu Academy in the Magic City began drastic reforms to the entire freshman year. From now on, freshmen no longer have a loose and free university life. Some only have classrooms, dormitories, toilets, and 3-point and 1-line linear movement. Every day starts with morning reading and ends with evening self-study. The assessment has also been changed from a test once a year to a small test in January and a big test every 6 months. Not only the progress of cultivation is tested, but also actual combat is tested. In actual combat, there are also group battles and individual battles. It is no exaggeration to say that this reminded Yeran of his tragic experience in high school in the 4 provinces of Shanxi. These assessments not only cause students to complain endlessly. What's even more extreme is that teachers also need to conduct KPI assessments. Any teacher who fails the assessment will be gradually downgraded. Yeran's status as a formal teacher was eroded step by step by this cruel environment. Became a teaching assistant. If this continues, he may really become the first teacher to be dismissed from the Magic City Gaowu Academy. And the most unacceptable thing is, as the young master of the Ye family, I can't keep my position at all. There is no other reason than that the grade director of the freshman year is Le Wanyi. Le Wanyi was the baby bride that the Ye family had originally arranged for Yeran. We are both from a famous family, the little princess of the Le family. At a young age, his strength has exceeded platinum level, and he is the successor appointed by the ancestors of the Le family. Although because the predecessor's cultivation talent was too poor and Le Wanyi was too dazzling, the two families no longer mentioned the baby family to each other. But it happened after all. It can be said that whoever expels Yeran from the entire Demon Clan High Martial Arts Academy, the Ye family will have to look for trouble. But Dudu dismissed Yeran at the hands of Le Wanyi. It is estimated that the Ye family can only apologize and laugh, then scold Yeran for being useless. What is this thing called? Reborn and kicked out by his child bride? But I'm quite handsome, and I don't look like the Dragon King with a crooked mouth. The more Yeran thought about it, the more depressed he became. It was really hard for him to imagine. How will the Ye family be treated if they return with honor in this manner? Sometimes Yeran suspected that his predecessor was forced to die by this cruel reality. But now is not the time to be depressed, the top priority is to keep this magical position of mine. Yeran calmed down and showed a professional smile. Classmates. He was about to say something to motivate his students, but the scene in the audience made Yeran silent. The trembling students in the audience who were just shocked by Le Wanyi. At this moment, I once again took out magazines such as Linear Algebra and Advanced Mathematics and started reading them with interest. Some people even used outrageous entertainment periodicals like 5 years and 3 years of college entrance examination simulation to do crazy questions. He didn't take his class teacher seriously at all. At this moment, Yeran suddenly materialized and saw the rotten wood. Seeing this scene, Yeran was speechless. You will not live if you do your own evil. His predecessor relied on his identity as the young master of the Ye family. Confident in the magic city of Gaowu Academy, they dare not expel themselves and go fishing like crazy. As a result, I ended up working as a class teacher in the worst class in the whole grade. I want to rely on this class to make a comeback and keep my position as a fairy. Yeran felt for a moment. If you have this energy, you might as well think about how to write an emotional letter home to move your dear father, maybe it will make you suffer less when you go home. Just when Yeran was already imagining the disgusting beginning in his mind, a cold voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The famous teacher system has awakened. Do you want to accept it? Chapter 2. System? Yeran's eyes lit up slightly as he listened to the cold voice in his mind. The arrival of this mechanical sound is like the sun melting the snow in early spring. Comfortable. Yeran chose to activate the system without hesitation. Congratulations to the host, activating the famous teacher system. The famous teacher system is loading, please wait. The famous master system has been loaded successfully. The host can see the advantages and disadvantages of the abilities and techniques displayed in front of him regardless of any conditions. The host will receive corresponding rewards while giving guidance on correcting shortcomings and improving strength. Current main task: Salted Fish turn around and lead the class to win the first place in grade. The first link of the main task: tutor a student. The famous teacher system. Yeran's eyes were slightly bright, and he found a pillow after dozing off. He looked at the students in the audience. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the strongest student in his class, the monitor who was sleeping on the last row, Wong Da Chan. Da Chan, don't sleep and come to the practice room with me. Oh. Oh, okay, okay. Wong Da Chan heard Yeran's order, rubbed his sleepy eyes, wiped a handful of saliva. He followed Yeran out of the classroom in a hurry. Only the students were left looking at each other. What happened? Teacher Ye just left before the class was over. Director Le just finished scolding, and Teacher Ye just left like that. Didn't you hear what Director Le said? If we are still in last place this time, Teacher Ye will really pack up and leave. I just saw that Teacher Ye wanted to say something else, but he didn't say anything. Teacher Ye won't be really sad this time. Did we go a little too far? To be honest, although Teacher Ye is usually pretty cool, he is really nice to us. Should we work hard? What are you thinking about? Don't you know why we are in the same class? We rely on us to make progress and dream. That's right, you can't help Teacher Ye no matter how hard you try. Hey, that's what you said. Sometimes the atmosphere of a class is like this. Once the group falls into a quagmire, even the slightest hint of a spark will be extinguished by the collective in an instant. Magic City Gaowu Academy Complex Building. The capital of the capital city spent huge sums of money to build a world-class spiritual palace. There are gravity chambers, testing chambers, and magic forbidden chambers here, all of which are rare that you can't see outside. And without exception, all of them have been empowered by extraordinary masters. Each one has a construction cost starting at RMB 100 million, demonstrating the city's status as an economic leader. At this time, Yeran and Wong Da Chan were sitting opposite each other in the practice room. Da Chan, it's been 2 years since you came to Mou. Wong Da Chan touched his head. Teacher Ye, I am a freshman this year. Yeran sighed. Da Chan, have you forgotten that you have saved a level? Oh, hey, Teacher Ye, I forgot. Seeing Wong Da Chan's naive appearance, Yeran shook his head helplessly. This kid is good at everything, but he's a little simple and honest. Wong Da Chan looked at the teacher with a frown on his face and patted his chest confidently. Teacher Ye, don't worry, as long as I am here, Director Le will definitely not be able to fire you. You. That's right. Even though I don't usually say anything, I'm actually very clear. Da Chan is confident and looks like he is sure to win. He approached Yeran mysteriously. Teacher Ye, I've heard all about it. Teacher Le seems fair and strict, but in private, humph. Oh. This time it was Yeran's turn to be curious. Although in his impression, Le Wanyi was harsh and tyrannical, killing her baby relatives. But we should do things honestly, fairly, and impartially. I have never heard of any dirty information about Le Wanyi. Old God Wong Da Chan looked at Yeran. Teacher Ye, you are too aloof and indifferent to world affairs. What kind of society is this? Wong Da Chan paused. Let me tell you, Teacher Ye, Director Le is a gold digger. Wong Da Chan looked around mysteriously, then came closer and whispered. Teacher Ye, I may shock you when I tell you. The clothes Director Le wears look brandless, but each piece is worth not less than 100,000 yuan. She can't even afford it based on her salary. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan, who looked serious and had a bad feeling. So, Da Chan, what are you going to do? Teacher Ye, let me tell you, you come up with your salary, and I will call on our class to raise some class fees. When the time comes, give Director Le a big one in private, and she will definitely, Seeing Wong Da Chan's proud face, Yeran felt a little tired for some reason. Damn it, you bribed a little princess from a wealthy family with something worth tens of thousands of dollars, or you gave it to her with the class fee. Are you anxious that I won't be fired? Da Chan. How about it, teacher yet, do you think I? Bang! Before Wong Da Chan could finish speaking, Yeran's chestnuts had already exploded on Wong Da Chan's head. Da Chan, as the squad leader, you not only fail to lead by example, but you also think about these evil ways. What on earth do you want to do? Wong Da Chan covered his head in pain and looked at the upright Yeran aggrievedly. Yeran hates the fact that iron cannot become steel. Can't you think about how to practice well, how to improve your strength, and how to lead the whole class to improve their combat effectiveness? Wong Da Chan listened to Yeran's words with disbelief on his face. Who are you? You are not teacher yet. This is not a line that a teacher who can fall asleep in class can say. Yeran was a little embarrassed by Wong Da Chan's shocked and suspicious eyes, coughed twice and continued. I usually keep you free range, just to let your nature be fully utilized. Wong Da Chan seemed to understand, and nodded. The concept of being a teacher comes from the ancient great master Lao Tzu's rule of inaction. If you don't understand, I won't blame you. Rule of inaction is the rule of a sage. It spreads in the heart, replaces it with truth, strengthens its belly, and strengthens it. If the bones and the heart have no boundaries, then the great achievements will be in the sky. But Yeran changed his mind. Treatment by doing nothing will eventually lead to cure. You have been doing nothing for so long. As your mentor, it is time for me to guide you. Yeran picked up the Tao Te Ching and said it clearly and logically. Coupled with Yeran's handsome appearance and unworldly temperament, what stands out is the image of a worldly master. Wong Da Chan didn't quite understand it, but he didn't know why it made sense. Could it be said that teacher yet is really an expert who hides himself in the city? As soon as he thought of this, Wong Da Chan immediately shook his head and took the lead in rejecting his idea. It's impossible that others don't know what level teacher yet is, but he doesn't know it yet. A teacher who can fall asleep during class. This image is too deep-rooted in Wong Da Chan's heart. Don't be stupid. Yeran's words interrupted Wong Da Chan's thoughts. Come on, let me show you a trick. Teacher, are you sure? Da Chan hesitated. He looked at Yeran with a puzzled face. Teacher yet today was particularly abnormal. No, it should be said that it was too normal. Normal was a bit too abnormal. I'll hit you if I ask you to. What nonsense! Oh, all right. The honest Wong Da Chan stood still with his eyes closed and concentrated. A red light and shadow began to appear behind him. The image of a huge ferocious beast began to appear on his body. Wong Da Chan's whole body began to swell. Already tall, he jumped to a height of 3 meters. Red scales, strong limbs, thick breath, fierce fangs. And a huge pig head. This is Wong Da Chan's superpower. A-level metamorphosis ability, swallowing ferocious pigs. Teacher yet, I'm going to start. Wong Da Chan said angrily after the alienation. Then he attacked the test robot. Chapter 3. Wong Da Chan was so angry that he took a step forward. The huge weight made the entire practice room tremble. He stretched out his right hand and attacked forward. The seemingly slow palm actually burst out with astonishing power. With a bang, the test robot fell back 3 meters. Subsequently, the value of 508 was displayed on the screen. This is equivalent to the strength of an adult wild giant elephant. Yeran has already activated the famous teacher system. All the information about Wong Da Chan appeared in his mind. Wong Da Chan. Male, 20 years old. Power Awakener, Devouring Ferocious Pig, A-level. Current practice, Magic City Gaowu Academy Physical Training 2.0, Public Version. Advantages, Great Strength. Shortcoming. 1. The object's A-level ability to swallow ferocious pigs is in a special situation. It contains the blood of Doughty. Under the influence of Doughty, it is difficult to use the ability to swallow ferocious pigs. 2. The exercise method is not suitable, the energy conversion rate of practice is too low, the energy consumption in actual combat is too high, and there are tingling lesions in the third meridian of the right arm. Guidance Plan 1. Secondary Evolution Ability, Specific Optimization Plan. 2. The practice method is not suitable, Specific Optimization Plan. I see. Looking at the analysis given by the system to Wong Da Chan, Yeran recalled Wong Da Chan's experience. As an A-level awakened person, Wong Da Chan was one of the best geniuses in the college entrance examination. The Magic City Gaowu Academy also spent a huge amount of money to win over Wong Da Chan. But who would have thought that Wong Da Chan's superpowers would be so weird? It was obviously an A-level power awakening, but as a result, he was hit with a huge amount of energy stones, and his training progress was at a crawl. The progress is not even as good as an E-level superpower. Not only that, Wong Da Chan's actual combat ability does not have any special characteristics of A-level talent except for his great strength. In response, the Magic City Gaowu Academy even invited a diamond-level master to personally lead Wong Da Chan for a period of time. But in the end it was nothing. Gradually, Wong Da Chan was considered a loser by the school. Gradually he became a repeater and naturally came to his own class. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan and sighed slightly. It's not Wong Da Chan who is a waste of feelings, it's the teachers of the Magic City Gaowu Academy who are a waste. Almost burying a hidden genius in the bud. Teacher, is this blow okay? Wong Da Chan looked at Yeran complacently, obviously quite satisfied with this value. Yeran glanced at the scorer and shook his head. Da Chan, the power of your attack seems to be okay, but in the eyes of the teacher, you still have room for improvement. Impossible, teacher, yet I practiced this attack step by step with the top martial arts teacher in our school. Wong Da Chan shook his head seriously. I throw a million punches every day. Whether it is the essentials of movements, techniques, or breathing, I am 100% sure that I can fully comply with the requirements of our academy's techniques. Seeing the honest Wong Da Chan retort to himself, Yeran was not in a hurry. Da Chan, I naturally believe that you can do what you say. What I want to say is not that there is a problem with your practice, but that there is a problem with the teaching materials you studied. Listening to Yeran's words, Wong Da Chan's eyes almost popped out of his head. Brother, people can be crazy, but they can't be crazy, right? Although Wong Da Chan respected his class teacher very much. However, the physical training textbooks at the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy were specially compiled by the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary martial sages who paid a lot of money. Even the physical training teacher who taught me before was a diamond-level master. Now you, a silver-level tutor, say there is something wrong with the teaching materials. Teacher, why don't we take a rest? Wong Da Chan comforted Yeran. Director Le is just talking, we must have other ways. Obviously in Wong Da Chan's eyes. At this time, Yeran had been stimulated by Le Wanyi's high pressure and was talking nonsense. Yeran was not angry at Wong Da Chan's distrust, but smiled slightly. His tone was calm. Da Chan, but everyone's physique and meridians are different. Although the universal exercises can suit most people, they cannot be a perfect fit. What's more, there is a certain conflict between your meridians and the exercises. But teacher, yet, what I practice is the national education textbook that everyone practices. This is a technique written by the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary martial saint himself. Really? Yeran asked softly, then why does the third meridian in your right hand always feel tingling every time you perform the technique? These words hit Wong Da Chan like a bolt from the blue, and his eyes widened. You, how do you know? He had never mentioned the tingling pain in his meridians to anyone, and he had never even been to the infirmary. Yeran's eyes were as deep as the stars. I said, there is a certain conflict between your meridians and the technique. Even if you use 12 points of strength, you can only achieve 8 points of effect. Not only that, if things go on like this, your meridians may leave hidden dangers that cannot be recovered. Wong Da Chan was a little shocked. He originally thought that the stinging pain was because he used to exercise too hard. Now that Yeran told him that it would cause permanent damage, he panicked. Teacher, then, what should I do? Try it with your left hand. Yeran clicked until he clicked, feeling quite unfathomable. Left hand. Wong Da Chan was stunned, but I have always practiced with my right hand. Wouldn't it be wrong to suddenly switch to my left hand? Whether it's right or not, you won't know until you try it. Yeran interrupted him. His tone was calm but with unparalleled confidence. Wong Da Chan looked at Yeran in front of him in a daze. This calmness, this confidence. Is this the same head teacher who could fall asleep in class before? Could it be that my mentor is really a worldly expert who lives in seclusion in the city? But modifying the exercises is not a child's play. If something goes wrong, you will suffer from the sequelae and you won't be able to find a place to cry. Seeing Wong Da Chan's hesitation, Yeran decided to push again. Da Chan, are you so afraid of change? Do you really want your arm to become useless like this? Yeran's words were like a poisonous insect, tickling Wong Da Chan's heart. After hesitating for a moment, Wong Da Chan stood up. Teacher, yet, I believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wong Da Chan stood up and stood on his horse. Slowly raised his left hand, his left arm was shaking a little. At this moment, he didn't know whether the trembling was nervousness or anticipation. The next second, Wong Da Chan's body expanded again. The purple ferocious beast transformed again, covering its whole body. He slowly pushed out a palm with his left hand. The air seemed to be squeezed and deformed by a thick invisible force, causing fluctuations before the wind from his palm could be released. There was a loud boom. At the moment of the attack, this slow palm showed the afterimage of the attack. The speed was so fast that an astonishing sonic boom exploded. When the palm actually fell on the test robot, it was duller and more powerful than before. The primary test dummy was not beaten back much this time. But traces of cracks began to appear on its body. The numbers on the test screen began to rotate crazily. When it finally stops. 10-12. The huge red letter stimulated Wong Da Chan's nerves. With just 2 instructions, the value was far more than double the previous one. Chapter 4. Wong Da Chan stood under the test value screen. His eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets in the next second. 10-12. He looked at the flashing number on the display screen, and his heart was beating fast, as if it was about to rush out of his throat. I typed this. Wong Da Chan's voice trembled, his face full of disbelief. In the strength test, 1000 is the watershed between silver level and gold level. Wong Da Chan played such a value. It means that in terms of strength alone, it has reached the level of gold primary level. But he clearly knew that he had not broken through to the silver level yet, and he had tried his best to hit a value of more than 500 just a second ago. This is simply a miracle. Wong Da Chan looked at the remains of the robot and swallowed. The recognized geniuses in the academy at the same age, and the young talents from major families who have just emerged, are only at the beginning of the golden stage of strength. All of them are existences that were out of reach before. But now, it's within reach. The reality in front of him impacted Wong Da Chan's outlook on life. He was speechless and speechless. Yeran's eyes are as deep as the stars. He ignored Wong Da Chan, who was still in a daze. He walked to the test robot and gently touched the cracks of the test machine. Tisk, tisk, the magic pattern alloy is all cracked, the teachers in the material department should be in pain. Yeran patted the residue on his palm and stood up. Not bad, he said with satisfaction. The test robot didn't move back even 1 centimeter. This proves that the attack did not waste any power at all. It was basically destroyed in the body of the target. Your efficiency now is at least 70%. Hearing Yeran's, Wong Da Chan was even more shocked. Efficiency, 70%. Wong Da Chan murmured to himself. Ordinary silver level efficiency is only about 30%. How many people train day after day and finesse their movements, just to improve less than 1% of their performance? And now I have easily surpassed the students of the same level by so many. The reality before him impacted Wong Da Chan's cognition. His heart was in turmoil. 2 sentences of advice, just 2 sentences of advice. My own strength was suddenly raised to such an extent. Wong Da Chan recalled his hard training day after day, year after year. The corners of my mouth were a little bitter, and I felt like I had lived in vain for the past 10 years. What kind of exercises written by extraordinary masters? What kind of step-by-step instructions from a diamond-level expert? In front of teacher Yeran's guidance this time, it's like a ephemeral sight. Teacher, is all this true? Although the results were in front of him, Wong Da Chan still kept doubting himself. What's true or false? Can't you see the result yourself? But, teacher, how can I do this with my level? Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan and shook his head. Although the potential of Wong Da Chan's body was discovered, Wong Da Chan still lacked one thing. Spirit. The long-term wasteful life has worn away Wong Da Chan's spirit. If things go on like this, no matter how talented you are, you will still become a useless piece of wood over time and disappear into the background of everyone. This is not the result that I have wanted for so long. I have to give this kid strong medicine. Da Chan, you can lie to others, but there is no need to lie to yourself. Yeran interrupted Wong Da Chan directly. His eyes were sharp, as if he could look straight into Wong Da Chan's heart. Da Chan, as far as I know, you sleep during the day and secretly practice boxing in the training room at night. Think about it carefully. You throw those million punches every day, work 3 part-time jobs in exchange for other people's energy stone credits, and work hard where others can't see. Yeran patted Wong Da Chan's face. Ask yourself, do you really believe that you are a loser in your heart? Wake up, cross-level challenges should be the real state of A-level awakened people. Those mediocre teachers are wrong, don't let their mistakes shackle you on myself. A-level awakeners are originally 1 in a million geniuses who can leapfrog challenges. It's just that the pearl of Wong Da Chan has been covered in dust for so long that he himself has forgotten what a genius should look like. Starting from today, stand up straight and let the entire Magic City Gaowu Academy take a good look at your genius Wong Da Chan. You should be the shining star in the entire freshman year. Yeran's words pierced Wong Da Chan's heart like arrows. Teacher yet, I. Wong Da Chan's eyes turned slightly red after listening to Yeran's words. Looking back on the past, in just 2 years, Wong Da Chan fell from the star of tomorrow to the trash that everyone despises. From stars holding the moon to pointing fingers. From a key training target to a repeater in the worst class in the grade. Wong Da Chan, who was less than 20 years old, had tasted all the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Waste taking up school resources. Unqualified garbage. Why don't you drop out of school immediately? These rumors tortured his heart all the time. Faced with the pressure of public opinion, Wong Da Chan slowly became numb. Numbly deceiving yourself that you are a piece of trash with better luck. He was so numb that he changed from a high-spirited, confident and motivated young man to a simple and honest fool who let others bully him. But only Da Chan himself knows how unwilling he is in his heart. So he secretly pumped his fist day after day, worked frugally, and humbly exchanged for other people's energy stone credits. It's because he is still longing for it in his heart. I long for the day when I can clear away the clouds and see the light. Even if it's a little bit of light. Now, almost 2 years later. Finally someone allowed himself to see the light in this bottomless quagmire. Finally, someone brushed off the dirt on his body and told the world that he was not trash, but a treasure. Others abandoned me like a pair of worn shoes, but now someone picks me up like a jewel. At this moment, the numb and hard shell in my heart was shattered by one blow. A burst of sadness came to my heart. teacher yet. I'm sorry, ugh. A suppressed sob surged out of Wong Da Chan's throat. A tall and thick-set man sobbed that he could not speak a complete sentence. Yeran looked at this honest child. He didn't do anything, he just watched Wong Da Chan choke in silence. When a man tears, he doesn't shed them lightly. But it appeared at 2 times, but it was not embarrassing. One is the death of a close relative. And the other one is that after all the hardship comes happiness. Just when Yeran was silently accompanying Wong Da Chan, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and tutoring a student. The rewards for this tutoring are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a bronze-level lottery ticket. Ding! It has been detected that the teaching subject has high respect for the host. Should he be bound as a direct disciple? Personal disciple? Maybe it detected the doubt in Yeran's mind, and the system automatically explained it. The host will automatically receive a reward of 10% of the direct disciple's practice progress every day. In addition, if a direct disciple makes a major breakthrough, the host will receive corresponding rewards. After listening to the introduction, Yeran clicked yes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a direct disciple. Moment. Yeran felt an inexplicable connection with Wong Da Chan. My breath has become much more solid. There are vague signs of breaking through to the silver level. This should be the bonus of Wong Da Chan's cultivation progress to himself. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the achievement task, collecting personal disciples, 1/1. This lottery ticket will start a special upgrade. Ding! The special upgrade of this lottery ticket is a color lottery ticket, which can draw a special color treasure box. Do you want to open it? Yeran was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, I inspired Wong Da Chan. Not only did he gain an A-level direct disciple, but he also completed a hidden mission. Turn on. Yeran silently made a choice in his mind. Ding! A special colored treasure chest is opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a legendary physique and an innate Taoist body. Chapter 5. The system voice has just finished. Yeran felt that there was a silent and invisible rhythm that was constantly washing his body. Invisible rhythms penetrate his skin, resonating with his body. The body gradually emits a faint halo, and then disappears again. Rhythm flashes by. At this moment, Yeran only felt that his body was gradually becoming tougher, and endless explosive power was expanding in his body. His 5 senses have also become extremely sharp, and he can even detect weak fluctuations of people moving outside the test room. At this moment, every move I make has the feeling of reaching the rhythm of the Great Road. Yeran was a little surprised. It turned out to be an innate Taoist body. The innate Taoist body is said to be invulnerable to all laws. One of the physiques that practitioners dream of, the darling of the true path of law, the pinnacle of understanding. In front of the innate Taoist body, there is no bottleneck in practice. The efficiency of cultivation is far higher than that of ordinary people, and it is a heaven-defying physique that is known as a direct link to transcendence and becoming a saint. Not only that. Yeran's thoughts moved. A dark green flame instantly lit up inside his body. This is the technique inherited by the Ye family, the Malong spiritual Kung Fu. Practitioners can ignite the fire of life and awaken the power of the black dragon in their blood to protect their whole body. They can also escape from the body and transform into wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, or attack with various weapons. The Ye family is also called the offensive kaleidoscope. The green flames rose up. Looking at the height of his momentum, it was more than 3 times higher than before. It's exactly as rumored. The talent of the innate Taoist body in the use of energy far exceeds that of ordinary people. The same trick used by the innate Taoist body is several times more powerful than that of ordinary people. Guabai. This is the only adjective Yeran can think of after learning about the innate Taoist body. Yeran tested the strength of the innate Tao body. Wong Da Chan's eyes were a little confused. Teacher Ye is obviously still the same teacher Ye. But I don't know why. At this moment, Yeran's every move made him feel comfortable and natural. Even if I look at teacher Ye one more time, I feel that my practice progress has accelerated a bit. Wong Da Chan naturally didn't know that Yeran was an innate Taoist body now. When Yeran exerts his innate Taoist body with all his strength, his whole body is covered with the rhythm of the Taoism, which will naturally make practitioners feel comfortable and natural. Wong Da Chan didn't know this, but he was deeply impressed by this feeling. Because during the special recruitment for the college entrance examination, he was lured over by the principal of Gaowu Academy in Shanghai with a similar temperament. Even the principal is not as natural and pure as Yeran's temperament at this moment. Thinking of this, Wong Da Chan was instantly in awe. It seems that the whole school has misunderstood, teacher Ye is definitely an expert. It seems that teacher Ye is really hiding his capabilities and biding his time, but now he is ready to make a big splash. When I thought about facing such a master, I actually tried to bribe Le Wanyi and went down the third route. Wong Da Chan's heart was filled with shame. Teacher Ye, damn me, I came up with such a bad idea to ask you to bribe Director Le. Yeran, who was still immersed in the innate Taoist monster, was brought back to reality by Wong Da Chan's apology. Yeran waved his hand. Remember that as a teacher, improving your strength is the right way. Students will remember it. Wong Da Chan's eyes were firm. Teacher, don't worry, students will risk their lives to fight for the first place in our class. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan with a smile. Teacher, I understand, but there are a lot of monsters this year, so there is no need to work hard to get first place. Wong Da Chan shook his head seriously. I am stupid in my brain, but I am not lacking in foresight. Among all the teachers, you are the only one who has never disliked me, teacher Ye, and has given me a chance to reinvent myself. My mother said that women who please themselves will be tolerated. No, anyway, from now on I will be with teacher Ding from Da Chun. In short, I will give my life to teacher. Yeran listened to Wong Da Chun's pronunciation, and his head was covered with black lines. What do I want with your life? Although Wong Da Chun's loyal speech focused on one level of education, but the sincerity in it is true. No wonder the system says Wong Da Chun is highly respected. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chun, who looked sincere, and thought slightly. Then the next thing is easy to say. After all, the system not only provides optimization plans for exercises, but also provides optimization plans for abilities. It's just that this optimization plan for superpower evolution is a bit outrageous. If he hadn't laid the groundwork like this before, Yeran wouldn't be able to guarantee that Wong Da Chun would actually do it. Da Chun, the skills have indeed been optimized, but do you feel that you only rely on the physical fitness of your A-level awakened person, but in fact, you don't seem to have much use of your own abilities? As soon as Yeran said these words, Wong Da Chun's mind sank slightly. It is indeed the same as what Yeran said. Although he can achieve such strong results, his abilities still have no effect or change. Alienation type superpower. It allows the awakened person to obtain various attributes and abilities of the alienated ferocious beast. Logically speaking, as a high-level ferocious beast, the devouring fierce pig. Its sturdy defense and huge strength have always been its two major features. There is also the terrifying racial talent skill, devouring charge. But all these abnormal talents, except for a little increase in strength, the rest seems to have nothing to do with Wong Da Chun. Moreover, the degree of power increase is pitiful and not as much as the improvement of some E-level power abilities. Not only that, Wong Da Chun's progress in practice has never been much faster because he has an A-level supernatural talent. Even a little slower than low-level superpowers. If things continue like this, even if I can barely catch up with the first echelon with my optimized skills and A-level physical fitness. But the shortcoming of the lack of supernatural effects will eventually make his strength fall short. Wong Da Chan still smiled naively. Teacher, our school has tried many methods for my supernatural defect, but they have all failed. I don't care anymore. Wong Da Chan has endured hardships, so he can naturally understand. But Yeran shook his head and said seriously word for word. How can my students be worse than others? Chapter 6. Listening to Yeran's speech, Wong Da Chan's originally depressed mood rose again. He couldn't believe it, and he even stumbled a little when he spoke. Teacher Yat, do you really have a way? Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan. Da Chan, do you believe in being a teacher? Since Teacher Ye can also modify the exercises compiled by extraordinary masters, maybe superpowers can also be used. Thinking of this, Wong Da Chan looked a little excited. He definitely doesn't want to miss such a precious opportunity. Wong Da Chan nodded his head crazily. Teacher Ye, I believe it. I will do whatever you say now. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan's excited expression and said. Da Chan, I know that many people have studied your powers before. They have put forward this idea and that suggestion. In the final analysis, they all think that your powers are defective. They suggest that you increase energy absorption. It seems so. Wong Da Chan recalled his previous experience. What a big mistake. Yeran interrupted Wong Da Chan's memory. They thought wrong from the beginning. Yeran categorically rejected everyone's previous judgments. Yeran said confidently. Da Chan, your superpower is definitely not defective. Yeran patted Wong Da Chan on the shoulder. The reason why you are unable to display your superpower is because the devouring pig you awakened contains certain higher-level bloodlines. It is suppressed by that bloodline, which makes it difficult for you to use your superpower. In other words, your superpower is not only not inferior, but it is too good. Listening to Yeran's words, Wong Da Chan was completely confused. Teacher, are you sure you are not joking? This is like a person who is already lying in a hospital bed and suddenly a doctor comes and tells you that not only are you not sick, but you are also in good physical condition and can participate in the Olympics. Any normal person who hears such words, the first thing everyone should probably doubt is whether this doctor is a serious doctor. Seeing Wong Da Chan, he still couldn't believe it. Yeran walked up and patted Wong Da Chan on the shoulder. Da Chan, I believe in my teacher's judgment. You are a dusty pearl, a true extraordinary reserve. You are the one in A1,000,000 class. S level. Wong Da Chan's breathing quickened as he listened to Yeran's heroic words. Although A-level awakeners practice quickly and are strong. But after all, it is still in the category of human beings, and can barely be called the pinnacle of human genius. But if you have an S-level talent, everyone would just curse and say monsters, and then avoid them as far away as possible, for fear that these monsters would damage their self-esteem in practice. Because no matter in terms of cultivation speed or strength, these monsters are existences that ordinary people cannot understand. Today's top 10 heroes of the new generation in the Dragon Kingdom. 9 of them are inheritors of major families and superpowers, and the remaining one is an S-level awakener. Moreover, this S-class awakener has been ranked number 1 for several months. A 1,000-year inheritance that overwhelms all superpowers with personal talent. One can imagine how evil S-level talents are. Wong Da Chan's eyes began to turn slightly red, and his breathing became a little thicker. If someone tells you that the opportunity to become a god is right in front of you, who wouldn't be excited if it were your place? So, teacher, what should I do? Yeran waved his hand. It's very simple, the second awakening. Yeran's fluttering words were like thunder on the ground, waking up Wong Da Chan who was still in his fantasy. He looked at Yeran with incredible eyes. The second awakening is very simple. Even though Wong Da Chan was extremely lacking in education, he still couldn't connect these two words together. Because the second awakening is really too difficult. The closest one was the second awakening led by the Superpower Alliance. That is, the current Xiao Wang of the Superpower Alliance, one of the most powerful supernatural beings in the contemporary era. Absolutely awesome, Andrew. It is said that in order to help Andrew's second awakening, the Supernatural Alliance attacked a demon territory. We killed the Jack of Hearts, the Jack of Spades and the Queen of Diamonds, 3 diamond-level flower cards. But fortunately, we successfully exchanged it for a strong man who can stand at the top of the world. In a sense, the Superpower Alliance was successful, but it was also a miserable victory. Teacher, if that doesn't work, I'll continue to practice boxing. Don't worry, I just need to work a few times harder than usual and I can still get ahead. Da Chun, don't you believe in being a teacher? No, teacher yet, it's just that this second awakening is too difficult, there is really no need. Facing the second awakening. A superpower like the Alliance of Superpowers must devote all their strength and risk their lives to achieve tragic success. Now just relying on their 2 silver-level little shrimps, they want to awaken for the second time. Wong Da Chan felt a little whimsical. Unexpectedly, Yeran didn't care about Wong Da Chan's concerns. He waved his hand. Da Chun, your understanding of the second awakening is too superficial. Superficial. There are only so many times that the second awakening can be successful, and each time it is not tragic and heroic. Why is it wrong to come to teacher yet? Wong Da Chan was a little confused. In less than a few hours of communicating with teacher yet, my 3 views and cognitions were being repeatedly ravaged. The methods of second awakening vary from person to person, and many of them are indeed extremely difficult. You have to enter the game yourself and go through catastrophes, but you, Da Chun, don't need to. Yeran talked eloquently. Don't I need it? Wong Da Chan murmured to himself. Yes, you don't need to. Yeran repeated his conclusion again, his voice seemed to have magic power, reconstructing Wong Da Chan's cognition. Then teacher, what should I do next? As his knowledge continued to wash away, Wong Da Chan gradually developed a blind trust in Yeran. Yeran muttered. Although your second awakening does not require such a big sacrifice, from today on, you must comply with my 3 requirements. Once you violate the requirements once, the chance of your second awakening will be destroyed. Not only that, but there will never be any chance for a second awakening, do you understand? Yeran's tone was serious. Seeing Yeran being so serious, Wong Da Chan straightened his body unconsciously. Teacher, please rest assured that any of my future actions will be in accordance with your instructions. If there is any behavior that is a little out of line, I will take it personally. Then Yeran stretched out a finger towards Wong Da Chan. First, my teacher requires you to stop all energy stone absorption from today on. Can you do it? Listening to Yeran's words, Wong Da Chan was slightly stunned. Although he didn't know why, he nodded seriously. Understood, teacher, I can do it. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan's response and stretched out his second finger. Second, starting from today, my teacher requires you to eat 30 pounds of meat every day. Can you do it? Hearing this, Wong Da Chan felt a little dizzy. The energy density of the energy stone is many times higher than that of meat. Isn't this just a matter of sacrifice? Although he didn't know what kind of medicine teacher Ye was selling in his gourd, Wong Da Chan still nodded seriously. Teacher, there is no problem, we can do it. 30 kilograms of meat may be a lot for ordinary people, but for people with superpowers, it is relatively easy to achieve. Seeing Wong Da Chan's relaxed expression, Yeran stretched out his third finger. Next, this is the last requirement. If you can do it, the second awakening will definitely not be a problem. Yeran's words aroused Wong Da Chan's fighting spirit. No problem, teacher yet, just tell me, I will definitely be able to do it. The first 2 are so simple, so how difficult can teacher Yi's last request be? Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan seriously and spoke slowly. My teacher requires that your 30 kilograms of meat must be raw meat with blood, and the meat must come from monsters. Can you do it? As soon as these words came out, the confidence on Wong Da Chan's face disappeared without a trace. There were big question marks in the shocked eyes. 30 pounds a day? Bloody raw meat? Or is it from Warcraft? Teacher, even if you raise animals like this, they will die. Chapter 7. This request is really unbelievable. In this world, even kindergarten children know that eating raw meat from World of Warcraft will make people go crazy. Consuming large amounts can even be life-threatening. Eating 30 pounds of bloody monster meat every day. This is no longer a question of whether to go crazy or not, but a question of where to bury it. A normal person would probably have begun to criticize Yeran in his heart by now. But Wong Da Chan was only shocked for a moment, and then said to Yeran, "Teacher, I'm going to get some meat now." The tone of voice was calm, as if he was preparing an ordinary lunch. Looking at Wong Da Chan's plain appearance, Yeran couldn't help but wonder. "Da Chan, don't you have any doubts in your heart? This is raw meat from a monster. You might go crazy if you eat it." Facing Yeran's question, Wong Da Chan nodded seriously. "Teacher, yet, of course I know. When I was a child, someone in our village accidentally ate the raw meat of a monster. Now the grass on the graves is 2 meters high. So you just agreed?" Yeran asked curiously. Wong Da Chan's reaction was a bit too calm. The calmness made Yeran wonder if this guy had already planned to talk the talk but not carry out the plan secretly. Wong Da Chan looked at Yeran, his clear eyes revealed honesty. He touched the back of his head sheepishly. "Ah, isn't this what you ordered, teacher, yet?" Listening to Wong Da Chan's simple answer, Yeran was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. "This time, I ended up judging a gentleman with a villain's heart." Yeran looked at the honest Wong Da Chan in front of him, and felt a little warm in his heart. "I have been a human being for 2 lifetimes, and I have been an adult for a long time. It's rare to feel such pure trust." Yeran patted Wong Da Chan on the shoulder. "Work hard, and I believe that as a teacher, you will be reborn in Nirvana in less than a month." Wong Da Chan listened to Yeran's encouragement and nodded seriously. "Okay, teacher, yet, I will implement it carefully." The more Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan, the more satisfied he became. What teacher wouldn't be proud to have a student who is willing to trust him so much? With students like Wong Da Chan, the personal performance in this final exam is at least guaranteed. Watching Wong Da Chan leave, Yeran also packed up and prepared to go back to the classroom. There is 1 month left until the end of the term. It's not enough for just one student to excel. In the final assessment, in addition to individual battles, there are also group battles. I have to work harder to identify a few geniuses from the class. But it can also be seen from Wong Da Chan. There should be many talented young people in my class who need to be discovered. After all, the Magic City Gaowu Academy is one of the top 10 universities in the country. When the students they recruit first come in, they are all the proud ones. As for why you came to this salted fish class, you should have your own story. When I think of this..." Yeran couldn't help but touch his chin, his eyes showing expectation. At this moment, in the office of the teaching office, Li Wanyi was correcting documents at her desk. She was feeling unhappy today, and her writing was a bit fuzzy. She gets angry when she thinks about standing on the podium of Class 1 and Class 2 today and looking at the students who are not working hard. And Yeran. Obviously my grades are a complete mess. He was still there indifferently acting as a peacemaker. "Humph, you stinky Yeran, how can you still laugh after what you've become?" Thinking of this, Li Wanyi sulked to herself, her slightly bulging cheeks bringing a touch of playfulness to this cold face. Thinking of Yeran's indifferent face, Li Wanyi couldn't help but frown. "You really don't know why I came here?" Li Wanyi murmured to herself, looking at a doll on the desk in trance. "That is a cute little girl pottery doll." This was a gift that Yeran once gave to herself, and Li Wanyi always kept it with her. Bang! Bang, bang. A rapid knock on the door interrupted Li Wanyi's thoughts. Li Wanyi also instantly returned to the aura of a cold and strong woman. Come in. The person who came in was Li Wanyi's assistant, Wang Xiaoman. Behind him was a fat man, Su Yuki, the person in charge of the freshman supplies department. Director Li, Teacher Su has something urgent to report to you. Teacher Su? You are a rare visitor. You usually avoid our academic affairs office. Why did you take the initiative to come to our place today? The academic affairs and finance of Moda Gaowu Academy are separated. The two parties usually check and balance each other to ensure the smooth operation of the school. Li Wanyi motioned to Wang Xiaoman to pour water, and looked at Su Yuki aside with some curiosity. Su Yuki held out his big belly and said in his unique southern accent, Director Li is out of touch, isn't he? We are all in the same grade, so it is natural for us to move around more. Li Wanyi blew a little bit of the floating tea in the teacup. I'm afraid that our big rooster is here to deduct our supplies for freshman year. Director Li, I am Curry, what are you talking about? I, Su Yuki, have poured out my life and blood for our freshman year. I have devoted my blood to the teachers and students. Director Li, you have chilled the hearts of loyal ministers. Showing courtesy for nothing is a traitor or a thief. Li Wanyi narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Yuki. Su Yuki has to spend a long time with our academic affairs office to grind a rubber. How do you expect me to believe it? Tell me, what are you doing here today? Su Yuki on the side wiped the sweat on his face and smiled awkwardly. Director Li, if you put it that way, I do have a small favor that I need your help with. What are you talking about, Director Su? You see, the window in our academic affairs office is indeed a bit worn out. It's so leaky that I can't hear you clearly. Before Su Yuki could finish speaking, Li Wanyi interrupted him directly. Su Yuki looked at Li Wanyi and remained silent. The windows of the academic affairs office are all made of alloy, and there can be a hole in them. Seeing Li Wanyi's posture, Su Yuki's heart sank slightly. It's over, it's over. It seems like we can't do this without some blood today. Su Yuki looked embarrassed and said with some heartache. I couldn't approve the maintenance funds for the academic affairs office last time. Director Mongol really needs to help. Li Wanyi still smiled and looked at Su Yuki who was in pain, still unmoved. Su Yuki couldn't help but took a deep breath. Covering his heart with his fat palm, he looked sad, gritted his teeth, and stretched out a finger. Director Li, I also approved the 3000 ink dragon flesh and blood you applied for last time. This time this is the final bottom line. After hearing her satisfactory answer, Li Wanyi said, Tell me, what's the matter? Su Yuki looked at Li Wanyi with some resentment. Director Li, I'm not telling you to yell, you are an unmarried girl, how can you be so prudent with money? Whoever marries you will be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Do you still want to help? Help! Help! It's closer to the north. Su Yuki hurriedly took out the tablet and handed it to Li Wanyi quickly, as if he was afraid that Li Wanyi would change his mind. Li Wanyi curiously took the tablet and watched the contents. Su Yuki on the side had a resentful look on his face and couldn't help but complain. Come to the north, I don't know which god Lin Bei offended today. Today, some damn young man actually broke the magic pattern alloy robot. How expensive is that thing? It costs more than the performance of our materials department in a year. Pay it forward. Director Li, you have to sign for us. Our material department really didn't cut corners on this magic pattern alloy. Su Yuki stood aside and complained like a resentful woman, fearing that Li Wanyi would not sign the certificate for him. But Li Wanyi stared at the pictures on the tablet, not listening to what Su Yuki was saying. Broken magic alloy robot? What is the numerical value of 1012? Or in the practice room exclusively for freshmen? Any experienced instructor knows what it means when these three conditions are met at the same time. Le Wanyi's eyes sparkled. She put down her tablet, stared at Su Yuki, and said word by word. Tell me, where is this person? Chapter 8. Le Wanyi's aura is in full swing. Unconsciously, the aura of platinum level has filled the whole place. Wang Xiaoman couldn't help but stand near the door. And Su Yuki, who was at the center of this spiritual storm. There was also a slight feeling of shortness of breath on that fat round face. In the end, I had to conjure a mask with golden light from my pocket like a magic trick. After Su Yuki put on the mask, the golden light emitted from the mask blocked Le Wanyi's aura. Su Yuki was relieved, and then he opened his mouth to speak. Director Le, don't be so excited. If you have anything to say, please speak it out. As a teacher in the materials department, he only cared about finances and didn't care about the cultivation of students. But seeing Le Wanyi being so excited, he could only keep comforting her. Looking at Su Yuki's golden mask, Le Wanyi curled her lips and complained, "This is how gold-level consumables are used. The supplies department is really luxurious." Later, Le Wanyi adjusted her mood and regained her momentum. "Tell me, where is that student?" Su Yuki listened to Le Wanyi's words and said sadly, "It's better not to say it, but it's really to the north. Let me tell you, we have suffered a lot of losses today. Not only the magic pattern alloy was broken, the camera in our practice room is also broken. If you know which student is responsible for this, I will tell you if I want to trouble him or not." Su Yuki was still cursing at his mother, while Le Wanyi was thoughtful. Then, she signed the document sent by Su Yuki with a big stroke of her pen and handed the document to Su Yuki. "Okay, prove that I signed it for you." Su Yuki didn't know why Le Wanyi signed this so happily. But this is a good thing. Su Yuki, who was feeling sad and angry one second, was full of smiles the next second. Director Le is really vigorous and resolute. I welcome Director Le to come and play when you have time. As he spoke, he hurried up to get it, fearing that Le Wanyi would regret it. Sure enough, when Su Yuki was about to touch the file, Le Wanyi pressed the file. Le Wanyi said seriously to Su Yuki, "I haven't finished speaking yet. As the freshman director, I can sign for you on this matter, but I need you to promise me one thing." "Director Le, it's easy to say, as long as we don't pay for it, even 100 pieces will be fine." Su Yuki stared at the documents being held down, remembering that he was like a monkey that couldn't scratch its itch. Le Wanyi said with a smile, "Don't worry, I don't want money from the materials department. I need you to give me the source files of all the entry and exit records of all practice rooms today in freshman year, and delete all backups." Hearing this, Su Yuki raised his head and looked at Le Wanyi, feeling a little embarrassed. "Director Le, I'm afraid this is against some rules." Le Wanyi heard Su Yuki say this. With a slight exertion on my palms, the originally neat certification documents began to become wrinkled. "Oh, Director Le, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not enough for me to promise you." Hearing this, Le Wanyi let go. Su Yuki finally got the certification document and stretched the paper on the table distressedly. "Director Le, it's agreed, I will claim that this source document is as damaged as the surveillance equipment, but you must keep it secret." Su Yuki handed the record to Le Wanyi. "Don't worry, Director Su. When did I, Le Wanyi, cheat anyone? Welcome to come again, Director Su." "Oh, come on, I'll never come to the Academic Affairs office again." After saying that, Su Yuki left the Academic Affairs office as if running away. This little girl Le Wanyi looks young. But the methods are high and ruthless, and every time I come here I can't leave without being skinned. Watching Su Yuki leave, Le Wanyi played with the source document in her hand thoughtfully. "Master, what do we need this source file for?" Assistant Wang Xiaoman asked with no one around. The Magic City Gaowu Academy stipulates that mentors of platinum-level experts can take direct disciples. Wang Xiaoman is Le Wanyi's best friend and direct disciple. It's just that they usually help with the assistant's head, so the two of them naturally have a much closer relationship than usual at work. Le Wanyi glanced at Wang Xiaoman, "Go and take a look at the photos that Su Yuki sent over." Wang Xiaoman glanced at the photo, and then covered his mouth in surprise. 10-12? We have another genius in our freshman year. Congratulations, Master, our freshman's strength has reached a new level. But this way you won't risk breaking the rules, right? Look at the picture again, what else do you see? Wang Xiaoman watched carefully and then said, "The magic pattern alloy was broken? It seems that the strength of our genius has reached the middle level of gold level." Le Wanyi shook her head, "Wrong, it's silver level." Listening to Le Wanyi's words, Wang Xiaoman was a little stunned. How is this possible? Magic pattern alloy, a metal that is said to be absolutely indestructible under the gold level, how could it be broken by a silver level person? Le Wanyi asked back. If you were the attacker and used the same method to attack, and wanted to destroy the magic pattern alloy with one blow, to what position should the test robot at least retreat to? Wang Xiaoman is a genius no matter what. She could tell the result just by rehearsing it in her mind. After she calculated the result, she looked at the photo again, and the shock in her eyes gradually emerged. She said with some bitterness, "At least more than half of the test robot in the photo, so, in other words, the energy efficiency of this tester." "That's right." Le Wanyi said calmly, "This tester's energy usage efficiency must be at least 70% to cause such damage to the magic pattern alloy within such a short knockback distance." Having said this, she took a deep breath, with an incredible light in her eyes. "So, this tester's energy usage efficiency is at least that of a diamond-level master." As soon as the conclusion came out, Wang Xiaoman was so shocked that he was speechless. A silver-level student's energy usage efficiency is comparable to those unreachable masters. Such solid basic skills, such ability to understand the exercises, such degree of compatibility with the exercises. It's no longer just 1 in a million, it's 1 in a million. Le Wanyi continued. With such energy efficiency alone, it is absolutely invincible in a confrontation of the same level. It can even defeat 1 against 10 or 1 against 100. After all, our school has a precedent for such a thing before. Le Wanyi's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was remembering something. That precedent is the current new generation of S-level legendary awakeners. This generation of clans and families cannot hold their heads up. Zhang Hidong is the invincible at the same level. Wang Xiaoman looked a little excited, and even his breathing became a little rapid. "Master, we cannot expose this information. We must find this freshman as soon as possible. Once the news spreads. It's not just the old guys who don't care about worldly affairs in their own school who are restless, but also the forces outside the school who are ready to make a move. I wonder who in the world can't be moved by the second Zhang Hidong? So you think that just one genius is worthy of me mobilizing so many people?" Le Wanyi fiddled with the documents in her hand. "The news cannot be blocked. According to the way those idiots in the materials department handle it, this photo will probably hit the forum tomorrow. But fortunately, the surveillance video is lost, and the only entry and exit record is still with me, so we have the upper hand." Later, Le Wanyi looked through the entry and exit records. When she saw the records of Class 1 and Class 2, she was slightly stunned. "But then I thought about it and shook my head." "What are you thinking? How could that kind of genius come from Yeran's class?" "Xiaoman, don't worry about Class 2 of Grade 1. From today on, pay close attention to Class 1 of Grade 1 and Class 5 of Grade 1. We must find this monster as soon as possible." "Okay, Master." Chapter 9. Things turned out exactly as Le Wanyi expected. The teachers in the materials department have no idea what this photo means. On weekdays, the practice room is also allowed to be observed at will. For a time, the damage to the magic pattern alloy test robot in the freshman training room began to be widely discussed in the school forum. Shocked, another monster appeared in freshman year. Brother, I had an insight today. I tried my best to do a little test. How would I rate the result? No more pretense, showdown, I smashed the magic pattern alloy with one punch. Rumors say, a grandmaster has already left the customs and asked for help from the materials department. Strictly condemn the materials department's behavior of cutting corners and enriching personal pockets. The titles are more exaggerated than the last, but the videos in the posts are truly real. The incident became a hot topic on the school forum, and even the practice room became a holy place to check in. In the beginning, it was just a discussion among students. But as things progressed, slowly, the masters at the core began to pay attention. In a grandmaster courtyard at Gaowu Academy in the Demon City, Huo Wengxuan, the leader of the fire element sect, the son of diamond level, scolded his beloved disciple Huang Dongdong. My master asked you to practice well, but you actually cheated on me and looked at your phone. Master, I don't have it. I'm paying attention to my competitors. You still dare to be so harsh? Who of the people in your circle have time to post their news online? Really, master? I'll beat you to death. Huo Wen, who had a hot temper, naturally didn't get used to it either. With a wave of one hand, there were flames on Huang Dongdong's buttocks. Huang Dongdong was in pain and sat on the ground to put out the fire. Humph, I don't practice very much, and I still have time to chat and spank here. Huo Wen scolded his disciple, today, I will teach you to practice the 36 fire techniques again. As a result, Huang Dongdong took out his mobile phone in grievance. No, master, look at this. What a fuss, your master and I have been traveling all over the world for so many years, and I haven't seen any weird things. When can you learn from your master and me to be steady? Seeing that Huang Dongdong insisted on giving it, Huo Wen could only take Huang Dongdong's cell phone angrily. But when he saw the photo of the test robot in the forum, Huo Wen stopped talking. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but his eyes were round and round. His eyes slowly changed from calm to shocked. Slowly it changed from shock to disbelief, and finally to enthusiasm. The Grandmaster's stability was not noticeable at all. Huo Wen was so excited that he felt like he had a second spring. Laymen watch the fun, insiders watch the doorways. Li Wanyi could see the amazingness of this tester at a glance, not to mention Huo Wen, who was at the diamond peak. At this moment, Huo Wen only had one thought in his mind. Accept it as a personal biography. This is my closed disciple, this is my bragging rights for the rest of my life, this is the person who will carry my coffin in the future. It is no exaggeration to say that when he saw this photo, Huo Wen even thought of the name of his disciple. Huo Wen's voice was trembling, tell me quickly, where is this? Teacher, this is the practice room for freshmen. After saying that, Huo Wen turned into a wisp of fire wind and flew directly out of the courtyard. Master, where are you going? Huang Dongdong looked confused. Before he could react, Huo Wen had already flown away. There was a sentence left in the lonely wind. Be calm and don't be impatient. I'll get you a younger junior brother. When Huo Wen flew to the courtyard of the freshman complex building, the scene in front of him immediately shocked him. At this moment, the place is already surrounded by old men. All of them are at least peak platinum level, and many are even veteran diamond level experts. They are all people who can establish sex. Mr. Huo, you're late, don't jump in line later. Dean Hu, do you have time to spend time here? Why, I can't go where you, the master of the Steel Gate sect, are. Hey, Ma Xingxingzi, didn't you go to secretly learn the magic skills of the Holy See Pope? Why are you here? You fart, I was there for a friendly exchange. Exchange? He, sect leader Jing, it seems this is not your sect, right? Haha, I graduated from the Magic City Gaowu Academy 20 years ago. Isn't it too much to revisit my old place now? The old men, armed with guns and sticks, were jostling with each other in both words and deeds. Everyone knows why they are here, and naturally they are angry both overtly and covertly. All old men are practitioners. Naturally, in the process of secretly competing with each other, their breaths unfolded without reservation. The aura of so many strong men has basically not been restrained. This makes students within a 10-mile radius feel a great sense of oppression. Even the passing dogs had to crawl out panting. And in the supplies department, Director Yao Yuqian angrily scolded Su Yuki, the person in charge of the materials department who was a freshman next to him. Are you sure that the Cha-Cha monitoring equipment was destroyed today, and that Cha-Cha's entry and exit records were accidentally swallowed by the system today? Who do you think will believe it when you say this? Tell me who will believe it. Take a good look. The lineup standing outside was only put together after the last full-scale war with the Ninja Kingdom. Think it over carefully before you speak. If something goes wrong, we don't have to worry about whether we can get out of this building alive. Now the materials department is surrounded by great masters from all directions. Each one is waiting for him to open the door and give an answer. But the result given to me by my subordinate is that there is no answer. Not only is there no answer, but it can't even give you any information. Who would believe this? If we just go out and tell those great masters that we have nothing to say. Yao Yuqian felt that he might not be able to walk out of the supplies department completely today. Su Yuki's face was sweating profusely at this moment. He kept wiping the sweat beads. My heart is filled with anguish. As for what? What the hell is this? Is that test student that important? Half of the old guys from the Magic City have been recruited, and it's an all-star lineup for the national war. Who can withstand it? Su Yuki was speechless for a moment. After all, he had indeed broken the rules first and had a guilty conscience. How about we beg the principal? As long as the principal is here, the masters outside will definitely be able to handle it. Principal? Do you really dare to ask for it? Does the extraordinary Grand Master give you face or give me face? Su Yuki, let me tell you, you are usually such a shrewd person, how come you are so messy now? Just when Yao Yuqian was about to scold him, an old man with a white beard suddenly appeared out of thin air. After seeing this old man's appearance, the two of them were shocked, and immediately stood up respectfully. Hello, Principal. The person who came was none other than the principal of Gaowu Academy in the Demon City. A true transcendent. Lord Void, Bai Su, is known as one of the 3 sea-fixing needles in the Demon City. Bai Su waved his hand and motioned for the two of them to sit down. I know everything, and I will come forward. Bai Su made the final decision. If the two persons in charge of the material department were granted amnesty, their tight strings were relaxed. Especially Su Yuki. The whole person was slumped on the sofa, but his mouth was not idle, and he directly switched to dog-licking mode. Principal, wow, I really followed the right thigh. Principal, you are my beacon, the star of my life role model, my way forward. Bai Su ignored these flatteries and said calmly. I want all the information your supplies department has about this student. And destroy all backup data and don't tell anyone else. Chapter 10. Hearing this sentence, Su Yuki and Yao Yuqian were immediately stunned. Principal, are you here to smooth things over, or are you here to take the lead? Is this student really that good? Forget about those diamond-level experts outside. You are a true extraordinary master, you are the Dingai Shenzhen of the Magic City, are you even here to join in the fun and rob people? Principal, is this appropriate? Yao Yuqian stumbled. What's inappropriate? Principal Bai Su said calmly, time waits for no one. In a while, those two will break through my space magic. If he hadn't used space magic to temporarily trap the other two extraordinary beings in the demon city, he might have been in a situation where 3C fixing needles had arrived at the same time. After all, the temptation of the second Zhang Hedong is too great. Hearing this sentence, Yao Yukin and Su Yukei's eyes almost popped out. I swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva unconsciously. The only people who can break through the principal's space magic are those two in the entire demon city. A student actually caused a fight for the 3 pillars of the magic city. Thinking of this, Su Yukei completely PD himself. Principal, I hired you. The monitoring equipment is really broken, but I gave the source file of the entry and exit records to Le Wanyi, the freshman dean. Le Wanyi? That little girl from the Le family. When Bai Su heard that all the first-hand resources were in Le Wanyi's hands, he frowned slightly. If it were in Le Wanyi's hands, I would be a little embarrassed to steal it openly given my status. Then he stroked his beard and counted with his fingers. This is not unknown. After calculation, I found that it was as if this matter had not happened at all. It seems that someone used a more powerful magic than himself to cover up the general. Interesting, interesting. The corners of Bai Su's mouth raised slightly. There were very few things in this world that he found interesting. In that case, it's better to let nature take its course. Seeing that Bai Su was planning to wait and see what happened and let go, Su Yukei asked anxiously, Principal, what should I say to the masters outside? They? When do I need to explain to them the things I have arranged? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Su waved lightly toward the door. In an instant, all the strong men standing in the courtyard of Wuzi were pulled by an inexplicable void force. Not giving anyone a chance to resist, they all teleport back to their original place. When they were sent back, there was only one sentence left in everyone's mind. From today on, you are not allowed to search deliberately. The final assessment will have its own answer. Huo Wen was also teleported back to his courtyard by Bai Su's space spell at this time. He stood sluggishly in his courtyard. Naturally, they knew who was behind this large-scale space movement. Bai Su has spoken, what can they do? If you deliberately search for that student from today on, it is blatantly disobeying Bai Su's order. Although these platinum and diamond powerhouses are all masters of established sects, but he really has no qualifications to challenge the extraordinary person at the top of the pyramid like Bai Su. When he thought of this, Huo Wen couldn't help but sigh. It is absolutely true that those who are extraordinary are all ants. Master, where is my junior brother? Huang Dongdong, the short-sighted successor, ran over in a hurry. Huo Wen looked at this short-sighted direct disciple and felt so angry that he wanted to beat him up again. But suddenly I changed my mind. Then he said to Huang Dongdong with a smile on his face, Dongdong, my teacher feels that your foundation is still lacking, and I plan to let you go back to your freshman year to rebuild. Starting tomorrow, you can pack your bags and report to your freshman year. I didn't go looking for him personally. I just asked my apprentice to go to his freshman year to lay a new foundation and get to know some young heroes. Isn't this a breach of contract? When he thought of this, Huo Wen couldn't help but stroked his short beard with pride. What is wisdom? This is wisdom. Ah, but master, which class should I go to? You? Just go to whichever class can teach you. After saying that, Huo Wen yawned and walked towards the inner room. Huang Dongdong was left alone standing messy in the wind. The next day, the gathering of the big guys from the Magic City at Gaowu Academy was like a gust of wind blowing through every corner of the school. Did you hear that yesterday, half of the city's big bosses gathered in our school? Brother, I have personally experienced the pressure of those group of masters. Even the dogs passing by within a radius of 10 miles have to walk on their stomachs. I was on a nearby playground at the time. The pressure was so overwhelming. Fortunately, I was determined and managed to withstand it. Just fart, your wet pants are still hanging in the dormitory. All the Grand Masters from half the Magic City have gathered together. Good guy, the last time we got this lineup together was during the war. I don't know what the reason is. Isn't there going to be another war? Can you use your dog brain to think about it? If a war is about to begin, instead of gathering at the front line, gather at the school. I heard that the principal came forward in the end. The large space technique used was so amazing. There were so many diamond-level half-step masters present and none of them could withstand it for one more second. They were all swept home with a slap. Everyone who is extraordinary is just an ant. Do you think you are joking? Yesterday, the grand gathering of all the powerful men at Gaowu Academy in the Magic City completely aroused public opinion. All the students in the school, without exception, are discussing this matter. Especially for a salty class like Class 2 of the first grade, they didn't even attend class and were discussing this matter intensively 24 hours a day. And one of the initiators of this incident, Yeran, was sitting on the podium, looking at the chattering students below with interest. Yeran, who had the famous teacher system, looked at the students in front of him and looked more and more cute. There are no salted fishes here, they are simply pearls that have not been wiped and shine. It's just that the current thinking of these pearls is really a bit biased. None of my thoughts are on cultivation at all. If you want to improve the overall strength of the class, you really need to think of ways to reverse this bad class style. Yeran looked at the students in the audience with eager eyes, staring at the chattering students a little unnaturally. Do you think Teacher Ye has been too stimulated recently? I also feel that since Director Le criticized him, Teacher Ye seems to have changed a lot. Yet, although I look a lot more energetic, I always feel that the way I look at us is a little different from before. Not only has Teacher Ye changed, but even our class monitor is a little unaware now. I don't know where he has been in the past 2 days. I went to see him the day before, but now I don't know what kind of illness Da Chun has. His mouth is full of fishy smell, and he is still thinking every day, how many pounds are left? How many pounds are left? Hey, Da Chun is such a solid person, but after being taken away by Teacher Ye, everyone went crazy within 2 days. This is called the whisper of the ancient gods. I would like to call Teacher Ye the new generation of Thulhu. Go crazy, go destroy it, there is no need for this class to exist anyway. SHH, keep your voice down, lower your head quickly, Teacher Ye is here. The students' private discussion ended abruptly the moment Yeran stepped off the podium. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid of meeting Yeran's eyes. As a result, Yeran walked straight over and ignored them. When Yeran reached the last row, he stopped. Yeran looked with interest at the girl in the last row who was sitting upright and reciting the textbook. He could still sit so upright among the slumped students, and he could still recite his lectures seriously in such a noisy environment. No matter how you look at it, it feels like this girl is in the wrong class. The first time I saw this girl, a sentence naturally appeared in Yeran's mind. It comes out of the silt but remains unstained. Chapter 11. The first important thing to be a good auxiliary therapist is to have good intentions and abide by the rules. The girl closed her eyes and recited the text, completely unaware that Yeran was standing next to her. When she heard that the entire class was so quiet that there was no sound of any chirping, she opened her eyes slightly. He looked up and saw Yeran smiling at him. She was frightened for a moment and stood up immediately. Even so, he still bowed respectfully to Yeran. Yet, Teacher Ye, I didn't know you were here. Yeran flipped through the girl's book and sighed. Basic Principles of Treating People with Superpowers, Jang Xyu, I didn't expect that you have already taught yourself what you only need to learn in your sophomore year. It's pretty good. As soon as Yeran finished speaking, Jang Xyu's face turned red. She was embarrassed for a moment and didn't know what to say. Her mind was confused and she suddenly said, "Yes. I'm sorry, teacher yet, I won't endorse it anymore." As soon as these words came out, the whole classroom burst into laughter. The ridicule from the classmates made Jang Xyu even more confused. He shrank nervously in the corner of the classroom, his hands nervously holding the corners of his clothes and rubbing them back and forth. Seeing this scene, Yeran remained silent. In a class, people who study hard are ridiculed and have to apologize to the teacher and never endorse him again? What a funny scene! What's so funny? Yeran's tone was calm, but extremely powerful. A plain sentence brought the laughter to an abrupt end. "I'm asking you what's so funny?" Facing Yeran's further questioning, most students remained silent. "Teacher Lin, she studies so hard, but she can't even master the lowest level of healing skills. We just think that studying is of no use." Suddenly, a speech like this came from among the students. Such a speech! This made Jang Xyu even more embarrassed and her face turned a lot red. Jang Xyu, a problem student who has awakened his talent for healing, but cannot even use the lowest level healing technique. "On weekdays, I study more seriously than anyone else, work harder than anyone else on my homework, and abide by the rules better than anyone else. The most obedient and well-behaved student in the eyes of all teachers. Even the theoretical scores ranked first in the whole grade. As a result, his actual performance was the worst in the school. According to the school system. This year is also Jang Xyu's last year. If Jang Xyu can no longer pass the lowest level of actual combat test, Jang Xyu will be notified to drop out of school." The embarrassing situation and the words of classmates. It was like a cold arrow that pierced the heart and pierced Jang Xyu. Sorrow and grievance welled up in her heart, and her eyes began to become moist. Yeran looked at the students, silent. "This is Class 2, Grade 1. The theory that study is useless is prevalent here, and eating, drinking and having fun are prevalent here. Practicing hard here has become a laughing stock and an alien here. Everyone is stuck in the quagmire, not thinking about how to get out, but trying to pull everyone in outside the quagmire. If you want to make a comeback, if you want to achieve a true class counterattack, what Yeran needs to solve most is to kill this terrible class style. Since Jang Xyu's case has become irrefutable proof that their studies are useless, then what he has to do is to overturn this irrefutable evidence." Yeran silently walked towards Jang Xyu. Like a wall, it helped Jang Xyu block the eyes that were looking at her. "Students, I don't want to investigate who said this. I know that you all have the same idea more or less. Every one of you is laughing at the hard-working people, laughing at them for doing useless work every day, and using this to support your own view that learning is useless. But is this the reason why you don't work hard? Everyone here has been admitted to the Magic City Gaowu Academy by virtue of their own abilities. Everyone has extraordinary qualifications. But now, they are unwilling to make progress and do nothing, and they are willing to be stepped on like mud." Yeran looked around, the sharp gaze in his eyes making all the students looking at him lower their heads. "You prevail in the theory that hard work is useless and mock everyone who tries hard. If you think about it carefully, are you not mocking yourselves? When encountering the slightest setback, I choose to escape. I am deeply afraid that I am not a beautiful jade, so I dare not think about it hard. However, I half believe that I am a beautiful jade, so I am complacent in my heart, and I only dare to escape in that fantasy world. Here, looking for the slightest solace, but not daring to look up at the bright moon over the river." Yeran's words hit the nail on the head. The students present were speechless, and some even blushed with shame and anger. Yeran and Jang Xyu stood in the center of the podium. Jang Xyu's efforts are never in vain. One day she will emerge from her cocoon and become a butterfly and stand in the center of the stage. I know you may be disdainful in your heart, but look at each of you carefully. I will let you see from Jang Xyu what the use is of studying. What's the use of working hard? Then, Yeran turned towards Jang Xyu. "Jang Xyu, follow me." Jang Xyu stared at all this blankly. At this moment, Yeran, under the sunlight, seemed to be an angel descending from the mortal world. Okay, teacher. After saying that, Jang Xyu hugged her textbook and followed Yeran out of the classroom. The disciple left the other students present and looked at each other. Above the corridor, Yeran walked in front, Jang Xyu followed behind. Two people one behind the other. After a long time, Yeran discovered that as long as he walks a little faster, Jang Xyu will walk a little faster. If he takes a step slowly, Jang Xyu will walk a little slower. Anyway, it just doesn't go hand in hand with itself. Xyu, there is no need to be so restrained. Jang Xyu shook her head seriously. According to school regulations, you must respect your teachers and walk half a step behind to show respect. Yeran shook his head helplessly. It's up to you, but why are you still holding the book? Teacher, according to school regulations, you must review the textbook content every day. I have to read it at any time. Seeing Jang Xyu opening and closing her mouth in accordance with school regulations, Yeran finally stopped, looked back at the serious-looking little girl in front of him and smiled helplessly. For a moment, Yeran recalled the introduction to Jang Xyu on the system. Jang Xyu. Female, 19 years old. Power Awakening, Healing Talent Level B. Current Practice, Magic City Gaowu Academy Physical Training 2.0, Public Version. Advantages: has an almost perfect priest knowledge system and perfectly masters all basic priest skills. Disadvantages: unable to exert healing power. Guidance plan. It is highly compatible with the Dark Knight Priest profession. It is recommended to accept the inheritance of the Dark Knight Priest profession. The specific inheritance information is as follows. To be honest, when I first heard that Jang Xyu was suitable for the Dark Knight Priest inheritance, Yeran was a little surprised. Professional inheritance is the sex practice method. It is different from the randomness of those with awakened powers and the bloodline continuation of aristocratic families. Sects have their own way of practice, especially the major sects with theological overtones. Their so-called gods will give power and inheritance. The sect will search for and absorb successors suitable for its own system among all living beings. For example, the Holy See's angel inheritance and paladin inheritance. The ancient Buddha status and Bodhisattva status in the Great Buddha Hall. The more suitable all inheritors are for the inheritance, the higher the integrity of the inheritance will be and the greater the effect will be. The inheritance of the Night Priest comes from a super force with three extraordinary beings, the Free Tavern. The people here are both good and evil, doing things as they please, and the gods they believe in are also deviant and very individual. Many power inheritances have never had a single inheritor. Like Jang Xyu's adapted Night Priest. But if Yeran hadn't heard the introduction of the system today, he may have never heard of this career inheritance path in his life. However, according to the introduction of the system, the inheritance of Dark Knight Priest is very strong. Belongs to one of the top professional inheritances. It is also one of the secrets of Liberty Tavern, but no one has successfully passed it on. Chapter 12. In fact, Yeran also curiously asked the system why Jang Xyu is so suitable for the Night Priest. The system did not reply clearly. I just quoted a sentence from the introduction to Dark Knight Priest's awakening to respond to myself. Birth is but the starting point of death. It's so confusing that people can't understand it. Yeran complained silently. Seeing Yeran staring at him and saying something silently, Jang Xyu thought she had done something wrong. He said with some embarrassment, "Teacher, I didn't hear what you said clearly." Jang Xyu's words interrupted Yeran's thoughts. Yeran looked at the embarrassed Jang Xyu and smiled slightly. Jang Xyu is good at everything, but her personality really needs to be changed. Then, Yeran walked forward quickly. He directly grabbed the textbook in Jang Xyu's hand and put it away. Zhang Xiaoru saw this and hurriedly went up to snatch it. As a result, Yeran easily dodged it. Xiao are you, we don't need textbooks where we are going today. Zhang Xiaoru was a little anxious when she saw this. But teacher, according to school regulations, I really need to. Yeran completely ignored Zhang Xiaoru's anxiety and asked instead. So familiar with the rules, can you tell me what the first rule of the school code is? Zhang Xiaoru kept her family treasures in mind. The first rule of the code is to respect the teacher and respect the Tao. Before Zhang Xiaoru finished reciting, she was interrupted by Yeran. That's okay. From today on, what you need to do most is respect your teacher. Do you understand? Ming, understand. Okay, my teacher orders you not to read books today, and everything will be subject to the teacher's arrangements. After saying that, Yeran walked towards the school gate coolly. Seeing Yeran walking towards the school gate, Zhang Xiaoru said anxiously. But teacher, according to school regulations, freshmen cannot leave the school without any reason. Zhang Xiaoru's voice became softer and softer. Respecting teachers and respecting morality is the first rule. But the teacher doesn't follow the rules with him. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoru felt for the first time in his life that the rules and order he had built in his heart were disrupted. It was like a computer program bug, leaving her in a dilemma. She instinctively wanted to retreat to her comfort zone, but then she thought of how Yeran had just protected herself in the classroom. She hesitated. After a while, Zhang Xiaoru gritted her teeth, walked a few steps faster and walked behind Yeran. Yeran looked at all this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Xiaoru, my master orders you to walk side by side with me. But, aren't you going to respect your master? Okay, good teacher. Afterwards, Yeran took Zhang Xiaoru into his sports car and left the school without any trouble. The second after Yeran left with Zhang Xiaoru, the door to Le Wanyi's office was immediately knocked open. At this time, Le Wanyi was busy researching who the hidden genius was, without raising her head. Xiaoman, what's going on? Wang Xiaoman looked at Le Wanyi nervously. Master, there is something I need to report to you. As if she could hear Wang Xiaoman's nervousness, Le Wanyi raised her head. Have you found that genius? Wang Xiaoman shook his head and said with a wry smile, it's Teacher Ye. Teacher Ye has left the school with a student. Male or female? Female, female. Bang. A crisp sound sounded on Le Wanyi's desk, and the pen was broken directly by Le Wanyi. Master, are you okay? Le Wanyi looked calm. What's wrong with me? I'm fine. Then, she directly picked up her coat and walked towards the door. Master, why are you going? Burn the leaves. After saying that, he left the office directly, leaving Wang Xiaoman confused. Burn the leaves? After Wang Xiaoman reacted, she also hurriedly chased after Le Wanyi. She knows her master better than anyone else. Stay calm at all times. Dudu can't control his emotions when it comes to Yeran's affairs. For a moment, she was really afraid that Le Wanyi would burn the leaves. On top of a sports car. Wang Xiaoman was still persuading Le Wanyi earnestly. Master, listen to me, maybe things are not as bad as you think. Maybe Teacher Ye just took that student, for a home visit. Do you think what you said went over your head? Master, if something really goes wrong, you must control your emotions. Don't worry, I won't kill him. That's good, that's good. I only burn the leaves and roots. Hearing this sentence, Wang Xiaoman's hanging heart finally died. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Yeran, who was still ahead, didn't know that Le Wanyi was following her. Still minding his own business chatting with Zhang Xiaoru. Xiao are you, just relax, just think you are out to relax. Zhang Xiaoru, who was sitting aside, was a little embarrassed. but he still showed an unnatural smile. The green smile seemed quite youthful on Jang Xyu's round face. Isn't this cute? Smile more often. Remember, laughter will bring good luck. Yeran's compliment made Jang Xyu a little at a loss and could only talk about him. Teacher, where are we going? You will know when you get there. Remember, the only thing you have to do today is to listen to your teacher. Okay, okay. After saying that, Yeran stepped on the accelerator, and the red sports car sped away. Yeran's sudden acceleration made Li Wanyi and the others who were following closely behind them a little confused. Where are they going? Wang Xiaoman said with some uncertainty, looking at this route, it seems to be TACC. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiaoman wanted to slap himself in the mouth. TACC, the most luxurious nightclub in Shanghai. It doesn't feel particularly right for a teacher to take a female student to a place like this. Wang Xiaoman didn't know what to do next. Li Wanyi said nothing. Just stepping on the accelerator and the roaring engine seemed to tell Wang Xiaoman. This time things really happened. Chapter 13. Night falls. When most people were preparing to take a rest, the lights of TACC came on. Countless handsome men and beautiful women have entered this charming city that never sleeps. Jang Xyu timidly followed behind Yeran, pulling on the corner of Yeran's clothes and refusing to take even half a step. She looked at the huge light sign of TACC, with fear in her eyes, as if she was looking at a scourge. Teacher, let's go back. Jang Xyu asked Yeran almost pleadingly. She never thought that Yeran would take him to this place. Go back? Why? Because here, this doesn't seem to be the place we should come. We people? Who are we? Jang Xyu was a little embarrassed, and she couldn't explain it. She could only say incoherently. That's right, someone who shouldn't be here. Yeran looked at the embarrassed Jang Xyu, feeling a little helpless. Did you tell the teacher this place is legal? Legitimate. Then since it is a legal place, why can't we, as law-abiding citizens, go? After saying that, Yeran took Jang Xyu's hand and walked into the nightclub. He didn't listen to Jang Xyu's reasons at all. And this scene. Li Wanyi and Wang Xiaoman, who were hiding aside, saw it clearly. Master, are you okay? What can happen to me? Someone should be the one to do it. Maybe teacher Ye is thirsty and needs to go in for a drink of water. Wang Xiaoman's whole body was about to break. The reason she said was outrageous to her. Li Wanyi ignored Wang Xiaoman. With a frosty face, she walked straight to the nightclub. Wang Xiaoman could only follow anxiously. In the nightclub, the huge neon ball keeps spinning. Restless music, flashing lights, wanton sweat. And the air is filled with the compound smell of aromatherapy and alcohol. They complement each other and show a different kind of magic. Xyu, you haven't been here before, have you? Against the DJ's huge sound wave, Yeran asked. At this moment, Jang Xyu did not dare to pay attention to Yeran. I could only sit alone in the corner of the sofa, drinking a can of carbonated drink with my head down. Teacher Ye, you are so lucky. Just when Yeran asked Jang Xyu, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Yeran turned around and looked. Then I saw two peerless faces. It's just that the faces of these two peerless faces don't seem so friendly. Isn't this Director Li? Yeran smiled and waved to Li Wanyi and Wang Xiaoman, sit over here. Yerandi was so natural and generous that Li Wanyi and Wang Xiaoman were slightly stunned. The script is wrong. Shouldn't Yeran be extremely embarrassed at this moment and get under the table with a look of shame and anger? Facing Yeran's invitation, Li Wanyi snorted coldly. Then he sat elegantly in the middle of the sofa. Yeran and Jang Xyu were deliberately isolated. Wang Xiaoman didn't know what to do, so he could only sit down with Li Wanyi. After the two people sat down, the four of them looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere in the entire booth was extremely cold. Different from the cold atmosphere here. The entire nightclub became more lively because Le Wanyi and others were seated. Look, look, it's that booth, the one with 3 women and 1 man. I'm not blind, I'm stunningly beautiful in the world. Especially the aloof lady sitting in the middle. I have never seen such a beautiful woman with such temperament and appearance. Isn't the sweet girl following that royal sister beautiful? On the contrary, I think the cute girl with a bit of a Lolita look at the beginning is the most beautiful. Damn it, who is this man? I've never seen him before. I guess he is the top rich young man from some family. I'm so envious. MD, why does this wine taste so sour today? It's not the wine that's sour, it's the sadness of some people. Ever since Le Wanyi and others took their seats, the discussion has not stopped. There is no way, both Le Wanyi and Wang Xiaoman are the most beautiful beauties in the world. Coupled with long-term practice, their bodies are almost perfect. Anyone standing there will become the focus of the audience, not to mention 2 people sitting in the same booth. For a moment, the huge flashing light ball was not as dazzling as this booth. On the other side of the nightclub, on a larger top deck, a man was lying comfortably on the sofa, with one hand running up and down the body of the girl next to him. There were several men dressed in business attire nearby who kept complimenting and toasting. Teacher Han, you are indeed a talented person. My son is truly lucky to be able to become your disciple. That's right, in the entire Magic City College Entrance Examination Academy, who doesn't know the name of the genius instructor Teacher Han? Teacher Han, I really want to thank you for your guidance to my son. Without your guidance, how could my son have been ranked among the top 10 in his grade in this midterm? This man called Teacher Han. It is none other than Han Kun, the star instructor who is a freshman at the Magic City Gaowu Academy. A platinum-level genius mentor with A-level supernatural talents. He and Le Wanyi are known as the twin geniuses among the freshman teachers. The vocational education class is also one of the top key classes in the grade. Han Kun waved his hand with a smile, everyone here is a friend and a brother. There is no need to be so open-minded. The flatterers on the side were all excited when they heard what Han Kun said. Teacher Han, don't say anything anymore, it's all in the wine. After saying this, a middle-aged man picked up a bottle of foreign wine and poured it directly into his stomach. Lao Zhang, drink slowly, oh, why are you doing this? Although Han Kun said so, the pleasure in his eyes could not be concealed. Obviously, he enjoys this feeling of being sought after. Just when several men were enjoying themselves drinking, the voices of discussion on the side also reached their ears. After hearing those discussions, Han Kun couldn't help but raise his head and looked in that direction. He has excellent eyesight at the platinum level and can see Le Wanyi and others in this dim environment at a glance. He was slightly startled. As a platinum level person, he thought that Le Wanyi was a perfect match. I often invite Le Wanyi to come out, but every time she is sternly rejected by Le Wanyi. But he never thought of it. Today I actually saw Le Wanyi in the nightclub. And what he couldn't understand the most was that Le Wanyi was sitting in the same booth as Yeran. Yeran, isn't he the salted fish class instructor who is about to be expelled? Le Wanyi actually rejected a genius like him and instead went out to drink with such a loser. For a moment, Han Kun's face looked a little ugly. He picked up the wine glass and walked in the direction of Le Wanyi. Chapter 14. After Yeran motioned for Le Wanyi and others to sit down. Then he turned and walked towards a bartender. The bartender looked at Yeran walking over and showed a professional smile. Sir, what service do you need? Yeran looked at the bartender. I want to see you. The person in charge. Okay sir, I will contact our lobby manager for you right now. As he said this, the bartender took out his walkie-talkie. As a result, before he could speak, a hand pressed on the intercom. Yeran shook his head. It's not the person in charge I want to see. The bartender's expression flickered, but he still asked, Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Yeran looked at the bartender and said word by word, I want to see the person in charge of your Liberty Tavern. When the bartender heard the words Free Tavern, his eyes became serious, and even his momentum suddenly rose. As expected of a powerful force, he actually uses a gold-level drinker as a bartender. Yeran clicked his tongue and praised. To be honest, when I first learned from the system that the largest nightclub in Shanghai is a branch of the Liberty Tavern, Yeran was also a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he thought it was reasonable. After all, what Liberty Tavern wants to inherit is those people who extremely pursue individuality, desire, and chaos. This is highly consistent with the nightclub's guest base. After hearing Yeran accurately speak about his professional heritage, the bartender stopped playing dumb. Excuse me, sir, what business do you have with the person in charge of our Liberty Tavern? Yeran narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Tell your person in charge that there is a professional successor suitable for your free tavern. Wait for him here. The bartender nodded lightly after hearing this. This is also the reason why they have to secretly set up a branch library even if they are not legally recognized by the Dragon Kingdom. After all, with such a large population in the Dragon Kingdom, there must be many people who fit their professional heritage. Can you tell me which career inheritance sequence this inheritor is suitable for in our free tavern? Yeran looked at the bartender and replied calmly. Night Priest. As soon as these words came out, the bartender's body shook slightly. After all, anyone who can say the words Dark Night Priest must know their free tavern extremely well. But the bartender was a little unsure. No one has succeeded in inheriting the Dark Night Priest so far. Not even the three helmsmen of the free tavern can do anything about this matter. But the young man in front of me kept saying that someone was suitable. Judging from his confident look and serious tone, it didn't look like he was joking. For a moment, he was unsure and could only say cautiously, How can I know whether what you said is true or false? Yeran took his time and said, Tell your person in charge, birth is just the starting point of death. She will notify you to come see me. The bartender was doubtful. May I ask your name? Yeran. After Yeran responded, he walked back to his booth with a smile. Why, Director Le, aren't you going to have something to drink? Looking at his booth, the atmosphere was a bit cold, and Yeran tried to break the deadlock. Le Wanyi looked at Yeran and then at Jang Xyu, her face as frosty as ice. Teacher Yat, shouldn't you first explain why you brought the students to the nightclub? The showdown has begun, the war has begun, and the plot to capture the horse is coming. Wang Xiaoman's heart was in her throat, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes slightly, for fear of blood splattering on herself. This. Listening to Le Wanyi's question, Yeran groaned for a moment and did not answer. Sure enough, there is a problem. Seeing that Yeran couldn't answer, Le Wanyi's eyes narrowed slightly, and her cold breath seemed to have a hint of chilling. Yeran looked like he would raise a knife if he dared to say something wrong. Even Wang Xiaoman on the side grabbed Le Wanyi's arm nervously. I was afraid that this sister would be in a bad mood and cause something to happen. However, Yeran, who was at the center of the storm, seemed to feel no pressure and remained calm and composed. I bring my students here to improve my strength. If you think I am willing to come here, your ears will hurt. As he spoke, Yeran picked his ears with some complaints. Hearing Yeran's answer, Le Wanyi and Wang Xiaoman were stunned. The teacher brings the students to the nightclub, you tell me this is to improve their strength? Where is the trickster? Before Le Wanyi could get angry, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. Teacher Yi's teaching method is really unique. He actually teaches students to improve their strength in a nightclub. Which aspect of strength is this improvement? Le Wanyi and others followed the sound. Then when he saw who it was, he frowned slightly. On weekdays, Hong Kun used his status as a celebrity tutor to be arrogant and domineering in school. Naturally, Li Wanyi had a very bad impression of Hong Kun. Unexpectedly, she actually encountered this fly in a nightclub, which was really annoying. Hong Kun felt extremely good about himself and did not feel Li Wanyi's boredom at all. Instead, he sat on the sofa with a wine glass in his hands extremely elegantly. He made a very gentlemanly gesture and toasted to Li Wanyi. Director Li Yaxing, I didn't expect that I also like to play in nightclubs. I will take you to play next time. To be honest, this location is awesome. Hong Kun shook his head and made a tut-tisk sound from his mouth, expressing his distaste for the remote location of this booth. He didn't care at all about Yeran sitting in the main seat. Li Wanyi, who is a bit irritable herself. At this moment, I still have to listen to Hong Kun show off his so-called sense of superiority. The irritability in my heart has become even more aggravated. Naturally, he didn't have a good look on his face and didn't respond to Hong Kun at all. Seeing his words dropped on the ground, Hong Kun, who was a little embarrassed for a moment, looked at Yeran and Jang Xyu. Teacher Ye, this is the student you want to teach, right? He looks quite pretty. Teacher Ye has good taste. Hong Kun smiled maliciously. Obviously, he regarded Yeran as someone like him, a female college student who came to the nightclub with unspoken rules. Come here and let Teacher Han come and take a look. How are your qualifications? When Jang Xyu heard Hong Kun's words, she stood up numbly. Oh, okay. As he spoke, he stood up and walked towards Hong Kun. As a result, just after he stood up, he was grabbed by a strong hand. Jang Xyu looked down and saw that it was Yeran. Where did a dog come from and barked so loudly that it hurt people's ears? Yeran frowned slightly, his eyes a little disgusting. The way he looked at Hong Kun was as if he were looking at an animal. Hong Kun was stunned on the spot. He never imagined that the Xianyu instructor, who was usually unknown in school, could be so sharp. When Hong Kun reacted, he started to become a little red and warm. Being so humiliated by a salted fish instructor who was about to be fired, especially in front of Li Wanyi. Hong Kun is now thinking about tearing Yeran alive. Hong Kun narrowed his eyes and threatened maliciously. Yeran, do you want to be kicked out? In this nightclub, the Korean group is SVIP. In Hong Kun's understanding, even if he threw Yeran out, there would be no way to stop him from the nightclub. Yeran couldn't help laughing when he heard Hong Kun's threat. Then he calmly opened a can of Coke and said calmly, "Just give it a try." Chapter 15. Okay. Hong Kun clapped his hands and said hello 3 times. He laughed angrily at Yeran's attitude. Then he slightly waved to a lobby manager. The lobby manager obviously knew Hong Kun and said flatteringly, "Mr. Han, what are your orders? Call your person in charge, there is something I need to deal with." This lobby manager is also quite smart and very good at observing people's behavior. After seeing what was going on, he immediately analyzed what Hong Kun wants to do. "Mr. Han, there's no need to go to such trouble. I'll handle it to your satisfaction." Listening to such flattering words, Hong Kun felt relieved. Seeing Hong Kun's acquiescence, the lobby manager also understood at this time and walked directly to Yeran. "Sir, since you have violated the order, please leave here now." Groundless slander, clearly trying to drive you away. Listening to what the lobby manager said, Hong Kun looked at Yeran with a hint of pleasure in his eyes, as if he had seen Yeran's embarrassing appearance being kicked out of the nightclub. However, Yeran seemed to be unable to hear. He picked up the Coke again and took a sip. Seeing Yeran ignoring him, the lobby manager was a little embarrassed. "Sir, please leave here. If you don't comply, we will take coercive measures." Listening to the lobby manager's words, Yeran smiled playfully. "You sure? This lobby manager was recruited to work Maybe you don't even know that this is a branch of Free Tavern. Yeran's ridicule made the lobby manager a little angry. Don't be shameless. Here, I am God. If I tell you to leave, you have to leave. Not yet, waiting for the lobby manager to finish his tantrum. Suddenly, a group of people in black uniforms strode up to Yeran's booth. The leader was a bald man wearing sunglasses, and standing next to him was the bartender who had just been chatting with Yeran. After seeing the person coming, the lobby manager was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat, then turned directly to the bald man and said, "Hello, Chairman." Unexpectedly, a trivial matter would attract the attention of the chairman of TACC. The person who came was none other than the apparent person in charge of TACC, Jang Xyu. He is also the second in command of the Dragon Kingdom branch of the Free Tavern. After Hong Kun saw Jang Xyu, he also came forward to shake hands. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Hong Kun from Gaowu Academy in Shanghai." Jang Xyu, who controls the largest nightclub in Shanghai. They are all giants with great status in the entertainment industry. Even if Hong Kun doesn't know Jang Xiyu's identity behind the scenes, these identities on the surface alone are enough to make Hong Kun become popular. The lobby manager on the side continued, "Teacher Han is an VIP customer of our nightclub and a star instructor at the Magic City Gaowu Academy." After listening to the introduction, Jang Xyu also shook hands politely and said politely, "I have long admired your name." Hearing Jang Xyu say that he had admired his name for a long time, Hong Kun couldn't keep his mouth shut. Then he looked at Yeran provocatively, as if telling Yeran who was the winner here. When the lobby manager saw this scene, he naturally couldn't forget to slander Yeran. "Chairman, this guest went crazy with alcohol and planned to insult Teacher Han. I am handling the matter." Hearing this, Jang Xyu frowned. The bartender stood beside Jang Xyu and whispered softly in Jang Xiyu's ear for a moment. Looking at Jang Xiyu's frown, the corners of Hong Kun's mouth raised slightly. "I'm already thinking about the scene of Yeran being humiliated and kicked out by Jang Xyu. This is much more annoying than a small lobby manager chasing people away." After Jang Xyu listened to the bartender's words, walked towards the booth. He was tall and tall. After he came over, he blocked all the lights and the space became much darker. Jang Xyu looked at the young man in front of him. "Excuse me, are you Yeran?" As soon as these words came out, Hong Kun and the lobby manager beside him were stunned. The script is wrong. Shouldn't it be a scene where Jang Xyu gets furious and then orders Yeran to be permanently expelled? Why do you sound so polite? Yeran put down the coke and looked at Jang Xyu calmly. "I want to see the person in charge, not you." This sentence made everyone present stunned. Is Yeran crazy? Who else could be the person in charge of TACC other than Jang Xyu? And this is Jang Xyu, a figure who makes the entertainment industry tremble every time he stomps his feet. Although I don't know Jang Xiyu's own strength, but the power he holds is obvious to all. It is said that even the strong men at the platinum level are working for him. By saying this, are you really not afraid that your body will be exposed on the street today? For a moment, the atmosphere condensed to freezing point. Even Li Wanyi unconsciously moved slightly closer to Yeran, just in case Jang Xyu got angry and came to the rescue. Just when everyone was waiting for Jang Xyu to get angry, Jang Xyu burst out laughing, then opened a bottle of coke and took a big sip. "It seems Brother Ye knows us very well." Jang Xyu is naturally happy. The more Yeran and the others understand, then it proves that the successor of Dark Knight Priest is more authentic. This means that it is more likely that their free tavern will open another top-level inheritance. As the second in command, he can naturally gain a lot of benefits. Jang Xyu drank a bottle of coke in one gulp and stood up with a smile. "Come with me, eldest sister is waiting for you inside." After saying that, Jang Xyu waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to make way for Yeran to come out. Yeran was not humble and stood up directly and followed Jang Xyu out. when he walked up to the lobby manager. At this time, the lobby manager was already frightened and stood there blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Yeran patted his face gently. Who is bad to lick? A beast? Are you right, Teacher Han? Yeran looked at Han Kun harmlessly. This sentence was like a slap, hitting Han Kun's face hard. Han Kun felt that his face was extremely hot, but he did not dare to make any move. After all, the situation is stronger than the people. If there is a conflict now, it seems that Jang Xyu will break his legs for Yeran. Jang Xyu frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and then whispered a few words to the bartender beside him. Then he said with a smile, "Little brother, let's go, you don't have to worry about it here, everything will be taken care of." A celebrity mentor like Han Kun may be a figure to ordinary people. But for the real giants, they may not even be qualified to be on the table. Hearing Jang Xiyu's words, Yeran nodded and called Jang Xyu to leave. However, he changed his mind and said to Le Wanyi and others, "Director Le, please come too, so that you don't have to say that I'm not doing my job properly." Le Wanyi and the two looked at each other. She didn't expect that things would turn around like this. Aren't we all out to catch rapes together? Why do you feel like you're involved in something terrible? For a moment, she looked at Yeran with some confusion in her eyes. I always feel like I can't see through my salty fish mentor. Come on, Director Le, there should be something here that you are particularly interested in. Facing Yeran's invitation again, Le Wanyi and the two couldn't refuse, so they left here. Wait for everyone to leave. The bartender who was ordered by Jang Xyu looked at the lobby manager. You blind BCH, you don't have to come again tomorrow. Then he said to Han Kun. From today on, you will no longer be welcomed by TACC. We will transfer all the drinks and balance in your card to your account. After saying that, the bartender followed and left without looking back. The lobby manager collapsed on the ground in despair. At this time, Han Kun's face was full of shame and anger. Unexpectedly, the boomerang came so quickly. 5 minutes ago, he vowed to drive Yeran away. 5 minutes later, he was actually driven away. Not only did he lose the qualification to come here, but he was also embarrassed in front of Le Wanyi and was sent to his grandma's house. For a moment, he felt like a clown. The whole nightclub seemed to be watching his jokes. The strong stimulation made him at a loss what to do here. He could only snort and leave TACC. Chapter 16. On the way towards the inner hall of TACC, Yeran asked Jang Xyu softly, when Han Kun called you over just now, did you know that he had bad intentions? No, no. Jang Xyu's voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Although she was obedient, she still knew what was going on in her heart. Then why do you still listen to him? Jang Xyu said with some embarrassment. Growing up, my family always told me to be obedient in order to live a better life. Listening to Jang Xyu's words, Yeran was a little silent. What Jang Xyu said was not what his parents warned him since he was a child in his previous life. In school, listen to the teacher. In society, we must listen to our leaders. We must learn to endure more hardships and learn to be more observant, so that we can live well and be successful. These situations. In ordinary families, especially those with poor original ecological conditions. Everywhere. These parents have no power, no foresight, and even suffer injustice in society. They don't know how to change. I can only warn my children in this helpless way. I just hope that my children will be beaten less often and suffer less. The original intention of love is correct. But it has caused many children to lose their youthful passion and high morale at the very beginning. Society has not smoothed out the edges of young people, they were gone long before they left home. But is a boy without edges and corners still called a boy? Listening to Jang Xyu's words, everyone was silent. Naturally, Le Wanyi is relatively clear about Jang Xyu's deeds. A little girl who can't use any healing skills, but she ranks first in theoretical knowledge in the whole grade. I only knew about the deeds before, but today I saw Jang Xyu in person. Le Wanyi has a deeper understanding of Jang Xyu. Especially the sentence "only by being obedient can you feel better," which deeply touched her heartstrings. Thinking that the two of them had come here to catch Jang Xyu, Le Wanyi blushed slightly and felt ashamed. Just when Le Wanyi was about to step forward to comfort Jang Xyu, Yeran spoke first. "Xyu, my teacher told you that you are no worse than anyone else." "Teacher, I know. I don't want you to know, I want you to prove it." Yeran interrupted Jang Xyu's words and looked at Jang Xyu seriously. "Listen Xyu, after tonight, you will be reborn in Nirvana. My teacher will help you build the ladder to become a god, but you have to promise me one thing." He looked at Jang Xyu seriously and said word by word. "Start today and live for yourself." Yeran hopes that Jang Xyu will become the phoenix spreading its wings, rather than a kite flying in the sky. Yeran's sudden seriousness made Jang Xyu a little unsure of how to respond, so she could only nod her head in seeming understanding. Listening to Yeran's words, Le Wanyi was slightly startled, her beautiful eyes shining with light. At this time, Yeran not only tried every means to improve the student's strength, but also cared so much about the student's psychological growth. Is this still the salted fish instructor she was familiar with before? Calm, confident, strong, responsible. In just one night, all Yeran's performance demonstrated the qualities that a great teacher should possess. Especially what he said to Jang Xyu at the end should make many teachers who only pay attention to students' grades but not their students' conduct ashamed. In a daze, Le Wanyi seemed to feel that brother Yat, who had always protected her when she grew up, was back. Yes, Yeran protected himself like this when he was a child. Arrive. Just when Le Wanyi was still recalling the past, Jang Xyu said. He looked at the four people in front of him and said seriously. "Sister may have a bad temper. Remember to be polite when entering." Before Jang Xyu finished speaking, the nearly 5-meter-high door was directly shaken open. "Damn fat man, you have a bad reputation outside." Hearing this sentence, Jang Xyu secretly thought that it was not good. Directly activated his own body protecting energy. For a moment, Jang Xiyu's whole body was filled with the smell of alcohol, and a faint purple alcohol mist directly blocked the door. The unique skills of drunkards. Chaos Wine Mist can confuse all attacks and offset attack damage. Extraordinary alcoholics can even use the power of the law of chaos. After seeing this scene, Le Wanyi's eyes narrowed slightly and she murmured to herself, "Diamond level." Who would have thought that a diamond-level expert would stoop to be the person in charge of a nightclub? What secrets does this nightclub hide, and how did Yeran get connected with these people? For a moment, Le Wanyi looked at Yeran with confusion in her eyes. In her eyes at this moment, Yeran seemed to be wrapped in a mysterious veil that she could not see through. Boom! Even if Jang Xyu activated the skill in advance, still, he was blown away by the powerful energy coming from behind the door. It hit the wall and kicked up a burst of dust. "Sister, there is no need to treat your brother like this, there are so many outsiders here." After the dust dispersed, Jang Xyu silently tore off the torn suit. He exposed his strong arms and said helplessly to the door. "Do I need to have such a bad reputation? No normal person can see that you have a bad temper." As a result, not only did the people at the door not appreciate it, but they scolded Jang Xyu. "Damn fat man, call that little guy named Yeran and the inheritor in. No one else is allowed in." Jang Xyu turned his head and smiled helplessly. "Please, you two. The other two, please wait a moment." Afterwards, Yeran took Jang Xyu into the room. As soon as Jang Xyu entered, she was immediately shocked by the luxury inside. Luxurious chandeliers made entirely of diamond jewelry. Gorgeous and exaggerated reliefs. Not to mention the precious calligraphy and paintings that I can't even name, all of which show the nobility of this place. As soon as he came in, Yeran bowed his hands. Junior, greetings, Lord of Grey Mist. As soon as these words came out, there was a strong wind in the room, and a grey mist came to Yeran instantly. It's like a disembodied ghost, you actually guessed me. Yeran looked at her with a wry smile. In the entire Free Tavern, there are only 3 people who dare to beat Jang Xyu like this, and the other 2 are not women. This person in front of me. It is one of the 3 extraordinary people of the Free Tavern, the Lord of the Grey Mist known as the Soul Shepherd. In fact, Jang Xiyu's words about sister outside the door had already exposed the Lord of Grey Mist. After hearing Yeran's analysis, the Lord of Grey Mist waved his hand impatiently. Damn fat man, you ruined my good deeds again. But it seems that you are very familiar with our Free Tavern. The Lord of Grey Mist flew to his side, but his momentum did not calm down. The strong sense of oppression made Yeran unconsciously activate his innate Tao body. Only then did I feel a little bit of clarity. Hey, I can't feel you anymore. It's interesting. It's so interesting that I want to see what your soul is like. The Lord of Grey Mist flew up and down, curiously looking at the young man in front of him. Yeran, who has opened his innate body, can even feel the energy threads coming from all directions. Prepare to wrap around your soul. Madman! Yeran couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Chapter 17. Acting like this is perverse and out of character. Except for the Free Tavern, it's really hard to find this kind of extraordinary person anywhere else. Lord of the Grey Mist, don't you want to see the future Dark Knight Priest? Yeran's words interrupted the crazy actions of the Lord of the Grey Mist. He also successfully attracted the attraction of the Lord of Grey Fog. Then, the Lord of Grey Mist flew directly towards Jang Xyu. The Grey Mist and a pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through everything about Jang Xyu. This is the inheritor you call? It looks ordinary. You can only know whether ordinary is ordinary or not from the moment you come into contact with the inheritance. Yeran calmly responded to the Lord of Grey Mist's question. The Lord of Grey Mist turned to look at Yeran and laughed for a moment. Your calmness makes me doubt whether you are really a silver-level little guy. Standing in front of me, don't you feel scared? Free Tavern does whatever he wants, but he will never hurt his friends, let alone a friend who sends big gifts. The Lord of Grey Mist looked at Yeran, was silent for a moment, and then said, Do you really believe that she can inherit the Dark Knight Priest? Do you know how many people the 3 of us have spent our efforts searching for to inherit the Dark Knight Priest? Yeran looked at the Lord of Grey Mist with straight eyes, without the slightest fear, as if he was the extraordinary person at this moment. Please open the inheritance and you will see the answer you want. The Lord of the Grey Mist's eyes flickered slightly, and his body with a spiritual void was also erratic. Even some diamond-level experts will be cautious and fearful when facing him. No matter how well he hides, he is still invisible in front of her who is proficient in souls. But today, she couldn't see any trace of nervousness or embarrassment in the silver-level boy in front of her. She couldn't see through the boy in front of her. Do you know the consequences of teasing Ko Fan? If it doesn't succeed, take my life. Yeran's eyes flashed with light. Free and easy, confident, with a hint of madness. Teacher, why don't we just forget it? Upon hearing that Yeran was about to gamble his life, Jang Xyu was stunned. She held Yeran's hand and wanted Yeran to take back his bet. Yeran smiled and patted Jang Xyu on the head. My master said, my master will help you build the ladder to reach the gods. At this moment, Jang Xyu was completely confused. She really didn't expect that. What Yeran said, the teacher will help you build the ladder to ascend to the gods, is built with your life as a bet. For a moment, complex emotions surged into my heart. She couldn't understand why Yeran could do this for herself. After hearing this, the Lord of Grey Mist danced up and down happily as if he had encountered something fun. Okay, Okay, little guy, you are crazier than the people in our free tavern. Since you are willing to bet, well, I will make it happen for you. After speaking, the Lord of Grey Mist waved his grey robe lightly. A grey energy swept through the living room. A statue of a woman with her head bowed in prayer suddenly appeared in the living room in a form that ordinary people could not understand. The woman on this statue looks kind and gentle. It's just the pitch-black appearance that gives this sculpture an indescribable sense of weirdness. On the back of this sculpture is clearly engraved the words that the system told Yeran before. Birth is but the beginning of death. This sentence was already engraved here when we got this inheritance. It's so annoying that we haven't figured out how to inherit it until now. If you hadn't suddenly said this sentence, you would have been too lazy to pay attention. You. Okay, don't worry, let's get started. The Lord of Grey Mist said impatiently. Yeran turned his head and looked at Jang Xyu tenderly. Go ahead. No. I won't go. I just want to be your student. I don't want those weird things. Jang Xyu shook her head. For the first time in her life, she learned to reject others. For the first time in her life, she chose to disobey. Jang Xyu recalled that teacher Ye would smile and say good morning to herself every time before reading in the morning. I recalled that every time I studied very late at night and was hungry, teacher Ye would treat me to a late night snack. Thinking back to today when faced with the ridicule of classmates, teacher Ye stood in front of him to block all the mocking eyes. Recalling when Hong Kun teased her, teacher Ye grabbed the palm of her wrist and said. And now the inheritance statue that teacher Ye gambled his life on. Ever since she was a child, except for her parents, she had never felt this kind of love from another person. The kind of love that unconditionally longs for your good. That kind of pure love. The suppressed emotions finally broke out at this moment. The tears in Jang Xyu's eyes couldn't stop flowing down. Yeran looked at Jang Xyu who was crying, feeling helpless. He could only touch Jang Xyu's head and continue. Go ahead, trust your teacher's judgment, and you will succeed. Yeran's constant comfort calmed Jang Xyu's heart. Jang Xyu wiped away her tears and walked towards the dark and strange statue tremblingly. He touched it with his palm. In an instant, black energy spread freely. It turned into a strange ancient magic circle directly on the ground. The energy of this magic circle is so strong. It actually made the whole room start to shake. Tisk, tisk, the power of stimulation is too strong, we need to change the place. The Lord of Grey Mist's eyes flashed, and her voice was full of excitement. Because this humble girl actually inspired the legacy of the Dark Knight Priest. As the grey energy escapes, the sculpture, Jang Xyu, Yeran and others were directly transported to a void. This is the realm of Grey Mist, and it is also my private space. The Lord of Grey Mist responded lightly. Then he looked at Jang Xyu with some excitement. Don't worry, this place won't be broken. Activate it with all your strength and let me see how far you can adapt. Listen to the words of the Lord of Grey Mist. Jang Xyu no longer hesitated. I closed my eyes and began to connect with this sculpture wholeheartedly. Boom! A moment of effort. The black magic circle expanded more than 10 times. The Grey Mist realm almost couldn't withstand this rapid expansion, and a trace of cracks actually appeared. Tisk, that's a bit too much. The Lord of Grey Mist surged up and down. Grey energy is constantly escaping, and the grey fog field is expanding crazily. It didn't stop until the black magic circle was completely covered. At this moment, even the Lord of Grey Fog showed a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. But amid the exhaustion, I was more shocked and excited. Good, 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 not only can it be passed on, but it is also so suitable for inheritance. A good seedling that can only be chosen from a million. Apart from being excited, the Lord of Grey Mist felt a little disappointed in his heart. Why couldn't the 3 extraordinary people find such a seedling after searching so hard for so long? But a little silver guy found it easily. She glanced at Yeran. Complex expression. This statue of the night priest has never been exhibited to outsiders since they obtained it. How did Yeran know the text behind that? And how dare Yeran be 100% sure that the students he leads can inherit the Dark Night Priest? Weird and mysterious boy. For a moment, the Lord of Grey Fog narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn it, I really want to take out his soul and study it. Chapter 18. As if feeling the malice of the Lord of Grey Mist staring at him, Yeran hurriedly said, haha. Dear Lord of Grey Mist, with Jang Xyu's performance, what level can the inheritance integrity reach? The integrity of the inheritance determines Jang Xyu's future potential. As the Night Priest, if the integrity can reach 50%, Jang Xyu will definitely be a diamond-level powerhouse in the future. If the completeness can reach more than 60%, Jang Xyu's future will have endless possibilities. The Lord of Grey Mist heard Yeran's words. Then he turned to look at Jang Xyu, who was in the inheritance ceremony. I don't know if I don't feel this. The feeling made the Lord of Grey Mist feel incredible. This inherited aura has reached more than 60%. Any inheritance is to inherit the power given by that inheritance. Evildoer. The Lord of Grey Mist's eyes were filled with fanaticism. A top professional inheritance has welcomed a successor with a fitness level of more than 60%. The Lord of Grey Mist can't imagine what this girl's future will look like. Involuntarily, another thought appeared in the Lord of Grey Mist's mind. If everything goes well, in the near future, they will welcome the fourth extraordinary member of Free Tavern. 1 door and 4 extraordinary ones. What is the Holy Court of Light? What is the strongest angel? What is the Church of Eternal Night? What is the Ancestor of Blood? What is the Twilight of the Gods? What is the Lord of Thunder? From now on, I will lick the shoes of the Free Tavern. Thinking of this, the Lord of Grey Mist was a little excited, and even the grey mist on his body shook uncontrollably. When I hear the 4 words perfect inheritance. Yeran's mouth also showed a slight smile. Perfect inheritance. As expected, the system did not lie to itself. Jang Xyu's adaptability to the Night Priest was indeed high enough. This is the Night Priest, the top inheritance profession of the Free Tavern. Among the extraordinary inheritance professions, they are also the top group. This means that as long as Jang Xyu continues to practice, then she will eventually reach the result that Yeran has preset. Ascend to God. As the inheritance ceremony comes to an end, suddenly the grey fog began to become chaotic. An inexplicable power began to gather in the sky above the grey fog field. The Lord of Grey Mist snorted coldly. At this moment, the Lord of Grey Mist will never allow any changes that disturb the inheritance ceremony. In an instant, countless grey energy began to pour into the hole that was about to burst, like mending the sky. Boom! However, facing the full interception of the Lord of Grey Fog, the energy didn't stagnate at all and blasted directly through the grey fog field. It fell on Jang Xyu. With the forceful breaking of the formation, even extraordinary beings like the Lord of Grey Mist couldn't help but feel their energy and blood surge, and a stream of blood surged up. For a moment, the Lord of Grey Mist was a little frightened. What kind of power is this? It actually ignored its own full defense and shattered its own domain? This, not even the nation-destroying extraordinary ones can do this easily. And when in contact with this energy, the Lord of Grey Mist actually felt a hint of trembling. This kind of trembling comes from the suppression of personality. The last time I had this feeling was with that old man with a white beard in Shanghai. The Lord of Grey Mist's heart sank slightly, hoping that this would not affect the little girl's inheritance. When the energy of the impact dissipates, the inheritance ceremony is completely over. At this time, Jang Xyu's momentum began to soar crazily. The middle period of brass, the late period of brass, the early period of silver, the middle period of silver, the late period of silver, the early period of gold, the middle period of gold. The rising strength finally stopped when it reached the golden middle stage. It's just an inheritance. He passed 7 ranks in a row. The Lord of Grey Mist saw this scene. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was just part of the inheritance ceremony. But from this point of view, the status of the Dark Knight priest is indeed high enough, and a casual blow actually made her soul tremble. Just when Jang Xyu achieved continuous leaps in rank and her strength skyrocketed. Yeran's voice on the side also sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and tutoring a student. The rewards for this tutoring are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a bronze level lottery ticket. Ding! It has been detected that the teaching subject has high respect for the host. Should he be bound as a direct disciple? Here we go again, comfortable. Yeran chose to accept it without thinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a direct disciple. Moment. Yeran felt that he had established a subtle connection with Jang Xyu. Yeran's breath began to swell. The ink dragon in his body began to materialize around Yeran. The Ye family's Malong. Looking at the ink dragon surrounding Yeran, the Lord of Grey Mist whispered, with a complicated light shining in his eyes. Roar! The ink dragon around Yeran roared. Yeran felt that his meridians began to expand continuously. The endless flow of power washes away every part of itself like a mighty river. As the power continued to wash away, the entire body of Yeran's embodied Malong became more solid. Wong Da Chan and Jang Xyu are bound to practice. Yeran finally accumulated enough knowledge and was ready to break through the golden mark. Roar! Malong became anxious and turned into a beam of energy, rushing towards Yeran's mind. Start charging towards the invisible shackles. Reckless! The Lord of Grey Mist said lightly. As an extraordinary person, she can naturally see clearly the problems with Yeran's physical talent at a glance. Yeran must have been a proud man before, and he should have reached the gold level long ago, but failed. Then after many failed attacks on the gold level, the golden shackles on Yeran's body were thick enough to be easily visible. Usually to this point, it can basically be said that the hope of advancing in practice has been lost. Practitioners also call this shackles a chasm that is impossible to cross. If you want to attack this level of golden shackles with your own strength, it is destined to be like a worm shaking a tree, and a mantis using its arm as a chariot. It is nothing more than tightening the shackles a little more. But Yeran can't control so much at the moment. He is so passionate at this moment. Control the ink dragon in your heart and charge towards the golden mark. When he was about to touch the rock-like golden shackles, Yeran's innate Tao body started to move again. In an instant, the movement of the innate Taoist body caused the solid golden shackles to melt away completely. Yeran went straight to Huanglong without encountering any obstacles. Breaking through the golden mark. Boom! The powerful aura spread out with Yeran as the center. Golden level, breakthrough. Chapter 19. The Lord of Grey Mist looked at this scene with a stunned look on his face. Success! Success? How is this possible? The Lord of Grey Fog narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. As an extraordinary person, she can naturally feel that Yeran's aura has become much thicker at a glance. This level is no longer weaker than the late golden stage. Everything has two sides. Repeated failed attacks have a great risk of ruining your practice. However, long-term suppression and impact can also strengthen the foundation of practitioners as never before. At this time, the leaves are like bamboo shoots. They take root in 10 years and can grow 3 feet in one day. Even with the initial strength of gold, the solid foundation and quality are not weaker than those in the late golden stage. Since Yeran immediately put away his breath after breaking through, the Lord of Grey Mist did not notice. At this time, the power of the ink dragon in Yeran's body began to faintly glow with golden light. Yeran, who had succeeded in the impact, showed no emotion at all on his face, as if he had done something ordinary. The Lord of Grey Mist naturally saw this scene. The Lord of Grey Mist wondered for a moment whether this kid was deliberately creating difficulties for himself just to lay a solid foundation. After many failed attacks, he finally succeeded one day. Logically speaking, ordinary people would have laughed like crazy like Fan Jin who won the exam. But the young man in front of him remained as calm as ever. He does not take joy in things or feel sorrow in himself, as if the person who did such feats is not him. This kind of temperament, this kind of city. As time goes by, it seems that another remarkable figure will emerge from the Ye family. Jang Xyu ran to Yeran excitedly, "Teacher, I succeeded." The inner joy and endless gratitude made Jang Xyu couldn't help but hug Yeran. "Teacher, look. This is what the statue gave me after the inheritance just now." After saying that, Jang Xyu looked like a student showing off her achievements. A black staff appeared out of thin air in his hand. This staff is extremely dark, with complex patterns vaguely carved on it. Just looking at it more often makes you feel like your soul will be sucked into it. Weird, mysterious, powerful. "Xyu, do you feel uncomfortable?" Jang Xyu thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't feel any discomfort, but I always feel that this staff is connected to my bloodline. When I use it, I feel like I am commanding my own arm." Just as the master and apprentice were studying the staff that appeared for no reason, the voice of the Lord of Grey Fog sounded again. But this extraordinary voice was trembling for some reason. "Little girl, can you let me take a look at that staff?" After hearing the request of the Lord of Grey Mist. This time, Jang Xyu did not choose to obediently hand over the staff to the Lord of Grey Mist as soon as he promised Hong Kun before. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yeran. "Teacher, is it okay?" There is a posture that without Yeran nodding, even if he is extraordinary, he would not be able to command himself. Extraordinary? At this moment, in Jang Xyu's heart, not even a hair of teacher Jinai could compare to her. Seeing Jang Xyu's performance, Yeran felt a little warm in his heart. He touched Jang Xyu's head and said with a smile, "Go and give Senior a look." After all, the Lord of Grey Mist is one of the three extraordinary people of the Free Tavern. She knows much more than Yeran about the secrets inherited from the Free Tavern. Knowing more about it will also be beneficial to Jang Xyu's development. After listening to Yeran's words, Jang Xyu obediently showed the staff in his hand again. After seeing this scene, the smoke around the Lord of Grey Mist was shaking a little, and he murmured to himself, "Exclusive, it's actually exclusive." Yeran saw the Lord of Grey Mist losing his composure and couldn't help but ask, "Senior, is there any problem with Xyu's inheritance?" After all, everyone could see the energy pillar that blasted through the field before. Yeran was naturally worried that there was something wrong with Jang Xyu's inheritance. The Lord of Grey Mist calmed down in response to Yeran's questioning. She was silent for a moment and said to Yeran and Yeran, "You are not from the sect organization, so you naturally don't understand the inheritance. The sect's inheritance has lasted for tens of millions of years, and the source of all power comes from one token after another with mysterious power. Some organizations call it the idol, some call it the fruit position, and some call it the career sequence, but they all lead to the same goal. Those of us who fit the token will receive different benefits according to the degree of compatibility during the process of receiving the baptism of the token's energy. Level of potential development. However, a very small number of them are able to obtain the exclusive use of the token because they perfectly fit the token. A token can transform countless compatible persons, but it is exclusive to only one." The Lord of Grey Fog paused for a moment, the shock in his eyes still not dissipating. "Perhaps you still can't intuitively feel what exclusiveness means, but I can tell you responsibly that the Eternal Spear, Thor's Hammer, and Archangel Sword that have appeared in the history meeting are all exclusive to tokens." Hearing this, Yeran took a slight breath. The names of these things mentioned by the Lord of Grey Fog are too loud, and they were all weapons of the most powerful people at that time. Each one of them has left a mark in the long history. Now you know what exclusive means. The Lord of Grey Mist said, looking at Jang Xyu with a bright look in her eyes, there is a saying in our sect group, when a person gets a token of his own, her inheritance matching degree for the token will be at least 90%. The Lord of Grey Mist paused for a moment, her eyes fixed on Jang Xyu. In other words, she is the deity of this sequence. Just after the Lord of Grey Mist said these words, the voice of the system rang in Yeran's mind again. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully completed the achievement task and guided the students to achieve perfect inheritance, 1/1. This lottery ticket will start a special upgrade. Ding! The special upgrade of this lottery ticket is a color lottery ticket, which can draw a special color treasure box. Do you want to open it? Chapter 20. Yeran chose to turn it on. Ding! A special colored treasure chest is opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sect token. Do you want to bind it? Sect token? Yeran's mind just flashed with confusion. The system gave the answer. Zone token, a consumable rule prop used to establish a sect. Those who use the token will become the sect leader and can include direct disciples into the sect. Apprenticeship ceremony, when incorporated into a sect, the sect leader can randomly select and copy the talents, skills, weapons, etc. of his direct disciples. Inspiration, the sect leader can temporarily improve the all-round attributes of all disciples. The current attribute improvement rate is 100%, and the time limit is 10 minutes, 3/3. The current sect's passive bonuses: 1. Increase the practice speed by 10%. 2. Increase attack power by 10%. 3. The combined attack damage of sect disciples is increased by 10%. What a perverted effect! This means that you will randomly obtain any attribute from all your direct disciples. At the same time, he can give all his disciples 3 stimulants a day to double their combat power. Not only that, all members of the sect can also gain bonuses to their practice speed, attack power, and combined attack damage. It seems that the higher the level of the sect, the bonuses obtained will also increase. Without even thinking about it, Yeran directly chose to create the sect. Ding! It is detected that the host is creating a sect, please give the sect a name. Yeran thought for a moment, and finally 2 words appeared in his mind. Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the heavenly court was successfully established, please join the sect as a disciple as soon as possible. Yeran directly pulled Wong Da Chan and Jang Xyu into his sect. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, Wong Da Chan, who is extracting and copying. Congratulations to the host, successfully copied the talent, Giant Strength, the host's strength bonus increased by 30%. Then Yeran felt that his muscles had swelled a little more, and his strength seemed to have improved a lot, but that was all. Seeing Wong Da Chan's copy results, Yeran curled his lips. As expected of you, Wong Da Chan. The extracted copy talent can be said to be a bonus that is better than nothing. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, Jang Xyu, who is extracting and copying. Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the weapon, the Scepter of Life and Death, the only prop, a product of the intertwining of the 2 laws of life and death, and the killing weapon of the compassionate. Scepter of Life and Death, the user can switch attack and treatment effects at will, and the effect is increased by 300%. Contains skills: Gift of the Goddess of Life, Heal any life, 1/1, Gaze of the Goddess of Death, Curse any life, 1/1. The effect will be discounted according to the difference between the user's strength and the target of the spell. Nice one! When he saw the introduction of the Scepter of Life and Death, Yeran's eyes lit up. He would definitely make a lot of money this time. Regardless of the triple bonus, the 2 included skills alone are nothing short of abnormal. Resurrection on the spot, fixed point curse killing. It's completely a rule-based method, without making any sense. This trip to guide Jang Xyu's inheritance is definitely a worthwhile trip. Just when Yeran was studying the system rewards, the Lord of Grey Mist on the side spoke. Yeran, we need to talk. This time, the Lord of Grey Mist did not call Yeran a boy. Instead, he communicated with Yeran in a consultative tone. If you were an ordinary person, you would probably be flattered by now. But Yeran still looked calm, neither humble nor arrogant. Senior, please speak. The Lord of Grey Mist said, first of all, I want to thank you for bringing such a perfect successor to our free tavern. From today on, you are our friend of the free tavern and you can use this token to go to any of our branches at any time. The museum mobilizes manpower. As a cloud of grey mist rises, suddenly there was a token in Yeran's hand. The token had the same mysterious aura as the Lord of Grey Fog. I also like the attitude of the free tavern very much. If you need it, just call me. Yeran responded to the Lord of Grey Mist, expressing his recognition and gratitude to Liberty Tavern. In his tone, he always puts himself on an equal footing with a behemoth like the Free Tavern. It doesn't look like a gift from a superpower to an individual at all. Instead, it looks like two equal powers establishing diplomatic relations. The Lord of Grey Mist looked at Yeran and was silent for a long time. The seemingly arrogant words Yeran said made her extraordinary and didn't feel anything was wrong. This weird feeling gave the Lord of Grey Fog an unspeakable complex emotion. To be honest, I can't see through you. The Lord of Grey Mist spoke out his true thoughts, but it doesn't matter, our free tavern is different from those sanctimonious noble families and we won't pry at will. Friend. The Lord of Grey Mist paused and continued, secondly, I hope Jang Xyu will stay with me. She who has just received the inheritance needs my help and consolidation. Senior, for this kind of matter, you need to ask Jang Xyu's personal wishes. Yeran turned his head and looked at Jang Xyu. Do you want to? Jang Xyu looked at Yeran, then at the Lord of Grey Mist, and finally said to Yeran seriously. Teacher Yat, I won't go back to school. I want to stay here. Hearing this, Yeran was slightly stunned. He did not expect that Jang Xyu, who had always been obedient and timid, would make such a choice. But he nodded, just follow your own choice. Jang Xyu seemed to be afraid that Yeran would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, Teacher Yat, my progress will be the fastest if I stay here, because... Jang Xyu hesitated for a moment and mustered up her courage. Because I don't want Teacher Yet to break his promise, I want to realize those words on the podium one by one for you, Teacher Yet. I want to be the strongest one, and I want to let the school know that Teacher Yet is the best teacher. Listening to Jang Xyu's words, Yeran was slightly startled. He did not expect that Jang Xyu listened to every word he said on the podium. Thinking about it, the little girl who had been timid before must have mustered up a lot of courage to say such bold words now. Yeran touched Jang Xyu's head and said happily, our little girl seems to have grown up. Jang Xyu, who originally had his head lowered, raised his head and looked up at Yeran. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the teacher and student seemed to have reached a tacit understanding at this moment. Afterwards, Jang Xyu looked up at the Lord of Grey Mist and said seriously. Senior, I can stay, but I have to take the final exam for my freshman year. I hope that before that, I can become the strongest among the freshmen in the entire Magic City Gaowu Academy. Jang Xyu spoke firmly, without any of the cowardice before. Although the Lord of Grey Fog doesn't know the cause and effect. But he still burst out laughing. You are looking down on your own talent too much. Don't worry, if you get second place, our Liberty Tavern will be disbanded. I'm still looking forward to the expression of the old man with the white beard at that time. Listening to the excitement in the Lord of Grey Mist's tone, it is not difficult to feel that the Lord of Grey Mist and his principal have quite a feud. After speaking, Yeran opened his mouth and said to the Lord of Grey Mist. Now that the matter has been discussed, let's talk a little bit about it. If you have anything, just say it. If you need me to kill someone for you, that's fine. It was obvious that the Lord of Grey Mist was in a very good mood at this time. Yeran looked at the Lord of Grey Mist and said seriously. Le Wanyi is right outside the door. She misses you so much. Let's meet you at least, Aunt Jing. Chapter 21. Ian Yung, Aunt. After hearing this, the scene suddenly fell silent. Jang Xyu looked at Yeran from the left and the Lord of Grey Mist from the right. She stood aside wisely and studied her own staff. The Lord of Grey Fog is still shrouded in grey fog, and no trace of his expression can be seen. After a while, the Lord of Grey Mist let out a long sigh, that's all. As the words fell, the grey fog field dispersed like smoke. The three of them returned to the room again. Also dissipated was the smoke surrounding the Lord of Grey Mist. Jang Xyu glanced quietly out of the corner of her eye and was stunned. At this moment, a woman stood there. She was wearing a long, close-fitting dress. Her curvaceous figure is breathtaking. Even under the white light in the room, the whiteness of the woman's skin was not concealed. Her long, slightly curly hair like a waterfall falls gently on her arms. Her facial features are delicate and majestic, supporting the visually impactful heavy makeup. Flaming red lips, exquisite beauty. If Le Wanyi is the snow lotus on the iceberg, then the woman in front of her is the blooming rose. Possessing ultimate feminine charm, charming and dangerous. Who would have thought that underneath the smoke, there would be such a stunning woman? The woman's expression was complicated. You are still as sharp as ever, Yeran. After saying that, the woman took out a cigarette from her hand like a magic trick, lit it and put it in her mouth. Tell me, when did you find out it was me? Yeran looked at the woman in front of him and responded, from the moment you lost your temper and beat Jang Xyu when you entered. How did Yeran guess it? It was clearly written in the free tavern information given to him by the system. Le Jing, one of the three extraordinary beings in the free tavern, a genius of the previous generation of the Le family, left the Le family due to special circumstances, accepted the inheritance of the Grey Mist Soul Envoy statue in the free tavern, and achieved extraordinary breakthroughs. Yeran was looking for answers and clues, and naturally discovered something fishy from the beginning. Aunt Jing, you started attacking Jang Xyu before we got close. Your real purpose was to stop us 10 meters away. You were afraid that Legia's mind would be affected if we got too close. Yeran's slow analysis. After that, relying on his irritable personality, he forced Le Wanyi and the others not to come in, so it was natural. Furthermore, the fact that you can immediately tell me that I am from the Ye family, and at the same time, when I advance, you can directly say the word reckless without even observing me carefully, shows that you are too familiar with me. Yeran said decisively, a woman who knows me so well does not exist in aristocratic families, and is very resistant to contact with Le Wanyi. Aunt Jing, I really can't think of another person besides you. Listening to Yeran's analysis, Le Jing rubbed her big waves irritably. Abnormal, you still have the energy to care about foreign objects when you are sprinting to advance. Le Jing took a sip to cover up her embarrassment. After all, as an extraordinary person, being exposed by so many lies by a gold-level boy is really hard to do. Later, Le Jing was a person who could afford to take things up and let go, so she did not dwell on this trivial matter. Instead, he said calmly. That's all, your kid has been clever since he was a child, so it's understandable that he was discovered by you. But forget about meeting Wanyi. After all, I'm no longer from the Le family. Yeran looked at Le Jing's attitude and had a lot of thoughts. From Yeran calling Aunt Le Jing, we can see how close the Ye family and the Le family are. Therefore, Yeran also knew about Le Jing's matter. Le Jing was the same as Le Wanyi now. Gifted and beautiful. She is the darling of God who combines all the advantages in one body. Especially the ancestral exercises of the music family, kings in Kinpu. He was actually able to influence the souls of diamond-level masters in their golden age. He was once called a sect wizard who was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Her talent even far exceeds that of Le Wanyi now. It's just that the way of heaven is to make up for the excess when there is more damage. God gave Le Enjing countless advantages, but gave her an insurmountable love disaster. She fell in love with a civilian boy, Wang Xianghe. This incident directly caused an uproar the moment it was exposed. Even in this era of openness, the love between aristocratic families and common people will be hindered in every possible way. Not to mention Le Enjing's era. As soon as the incident broke out, Le Enjing was grounded at home by the head of the Le family, Le Wanyi's grandfather. Le Enjing also agreed to the conditions of confinement imposed by the head of the Le family on the grounds of keeping Wang Xianghe. However, after half a month. Le Enyong received the news of Li Sanghaik's death. At that time, Le Enyong went crazy and went to argue with her father. After the quarrel, Le Enjing never appeared again in the Le family. Aunt Enjing, you also know the situation at that time. The reason why Grandpa Le did this was to protect you in disguise. Yeran said. After all, the thoughts of that era were more extreme, and aristocratic families valued family status more than anything else. Once this situation occurs where aristocratic families fall in love with common people, you will be ridiculed by other aristocratic families at any time when you go out, and those who go too far may suffer from the dirty hands of other aristocratic families. The reason why the head of the Le family chose to be grounded was actually to protect his daughter in disguise. You're right, the old man has protected his daughter. Le Enjing blew out a smoke ring, her thoughts flying. Nearly 20 years have passed. Right or wrong is no longer important. I am too lazy to pursue it anymore. Le Enjing continued, but I am disgusted. I am disgusted by those sanctimonious aristocratic families. What they say fairness and justice, but behind the scenes, interests come first, Le Enjing glanced at Yeran. Xiaran, your feelings should be no less than mine. Yeran smiled bitterly. After all, because of his strength, his predecessor obviously had a baby daddy. But just put aside the cold treatment, even to the extent of not asking each other. Isn't this kind of sanctimonious approach also the standard of the aristocratic family? Le Enjing looked at Yeran and continued to say with some gloating. But the Le family may have really misjudged this time and let such a real dragon go. Tisk, 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 I really look forward to the old man's expression when you turn out to be born. During this short time with Yeran. As an extraordinary person, Le Enjing is extremely certain that Yeran is definitely not a thing in the pool. Sooner or later, they will step into the center of the world, like a dragon and a phoenix. If those hypocrites from the Le family knew that they had missed such a real dragon, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit their blood. Chapter 22. Yeran listened to Le Enjing's praise and responded, Auntie, thank you very much. But you should meet Le Wanyi once. After all, Le Wanyi seems to be a different person since you left. She doesn't smile much. Although Yeran is a time traveler, he still has previous memories, especially the memory of Le Wanyi, which is relatively deep. After all, the two are childhood sweethearts and grew up together. If he could easily untie Le Wanyi's knot, Yeran wouldn't mind helping. Listening to what Yeran said, Le Enjing suddenly felt a sudden realization. She put out her cigarette with excitement on her face. Oh, so this is your kid's goal. I thought you two were already in trouble because of those things. You should have told me earlier. No, Aunt. Yeran felt something was wrong. Aunt Enjing's love brain seemed to have reached the IQ high point. Le Enjing interrupted Yeran, Okay, stop talking. This matter is your aunt's fault. I hate it the most in my life when others break up the couple. As long as you two still have feelings for each other, your aunt. Even if I burn down the Legia ancestral courtyard, I will make a pair for you. Rather than watching Li's family suffer, Li Enjing naturally hopes that her little niece can find a good husband. Since Yeran still has feelings, there is no reason for him not to help Li Wanyi tie him down. No. Before Yeran could finish speaking, he was pushed out of the door by a force. Let Li Wanyi come in, and the others will continue waiting outside. The words from inside the door came out. Li Wanyi also looked at Yeran in confusion. How did Ko Fan inside know her name? And he asked her to come in by name? Yeran looked at Li Wanyi and said with a wry smile, "It's not dangerous, just go in, but don't listen to her nonsense." Yeran's words made Li Wanyi, who was already confused, even more confused. But he walked into the room anyway. Bang! As Li Wanyi entered, the door was closed again. Not only that, grey smoke began to fill around the door, cutting off all consciousness and sound. As if afraid that anyone would hear the slightest bit of information. Yeran looked at the closed door of the room and was speechless. Is this the charm of the free tavern? I hope Jang Xyu will not be affected like this in the future. Room interior. Li Wanyi stood at the door of the room, looking around warily. Come in, what's the danger? A careless sentence broke the silence in the room. Only then did Li Wanyi see the stunning big wave lying on the sofa. When she saw the appearance, Li Wanyi was stunned and blurted out. Aunt. Li Enjing looked at Li Wanyi with a smile on her face. What? You can't recognize me, or do you think I'm dead? Then, Li Enjing stood up and walked forward. Looking at Li Wanyi with admiration. That's right, that's right. We've already reached the platinum level, and our beauty is as good as your aunt and mine. At this time, Li Wanyi finally reacted from the shock. Aunt, really aunt? Li Wanyi was extremely pleasantly surprised, and her cold face softened a lot at this time. She hugged Li Enjing directly. Auntie, I miss you so much. From small to large. Because Li Wanyi's parents passed away prematurely. On weekdays, only my grandfather, aunt, and Yeran are kind to me. It can be said that these people took up most of the happy time when they were growing up. Now my grandfather is busy running the Li family and neglects to care about himself. My aunt left the Li family for some reason. And Yeran gradually became alienated from himself because of the stagnation in his practice. It can be said that in the days without them. Over the years, Li Wanyi's life in Legia has been extremely bleak. After practicing almost every day and night, I was busy mediating the power struggle within the family. That is to say, from these days. Li Wanyi gradually got used to being alone, getting used to putting away her smile. Treat everyone with a cold face. It's no wonder that after meeting Li Enjing, Li Wanyi immediately lost her previous reserve. He plunged into Li Enjing's arms. Li Enjing touched Li Wanyi's head with a pleased expression and said angrily. A platinum-level expert is still like a little girl, snuggling into someone's arms and not afraid of being laughed at. I'll just snuggle. Saying that, Li Wanyi hugged her aunt's arm harder. It was as if he was afraid that his aunt would leave him in the next second. Okay, silly kid, if you push harder, your aunt's waist will almost break. Li Enjing pushed Li Wanyi in disgust, but Li Wanyi acted like a spoiled brat and refused to give in. The inside was arched a little more, making Li Enjing very helpless. I asked you, can you learn from that boy from the Ye family and be a little more mature and stable? Li Enjing said. Hearing this, Li Wanyi was a little stunned. She looked up at Li Enjing. Ye family, which one are you talking about? It's just the boy standing at the door, what else can I say? He. Li Wanyi said this in a long, drawn-out voice, as if it was not enough to express her surprise. Li Enjing asked, what's the problem? I haven't seen this kid Yeran for a few years. He is really too mature. He is steady, dignified, well-organized, and has good skills in teaching his disciples. But his strength is a little behind. But as time goes by, this guy is definitely the backbone of the Ye family. Listening to Le Enjing's evaluation of Yeran, Le Wanyi was naturally happy. But when I turned around and thought about it, I was stunned. Except for the fact that these words cannot keep up with the strength of one sentence. It seems that any other adjective has nothing to do with Yeran in my impression. Looking at the confused Le Wanyi, Le Enjing frowned slightly. Naturally, she didn't know Yeran stayed in school before. I thought Le Wanyi was a little resentful of her praising Yeran. Le Enjing thought for a moment. Looking at this posture, it's not Yeran who has a problem, it's our little princess who has other ideas. But it doesn't make sense for such an outstanding child like Yeran. This is not okay. Such good seedlings have to be planted in their own fields. At this moment, the matchmaker's soul in Le Enjing's heart began to burn brightly. No matter what I say today, I will stick this pair of Mandarin ducks together. Wanyi, what's your reaction? Listening to Le Enjing's inquiry, Le Wanyi finally reacted and then said to Le Enjing. Auntie, do you have any misunderstanding? Yeran is not as good as you said. Do you think your aunt is lying to you? Le Wanyi listened to Le Enjing's words and waved her hand. What are you talking about, aunt? But I am now the teaching director of the freshman Gaowu Academy in the Demon City, and Yeran is the freshman tutor. What is his situation? What can I do? Don't you understand? You should tell your aunt how he is doing. Listening to Le Enjing's inquiry, Le Wanyi said. The tutor who is the last in the freshman class has now been demoted to the amateur level. If there is no results at the end of the semester, he may be fired. Hearing this, Le Enjing was stunned. She looked at Le Wanyi in disbelief. You can also dismiss me? Is your school blind? Chapter 23. Le Enjing's words made Le Wanyi even more confused. Le Enjing looked at Le Wanyi, who was silent and couldn't help but mocked. It seems that your old man with a white beard is only at this level. Such a mentor is on the verge of being expelled. Tisk, 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 tisk. Old guy with dim eyesight, why not just die and let me be the one? I don't know if it's the influence of staying in the Liberty Tavern for a long time or the fact that I'm freed from the constraints of aristocratic families. Le Enjing's main theme now is her free will, and what stands out is her arrogance. Listening to Le Enjing's words, Le Wanyi couldn't help but cover her mouth. Auntie, please keep your voice down, Principal Bai can sense it. As the top world-destroying transcendent, Bai Su is basically no longer in the same category as humans. There are rumors among the people that Bai Su can secretly sense the words people talk about him. Le Enjing slapped Le Wanyi's hand away and said angrily, "What are you afraid of? Your aunt, I will tell you the truth. Even in front of old man Bai, I dare to say that." Le Wanyi looked at the lawless Le Enjing with a sad face. Auntie, what drug did Yeran give you to make you praise him so much? Hey, little girl, you still don't believe what your aunt says. Le Enjing saw that Le Wanyi still didn't believe it, so she waved directly behind her. Xiaoru, come here for a moment. Then, Jang Xyu walked out of the inner room. At this time, she no longer looked timid as before, but looked at Le Wanyi with a smile on her face. There was a pair of cute dimples on her round face, which complemented her two tiger teeth. The cuteness of Loli is vividly reflected in Jang Xyu. Hello, Director Le, let me introduce myself again. I am Jang Xyu, a student of teacher Ye in class 1 and 2 of the freshman year. When I saw Jang Xyu coming out, Le Wanyi's eyes never left Jang Xyu's body, and she even rubbed her eyes unconsciously. Calm, confident, calm, generous. Is this still the Jang Xyu I saw just now? How on earth can a person's temperament undergo such an earth-shaking change in less than half an hour? It's almost like... It's like a different person, right? Le Enjing seemed to be able to see through Le Wanyi's heart and directly said Le Wanyi's words. This is just an appearance, you have to be more confident and take a look. Following Le Enjing's guidance, Le Wanyi began to concentrate on her luck and observed Jang Xyu carefully. You don't know this, and the sight of it made Le Wanyi's breath confused and she almost staggered out of the way. He blurted out directly, this is impossible. Promoted from brass to gold. At this time, Le Enjing was very proud. Don't ask me specifically how it changed. I can only say that all of this is the new life Yeran gave her. Le Wanyi looked at Le Enjing in disbelief. The expression on his face seems to say, are you kidding me? Director Le, it's true. The purpose of teacher Ye bringing me to the nightclub is to improve my strength and let me find my own path of practice. Seeing that Le Wanyi didn't believe it, Jang Xyu came forward to speak out, confirming Le Enjing's words. Listening to Jang Xyu's speech, Le Wanyi suddenly recalled the time when she questioned Yeran. Yeran's answer to himself. For a moment, there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. I really blamed Yeran wrongly. Yeran didn't lie to himself. He really brought his students to the nightclub to improve his strength. Thinking of what she said to Wang Xiaoman about cutting the roots of leaves, Le Wanyi wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. How about it? Let the students advance from brass to gold in half an hour. With such a method, you still say that your white old man is not dim-sighted. Le Enjing was very proud. As long as Yeran's image is established in Le Wanyi's heart, it will be a matter of course for her to become a matchmaker. That's what I said, but it's a bit too exaggerated. Le Wanyi responded. She still can't believe how this was done. Le Enjing was still suspicious when she saw Le Wanyi. Somewhat impatiently, he told Le Wanyi the whole story. After Le Wanyi listened carefully, her shock could not subside for a long time. So, Yeran not only knows all the information about the free tavern, but he can also see at a glance that Jang Xyu is a perfect successor to the Dark Knight Priest inheritance. Not only that, he also discovered your hidden identity from the beginning. Incredible! What Le Enjing told herself broke through her inherent knowledge. If everything is true, that means Yeran relies on his own strength. Pulling a student who was almost eliminated from the school into the ranks of geniuses. They are still the kind of top geniuses who are certain to advance to the extraordinary level. With such achievements, not to mention the star mentor, it is the principal of Gaowu Academy, Venerable Void. Bai Su has never had such achievements in guidance in his entire life. But this kind of teacher, according to the school's system, he is about to be eliminated. For a moment, the corner of Le Wanyi's mouth turned bitter. No wonder my aunt said the school was blind. If this were made public, the pressure from public opinion would probably overwhelm the entire university. How is it? Are you excited? Your little baby is not as bad as you thought. Watching Le Wanyi come out of the shock. Le Enjing strikes while the iron is hot and continues her great career as a matchmaker. Le Wanyi blushed when she heard this. Auntie, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You are already at the age of starting a family. The boy is unmarried and the girl is unmarried. You two still have babies to kiss. How are you going to give up on such a good young talent like this? I remember you liked Yeran very much before. Listening to Le Enjing's words, Le Wanyi's heart also felt ripples. Yes, it might be possible to achieve such a result if I mentioned it to my grandfather again. For a moment, Le Enjing's face also looked happy. But in an instant, Le Wanyi's excited emotions were suppressed by reason. And, let's forget it. Grandpa probably won't agree to it. After hearing this, Le Enjing's face became a little gloomy. After all, she had suffered a loss in this before. Why is that old guy I'm going to find him. The old man from the Le family has not yet settled the accounts for ruining her marriage. Now I have to give my little niece a hard time. Le Enjing was so angry that grey fog began to fill her body, and she looked like she would do it tonight. Le Wanyi hurriedly took Le Enjing's hand, "Aunt, it's not what you think. Grandpa, he also has his own reasons." Le Enjing's face was cold. "I hope this explanation will convince me, otherwise I will demolish the Le family's ancestral home." Chapter 24. Seeing Le Enjing caring so much about herself, Le Wanyi also felt warm in her heart. She had not felt this kind of warmth from her family for a long time. "Auntie, do you still remember the reason for Yeran's decadence?" Le Wanyi recalled. Yeran was very talented at the time, but for some reason he chose not to tell all the adults about his pursuit of gold. The final result, as you know, was that the gold level attack failed. After that, Yeran, who did not believe in evil, made many attacks, but all ended in failure. He directly consolidated his golden door into a chasm door that could not be opened by external force. Speaking of which, Le Wanyi couldn't help but sigh. If it hadn't been for this matter, then I should be married to Yeran now. I know this. Yeran was extremely talented at the time and was overconfident, which led to that result. Le Enjing continued. In the end, Le Wanyi shook her head. "No, Aunt, things are not as simple as imagined." Later, Le Wanyi continued to recall, "Since Yeran was decadent at home, my grandfather once had a serious talk with me about this matter alone. Grandpa told me at that time that when he failed in his first attempt at gold, he had carefully looked at Yeran's injuries. In order to cure Yeran's illness, he used our Le family's natal skills, Qing Xin Holy Judgment. You also know that our Le family's skills are good at the soul, especially the Pure Heart Holy Technique, which can sweep away all impurities in the soul wherever it goes." Originally, Grandpa thought this was an ordinary and trivial matter, but when he used the Pure Heart Holy Ju to treat the root cause of the disease, he discovered that Yeran's injury was not caused by a failed impact. Le Wanyi's face darkened, and she repeated what her grandfather told her at that time. "My grandfather only said 8 words to me at that time. If the two prides join forces, the python will swallow the dragon." After hearing Le Wanyi's words, Le Enjing also calmed down, her violent aura restrained herself. "You mean to say that the reason why Yeran failed in many attacks was not his own negligence but someone's deliberate frame-up?" Le Enjing organized her thoughts based on Le Wanyi's words. "A python swallows a dragon. This dragon naturally represents the Ye family's Malong, and this python and a bird." Le Enjing stopped talking. "Which 2 martial arts in the world are related to this python and a bird? It is too obvious." Le Wanyi smiled bitterly. "I believe you have guessed it, Aunt, it's those 2 families, but I don't know the reason. But since Grandpa found out about this, he warned me to try not to have anything to do with the Ye family. A lot of interactions, after all, the Ye family can afford to offend these 2 families, our Le family." Speaking of this, Le Wanyi looked a little downcast. The biggest root problem of Legia is the lack of access to green and yellow. To this day, the head of the family is still struggling to support Le Wanyi's grandfather. The mainstay among the 2nd generation, Le Wanyi's father, passed away early. The remaining uncles of Le Wanyi not only made no achievements in spiritual practice, but also devoted themselves to fighting for power and position. The backbone of the family and its discord. For such a shaky family to want to participate in the life and death struggle between families is tantamount to disaster. Le Enjing pondered for a moment without saying anything. Unexpectedly, behind the failure of Yeran's golden attack, there was actually a struggle between 3 top aristocratic families. "That's not right," Le Enjing suddenly said. "Since things have developed to this point, according to the old man's opinion, you should be confined to the Le family house now. How could you be allowed to come out with such fanfare and hold the position?" the first-year tutor at the Magic City Gaowu Academy. Li Enjing is very familiar with her father. This is how the old man handled her matter before. Li Wanyi listened to Li Enjing's confusion and smiled bitterly. The reason why I came out was not the intention of my grandfather, but the intention of those uncles. At the family clan meeting, they all agreed that I am talented and mature, and it is time to go out and gain some experience. In the end, my grandpa couldn't stand the pressure and asked me where I wanted to go, so I chose Gaowu Academy in the Magic City. Hearing this, Li Enjing's face darkened. Li Wanyi's lineage belongs to the direct line of the Li family. Li Wanyi's father is also the heir appointed by the old man. Now the immediate family members of the Li family were kicked out in the family meeting. The intentions of these side branches are obvious. Thinking of this, Li Enjing narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a bad tone, "Is the old man's control over the family already so bad now?" Li Wanyi nodded. "Grandpa is old, and every time he uses his strength, he may lose his life. In order to protect the family, he rarely uses his strength, and even leaves many family affairs to those few uncle takes care of it. Damn thing!" Li Enjing cursed. The grey fog around him began to rise again, and the momentum began to rise. Big brother is no longer here, these rotten fish and shrimps have jumped out. Li Enjing looked at Li Wanyi with a hint of evil. "Let me know when you return to Legia next time, and I will go with you. If the old man can't control it, of course someone will." There was a strong murderous intent in Li Enjing's words. Although she usually doesn't bother to care about the Li family's affairs. But he has watched his elder brother's precious daughter grow up, so bullying Li Wanyi is tantamount to bullying her. Just forget it if you don't know. Now that she knows, how can she stand such burdiness after staying in the Liberty Tavern for so long? By the way, why did you choose Gaowu Academy in the Magic City instead of choosing anywhere in the end? Li Enjing asked. Li Wanyi did not answer, but lowered her head slightly. After Li Enjing saw this, he clapped his hands happily. Okay, since you are in love and I am interested in you," Li Enjing said domineeringly, "when you go home next time, call that boy Yeran with you, and I will help you finalize the marriage. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, the Li family won't even think about breaking up a pair of mandarin ducks." But Grandpa said that the fighting between those three families is not something our Li family can bear. Li Wanyi still has concerns. Li Enjing shook her head. "Let's not care about your relationship, but speaking of Yeran's potential, let alone the fighting skills of three aristocratic families, even with the pressure of the melee of the three kingdoms, it is still worth fighting for." Li Wanyi was a little surprised when she heard Li Enjing speak so highly of Yeran. But, Yeran may be a silver leveler in this life. She likes Yeran and can ignore the difference in strength and thinks that Yeran is the best husband in the world. But she still knows herself. After all, this Yeran is just silver, how could its value be as exaggerated as what her aunt said? Who told you that Yeran is still at the silver level? Li Enjing's speech shocked Li Wanyi again. Chapter 25. No matter what the reason is, Yeran's hope of advancing to gold is slim, which is obvious to all. Even though the Ye family tried its best to help Yeran succeed in his attack. But now his aunt said that Yeran is no longer Bai Yin. This more or less made Li Wanyi feel a little unreal. Seeing the astonished expression of her little niece, Li Enjing said. "That's right. At that time, even I didn't think that this kid Yeran could succeed. But just now, this kid Yeran did successfully break through his golden barrier under my nose and advance to the gold level." Recalling Yeran's calm expression after the successful attack, Li Enjing continued, "That brat not only succeeded in the attack, but also because he had stayed at the silver level for many years, as soon as he succeeded in the attack, his aura was as strong as that of the late gold level. No one can compare to anyone else." Hearing the news that Yeran's attack was successful, Li Wanyi felt happy at first, and her eyes brightened a lot. That happy look, maybe I was not so excited when I was successful. But aunt, even if Yeran succeeds in striking gold, it's not worthy of your high regard for him. Le Wanyi continued to ask Le Enjing, her eyes full of expectation. It was as if she was not questioning Yeran at all. But I want to hear more words of praise for Yeran from Le Enjing's mouth. This feeling is as if a wife likes to hear how good her husband is from outsiders. Looking at Le Wanyi's expectant face, Le Enjing nodded angrily on Le Wanyi's head. Be more reserved, we haven't gone through the door yet. Le Wanyi felt a little embarrassed and touched her forehead. Auntie, just tell me. Le Enjing heard Le Wanyi's plea and recalled all the shocks Yeran had brought to her. Why do you value Yeran so much? Is it because he trained Jang Xyu, who perfectly inherited the Dark Knight priest? Or is it because he single-handedly hit the golden barrier that many extraordinary people believe to be impossible to break? These may be all reasons, but they are not comprehensive. The most important reason why I truly believe that Yeran is not a thing in the pool is the quality behind Yeran. Whether it's his responsibility towards Jang Xyu, his calmness after hitting the golden mark, or his attitude of neither being humble nor overbearing when communicating with himself. Every line and sentence of Yeran gave Le Enjing the illusion of being extraordinary at the same level. As an extraordinary person who is proficient in the soul, Le Enjing is more confident than anyone else that her intuition will not go wrong. Le Enjing's eyes flickered and she said to Le Wanyi, the specific reason cannot be stated directly, but I believe in your aunt's vision. Sooner or later, Yeran will grow up to be a person on par with me, or even surpass me. Hearing Enjing's assertion, Le Wanyi also felt a slight shiver in her heart. She didn't expect that her aunt, as an extraordinary person, would have such a high opinion of Yeran. But when I think about it, the person my aunt praised was Yeran. The corners of Le Wanyi's mouth couldn't help but turn up. Looking at Le Wanyi's expression, Le Enjing shook her head helplessly. The female college student is not a good student. She has already turned towards others before she even passed the door. Auntie, what are you talking about? Le Wanyi acted coquettishly towards Le Enjing. Le Enjing angrily scolded Le Wanyi, why aren't you worried now that your grandpa won't let you go? Le Wanyi chuckled, isn't it your aunt who is holding you back? The aunt and niece inside the door were chatting happily, but Yeran outside the door was a little overwhelmed. Ever since Yeran told Jang Xyu that Jang Xyu had perfectly inherited the inheritance of the Dark Knight priest, the smile on Jang Xiyu's face never faded. He directly pulled Yeran and Wang Xiaoman into the private room, greeted the younger brother, and brought in all kinds of expensive drinks. He said on the spot that he would get drunk with Yeran and then break up. As a result, who knew that Jang Xyu, a tall and thick bald man, could actually drink a glass of wine? Without drinking 2 cups, he hugged Yeran and burst into tears. Brother Yeran, your brother and I have been having a hard time in the past few years. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't give us legal status, but we want our tavern to do some dirty work. It's best to punish those scumbags in the Dragon Kingdom. Take them all in one package. The Dragon Country has given them all bastards, and they can't accept any of these damn talents. I admit that the standard for recruiting people in our free tavern is to do whatever they want and be unfettered, but not all scum can be accepted. What do we use this for? It's used as a trash can. Not only did Longwo bully us, but the TMD headquarters also bullied us. I look for your brother every day to ask for people, ask for people, ask for people. Where can I find people for him? What kind of KPIs have been set up for each branch? Isn't it good? Okay, do you want to revoke the identity of the person in charge? TMD, I cultivate my behavior by not being a cow or a horse as I please, but I end up working as a poor person in charge of this branch. I do the work of a cow and a horse every day and suffer the hardships of a cow and a horse. If you hadn't given me such a big gift this year, my good brother, I really wouldn't have been able to do the job. Zhang Ziyi cried bitterly while holding Yeran, looking excited. Yeran was hugged by this big man and his whole body was about to break. Looking at Wang Xiaoman on the side with eyes that looked like asking for help. But Wang Xiaoman seemed to not be able to see it at all, lowering his head and showing off the watermelon crazily. The main idea is to share the blessings and share the hardships. Seeing Jang Xyu almost wiping his nose on his arm and sleeve, Yeran reluctantly took out a tissue and comforted. Boss Zhang. It's time to give birth, call me brother. Brother Zhang, there is no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Isn't the Lord of Grey Fog in charge of our Dragon Kingdom branch? Sister, it's okay if you don't tell me, but I'll be even more angry if you tell me. Sister doesn't care about anything on weekdays, she only knows how to practice, and she has a terrible temper. She will take out her anger on me whenever she doesn't go well. Speaking of the Lord of Grey Mist, Len Jing. Jang Xyu seemed to have opened another chat box and complained endlessly. Without even noticing, the door to the private room was quietly opened. After seeing the person coming, Yeran directly interrupted Jang Xyu, the Lord of Grey Mist is wise and powerful. This must be to train you. Don't you feel that your ability to resist has improved a lot? Jang Xyu was completely unaware of Yeran's crazy look at him, and said to himself, you can pull me down, my dear brother, do you really not know how bad my eldest sister's temper is? One time, he even said because of my left he walked in with his feet first and beat me up. What do you think this is? Is there any FG law for this? Jang Xyu still hasn't finished his meaning and is ready to say something. As a result, the murderous aura suddenly seeping out from behind frightened him. Jang Xiyu's hair suddenly stood up. Chapter 26. Jang Xyu turned his head tremblingly and looked out the door. When he saw the appearance of the two people outside the door, his whole heart was lifted. However, Jang Xyu also reacted very quickly. He hurriedly picked up the wine glass on the table and walked towards Len Jing with a smile on his face. Sister, when did you come here? You see, you didn't even notify me in advance. You didn't prepare anything for you. Len Jing looked at Jang Xyu playfully and took the wine glass. When did you come in? Of course, you came in when Mr. Zhang objectively evaluated me. After hearing these words, Jang Xiyu's heart sank completely, and his facial features were almost wrinkled. Sister, those are all nonsense I talked about while drinking. Don't take it seriously. Jang Xyu hurriedly explained, but Len Jing waved his hand. How can it be nonsense? I think what Mr. Zhang said is very reasonable, so I decided that from today on, Mr. Zhang will be fully responsible for our branch. After hearing this, Mr. Zhang's smile almost overflowed. Sister, stop making trouble, I really can't do without you. The Longguo branch has not received legal status, and its operation has been extremely difficult. Now if Len Jing gives up his career, and there is no extraordinary person in charge, Jang Xyu really feels that he will go bankrupt sooner or later. I'm not kidding you. From today on, I will take Jang Xyu to practice. From now on, you can solve the matters that Longguo will be in charge of. If you can't, don't come to me. Len Jing waved his hand. Sister is really going to collapse. Jang Xyu said to Len Jing with a sad face and an almost pleading tone. Then let it collapse. Len Jing said indifferently, as if he was talking about a very small thing and didn't care. Jang Xyu listened to Len Jing's words and was speechless for a long time. The people in the Liberty Tavern are free and easy by nature, but if they don't even want their base camp, this is too free and easy. Len Jing looked at Jang Xyu who was in a daze, and continued impatiently, okay, I won't talk nonsense to you, that's it. But, if those two are blamed, let them blame it. The worst they can do is send you back for business. Listening to Len Jing's words, Jang Xyu wanted to cry. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. I have already told those two old men that cultivating Jang Xyu is more important than anything else now. As for the branch library, you can build it however you want. Later, Le Enjing took Le Wanyi's hand and walked towards Yeran, and generously put her hand in Yeran's hand. Then he pulled Jang Xyu behind him without any explanation. It's just right to swap one person for the other. Okay, I'm going to take Jang Xyu to practice. You guys go wherever you need to go. With that said, Le Enjing looked like she knew what she was doing, and pulled Jang Xyu and Zhang Ziyi out of the private room. Yeran and Le Wanyi were left in the room, and Wang Xiaoman was eating melon crazily. Three of you, look at me, I look at you. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiaoman covered his stomach very wisely. Is there something wrong with this melon? Why does it hurt so much? Ouch! She said, holding her stomach and leaving the room quickly. At this moment, the three people turned into two people, and the atmosphere began to become strange. Yeran looked at this magical collective disappearance technique with a speechless expression. What is this and what? Yeran! Le Wanyi suddenly said. Yeran was about to leave too when he was suddenly stopped by Le Wanyi. Yeran Sunsheng turned his head. What's the matter, Director Le? At this moment, Le Wanyi, who had always been aloof, became a little shy. I'm sorry, I said that about you in your class before. Yeran heard Le Wanyi's apology and waved his hand indifferently. Normally, as a dean, you should focus on the quality of learning and not care about anything. On the contrary, it is harming the students. I'm not saying that, I'm saying that my attitude towards you is not that good. Le Wanyi continued. Hey, what do I think this is? How long has it been? Do you still remember? Yeran simply sat down and ate the fruit plate on the table. This melon isn't bad. Director Le, give me some. Does this atmosphere make you come here to eat melon? Le Wanyi looked at Yeran and frowned slightly, a little angry that Yeran didn't understand the style. Seeing that Le Wanyi was unmoved, Yeran thought that Le Wanyi was still struggling, so he said. Director Le, if you really feel sorry for me, just give me a higher score in the instructor's evaluation during the final assessment. Yeran has not forgotten the system's mission. After all, I have to get first place in the whole grade. Although the instructors do not account for a large part and have very little effect. But if you can dig it out, it's worth it. Hearing Yeran discussing work, Le Wanyi became serious and became much more capable. It's natural. I would do it if you didn't tell me. After this night's experience, Le Wanyi's understanding of Yeran has undergone earth-shaking changes. Judging from Yeran's performance, he definitely deserves the title of an excellent mentor. That's good. Yeran nodded with satisfaction. When it came to work, Le Wanyi was no longer as coy as before and began to analyze seriously. Yeran, you are indeed a rare and good teacher in terms of your teaching ability and your responsible attitude towards students. Therefore, regarding the elimination of the final assessment, I will explain it carefully to the principal and try to prevent you from participating in this exam. Final assessment? No, 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 how can this be done? Hearing Le Wanyi's words, Yeran hurriedly interrupted her. What a joke, you still expect to complete the system's tasks. If you are not allowed to participate in the assessment, how can you get first place? Hearing Yeran's rejection, Le Wanyi was a little confused. Don't you cherish this position very much? Le Wanyi paused for a moment and continued. Yeran, don't lose face. If you want to stay in school this time, this is the only way to go. Based on the grades of your class, if you want to avoid being expelled at the end of the semester, you must at least get a good ranking in the top 3. After all, you have fallen a little too far behind. With the foundation of the students in your class, the possibility of getting into the top 3 is extremely slim. Le Wanyi really wanted to help Yeran, but Yeran waved her hand. I accept your wishes, but please don't let our class not participate in this assessment. Le Wanyi heard Yeran say this. He became a little anxious and angry. Why? Do you still want to continue to mess up to the end? Yeran looked at Le Wanyi, who is going to mess up? This year-end assessment of our class will definitely make a turnaround. Listening to Yeran's words, Le Wanyi looked a little complicated. But Yeran, you also know that our final assessment is not just about individual competitions. Even if Jang Xyu gets the first place in the individual competition, how can she cope with other events based on the level of other students in your class? Le Wanyi thought that Yeran wanted to become famous with Jang Xyu, a student. But although personal battles are guaranteed, what about other projects? After all, Jang Xyu is a special case, and only one such example can come out among tens of millions of students. You can't expect to find a few more Jang Xyu from the class. Faced with doubts, Yeran raised his head and spoke in an extremely firm tone. My students, they can do miracles. Chapter 27. Fool. Le Wanyi looked at Yeran, who was about to take the assessment. He puffed up his face angrily, sat aside, and ignored him. Just like that, the room fell into awkward silence again. And in the room next to it, Le Enjing looked at the video on the surveillance camera and was so anxious. I've gone to great lengths to create some alone time for you two, and you show me this? Open your mouth for work and shut up for assessment. Is this a place for you two to have a meeting? Elmwood Head. Len scolded angrily, looking so fresh and graceful, I haven't even learned half of my style. Le Enjing became angrier and angrier as she talked, without even paying attention to restraining her extraordinary momentum. The strong momentum forced Jang Xyu and Wang Xiaoman to retreat to the corner. Especially Wang Xiaoman, because the difference in strength is too large, he is trembling now. Jang Xyu felt a little embarrassed and helped Wang Xiaoman block the pressure, with bitterness on his lips. There is probably only one extraordinary being in the world who can jump on the bandwagon just because someone else is in love. To be honest, it's so embarrassing. Jang Xyu. Come here, don't hide there without making a sound. Le Enjing suddenly called Jang Xyu. Am I willing to hide? Jang Xyu felt aggrieved and complained in his heart, but only in his heart. He forced himself to smile. Sister, what did you call me for? Take out those things from the nightclub. Le Enjing looked at the screen and said angrily. Sister, what are you talking about? Jang Xyu felt slightly uncomfortable. What else can you do? How can you pretend to be pure for me with all your stupidity? Hearing Le Enjing's words, Zhang Ziran burst into tears. Sister, it's bad, this is your niece. At this moment, Zhang Ziyi also learned about the relationship between Le Wanyi and Le Enjing. But knowing this relationship made me even more shocked. What's the matter? Lang is affectionate and concubine is interested. I'll help poke the window paper on the other side. What's wrong? What the hell are these words of tiger and wolf? Wang Xiaoman also looked at Le Enjing in horror, turned his head and looked at Zhang Ziyi again. The silent expression seemed to be asking Zhang Ziyi, is this really Aunt Le Wanyi, is she a relative? Being stared at by Wang Xiaoman, Zhang Ziyi's originally lowered head was completely broken. Shameful, so shameful. It is shameful for an extraordinary person to worry about the love affairs of young people. Now I am still thinking about using some strange means to carry out software hardening project. After all, Liberty Tavern is one of the top powers. Now he acts like a sneaky gangster. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom had some prejudice against the Free Tavern. Now it's okay, the person in charge took the lead and acted like rubbish, directly confirming the prejudice. Sister, you really can't do this. Zhang Ziyi bit the bullet and refused Le Enjing. I told you, Mr. Zhang, you're really out of breath? Take it quickly. Sister, I can't do it. It's really not something you can do for young people to fall in love. If you do this, you will mess it up. Speaking so categorically, does it sound like you understand? Sister, I really understand, you can't do this. Well, you are responsible for matching these 2 elm trees for me. I'll do it, I'll do it. Jang Xyu insisted on Jing. At this moment, he felt that he was the last backbone to maintain the dignity of the Liberty Tavern. The word justice is written all over his face. I will protect the dignity of the Liberty Tavern. We must not let Jing's poisonous claws reach out to the innocent young man's head. As soon as she finished speaking, Jing turned her head to look at Jang Xyu, who had a righteous look on his face. Suddenly a bright smile bloomed on his face. Then it settled. After saying that, Jing was no longer irritable, and his aura became calmer. His whole person looked like he had been at peace for a long time. Compared with his violent appearance just now, he was completely different. Jang Xyu? The huge head is full of big question marks, and the big confused eyes reveal clear stupidity. What happened? What happened? How come this has become my job? Didn't you just shout for the overlord to bow? Why did you suddenly stop making trouble? I am loyal to the organization, big sister, why are you playing the art of war with me? Sister, I don't care, I only care about the results. After saying that, Jing turned into a cloud of grey mist and left the room with Jang Xyu. The disciples left Jang Xyu and Wang Xiaoman staring at each other. You are Wanyi's direct disciple, right? Wang Xiaoman nodded. From today on, you are responsible for telling me the information about the 2 of them in a timely manner, can you do it? Yes, I can, but can I? Don't tell her. Jang Xyu directly blocked what Wang Xiaoman wanted to say. Wang Xiaoman looked at Jang Xyu, who was 3 heads taller than him, and did not dare to refuse. He could only stumble and say, okay, okay. Jang Xyu is a diamond-level master after all. Jing dared to criticize Jang Xyu like that, but she didn't dare. Jang Xyu grinned, don't look like this, you are also doing it for your master's lifelong event. Wang Xiaoman nodded aggrievedly along with Jang Xyu. The matter at the Free Tavern has come to an end. Yeran's school life returned to normal again. But from this day on, the only difference is that Jang Xyu took a break from school. And Wanyi's attitude towards him was even colder than before. Especially on the night before leaving the nightclub. Yeran was already drinking, and he didn't want Yeran to go back to school, so Jang Xyu asked someone to send Yeran back to school. Don't you just have to take the assessment? As for being so angry? On the podium, Yeran was speechless as he thought about Wanyi's performance. 1 second I said sorry, and the next second I treated you like nothing. Woman's heart, see needle. Why is teacher Ye so absent-minded lately? That's right, I'm always in a daze in class. It's not like teacher Ye has been overheated for 3 minutes, so he's ready to be ruined again. Who knows, but during this period of special training, my strength has indeed improved visibly to the naked eye. Don't tell me, I have already moved from intermediate silver level to late silver level just because teacher Ye reorganized the energy circulation path for me. It's true. Ever since teacher Ye helped me open up my mind and I, Black Tiger, took the heart and advanced to monkey stealing peach hand, I won many 1v1 trainings. Especially girls, they always give up when they meet me. You don't need to say this. To be honest, I suddenly don't want teacher Ye to change back. Yes, I have become addicted to practicing. Teacher Ye suddenly returns home. What should we do? Save the child, I want to study. The classmates in the class were talking a lot. Ever since Yeran criticized the students through Jang Xyu on the podium. It seems that the class style of the entire first grade and second class is undergoing some subtle changes. Boom! At this moment, the door to the class was suddenly knocked open. Teacher Ye, it's bad, Da Chun was beaten in the cafeteria. Chapter 28. The student who came to report the news was named Li An Ran. He was relatively lean. since what is awakened is also the ability related to the physical lightness bonus. Everyone calls him Monkey. At this time, he was panting and had some bruises on his face. He was holding on to the doorframe and grinning, obviously hurt. Yeran stepped forward, supported Li Anran, and led him to sit on a chair. The student held his ribs in pain. The students nearby had already gathered around. Monkey, what's going on in Da Chun? Isn't Da Chun always a good guy? Why would he fight? Yes, Da Chun usually doesn't retaliate when scolded or hit, so how could he fight? Oh my god, Da Chun has been fighting with someone, how extreme can the other party be? Monkey, stop being so pretentious and tell me quickly. The classmates in the class talked to each other. Li Anran was also a little anxious. He opened his mouth and said nothing for a long time. Anran, don't worry, please speak slowly. Yeran lowered his palms, stopped the students from speaking, and comforted Li Anran. Li Anran looked at Yeran with red eyes, and his emotions were calmed down by Yeran unconsciously. Teacher Yet, Da Chun was eating in the cafeteria, and suddenly a group of students came over. They ran over without saying anything and knocked over Da Chun's plate. Just like that, Da Chun didn't say anything. He just picked up what he ate, washed it and planned to continue eating. As a result, the group of people refused to let him go. He knocked over Da Chun's plate again and even scolded Da Chun. The scolding was extremely unpleasant. What did you curse? Yeran asked calmly. They scolded Da Chun for eating raw meat and acting like a beast. Listening to Li Anran's words, the students were filled with indignation. What? Is there such a thing to bully people? What a bunch of beasts! Let's go and take revenge on Da Chun. Isn't this just a fight? Let's go. Wong Da Chan is the monitor of the class. He is very popular in the class. When he is bullied, everyone naturally wants to help Da Chun. Keep your voice down, can't you say it in private? The teacher is still here. Someone reminded the students. For a moment everyone looked at Yeran. After all, teachers in schools will not openly support fighting. Especially Yeran has a very salty temper, who knows what his attitude will be. Maybe we have to make big things into small things, make small things into small things, and it will be over after being confused. All the students were waiting for Yeran to give a clear answer. Yeran glanced at his classmates and said without any extra words, "Lead the way." For a moment, the freshmen and second classes were all excited and walked toward the cafeteria. At this moment, although the students in the class were speechless, their eyes were filled with light. At this moment, Class 2 no longer seems like a piece of loose sand. At this moment, inside the school cafeteria, Wong Da Chan gasped and looked at the 4 students in front of him. His brow bone has been injured, and he can no longer see people clearly. Who would have thought that there is such a genius hidden in this useless class? It almost overturned. Damn it, this beast is so powerful. You really can't win against him in a one-on-one fight. Nonsense. How can a beast that dares to eat raw meat not be very strong? Fortunately, I didn't break through gold, otherwise I would have been really unbearable today. 1 piece of silver can carry 4 of our golds for so long. What AFG beast? Beasts are just beasts. There is blood foam even when breathing. You are so stupid. You were brainwashed by a beastly teacher and eat raw meat every day. The 4 students in front of them laughed at Wong Da Chan unscrupulously and called Wong Da Chan a beast. Who are you calling a beast? Wong Da Chan was furious and raised his fist angrily, preparing to hit a student. When the student saw this, his eyes tightened. Luck is all around you, and you will cope with it with all your strength. Although they mock. But Wong Da Chan's hammer just now made them suffer a lot. Boom. After a dull sound, Wong Da Chan was jumped out again. Standing in front of Wong Da Chan was a young man with long hair. The young man looked at Wong Da Chan with burning eyes. I said, I am also entrusted by others. I will stop here. Why do I insist so much? Wong Da Chan covered his chest and wiped the blood on his brow. Staggeringly stood up. Although I couldn't hold on any longer, I still said. Apologize to me. I'm so big. Another student on the side became furious. He planned to fly towards Wong Da Chan and kick him. As a result, before he could take off, he was stopped by the young man standing in front. Yin Hai, that's enough. After listening to the young man's words, although there was a trace of dissatisfaction in the eyes of the student named Yin Hai, he calmed down. Did you see that someone wants to let you go? Get out. Yin Hai spat at Wong Da Chan disdainfully. Not only did Wong Da Chan not appreciate it, he continued to say to the four people in front of him, apologize. Are you looking for death? Hearing what Wong Da Chan said, Yin Hai became angry. He turned to the long-haired young man and said, Zhang Haoran, I'll give you face, so don't stop me. After saying that, Yin Hai turned around directly. The eyes directly turned into vertical eyes, the body began to be covered with scales, and a letter went back and forth in the mouth. The whole person's temperament became gloomy. B-level alienation ability, Ghost Viper. Hey, I haven't heard anyone scream for a long time. I still have some thoughts. Yin Hai said as he walked towards Wong Da Chan. The two fangs at the corners of the mouth were shining faintly. Wong Da Chan saw this. He waved his fist and attacked. This blow was so powerful that the air was pressed out with an explosion sound. But a shadow flashed across. Like a snake, Yin Hai avoided Wong Da Chan's attack with a strange posture. Not only that. Ding, ding, ding 3 times. At the moment when he punched, Wong Da Chan's arm was bitten by Yin Hai 3 times in succession. The speed was so fast that Wong Da Chan didn't react at all. Tisk, this pigskin is really hard. Yin Hai rubbed his chin angrily. Unexpectedly, his sharp fangs did not penetrate into Wong Da Chan's skin. He spat out the letter. His eyes were fixed on Wong Da Chan's neck. I can't believe it, your pig skin can be thick all over your body. Yin Hai said coldly. Then, the figure disappeared directly. With a chi sound, a black shadow moved directly towards Wong Da Chan. So fast. Although Wong Da Chan's eyes could barely catch the figure of Yin Hai. However, the injured body is already a little unable to cope with its needs. He could only watch helplessly as Yin Hai bit his neck. Boom! At the moment when the Yin Hai was about to bite Wong Da Chan's neck, a ball of blazing fire appeared out of thin air, standing between Yin Hai and Wong Da Chan. What troublesome BD! Yin Hai cursed in his heart. However, the charging speed did not slow down, and he planned to break through the fireball forcefully. Boom! Who would have thought that the fireball would seem to be alive, and would continue to attack after seeing the Yin Si? It turned directly into a musket. It stabbed directly at Yin Hai's face. The temperature above the musket was so high. Before Yin Hai even got close, he felt a severe burning and stinging pain on his face. If I rush down hard, I might die. This thought flashed through Yin Hai's mind. He looked at Wong Da Chan sullenly and snorted coldly. One dodged and retreated. When the flames dissipated, a young boy with a naive face stood in front of Wong Da Chan. With a heroic look on his face, he raised his musket and pointed it at the 4 Yin Hai people. If Huo Wen, the leader of the fire sect, was standing here, he would definitely recognize him. This is his precious apprentice, Huang Dongdong. Chapter 29. You 4, don't bully others. Huang Dongdong looked heroic, raised his musket and angrily shouted at the 4 students in front of him. Then, he poked Wong Da Chan behind him, stand behind me and I will protect you. Because Huang Dongdong is relatively young. The height is not fully developed yet, and the whole person looks a lot smaller than them. Especially Wong Da Chan standing behind him, Wong Da was so tall that he couldn't even reach Wong Da Chan's shoulders. When I say this sentence, I feel a huge contrast no matter how I look at it. Classmate, stay away from this. Wong Da Chan took a deep breath and said to Wong Da. Even if he was seriously injured, he still didn't want others to be implicated. Wong Da looked at Wong Da Chan with some annoyance. I asked you why a big man like you is so ink-stained. If I tell you to stand behind me, just stand behind me. Stop talking nonsense. Although Wong Da looked cute and smart in front of Huo Ying. But in fact, Huo Wen and I basically have the same temperament. They hate evil as much as they hate each other, and they are forthright and fiery. It can only be said that one fart cannot produce two kinds of farts. Wong Da Chan wanted to persuade Wong Da, but he felt that his mouth was clamped by an inexplicable force, and he couldn't open it no matter how hard he opened it. Wong Da looked at Wong Da Chan with a proud look on his face. Stop struggling, you want me to be saved today, you can be saved even if you don't want me to be saved, I will save you anyway. Without the restraint of master. Wong Da has long wanted to be a hero who punishes evil and promotes good. The four people from Yunhai stood aside, looking gloomily at the sudden appearance of Wong Da. No one took action for a while. Although they don't know the origin of Wong Da, they are not fools. At such a young age, he was able to defeat a master of Yunhai's level with one shot. Saying behind your back that you don't have a master, it's just nonsense. Even if it doesn't happen, it will definitely happen after this battle. Yunhai narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Wong Da Chan, and said angrily, this is not the result the teacher wants. The four of them are from class 1 of the freshman year, which is the class of star tutor Hong Kun. After the nightclub incident, Hong Kun had already regarded Yeran as a thorn in his side. Thinking about revenge all the time. Not only himself, he even encouraged the talented students in his class to deliberately find trouble in Yeran's class. And he promised a few people that he could beat them to death. The worse the fight, the higher his private reward. So calling Wong Da Chan a beast is just an excuse. Even if there is no such thing, they will find other faults to attack. Yunhai looked at Wong Da Chan who was still breathing heavily. I know that this guy has rough skin and thick flesh. Although he looks miserable, he has no fatal injuries. Needless to say, it's useless to talk to him. It won't be easy to deal with Hong Kun this time. Zhang Haoran, if you hadn't stopped us before, we would have gone back a long time ago. You have to be responsible for this matter. Yunhai directly blamed it. After all, if Zhang Haoran hadn't stopped him just now. Now Wong Da Chan has probably been poisoned by his own snake venom and cannot take care of himself. How could such a young boy with no clear background be inserted into him? It's hard for people to deal with. Zhang Haoran ignored Yunhai and walked directly towards Wong Da. Looking at Zhang Haoran without even looking at him, Yunhai's eyes were filled with viciousness. He has always disliked Zhang Haoran dressing up as a saint every night. However, Zhang Haoran has always been ranked first in strength, overpowering himself, the second best in the world. Zhang Haoran walked up to Wong Da and said to Wong Da seriously. I need to pay a favor. Wong Da looked at Zhang Haoran and frowned slightly. I don't care whether you have a business relationship or not, but you don't want to touch this stupid guy again. Zhang Haoran looked at Wong Da and said. He could only move his palm slightly. I'm sorry, Zhang is offended. Zhang Haoran spoke concisely and to the point, and his momentum immediately began to soar. The surrounding dining tables and chairs were blown away by Zhang Haoran's breath. At this time, Zhang Haoran's eyes were clear. He looks more heroic and upright than before. Haoran is upright. Wong Da narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you from the Zhang family? As the inherited family of Zhongzhou, the Zhang family. With Xiu Haoran's righteousness as the inheritance, the clan members born into the world are all upright and upright people. Good eyesight, I'm offended. Zhang Haoran said he was offended, but his actions did not stop. I saw Zhang Haoran moving in the direction of Huang Dongdong. No fires allowed here. In an instant, the fire-tip spear in Huang Dongdong's hand dissipated directly into nothingness. Shameless! Huang Dongdong looked at his empty palms and muttered. This is Haoran's righteousness, which can change the rules around him and reach the point where his words become prophecies. Of course, it also has something to do with strength, but this weird ability does give it an advantage in battles at the same level, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Although Huang Dongdong cursed, he did not dare to pause for a moment. Cross your hands directly, and gather internal force on your arms. Bang! Zhang Haoran punched Huang Dongdong's arm. The huge force directly made Huang Dongdong take 2 steps back. It hurts. Huang Dongdong shook his arm and bared his teeth. Zhang Haoran also said in praise, what a strong internal force. Then, with a flash of light in his eyes, he continued to say to Huang Dongdong. No defense here. Then, Zhang Haoran's next punch hit him directly. Is it really possible for me to become a young master? Huang Dongdong also became a little angry after listening to Zhang Haoran's restrictive rules over and over again. The beating was too frustrating. Subsequently, a golden red fire began to appear in his eyes. A spark with 3 petals appeared between her eyebrows. In an instant, the righteousness that restricted the rules was evaporated into smoke. Samadhi true fire. Zhang Haoran was a little surprised. However, Chuanfeng did not shrink back, but instead used a lot more force. Hu! As Zhang Haoran's powerful and heavy blow was about to hit Huang Dongdong's face, the fire in Huang Dongdong's eyes instantly formed a fire lotus in front of him, rushing towards Zhang Haoran's fist. Boom! A huge force exploded. Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoran flew out directly. However, Zhang Haoran twisted his waist in midair and landed on the ground, stopping his body. Huang Dongdong ran into Wong Da Chan's arms. The two of them flew upside down for several meters. He was spread out on the ground, looking very embarrassed. Ouch, it really hurts. Huang Dongdong covered his face and walked out of Wong Da Chan's arms. He looked at Zhang Haoran with an unconvinced expression. Come again. How brave! Zhang Haoran shouted. Then, Haoran's true energy condensed on his fist, and he was ready to hit Huang Dongdong again. Huang Dongdong was not to be outdone. The golden red musket condensed in his hand and stabbed towards Zhang Haoran. Boom! The two were traveling very fast, and they collided directly without seeing clearly. The huge explosion of power kicked up dust. Wait until the dust disperses. Everyone was surprised to find there was a person standing between Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoran. This person is holding a musket in one hand and Zhang Haoran's fist in the other. His eyes were dull, as if he didn't use much effort at all. Wong Da Chan on the side shouted out after seeing the person clearly. Yet, teacher yet. Chapter 30. Yet, Yeran. Also able to see clearly who was coming were Zhang Haoran and others. At this time, Zhang Haoran and others looked shocked. Impossible. Others may not know it, but Zhang Haoran knows very well how powerful his punch is. In order to compete with Huang Dongdong, he had already tried his best. In other words, his punch was a full-strength blow that reached the peak of gold. Coupled with the blessing of Haoran's righteousness, ordinary golden people may not be able to connect in the later stage. Not only that, Huang Dongdong's golden red spear was not weaker than his own in terms of momentum, and presumably it was his own unique skill. This left and right are all full blows from the golden peak. Unexpectedly, Yeran picked it up so easily. Is this still the useless mentor I knew before? Didn't your teacher teach you that the cafeteria is a place for eating? Yeran stood in the middle and snorted, using his arms slightly. Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoran were thrown out directly, with no room for resistance. In the end, Yeran walked straight towards Wong Da Chan. Looking at Yeran walking towards him, Wong Da Chan hurriedly wiped the blood on his eyebrows. Master, Master, I'm fine, just a minor injury. Shut up. Different from his usual peaceful appearance, Yeran interrupted Wong Da Chan rudely today. He gently tapped Wong Da Chan's forehead and carefully checked Wong Da Chan's body with the system. After confirming that Wong Da Chan's body was correct, he said, "You're so promising," and a fight started outside. When Wong Da Chan heard the blame in Yeran's words, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed towards Yeran. Master, I realize my mistake. Are you this stupid big master? Just as Wong Da Chan was apologizing to Yeran, Huang Dongdong jumped out from the side. He looked at Yeran with questioning eyes. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. When he was far away, he had already seen Huang Dongdong standing in front of Wong Da Chan, so he naturally had a good impression of Huang Dongdong. Yes, I am his master. Technically speaking, I am Yeran, the tutor of Class 1 and Class 2. I have to thank you for your generous help. Huang Dongdong waved his hand after hearing Yeran's thanks. Children of the Jang Xyu, when we see injustice on the road, we just draw our swords to help. Seeing the young Huang Dongdong speak such old-fashioned quack words, the corners of Yeran's mouth raised slightly. I don't know where such an interesting little guy came from. Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran and shook his head angrily. Let me tell you, you are really incompetent as a master. You are unqualified. You are really unqualified. Hearing what Huang Dongdong said, his teacher Wong Da Chan stood up quickly. How can you talk nonsense? Hey, silly guy, I'm speaking for you, and you bite me back? White-eyed wolf. You. Wong Da Chan wanted to say something else, but was blocked by Yeran. Then he looked at Huang Dongdong curiously. Since you say I am incompetent, why not tell me where I am incompetent? Hearing Yeran's question, Wong Dongdong also raised his little hand, stretched out his fingers, and began to count. First, you didn't protect your apprentice well enough. Your apprentice was almost destroyed, and you didn't even arrive at the scene. Second, you don't seek justice for your apprentice, but instead educate your apprentice. Finally, Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran, and do you know why your apprentice was beaten? Listening to Huang Dongdong's words, Yeran's face became a little ugly at this time. It was not because Huang Dongdong pointed out his problem, but because he heard that someone wanted to abolish Wong Da Chan. It's okay to fight, it's okay to lose, but you want to destroy my apprentice here? Court death. Seeing that Yeran did not respond to him, Huang Dongdong continued. I think you don't even know, let me tell you why my apprentice was beaten. Huang Dongdong then pulled Wong Da Chan, and then pointed at Zhang Haoran and the 4 others. Those 4 students, when your stupid guy didn't do anything, just knocked over his dinner plate, saying it was because the meat your stupid guy ate disgusted them. They keep mocking your stupid guy for being a beast who only knows how to eat raw meat. Even if your stupid guy gives in again and again, he is still chased and scolded by them. He's not angry at all, but do you know why this stupid guy still got into a fight in the end? Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran and said angrily, it's because those 4 people scolded you. They said that those who can teach students to become beasts are worse than beasts. The more Huang Dongdong talked, the angrier he became. Did you hear that? The stupid guy fought because of you, but what happened to you? Indiscriminately, you blamed him for the fight first? That's how you treat yourself as a master. My master is bad enough, and he still knows how to protect calves, so you just say whether you are qualified or not. Huang Dongdong originally came from the same school as Master Huo Wen. His fiery temper can be easily aroused, and he calls himself excited. Seeing Huang Dongdong getting more and more excited as he talked, Wong Da Chan pulled Huang Dongdong back. Okay, stop talking. My master is a teacher in the school after all. Wong Da Chan was still thinking about how to excuse Yeran, but Yeran grabbed his arm. He is right. He did not do a good job as a teacher. Yeran's tone was cold, and he turned his head to look at the 4 students opposite. Full aura. The evil spirit all over his body shrouded the 4 of them. For a moment, Jang Xyu and the 4 of them felt like they were carrying a heavy burden of 10,000 kilograms, and they had to use their energy to resist the pressure. This momentum is unmatchable. The 4 of them looked at the furious Yeran in astonishment. Didn't it mean that Yeran was just a silver-level salted fish instructor? This oppressive feeling is as thick as a mountain. You tell me this is silver? You also heard what I said just now. I ask you, is it true? Yeran asked coldly, with a strong sense of oppression that made several people dare not speak. Jang Xyu said. True. Yeran glanced at Jang Xyu in surprise. Good boy, if you dare to act bravely, you will save me from asking any more questions. Now that I have admitted it, I will stop talking nonsense. According to the school regulations, if there is a fight between students, and the circumstances are serious, the ability will be revoked and the school will be expelled. Listening to Yeran's words, Yinhai, who was among the 4 of them, felt that something was not good. He used his superpower instantly and prepared to take the opportunity to escape. As a result, Yinhai's superpower has just been transformed. Ink-colored flames appeared out of thin air around his body. Yinhai grimaced as it hurt at the slightest touch or contamination. Without my permission, the 4 of you can't go anywhere. Yeran's cold voice came again. The voice was like the demon lord coming from under the 9 netherworld. Hey, isn't this teacher yet? What kind of wind brought you here? Just when Yeran was preparing to deal with the 4 students in this matter, suddenly a voice came from behind. Everyone goes out looking for fame. I saw Hong Kun walking towards here with a smile on his face. When Yinhai and others saw that the person coming was Hong Kun, their eyes lit up slightly. My teacher is here. Hong Kun walked to Yeran's side radiantly and looked at the crowd around him in surprise. Good guy, it's so lively. I didn't expect so many people to come to the cafeteria. Then Hong Kun patted Yinhai on the shoulder, smiled proudly at Yeran and said, I forgot to introduce you to teacher yet. These are my 4 proud students, all of whom are currently at the gold level. Come and say hello to teacher yet. Hong Kun directed 4 students. Yinhai and others bowed to Yeran hypocritically. Hello teacher. Then he looked at Yeran with a proud look on his face. There was an expression on his face that said my teacher is here too, what can you do to me? Chapter 31. Oh no, that hypocrite is here. I said those people look so familiar, they turn out to be in the class of hypocrites. Then this all makes sense. There are quite a few instances of beating students in their class. The most irritating thing is that several times when students and teachers came to ask for explanations, they were fooled by this hypocrite using his status as a celebrity mentor. Why do you think their class has always been domineering in school? It's not because there is this hypocrite behind them. It's over, this matter may not be settled. Yeran was faster and came earlier. The students from class 2 came over just now. When they saw this scene, they all started talking about it. If Hong Kun was here, it is very likely that Wong Da Chan's beating would have been in vain. Teacher Han, you came just in time. Come and tell me how to deal with this matter. Yeran looked at Hong Kun calmly. Hong Kun looked at Yeran curiously and then at his students, with confusion on his face as if he had just arrived. I just came, what happened? He disappeared during the fight, but showed up as soon as the student was about to be punished. You said you just came here, who are you kidding? Where is the ghost letter? Seeing Hong Kun pretending to be stupid, Yeran said directly without any hesitation. Your students have just admitted their intention to destroy my student Wong Da Chan. According to school regulations, if there is a fight between students, and the circumstances are serious, the ability will be revoked and the student will be expelled from the school. Hearing Yeran's words, Teacher Han was surprised. Teacher Yet, what you say must be based on evidence. Isn't your classmate Wong Da Chan still standing here doing well? Why was he abolished? Did I not make it clear enough? Your students have already admitted that they have the intention to destroy my student Wong Da Chan. Don't you understand the intention? Yeran looked at Hong Kun indifferently. Hong Kun listened to Yeran's words and smiled. Well, I don't know if there is a sentence in the school rules that means you will be expelled if you have the intention to abolish it. Why don't you teach me where this sentence comes from? Besides, you said that my students have this intention, is it true? Then Hong Kun turned around and asked the 4 students behind him, tell the teacher, you really want to abolish Wong Da Chan? Intention. Wang Haoran, who had admitted before, looked troubled, but still chose to remain silent. Yin Hai and others standing behind him immediately stood up. Teacher, we just had a little quarrel with classmate Wong Da Chan, and we never wanted to destroy him. I admit it was because teacher Ye was too strong just now. We were forced to admit it. Yin Hai and others not only denied their previous intentions, but also further discredited Yeran. After hearing the speeches of these 4 people, Hong Kun's expression suddenly turned cold. Teacher Ye, what do you mean by this? Should the evildoer file a complaint first? Finally, Hong Kun turned to the person not far away and said, Director Wang, how do you judge this matter? Everyone turned their heads. Only then did he realize that a figure was coming not far away. This person was Wang Chenjai, the Deputy Director of Academic Affairs in his first year. Wang Chenjai walked up to the crowd with a smile on his face, holding on to his big belly. As for this matter, I just heard about it on the road. I think this matter is entirely your problem, teacher Ye. How can you force students to submit to a trick? This is absolutely not allowed in our grade. Wang Chenjai frowned and looked at Yeran, then waved his hand impatiently. Let's see, teacher Ye, since this is your first time offending. You can apologize to these 4 classmates and get their forgiveness. We can turn this matter into a minor matter. Despite this, Hong Kun still looked at Wang Chenjai angrily. Director Wang, how can you favor a teacher and not protect the students? Wang Chenjai comforted Hong Kun as if he were acting. Okay, teacher Han, you have a lot of wisdom, please forgive teacher Ye this time. Hong Kun snorted coldly, and then said, then I will give you face, Director Wang, this time. Wang Chenjai looked at Yeran understandingly. Did you see that? Teacher Han has forgiven you a lot, why don't you apologize immediately? In just 2 sentences, the plaintiff directly became the defendant. Obviously, this is the double act sung by Wang Chenjai and Hong Kun. The eyes of the second-class students standing far away were almost burning. What the hell is this? It was Wong Da Chan who was beaten. It's okay if those 4 students are not punished. Now we have to ask teacher Ye to apologize to them. Director Wang and Hong Kun are just wearing the same pair of pants and are colluding together. It makes me angry. You talk to people about fairness and justice every day. Is this called fairness and justice? Go to hell. Teacher Ye, class is about to start. Please apologize quickly. Your class is not in class, but we still have class. Hong Kun looked at his watch impatiently. Looking down at Yeran. Director Wang, it was obviously these 4 students who beat me first. I am sure they wanted to destroy me. How can I ask teacher Ye to apologize? Hearing that Wang Chenjai and Hong Kun asked Yeran to apologize to the 4 students who beat them, Wong Da Chan argued anxiously. Humph, what's wrong with your child when you're an adult? Hong Kun snorted coldly. At the moment of scolding, Bai Jin's breath flashed slightly, and an invisible shock wave directly hit Wong Da Chan's body. Wong Da Chan was caught off guard and suffered this disaster. Bang! 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 After 3 violent collisions, Wong Da Chan was slammed into the corner. Wong Da Chan, who was already suffering from some injuries, could not withstand the attack of the strong platinum man. At this moment, he was vomiting blood and could not stand up. At the moment when Wong Da Chan was shot away, Yeran said nothing and slapped Hong Kun directly. Director Wang, you have seen clearly that teacher Ye took the initiative to attack me. This is self-defense. Hong Kun looked at Yeran who was attacking him. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly. This is one of Hong Kun's goals, to provoke Yeran to attack him. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to destroy Yeran openly. Although Hong Kun's wishful thinking came true. But when he came into contact with Yeran's attack, but he found that things were not as simple as he thought. Snapped. A crisp, precise slap sounded on Hong Kun's cheek. The left side of Hong Kun's face became swollen. Blood even flowed from his nostrils. Hong Kun stood there blankly, looking at his hands that Yeran had just flicked away. I can't believe this scene before me. What's the situation? I, the platinum expert, didn't block the slap of this useless mentor. Chapter 32. Not only Hong Kun was stunned. Others present were also stunned. What happened? I read that right, teacher Ye slapped that hypocrite? And he even hit it. No. How do you do this? A hypocrite has a bad character, but his strength is real platinum. Just now, teacher Ye suppressed 4 golds and was speechless. It was scary enough. Now he slaps the platinum strong man in the face. Am I still awake? Anyway, this time, I feel so relieved. Well done, I've seen this hypocrite unhappy for a long time. I guess, but as far as this is concerned, there aren't many teachers in the entire grade who can do it so easily, right? When did teacher Ye become so powerful? Wasn't he always silver before? This is called being wise but foolish, keeping a low profile and biding your time. You don't understand. Teacher Ye is awesome. Whoever says teacher Ye is a salty fish in the future, who am I to worry about? The students in class 2 were shocked and all of them were extremely pleasantly surprised. Who doesn't want their teacher to be the best in the world? No, actually, I don't blame everyone for being so shocked. The difference in strength between platinum and those below platinum is really too great. Platinum powerhouse, as a half step into the realm of master. If people before platinum were still studying the path of their predecessors. After that, Baijin has begun to understand the rules and try to walk his own path, to the extent that he can teach others. This is also the reason why the Magic City Gaowu Academy agrees that those with platinum gold and above can accept direct disciples. In short, those who are strong in platinum are a degrading blow to those below platinum. Even that S-class monster, Jang Xyu, who suppressed the family so much that they couldn't hold their heads up. I once failed to defeat a strong platinum player when I jumped up a level. This gap can no longer be bridged by just one S-level talent. And now, teacher Ye obviously has not walked out of his own way. He is definitely not a platinum expert. However, he was able to use his golden posture to slap and swollen the face of the strong platinum man when he was on guard. This situation is unheard of and simply unbelievable. How is that possible? Hong Kun covered his face, working hard to reduce the swelling, while looking at Yeran in disbelief. The sense of unreality left him speechless. Yeran, do you know what you are doing? Wang Chenjai on the side pointed at Yeran angrily. Yeran didn't even look at Wang Chenjai and said softly. One more thing, I'll beat you too. You. Wang Chenjai pointed at Yeran angrily, but he honestly chose to shut up. Although he is the deputy director of the grade, he is an older person who got by with his seniority. He is good at relying on his elders and bossing others around, but when it comes to fighting, he is not ranked at all. The platinum strong man was defeated, and he didn't want to receive that slap. Then, Yeran walked step by step towards Wong Da Chan, who was beaten away by Hong Kun. He helped Wong Da Chan up and shook off the gravel on Wong Da Chan's body. Da Chan, I have always taught you to be kind to others. I am very happy that you have listened to me, but I don't like your behavior today. Wong Da Chan looked at Yeran and touched the back of his head honestly. I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you such trouble. Yeran waved his hand. It is the teacher's duty to protect students, not to mention trouble. Then Yeran pointed at Hong Kun. I was negligent as a teacher. I only teach you how to treat people, but not how to treat dogs. Listening to Yeran calling himself a dog. After Hong Kun recovered from the shock, his eyes began to turn red. He, Hong Kun, has always been the only one to bully others. How could someone bully him? Or was he bullied by a salty fish instructor in front of so many people? At this time, Hong Kun's anger level had reached its peak. Yeran, you are looking for death. After saying that, Hong Kun's momentum instantly soared. The powerful aura directly drove back the students. A snow-white lion appeared behind Hong Kun, its eyes wide open with anger, and its almost substantial murderous intent left traces on the ground. A-level superpower, White Jade Lion. One of the top existences among A-level ferocious beasts, its racial strength is no less than that of a devouring ferocious pig. The racial talent is the Jade ability, which can turn objects in contact into jade. Once the talent is activated, it's very possible that he was hit again and again. The opponent's arms and legs were all turned into jade. This weird ability coupled with the powerful physical functions of the A-level ferocious beast. Close combat with the White Jade Lion is simply a nightmare for the opponent. Following Hong Kun's urging, the White Lion directly transformed into Hong Kun's body. Hong Kun's whole body has grown a lot bigger. The tight muscles contain explosive power, and the red eyes reveal naked aggression. You will regret what you did today. Hong Kun's mouth moved slightly, his spine hunched up, like a predator staring at his prey, approaching Yeran. Hong Kun was coming fiercely, but Yeran, who was at the center of the pressure, remained calm. He pointed at the furious Hong Kun and continued to teach Wong Da Chan, remember what I said as a teacher. When you encounter a barking dog, there is only one thing you need to do. Yeran looked at Hong Kun, his eyes sparkling. Beat it until it obeys. Moment. Yeran's aura began to surge, and a giant black dragon circled around Yeran. Roar. Mo Long let out a loud roar and roared at the huge White Jade Lion. The moment the vigorous momentum confronted Hong Kun. Not even behind. The war is about to break out. Oh my god, teacher Ye is crazy? He actually chooses to confront the hypocrite. Platinum beats gold. Teacher Ye will die. It's a big mess, it's a big mess. Find someone to help quickly and save teacher Ye. Go to the Academic Affairs Office to ask for the Director of Music. Yes, go and ask for Director Le. Without saying a word, Li Muran rushed towards the Academic Affairs Office. Unknowingly, the hearts of the students in Class 2 gathered around Yeran. Yeran, you asked for this. Hong Kun really didn't understand why a golden Yeran. Where did you get the courage to choose to confront him head-on? But it doesn't matter, it just happened to agree with him. This time, he will completely beat Yeran into trash in front of Yeran's students. Hong Kun's eyes were filled with viciousness. He already wanted to tear Yeran alive. It just so happens that I'm not used to bullying small ones. Yeran looked at Hong Kun, who was in full swing, still looking calm. He walked forward and looked at the alienated lion. I was worried about how to deal with those students. After all, the guy who admitted it didn't look like someone who likes to bully others. After much thought, only a beast like you can force students to engage in such despicable methods. He waved his hand towards Wong Da Chan. Stand back and watch carefully how the teacher trains the dog. Chapter 33. Hong Kun was extremely angry and laughed. To be honest, the first thing I want to do is to tear your mouth apart. Lies won't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. Yeran's words could poke Hong Kun's lungs with precision. The swelling will subside first before we talk. Yeran's words made Hong Kun's anger soar to a new height. Hey! A voice passed by. Hong Kun turned into a white afterimage and rushed towards Yeran. The speed was so fast that it caused a sonic boom. There was a loud noise of bang. There was an explosion sound like two mountains colliding together, causing a wave of air. The students who were approaching were directly thrown away by the powerful aftermath. Wait for the aftermath to dissipate. At the center of the explosion, Yeran and Hong Kun were deadlocked in place. Hong Kun's fierce punch was actually blocked by Yeran with one hand. How is this possible? Hong Kun held a huge lion's head on his head, with an incredible look in his eyes. If you say that being slapped before is an underestimation. This time, he tried his best to kill Yeran. But just a full blow. Or was he blocked by this salted fish instructor? How come the iron rule of not skipping the level and challenging the platinum level does not apply to Yeran? The strong sense of unreality made Hong Kun feel a little dazed. In fact, it's not surprising that Hong Kun was in a daze. Even if anyone were to stand here now, they would not think that the gold level Yeran could withstand the full blow of a platinum level strongman. Hong Kun came to his senses and continued to attack with fists without believing in evil. Each punch is powerful and heavy, containing the full strength of a platinum level expert. Wherever the whistling fist wind passed, even the solid wood tables and chairs were torn apart. Faced with this fierce storm, Yeran calmly waved the power of the ink dragon. Defend every attack of Hong Kun with extreme precision. This left Hong Kun with nothing to do, and every attack was in vain. For a while, the two of them were fighting back and forth, evenly matched. It's not like a platinum level powerhouse crushing gold at all. This scene stunned all the students. Holy shit, what did I see? This is platinum versus gold. Isn't it true that any genius can't challenge platinum? What is this? Teacher Ye should not be called a genius, he should be called a monster. I'm convinced, Teacher Ye is awesome. Who the hell will say that Teacher Ye is a salty fish in the future? Who the hell am I worried about? Director Le called me early. Who would have thought that Teacher Ye could be evenly matched with this hypocrite? Why did you call me so early? Let Director Le take a closer look to find out whether our Teacher Ye is too tough or this hypocrite is just a parallel import. All the students were immersed in Yeran's toughness. In fact, Yeran's talent belongs to the top class of the family, and his bloodline and talent are strong. If it weren't for that series of changes, Yeran would now be at least a genius on the same level as Le Wanyi. And now Yeran has exceeded his golden mark. Yeran crossing the natural chasm is like a carp crossing the dragon gate, turning into a dragon. The foundation has been solidified for nearly 10 years. At the moment of breakthrough, it was sublimated and exploded. Its energy purity and quality are extremely high, so rich that it doesn't look like a gold-level powerhouse at all. Just relying on these conditions, Yeran's comprehensive strength is no less than what an S-level superpower can explode at the same level. Not to mention Yeran's innate Taoist physique. And the blessing of the system. At this time, Yeran has gathered many miraculous factors into one, and is fully capable of competing with the strong men of the platinum level. There is no iron law that cannot be broken. It's just that the fist is not hard enough and the strength is not strong enough. Perhaps due to interference from off-field factors, Hong Kun's offense became more and more impatient and had more and more problems. The situation on the court also started with Hong Kun's full attack and Yeran's defense. It gradually evolved into two people attacking each other. Even Hong Kun had to start defending at some points. At this time, Hong Kun felt that Yeran could capture the key points of every punch he made in advance. Attack with all your strength. Yeran just needs to take action at the key points of his attack, and he can easily resolve it. This feeling was like being seen through, which made Hong Kun extremely aggrieved. There was a sound of bang. Following Hong Kun's slight negligence, Yeran found the right opportunity and punched Hong Kun directly in the face. Hong Kun was caught off guard and was knocked back several meters by the punch. The originally healed nose was bleeding out again, looking extremely miserable. At this time, Hong Kun looked at his nosebleeds dripping. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Although I really don't want to admit it, without turning on my innate magical powers, I can't beat Yeran. If you continue to fight, you will definitely lose. For a moment, anger and shame occupied Hong Kun's brain. Why should a waste that cannot break through silver in 10,000 years? Now he can actually press himself, the much anticipated platinum genius, to the ground and rub him? The strong sense of shame and anger caused Hong Kun's blood pressure to rise. The blood that had stopped flowing started flowing again. Yeran smiled disdainfully, if it's this level, you won't even be needed to look after the home and the home. Every word is precious, every sentence does not contain the word dog, but every sentence says that Hong Kun is a dog. You wanna die? How could Hong Kun, who was already narrow-minded, endure such an insult? In an instant, with a flash of white light in Hong Kun's eyes, the white jade lion transformed into Hong Kun began to glow with a strange light. When the light dissipates, the white body became as smooth as porcelain, and even reflected light under the sunlight. Racial talent? Teacher Han, you can't use it. After seeing this scene, Wang Chenjai, the deputy director of the grade on the side, who had been watching the show calmly, started shouting in panic. Although he was not strong enough, he could see what Hong Kun wanted to do with his experienced eyes. Once the white jade lion's innate magical power is unfolded, after that, every punch and kick from Hong Kun hit Ye Kun. Then the part of Yeran's body that was touched will undergo irreversible jade lesions. It ranges from missing arms and legs, to death on the spot. This is completely for Yeran's life. The Magic City's high martial arts academies encourage competition among each other, but life and death fights are strictly prohibited. Hong Kun is obviously going to kill him now. Once something like this happens, not only those involved in the fight will be severely punished, but he, the deputy director of the grade, will also be punished. For a moment, Wang Chenjai was filled with regrets as to why he chose to help Hong Kun to cheer him up. Originally I just wanted to curry favor with a potential star mentor. But I never expected that the outcome of this incident would be completely beyond my imagination. Although Wang Chenjai tried his best to stop him, but Hong Kun, who was overwhelmed by anger, could not care about so much. Hong Kun's white jade-like fist hit Yeran's head directly. Bang! Hong Kun's speed was so fast that Yeran seemed unable to react. This cannon punch hit Yeran firmly on the head. It made an extremely dull sound. If it weren't for the body protection of Malong Xiangong, Yeran might have been separated from his head at this moment. You brought this on yourself, Hong Kun said viciously. As soon as this punch came out, even if Yeran could block Hong Kun's attack power, he could not block the jade-shaped lesions. Yeran will still be dead by then. Sure enough, things went as Hong Kun expected. Although Yeran blocked the blow, but starting from Yeran's hair, the whole person glowed with white light. As the white light continues to extend downward, skip Yeran's hair, eyebrows, nose, mouth, and chin. Yeran's entire head gradually turned into a white jade-colored relief. Chapter 34. At this moment the whole place was silent. Everyone looked at the white relief and couldn't say a word. Wang Chenjai held out his big belly. He ran over in a hurry and looked left and right at Yeran's jade sculpture. Angrily, he slapped his thighs with both hands. Hong Kun, do you know what you did? You are killing people. Do you know about killing people? Wang Chenjai never expected that the final result of the matter would be like this. He was very upset at this moment. He would have avoided getting involved in this muddy water if he had known better. In my heart, I have scolded the 18 generations of Hong Kun's ancestors all over. Wang Chenjai's sentence kills people. Like a thunderous explosion in the plains, it shook the hearts of everyone present. The students looked at all this with horrified eyes. It would have been fine if it was a fight between two parties, but this incident turned into a murder. Especially when a teacher in school killed another teacher. Then things would get really big. At this time, Hong Kun also put away his powers and restored his original appearance. After he regained his sense, a slight flash of panic flashed in his eyes, and finally he regained his composure. He snorted coldly. Murder? Deputy Director Wong, you don't dare to slap this kind of charge on someone's head casually. You. Wang Chenjai's eyes almost popped out of his head when he heard Han Kun's words. He never expected that Han Kun could be so shameless. He obviously did such a thing in public, but he turned around and denied it. At this time, Han Kun calmly walked to Yeran. He said to Wang Chenjai, "This is obviously because teacher Ye kept stimulating me with words when he and I were discussing skills, causing my powers to go out of control. It was an accident caused by punching too hard. How can this be considered intentional homicide? Woolen cloth. Director Wang, you have to bear witness to my innocence. The power is out of control." Wang Chenjai repeated Han Kun's words. Loss of control of superpowers is a mental illness that occurs after a person with superpowers awakens. Once this type of patient is severely stimulated, it is easy for him to lose control of his superpowers and produce uncontrollable behaviors, causing unpredictable consequences. Generally speaking, the supervision department will not pursue the irreparable losses caused by patients with mental illness certificates such as out-of-control abilities. This is a disguised protection for mental patients. At this moment, Han Kun attributed this series of actions to the loss of control of his powers. Clearly trying to excuse himself. Yes, Director Wang, you also know that there were some flaws when I was promoted to Platinum. Although I said I was fine at the time, I actually went to the hospital privately to see him. This is a sign of out-of-control supernatural powers. If you don't believe me, I will go home and get you my mental illness certificate right now. Han Kun's eyes turned slightly red as he spoke, and his expression seemed to be that he had been greatly wronged and was about to cry. Actually, I didn't mean to hide it from everyone. I was just afraid that the school would expel me as a tutor because my powers were out of control. Director Wang, you know that I really like students and I really want to do something for our school. Make some contribution. As Han Kun spoke, he began to choke. This scene completely stunned everyone present, even a cunning old man like Wang Chenjai was stunned. However, after analyzing the pros and cons, Wang Chenjai immediately chose to side with Han Kun. After all, if Han Kun killed Yeran out of anger, he would definitely be regarded as an accomplice and severely punished by the school. But now Han Kun said that he accidentally killed someone because of a mental illness such as losing control of his powers. He also admitted why he hid his mental illness. If this series of things is true, at best, I would only be shouldering the insignificant responsibility of not caring about my mentor's mental condition. Which of the responsibilities is lighter or heavier? Wang Chenjai can tell immediately after thinking about it. Wang Chenjai, who wanted to understand, took a deep look at Han Kun for a while. To be able to think of such wonderful resolving techniques at such a critical moment, coupled with such realistic acting skills. Although this kind of person is simply the scum of scum in terms of character. However, this kind of coping ability is really a rare talent. Wang Chenjai understood and walked up to Han Kun who was choking and sobbing, and patted Han Kun's shoulder distressedly. Han Kun wiped away tears and said with choked sobs. "I'm sorry, Director Wang, I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. I really deserve to die, I'm a murderer." The more Han Kun talked, the more excited he became. Finally, he raised his hands directly and said pleadingly to Wang Chenjai. "Director Wang, please arrest me now and let the school and the supervision department hold me accountable. I am willing to give one life for teacher Ye." Seeing that Han Kun had already mastered the double recital, how could Wang Chenjai not understand Han Kun's thoughts? While looking at Han Kun distressedly, he sighed softly. Hey, get up, Teacher Han. It's not your fault. It's our ancestors' responsibility for not doing the power awakening ceremony well. Finally, he took a look at the jade sculpture that Yeran had turned into, and said with regret. It's a pity, Teacher Yet. Who would have thought that he, who has always been mediocre, would break out into such an amazing performance today? It's a pity that he wanted to express himself too much and ended up causing such a big disaster to himself. It's all destiny, right? The two of them sang together and said a few light words. The black is called white, and the perpetrator is called the victim. However, justice lies in the heart of the people. At this time, the students in Class 2 looked at these two people, with anger written all over their faces. Especially Wong Da Chan. He couldn't bear to take care of the wounds on his body, and walked to Yeran despite the wounds, looking at all this in disbelief. Later, he, who has a simple and honest temperament. At this moment, he pointed at Wang Chenjai and Han Kun angrily. Are you still being reasonable? It was obviously this BD who accidentally killed Teacher Yet. He is a murderer. A murder must be paid with a life. Wong Da Chan's words stirred up 1,000 waves with one stone. All the students in Class 2 followed Wong Da Chan and shouted in unison. Kill for life! Kill for life! Kill for life! There was a roaring sound, and the students' anger seemed to be reaching the roof of the restaurant. The scattered first-grade class and second class gathered unimaginable power at this moment. When Wang Chenjai saw this, he snorted disdainfully. Shut up! With a roar, Wang Chenjai's late gold aura combined with the aura of a superior person. For a time, all the students present were stunned. It's not your students' turn to make any about the school's decision. Wang Chenjai glanced at these students with disdain. A group of wastes who are about to be eliminated, don't think about how to work hard to stay, and have time to care about other people's affairs. I'll count to 3. Students who haven't left after 3 counts will have 3 points deducted from their year-end assessment. Class 2 of the first grade is originally the last class of the freshman class. All the students have low scores. If everyone is deducted another 3 points, there is a high risk of being dismissed. Wang Chenjai thought he had grasped this point. He threatened the students in front of him with a look of disdain. 3, 2, 1. When Wang Chenjai finished talking about the 3 numbers, this group of students who should have been beaten to pieces are still standing where they are. A person chooses to leave. At this moment, all the students stared angrily. Go to Nima's school. Give back my teacher's life. Give my teacher his life. Kill for life. Kill for life. The students' anger broke out again. They stood in front of Yeran in unison. Use your weak body to help Yeran block the injustice in this world. Chapter 35. This. Wang Chenjai, who did not scare the students, was stunned on the spot. He usually uses the power of his superiors to dictate matters. How have he ever seen such a scene? Director Wang, let me handle it. Seeing Wang Chenjai in trouble, Han Kun patted Wang Chenjai on the shoulder and said with a smile. At this moment, the corners of Han Kun's mouth were raised, and he was so complacent that his happy mood almost overflowed. Where is the appearance of crying uncontrollably before? This hypocrite can't even pretend. Han Kun walked up to Wang Chenjai. Looking at this group of students who were protecting Yeran and never taking a step back, there was a sense of anger in his heart for no reason. Maybe it's because I hate the house and the bird, maybe I'm a little jealous. Han Kun looked around for a week, looked at the students in front of him and said calmly. Director Wang is kind to you, but I am different. I will count to 3 again this time. If you don't leave until I count to 3, then I'm sorry. As he said this, Han Kun turned on all fire in front of the students. The white jade lion directly alienated himself. The powerful platinum aura suppressed these students, who may not even have silver, to retreat continuously, and even their breathing was a little uncomfortable. A naked threat forced all students present to submit. Whoosh! Before Han Kun started counting, suddenly a golden red musket pierced Han Kun's face. Humph! Han Kun snorted coldly, without even raising his hand. A jade-faced barrier instantly appeared in front of him, directly blocking the menacing musket. When the gun touched the jade barrier, it instantly dissipated into nothingness. I'm so angry. Is there such a thing as this? A bunch of rats are running rampant. It really makes me sick. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Dongdong, who was as big as a brat, appeared directly in front of the student. How could he, who hated evil so much, endure these bastards who were confusing right and wrong in front of him? After seeing the person clearly, Han Kun frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that such a young kid would appear in the university cafeteria. Moreover, the strength of this young kid far exceeds that of a freshman. Such a person has a very strong background at first glance, and is likely to have a strong mentor. For a moment, Han Kun did not dare to act rashly. When the old and cunning Wang Chenjai saw Huang Dongdong's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. How could he, who was more senior, not recognize the talented young man in front of him? He quickly walked forward and whispered into Han Kun's ear. This is a visiting professor in our school, a direct disciple of Huo Wen, the leader of the fire sect. After hearing this, Han Kun frowned slightly. Huo Wen, the leader of the fire sect, the master of the Diamond Peak. I heard that he has a hot temper and is extremely protective. After learning about Huang Dongdong's inheritance, Han Kun felt a little bit in trouble. However, he still put on an extremely professional posture and said to Huang Dongdong, "My little friend, you must have heard what happened before. Now we need to deal with the internal affairs of our school. Please don't interfere too much." Huang Dongdong didn't care about Han Kun at all. He once again transformed a musket in his hand and pointed it at Han Kun. He spat contemptuously. "Bah, why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf here, a murderer?" Listening to Huang Dongdong mercilessly insulting him, Han Kun's face also became a little ugly. "Little friend, please speak clearly, please don't slander casually." "Okay, murderer, murderer, murderer." Huang Dongdong looked at Han Kun with disdain. "How many times do you want to hear it? I will tell you." Then Huang Dongdong pointed at Han Kun and said seriously, "Kill me today if you can, but if you can't, I will make your today's incident public to the public. Then everyone will see how this Devil's Joo Academy should deal with a scum like you." Hearing Huang Dongdong's words, Han Kun's eyes narrowed slightly. If they are all students of the school, he is relatively easy to control. Even if there are students who want to make trouble, he can still suppress them. But Huang Dongdong is not a student of the school, but a direct disciple of the master. With such an identity, I couldn't coerce him. But it was Huang Dongdong who said this. It is very likely to cause an uproar and have an extremely negative impact on yourself. It would be better to let Huang Dongdong go out and be the loudspeaker. Thinking of this, Han Kun's eyes already had murderous intent. After the power is out of control, killing one is killing, killing two is killing. It seemed that he felt the cold murderous aura on Han Kun's body. Huang Dongdong cursed directly. "Calling you a rat is really flattering you. You are just a beast. A beast that kills people without blinking an eye and is not a human being at all." Huang Dongdong's words directly angered Han Kun. At this time, Han Kun's right hand manifested the white energy again. Jade's skill is activated again. "You asked for this." Han Kun shouted coldly, turning into a white phantom and rushing towards Huang Dongdong. Roar! The punch Han Kun threw had a vague roar of a lion. The direction of the attack is exactly Huang Dongdong's forehead. It was obvious that this time he wanted to kill him with one blow. The speed of Han Kun's attack was beyond Huang Dongdong's expectation. Before he could react, Han Kun's punch had already hit his face. But at the moment when Han Kun's fist was about to hit Huang Dongdong's face, a strong big hand tightly grasped Han Kun's fist. Help Huang Dongdong block this fatal blow. When Han Kun saw the appearance of the person blocking his attack, he immediately exclaimed, Yeran! This person is Yeran! He looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. You're welcome to save your life. Then Yeran turned his head, his eyes became cold. His palm secretly exerted force. Han Kun felt as if a steamroller was pressing down on his fist. Even the bones began to crack. The severe pain caused me to quickly withdraw my fist. I couldn't help but waved behind me. At this time, Han Kun couldn't care less about checking his hands. He looked at the living Yeran in disbelief. How is this possible? How did you do it? Since reaching the platinum level, Han Kun, a white jade lion, has never failed in his natal magical power. Whether you are a platinum level genius or a late platinum half-master, as long as one sticks to his jade ability, without exception, he will lose his arms and legs. Han Kun also leapfrogged and killed platinum level ferocious beasts that were stronger than him because of this. But today, the jade transformation ability that he had always been confident about failed to work on Yeran. This was somewhat unacceptable to him. At this time, Yeran bent down and picked up the jade fragments on the ground. You don't understand even if I say it. The innate Taoist body is known as the darling of the law, invulnerable to all laws and invulnerable to all laws. Although the jade transformation ability looks extremely weird, after all, it is just an application of the law of attribute change. How could this ability harm Yeran, who has an innate Tao body? Yeran threw away the jade fragments and looked at Han Kun with a pity expression. White Jade Lion. The superpower is a good one, but it's a pity that it grows on an animal. Chapter 36. Teacher Yat, are you okay? Yes, Teacher Yat, how is your health? Teacher Yat, do you want to go to the infirmary and take a look? Teacher Yat. When the students in class 2 saw Yeran standing in front of them alive, everyone gathered around Yeran anxiously, asking with concern how Yeran was doing. Wong Da Chan couldn't care less about his own pain. He quickly squeezed in and looked at Yeran honestly. When Wong Da Chan saw that Yeran was fine, he felt relieved. He grinned. Teacher Yat, you are so awesome. This can help you survive. Originally, I was prepared to die with you. Teacher Yat is safe and sound, he is more happy than anyone else. It's just that this silly mouth is really not very good at talking. Yeran glanced at Da Chun helplessly. Da Chun, there's no need for that. Wong Da Chun also knew that what he said might not be pleasant to listen to. But I don't know how to find a remedy. I could only scratch my head stupidly. Anyway, as long as it's okay, it'll be okay. But then he thought about it, and Wong Da Chun suddenly said to Yeran. Teacher Yat, let's go. We don't want to be like them anymore. After hearing what Wong Da Chun said, the students also realized that now is not the time to care. One by one, they hurriedly said to Yeran. That's right, Teacher Yat, let's go. Teacher Yat, let's go find Director Le to seek justice. That's right, Teacher Yat, let's go to the school. Let's see how the school handles it. Yes, Teacher Yat, a good man never suffers immediate losses. Wong Da Chun's proposal was responded to by the students. After all, Han Kun is a platinum level expert, and everyone sees his strength. Who knows if this conflict continues, Teacher Ye will be in danger again. After all, in their eyes, Teacher Ye has already passed through the gate of hell once. Yeran pressed his hand slightly to signal the students to be quiet. He saw the concern of his classmates. He smiled and said to them. Don't worry, there's no danger. That blow just now. To be precise, Yeran deliberately let Han Kun hit him. Because the moment I chose to bring the second-class students to support Wong Da Chun, he received the task from the system. It is detected that the cohesion of the class led by the host is increasing, triggering an emergency mission. Unity is strength. Unexpected mission. Unity is strength. Host, please increase the class cohesion by more than 80% as soon as possible. After the mission is completed, you will receive the system reward, Master Soul. Teacher Soul, the owner will receive a bonus from preaching and teaching. The teaching ability will be increased by 20%, and the student's understanding ability will be increased by 10%. Yeran could see at a glance that this was a good thing. As long as there is a teacher soul. Regardless of the fact that Wong Da Chan and Jang Xyu have super talents in their own right and have not yet been developed. Just talking about ordinary students. In the normal process of teaching and solving doubts, Yeran will speed up their strength improvement by more than 20%. Their comprehension ability will also increase by 10%. This has a great effect on improving the cultivation progress of Yeran's entire class. Yeran himself was a little worried that his class's overall cultivation progress would not pass the assessment. As long as you have the soul of a master, none of this will be a problem. So since receiving this mission, Yeran has been thinking about how to get this master soul. So there was the scene where he resisted the Korean group with a sure blow. First, Yeran has an innate Taoist body and is not afraid of being corroded by rules-based skills. Second, based on the fighting process, Yeran was confident that he would be able to withstand the force of this blow. The result is also obvious. Hong Kun's blow successfully ignited the anger of all the students in Class 2. He also succeeded in making Yeran's class become monolithic. Class cohesion has also successfully reached 75%. And now, what Yeran needs to do is, it just explodes the audience and pushes the cohesion of the entire class to the highest point. And the gunpowder primer that ignited the audience. Yeran looked at Hong Kun. He said to Wong Da Chan, "The dog training class hasn't finished yet, how can it end now?" Yeran waved his hand, turned around, and stood in front of the students. He moved his neck. He stretched out a hand and hooked at Hong Kun, "Keep shouting." This posture. It is very similar to the gestures of an animal tamer when dealing with wild beasts that have not yet been tamed. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I really admire your courage. Hong Kun saw Yeran being so provocative and laughed angrily. Looking at your fate, I still plan to spare your life. It seems that I am being sentimental. Killing once is killing, killing twice is killing. Just based on Yeran's performance. Hong Kun now felt that even if Yeran was cut into pieces by 5 horses, he still wouldn't understand his anger. The snow-white lion's head appears again. The familiar white light once again condensed around Hong Kun. "Teacher Yat, be careful!" Wong Da Chan exclaimed. Wong Da Chan's voice has not yet fallen. Hong Kun has already arrived. Boom! Yeran and Hong Kun's fists collided. The aftermath of the huge impact knocked away the students who were closer. The response is pretty quick, but how should you deal with this jade? With the help of dog luck, you have defused your jade ability once. Do you really think you can challenge me? How many treasures do you have left to consume? Hong Kun smiled disdainfully. He exerted all his strength to activate the ability of Yahua. Although Yeran's removal of jade transformation shocked Hong Kun, he did not think that it was something Yeran could achieve with his own abilities. It must have been resolved with some treasures. However, treasures are limited after all, and when they are used up, Yeran's death will naturally come. Everything was as Hong Kun expected. With the contact of fists, Yeran's fist began to glow white. Hong Kun's expression was ferocious, his eyes fixed on Yeran's facial expression. He really wanted to capture the panic emotion from Yeran's facial expression in order to satisfy his perverted pleasure. But instead of seeing panic on Yeran's face, he saw a hint of sarcasm. "You don't think that your jade transformation ability is unsolvable, do you?" As soon as Yeran finished speaking, the white luster on Yeran's fist began to fade. Flesh color appeared on Yeran's fist again. In an instant, Yahua directly dissipated into nothingness. How is this possible? Han Kun's pupils narrowed slightly, and the changes in front of him caught him off guard. Next time, learn more about how people speak. Don't just learn one sentence and keep shouting back and forth until your ears are almost calloused. Yeran's mouth is unforgiving. Then, Yeran turned his hand with a knife, and cut Han Kun's elbow straight. Click, a sound. Han Kun's right arm was broken directly by the powerful force. Han Kun covered his arm in pain and hurriedly retreated. As a result, Yeran came to Han Kun like a ghost. Rolling up the power of the ink dragon, it stabbed Han Kun's right shoulder. Long-term dependence on superpowers makes the body function weak and unqualified. As soon as Yeran finished speaking, the power of the ink dragon bit Han Kun's shoulder. Click. With a sound, the joint of Han Kun's right shoulder was removed. The practice of the exercises is sparse, the energy quality is poor, and it is unqualified. Yeran raised his 2 fingers and stabbed Han Kun's Tanzong point. Pfft! The power of the ink dragon pierced Han Kun's belly like a sharp thorn. Han Kun felt that all his strength was gone and his body became weak. Misbehavior leads students astray and is seriously unqualified. Yeran turned his left fist into a palm and slapped Han Kun heavily on the left side of his head. Boom! Han Kun was hit hard with a palm on the left side of his head, and the huge impact made his whole body fly up. Han Kun, who was in the air, could no longer hear Yeran's reprimand. Yeran's every move and style were extremely precise in his hidden wounds and vital points. In front of Yeran, he was like a doll full of loopholes, ready to be manipulated. In addition to feeling severe pain, Han Kun's eyes were already filled with panic. Right elbow, right shoulder, Tanzong point, and the left side of your brain. I have never told anyone about these weaknesses and hidden wounds. How could Yeran know everything? Strong confusion and this cruel reality continue to impact Han Kun. Could it be said that there are really geniuses in the world? Can you instantly understand all of the opponent's weaknesses with just a few fights? What kind of evil talent is this? There was a trace of bitterness in the corner of Han Kun's mouth. Why did he want to provoke the monster Yeran? You are not qualified in any of them, how are you qualified to be a teacher? Yeran's movements did not stop. At the moment when Han Kun was floating in the air, the power of the ink dragon on Yeran's elbow instantly gathered, carrying a huge force directly into Han Kun's chest. Smash it down hard! Han Kun, who was supposed to fly backwards, was directly changed by this huge force. Bang! The powerful force directly smashed Han Kun into the ground. The floor cracked instantly, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust dissipates, Yeran was the only one left standing proudly. At this time, Han Kun was lying in the cracked pit unable to move. Like a dead dog. Yeran looked down at the half-dead Han Kun. The golden posture kills platinum. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Chapter 37. Pinch me, am I dreaming? Is this really a battle between platinum and gold? Did I travel through time? What on earth is going on? Can such an outrageous thing really happen in the world? Yet, teacher Yet actually defeated platinum with a body of gold. It's not as simple as victory, it's complete abuse. Can't you see the complete abuse? Evildoer. At this moment, all the students looked at this scene in shock and did not recover for a long time. Yeran's smooth operations were like a master training a dog. Simple, rough. I don't take Han Kun as an individual at all. But no matter what, Han Kun is also a platinum powerhouse. And it is still the strongest type among the platinum experts. Being tortured to pieces by such a golden person like Yeran. For a moment, all the students in Class 2 felt strange when they saw Yeran's back. Can this be called a salted fish mentor? Can this be called a lying mentor? Wong Da Chan was the only one who clenched his fists with excitement. During the first instruction, he identified Yeran as an unborn expert. As a result, every time I discussed it with others, they would only think that Wong Da Chan was ill. But what about now? This incredible record. Who dares to question his judgment? Wong Da Chan has a refreshing feeling of being drunk while everyone else is awake. He shouted happily. What are you looking at? I've never seen anyone succeed in a leapfrog challenge. At this moment, Wong Da Chan is Yeran's #1 fan. Everyone looked at Wong Da Chan speechlessly. I've seen leapfrog challenges. But I've never seen someone so easily tortured. Especially when it comes to gold versus platinum, which I have never even heard of. After seeing this scene, the pot-bellied Wang Chenjai was no less shocked than the students present. His eyes narrowed slightly, thinking in his heart. Being experienced, he sees much further than the students. Yeran was able to surpass the level with gold and completely defeat the platinum-level powerhouse. This is something that has never happened in eternity. Once something like this comes out, it will cause an uproar. After this battle, countless celebrities and masters will come to visit Yeran. After all, judging from this record, Yeran's talent may far exceed that of ordinary S-level awakeners. It has even surpassed Zhang Hidong, the monster who is said to have dominated the generation of aristocratic families. Let me ask, who wouldn't want to be friends with such a talent? It is even very possible that someone extraordinary will come and accept Yeran as his personal disciple. No, ordinary and extraordinary grades are not enough. Maybe even their principal, the 3 pillars of the Magic City, may be involved in the scramble to recruit disciples. When the time comes, Yeran. After thinking for a while, Wang Chenjai looked at Yeran's back and swallowed. Will truly become the star of tomorrow who will be held in high esteem by all the stars. No, you must change your image in Yeran's heart. With that said, Wang Chenjai walked directly to the side of the pit and spit fiercely at Hong Kun, who was lying in the middle. Scum, how come there is a teacher with such bad conduct like you in our school? Just because you still want to teach and educate people? Disgusting. Disgusting. Wang Chenjai suddenly rebuked Hong Kun's behavior righteously, then turned his head, smiled at Yeran and said, Teacher Yat, my eyesight is dim and I was deceived by a traitor, so I misunderstood Teacher Yat. I apologize to Teacher Yat. After saying that, Director Wang made a 90-degree bow in front of everyone. He looked up at Yeran and praised. They are not afraid of power and have the courage to fight to protect the dignity of students. In today's society, teachers with such excellent qualities are rare. Then he patted his chest and vowed. I will definitely give you full marks in this final assessment. Listening to Wang Chenjai's words, the students were all stunned. They have seen shameless people, but they have never seen such shameless people. Director Wang's speed and execution ability are simply breathtaking. And facing everyone's astonished eyes, Wang Chenjai's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat. The sincerity in the eyes is more real than real money. Shame? Is it important? I, Wang Chenjai, have been in school all my life, relying on my ability to bend and stretch my hands. Outside the hall, 2 figures, one behind the other, passed quickly. Master, please slow down, I can't keep up. Wang Xiaoman looked at Le Wanyi, who was running forward with a bitter look on her face. Ever since the students in Yeran's class told Le Wanyi that Yeran had a fight with Hong Kun in the restaurant, Le Wanyi stopped even participating in the school board meeting. He sprinted towards the restaurant with all his strength. At this time, Le Wanyi's anxiety and anger were written on her face. Slow down? Slow down and collect Yeran's body. Le Wanyi's evil spirit was so strong that Wang Xiaoman's mouth showed a wry smile. Master, you must calm down after arriving at the scene. Calm down, how do you want me to calm down? Seeing that Le Wanyi could no longer listen to her own words of advice, Wang Xiaoman asked tentatively. If teacher Ye is really seriously injured, will you? I will kill Han Kun on the spot. Le Enjing narrowed her eyes slightly. The body is filled with murderous aura. Wang Xiaoman on the side had goosebumps. But master, this is at school. Do I care? Listening to Le Wanyi's answer, Wang Xiaoman looked bitter. She opened her mouth to say something more. But when I saw Le Wanyi's eyes that looked like she was killing someone, she was still lost and chose to shut up. She could only follow Le Wanyi obediently and run towards the hall. In short, as long as everything involves Yeran, his master seems to have lost his mind. Forget it, I'm tired, just destroy it. The two of them moved very fast, and in just a few words of exchange, they had already arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. There was a loud noise of bang. The violent force directly blasted open the door of the cafeteria. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. Le Wanyi walked towards the center of the cafeteria with an angry look on her face. Wang Xiaoman, who was following behind him, started frantically looking for Yeran the moment he entered the scene. When she saw Yeran standing safe and sound, she often breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. If you're not injured, then it's okay, then it's okay. Director Le is here. Run. Why are you running? Do you think you can run like this? As if they had encountered a natural enemy, the students lowered their heads one by one. The first thing I thought about was running away. Snort. No one present is allowed to leave. Le Wanyi snorted coldly, and an invisible ripple spread out with her as the center. In an instant, the invisible realm directly enveloped the center of the restaurant. Everyone present suddenly felt that their legs were not in control, and they could not move even half a step. Legia, pure heart and determination, can interfere with people's sixth senses from the soul level. Le Wanyi interfered with the student's presence control over her legs. Where's Han Kun? Ask him to come out to see me. Le Wanyi's voice was cold and her tone was so strong that no one dared to refuse. But all the teachers and students looked at me, and I looked at you, but none of them responded. Le Wanyi. Seeing no action, Le Wanyi shouted impatiently. Han Kun, do you have the guts to hit someone, but don't have the guts to face me? Get out of here. As soon as these words came out, all the students present looked even weirder. Among the crowd, someone said cautiously. Director Le, it may not be convenient for Teacher Han to see you now. Chapter 38. Inconvenient? What is inconvenient? Le Wanyi shouted coldly. Since you don't dare to see me, then I will go see him and tell me where he is. At this time, Le Wanyi's aura was fully activated. He has an attitude of wanting to kill Han Kun. All the students listened to Le Wanyi's words, their expressions became even weirder, but still no one said where Han Kun was. Seeing this scene, Le Wanyi narrowed her eyes slightly. You don't even dare to say so? Are you so afraid of Han Kun's revenge? Are you all so greedy for life and afraid of death? How dare my students? Today, if anyone doesn't point out where Han Kun is, the final assessment will be treated as failed. Le Wanyi's domineering attitude is revealed. After hearing what the dean said, all the students retreated in unison. Make way for a way. This road leads directly to the deep pit created by Yeran. Le Wanyi frowned, but still walked towards the pit. Director Le, Teacher Han, here. When Le Wanyi saw the scene inside the pit, I couldn't say a word for a long time. The cafeteria fell into an eerie silence once again. So, this one lying in the pit, is this Han group? Le Wanyi asked in disbelief. At this moment, Le Wanyi still has the aura of the previous leader who launched an army to accuse her. She looked at Yeran standing by the pit, and then at Han Kun lying in the pit. My brain is a little down. What's the situation? Why is Hong Kun lying in the pit? Why is Yeran standing by the pit intact? Did I remember wrongly who is Platinum? Le Wanyi's mind is full of question marks now. Upon hearing Le Wanyi's inquiry, Deputy Director Wang on the side ran over in a hurry. He wiped his sweat and said with a flattering smile, "Director Le, the person in the trap is Hong Kun." Wang Chenjai glanced at the pit with disgust. Who would have thought that there would be such a morally corrupt teacher in our school? When Wang Chenjai said this, he wiped the corners of his eyes sadly. Hong Kun told me at that time that there were students having conflicts in the cafeteria. He also said that a teacher deliberately favored the students in his class and asked me to bring justice. Think about it, I can tolerate my bad temper, so I followed Hong Kun to the cafeteria and couldn't help but talk about teacher yet. Wang Chenjai patted his thigh. To be honest, I really deserve to die. I didn't even understand the cause of the matter, so I misunderstood teacher Ye like this. Wang Chenjai's words are very artistic. In just a few words, he explains his problems in one stroke. Although he admitted his problem, it didn't seem very serious. Later, Wang Chenjai excitedly pulled Yeran over. Yeran ducked slightly and easily avoided Wang Chenjai's hand. Wang Chenjai jumped away, slightly embarrassed, but he still boasted. Fortunately, teacher Ye is an upright person. In order to safeguard the interests of students, he is willing to fight against evil regardless of his own safety. Wang Cheng was eloquent and boasted so much that he wished he could use what he had learned throughout his life on Yeran. Le Wanyi frowned slightly impatiently. Let's get to the point. Oh, okay. Wang Chenjai nodded obediently. He organized his words and continued. Actually, it was Hong Kun, the BD, who incited the students to deliberately bully Teacher Ye's students. Teacher Ye is here to seek justice. Later on, Teacher Ye and Hong Kun had a conflict. Let alone the fight in the school. Who would have thought that Hong Kun, a BD who doesn't follow martial ethics, would actually activate his jade transformation ability? After hearing this, Le Wanyi's heart tightened slightly. As the Dean of Students, she naturally understands the difficulties of Hong Kun's jade transformation ability. For a moment, she glanced at Yeran inadvertently, fearing that somewhere on Yeran's body was suffering from an irreversible disease. Seemingly noticing Le Wanyi's eyes, Wang Chenjai continued to speak with understanding. But fortunately, Teacher Ye is extremely talented and invincible. He actually defeated Hong Kun with gold and no injuries. Teacher Ye is really unparalleled. It's amazing that we can have such a teacher in our freshman year. What a happy event! Wang Chenjai was flattering her crazily, but Le Wanyi couldn't listen to a word at this time. Gold beats platinum without injury? If someone told her such a thing normally, she would just sneer and smile. After all, the iron rule that you can't challenge platinum by leapfrogging is deeply rooted in people's hearts. But now this situation is happening in front of me. Hong Kun couldn't have beaten himself into such a state and was lying in a deep pit, right? The strong sense of unreality made Le Wanyi feel dizzy. She looked at Yeran deeply. Ever since he learned that Yeran had broken through the golden barrier, she could already imagine that Yeran would become a blockbuster with his genius. But he never expected that Yeran's shocking first battle would be so earth-shattering. For a moment, Le Wanyi recalled what her aunt Le Enjing told her. Yeran's potential, not to mention the fighting skills of 3 aristocratic families, is worth fighting for despite the pressure of the melee of the 3 kingdoms. Le Wanyi took a deep breath, her extraordinary eyes were indeed vicious. Before, she thought this sentence was exaggerated and that Le Enjing said it deliberately to bring them together. But now she not only doesn't think her aunt is exaggerating, she even underestimates Yeran. Being able to break the iron law of platinum with the appearance of gold has never been seen before. Once this matter spreads, Le Wanyi knew it without even thinking. Yeran will become the favorite of all the superpowers. Those who accept disciples, get married, and recognize relatives will come to visit us in an endless stream. Wait for the marriage. Thinking of this, Le Wanyi's heart tightened, and her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Seeing Le Wanyi frowning, she seemed to be in a bad mood. The human spirit Wang Chenjai mistakenly thought that Le Wanyi was disgusted with Yeran's public fighting behavior. So he immediately spoke. Director Le, this has nothing to do with teacher yet. This is all my problem. As Wang Chenjai spoke, he beat his chest sadly. It's all my fault that I am not kind to others and my old eyesight is too dim to see clearly the true face of Hong Kun, a hypocrite. I was bewitched by this hypocrite, which caused the deterioration of this matter. Then Wang Chenjai stood in front of Yeran very deliberately. He held out his chest, raised his head and closed his eyes, as if he was willing to die generously. If Director Le wants to punish you, then punish me. Everything about you has nothing to do with teacher yet. Our freshman year can't let the genius instructor feel cold. After saying that, Wang Chenjai deliberately put his hands behind his back and made a gesture to Yeran. It means don't worry, brother is here. The students who saw this scene were all speechless. What is face changing? What does thick-skinned mean? What does it mean to be able to pick up and put down? This series of operations by Deputy Director Wang vividly taught the students a workplace survival lesson. Chapter 39. Naturally, Le Wanyi would not explain her inner thoughts. She silently walked to the edge of the pit and looked at Hong Kun, then at Yeran. Teacher yet, do you know that private fights are not allowed in school? Yeran nodded. As a mentor, not only did I fail to lead by example, but I also took the lead in violating discipline. I will be punished with an additional penalty. Teacher yet, are you convinced? Hearing that Le Wanyi seemed to be preparing to punish Yeran, Wang Chenjai lost face. It's not Director Le, I already said that all this has nothing to do with teacher yet, it's all my problem. Shut up, don't think I don't know that you and Han Kunhang work together to bully students. I will send your matter to the school discipline team for handling. Le Wanyi scolded impatiently. Director Le. This is not necessary. I. Wang Chenjai felt a little guilty because of Le Wanyi's sudden rage. He wanted to explain but still stumbled. No more than one or two. Le Wanyi squinted her eyes and looked at Wang Chenjai. Director Wang's mouth is really powerful, even black can be said to be white. Director Le, don't talk nonsense. Wang Chenjai felt a little guilty and did not dare to look into Le Wanyi's eyes, but he still stiffened his neck and said. Looking at Wang Chenjai who refused to admit it, Le Wanyi continued. I have here 12 anonymous letters reporting that you and Han Kun colluded to defraud students' bursaries, and 10 letters reporting that Han Kun beat students and you, Director Wang, chose to protect them. But you two do have some tricks, the accounts are clean, and no one dares to provide evidence, so I haven't been able to catch any valid evidence for so long. Le Wanyi looked at Wang Chenjai, her aura rising. Now it's okay, I can finally send you to the school discipline committee in a legitimate manner. I believe that with the methods of the school discipline committee, everything will be made public. After hearing this, Wang Chenjai broke into a cold sweat and his legs trembled slightly. In a place like the school discipline committee, unless you really have a clear conscience, as long as there is a problem with the teacher, you will have to skin him even if you don't die there. And he can't stand the investigation. Once someone like him enters a place like the school discipline committee, his life will be over. Director Le, you can't send me into a place like this. You have no right to send me in. Wang Chenjai roared crazily. No power? Yes, I have no power, but they do. Le Wanyi pointed to the group of second-class students behind her. With their testimony, Wang Chenjai will definitely be sent to prison this time. Thinking of this, Wang Chenjai began to tremble all over, and a puddle of yellow soup unconsciously appeared at his feet. Le Wanyi glanced at Wang Chenjai with some disgust. You alone are worthy of being a teacher. This sentence is exactly the same as what Yeran said. Then, Le Wanyi turned her head and looked at Yeran. For a moment, the atmosphere in the canteen became tense again. Teacher Ye, do you know the rules in our school code? Yeran looked at Le Wanyi and nodded. Since he chose to take action, he decided to bear the consequences. Director Le, Teacher Ye is passively counterattacking. Yes, Director Le, it was Hong Kun who hit the students in our class first, and then Teacher Ye did it. Director Le, Teacher Ye is not wrong. Even though Le Wanyi just crushed Wang Chenjai with just 3 sentences, her momentum was so terrifying. But the students in class 2 still defended Yeran despite this amazing sense of oppression. Le Wanyi pressed her hand to signal the students to be quiet. Everyone present fell silent, waiting for Le Wanyi to make the final decision on this matter. Le Wanyi pursed her lips and spoke her final decision. In view of the fact that the cause of this fight was all caused by Hong Kun, the instructor Hong Kun was mainly responsible. Half of the class's assessment score was deducted, and the remaining punishments were handed over to the school discipline committee. The instructor Yeran. Le Wanyi paused for a moment. Instructor Yeran takes secondary responsibility and will deduct 5 points from the class assessment. If this is the first offense, he will only be given a verbal warning. If there is a next time, he will be severely punished. For Yeran, this punishment was loud and light, so it was not painful at all. As soon as Le Wanyi's decision came out, the whole audience cheered. Director Le is wise. Director Le is Bao Qingtian alive. Long live Director Le. Everyone is very happy that Yeran does not need to be punished. Only Yeran's mouth twitched slightly. If I rub it, the class assessment points will be deducted. The system task is to get first place in grade. Director Le, let's not deduct credits. If not, you can send me to the school discipline committee. In order to complete the system tasks, Yeran was really anxious. Le Wanyi was a little confused. She had never seen anyone make such a request. But after thinking about it, she felt it was reasonable. After all, Yeran really doesn't have many class credits left. If 5 more points are really deducted, then maybe it's really possible that he will be re-elected last in this assessment and be expelled from the school. It turns out that Yeran is afraid of being expelled from school. Le Wanyi thought to herself, looking at Yeran with a trace of joy in her eyes. Hey, if you didn't listen to my advice before and insisted on taking the assessment to save face, you would be anxious now. But naturally these cannot be expressed. Le Wanyi still pretended to think deeply for a moment. Said to Yeran, it's not convenient to talk here. Come to the office with me. Afterwards, Yeran and Le Wanyi left the scene. After seeing Yeran and Le Wanyi leaving, the students were also preparing to leave the canteen one after another. Wong Da Chan picked up his dropped school bag and was about to leave. But someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, silly guy. Where are you going? Wong Da Chan turned around and looked around, but he didn't find the person who was photographing him. Silly man, where are you looking? Look down. Wong Da Chan looked down and realized that the person speaking was Huang Dongdong. After seeing it was Huang Dongdong, Wong Da Chan smiled and touched his head. Is it you? I haven't had time to thank you yet. If you hadn't acted righteously, I might have been sent to the hospital by then. Huang Dongdong waved his hand. It's just a piece of cake. By the way, I'm asking you, silly guy, where are you going? Wong Da Chan pointed at himself. Me? Of course I have to go back to our class. After Huang Dongdong heard this, he looked away slightly, as if he didn't want others to see his thoughts. Then, can I go to your class to audit? You? Wong Da Chan was stunned for a moment. What are you doing in our class? Just ask me if I can go. Oh, why are you so nagging? Huang Dongdong said impatiently. Forget it if you don't let me go, I still don't hesitate to go. Wong Da Chan chuckled, let go, let go. Let me tell you, our teacher Ye is very good. Okay, okay, I'm not blind, I can see. Huang Dongdong held his head behind his hands and muttered, this idiot fanboy. Wong Da Chan, who was interrupted by Huang Dongdong, was not annoyed. He still looked honest and honest, then you come with me. I will help you pack up the tables and chairs. You go first. I know the way. I'll go there in a minute. Huang Dongdong waved his hand like a brat. After Wang Da Chan left, Huang Dongdong stared at the pit for a long time without saying a word. His mind also started to wander. Thinking back to Yeran's last few neat moves, the whole person couldn't help feeling that he was shuddering, it was beaten so hard. Huang Dongdong muttered to himself, only gold can crush platinum. What kind of monster is this? Master is right, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Compared with that Yeran, I am indeed far behind. Then he snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame appeared out of thin air in his hand. Huang Dongdong said to the flame, Master, my disciple has found the class you mentioned that can teach me. The teachers in this class are very strong. There is absolutely no problem in giving me guidance. This should be the strongest class in the entire freshman year. I guess my junior brother must be in this class. So I won't go home for the time being. After a while, I will take my junior brother to the sect together. Don't miss me, I love you Dongdong. After saying that, Huang Dongdong rubbed his fingers slightly. The flame disappeared, and a wisp of smoke drifted towards the sky. Watch the green smoke slowly drift away. In the fire gate, Huo Wen, who was closing his eyes to rest, suddenly felt something in his mind. Then, he grabbed it out of thin air, using the same technique as Huang Dongdong. Rub your fingers together. A wisp of green smoke instantly turned into flames. What Huang Dongdong said before came out completely from the flames. After listening, Huo Wen stroked the beard on his chin and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This brat is still so clever. When Huang Dongdong went out, he never told Huang Dongdong. I wanted to take the opportunity to let Huang Dongdong find the hidden super genius. The disciple is really grown up. Not only can I save myself worries, but I can also help my master turn around and help his disciples. Hey, I'm still smart. Those old guys are still trying to tease the principal, but I've already got there first. Thinking of this, Huo Wen couldn't help laughing. The beard on his chin stood up. Chapter 40. Director Le, really, you should send me to the school disciplinary committee. I am willing to be punished and will never complain. In Le Wanyi's office, Yeran paced back and forth and assured Le Wanyi. Le Wanyi waved her hand and looked at Yeran with a smile. No, 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 teacher Ye, the matter is very clear. My punishment for you is absolutely objective and fair. According to your question, I absolutely cannot send you to the school discipline committee. But I hit the teacher, and I even seriously injured him. As if afraid that Le Wanyi wouldn't believe it, Yeran pinched his fingers and kept pulling. You see, I broke Han Kun's elbow, dislocated Han Kun's right shoulder, and gave Han Kun a concussion on the left side of his head. The last blow broke at least 5 to 6 of Han Kun's ribs. Director Le is shocked, my behavior is simply an unpardonable crime. Yeran said righteously to Le Wanyi. Really, Director Le, I can't even describe it. As a freshman tutor, I am so ashamed that I would do such a thing. In order to maintain fairness and justice for our freshman class, Director Le, I sincerely beg you to send me to the school discipline committee. After hearing the various crimes Yeran mentioned, Le Wanyi still looked at Yeran with a smile on her face, unmoved. No, 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 teacher Ye, although you hit someone, it was also out of subjective factors such as love for your disciples. As the teaching director, I naturally have to take it into consideration, so I don't think there is any problem with my handling, teacher yet, just deduct some class assessment points, you really don't need to join the school discipline committee. Seeing Le Wanyi who was not getting enough food and salt, Yeran was anxious and anxious. Wang Xiaoman, who was standing at the side of the office, couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth as he watched the two men singing. Unparalleled wonders. It was the first time in her life that she saw a teacher desperately accepting punishment, and it was also the first time in her life that she saw a dean refuse to let the teacher accept punishment. Director Le, aren't you afraid that after your verdict, it will be difficult for you to carry out your future work? How should the students see you, and how should the teachers see you? Yeran said eagerly. Don't be afraid. Le Wanyi still had a smile on her face, unmoved. She didn't know why looking at Yeran running around anxiously, she felt a little bit of joy in her heart. I made you not listen to my advice. Seeing that she couldn't help Le Wanyi at all, Yeran was completely convinced. He sat down on the sofa and smashed the jar. Then I don't care. You can fine me as much as you want, but you can't deduct our class's assessment scores anyway. Seeing Yeran stop, Le Wanyi raised her head and motioned to Wang Xiaoman to bring the tea that had been made long ago, and said slowly. I understand your feelings, and I also know your thoughts. The final exam is around the corner, and your class is still counting down to make a comeback. Every point is extremely important. Yeran took a sip of tea and glanced at Le Wanyi angrily. Knowing that you still do this, aren't you just making it clear that you are in trouble with our class too? Don't be impatient to listen. I'll analyze it for you slowly. Le Wanyi still said slowly, actually, after we argued in the nightclub, I carefully calculated the scores of your class. Based on the current scores of your class, in the final assessment, if your class can get the first place in the grade in the individual battle assessment and the top 8 in the team battle assessment, you will definitely be able to successfully advance to our freshman class. Midstream stage. I saw Wong Da Chan in your class today, and I feel that the improvement in strength is quite amazing. Coupled with Jang Xyu's words, there is great hope that both individual and team battles will reach the standard. Even if your class is deducted a few points now, with these results, you will definitely pass the final assessment indicators by then. Don't worry, you won't be expelled. Hearing Le Wanyi's words, Yeran put down the teacup and shook his head. It's really not possible, Director Le doesn't get enough. Le Wanyi looked at Yeran in confusion, how could it be not enough? I calculated these points one by one. It's absolutely impossible. Yeran looked at Le Wanyi and said seriously. If we are just striving for the middle of the pack, this point is definitely enough, but our class wants to be the first in the grade. Originally, the previous points have fallen so much, and now if we have to deduct a few more points, this first it's really suspenseful. Pfft. After hearing this, Le Wanyi spit out the tea she just drank. What did you say? Get first place. What's the problem? Director Le. Facing Yeran's inquiry, Le Wanyi's eyes widened. You sure? Of course I am sure. Not only am I sure, I am also extremely confident that our class is definitely capable of winning this first place, so Director Le really can't deduct this score in other aspects. Seeing Yeran who was so decisive, Le Wanyi rubbed her temples. I really don't know if I'm hallucinating or if Yeran is crazy. Le Wanyi hesitated to speak, but finally couldn't help but said. Yeran, do you know that there are quite a lot of monsters in our freshman year? Le Wanyi counted them carefully. You should have seen the 4 students in Hong Kun's class. In addition, there are 3 A-level awakeners and 5 children from aristocratic families in our class during our freshman year, not to mention the 2 from the Yu clan. Almost every student in this organization has reached the late golden stage. Yeran listened to what Le Wanyi said and said nonchalantly, I know, so what does this have to do with me? These are all competitors in your class. Judging from the current results of your class, if you want to get first place in the final assessment, your class cannot lose to any of these people. Then just knock them all down. Yeran's natural words left Li Wanyi speechless for a long time. She didn't know where Yeran got such strong confidence. Just rely on Jang Xyu alone? Li Wanyi's expression was complicated, but she couldn't help but finally said. Let me tell you another piece of information. Recently, there has been a student in our freshman year who is as talented as Zhang Hidong. Even if Jang Xyu can pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals, defeating the students I mentioned above, what about this one? She is really. Are you still so 100% sure? Zhang Hidong. Even though Yeran had never heard of Zhang Hidong before, he still heard about Zhang Hidong's name. For a moment, Yeran's face became serious. He was really not sure that Zhang Xyu could confront Zhang Hidong head-on. After all, Zhang Xyu only has a few months left from practice to final exam, and even the most evil person's improvement is limited. Which class is Zhang Hidong 2 in? Yeran asked seriously. Li Wanyi rolled her eyes at Yeran. If I really knew which class he was in, I wouldn't be unable to name him. Later, Li Wanyi took out the previous photo from the drawer. You are also a teacher, so you can naturally understand it. So what do the traces in the photo mean? Such a monster genius is simply unimaginable. After Yeran took the photo, he remained silent for a long time. After all, he was too familiar with the crack marks on the test robot. Chapter 41. Director Li, I guess this is what you call Zhang Hidong 2, he typed it out. Yeran was speechless while holding the photo. The numerical value of 1012, the broken robot, the familiar training room. Isn't this what Wong Da Chan typed? Li Wanyi nodded seriously. As a mentor, I believe you can see that with only a value of 1012, you can achieve such an effect. The energy efficiency must be at least 70%. Seeing Yeran not speaking, Li Wanyi continued. I'm shocked. To be honest, when I first watched it, I was just like you now. I couldn't say a word for a long time. I didn't expect that such a monster would appear in our freshman year. Yes, 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 a monster, indeed a monster. Yeran echoed absent-mindedly, with the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. I don't know which class this evildoer belongs to. He still hasn't revealed anything. To be honest, Wang Xiaoman and I have been investigating for almost half a month, and we still haven't got any information. Li Wanyi took a sip of water and continued. It's like disappearing out of thin air. Ever since that amazing move in the practice room, I can't see any other moves by this evil genius. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. After all, it's still difficult for a genius to cover up his own brilliance. Li Wanyi said in confusion. Yeran looked at Li Wanyi with a complicated expression on his face. Are you sure you have really checked carefully for half a month? Why are you lying to me? Wang Xiaoman and I check the entry and exit records and monitoring data during practice every day, especially those top-ranked classes. We even do daily checks on the status of students, but this genius, it's like he's disappeared and can't be found at all. That's it. Yeran responded to Li Wanyi somewhat perfunctorily. You deserve not to be found. The direction was wrong from the beginning. Since that instruction in the practice room, Wong Da Chan has never been to the practice room again, and sticks to his 30 pounds of raw meat plan in extreme pain every day. If you don't go to the cafeteria to look for it, go to the practice room to look for it. Of course you won't find it. Seeing Yeran absent-mindedly, he was not shocked at all. Li Wanyi was slightly unconvinced, and then made another shocking revelation. Do you still remember the time when the masters all came to the supplies department a month ago? Yeran nodded. Of course I remember, it caused quite a stir that day. I heard that even our principal took action. Li Wanyi smiled mysteriously. Then do you know why these masters gathered at our supplies department? Is it for that Zhang Hedong too? Len Jing nodded, yes, just for that genius. After all, a super genius who has no masters at all, what diamond-level master wouldn't want to accept him as his direct disciple? If the principal hadn't stopped him at that time, I guess the group at the door of the materials department would have the old man is about to start a fight. Listening to Li Wanyi's words, Yeran's mood was a little complicated. A group of diamond-level masters fought for Wong Da Chan, and the fight was bloody. But Wong Da Chan is a waste that no one wanted at the Gaowu Academy in the previous Demon City. This kind of thing sounds really magical. Seeing that Yeran's expression was a little complicated, Len Jing thought that Yeran was stunned by this incident, so she said with some pride. How about it? I told you not to aim too high. Do you still want to get the first place? Just follow my plan and get a mid-level result, which can be regarded as a blockbuster. Yeran looked at Li Wanyi and said with certainty. Originally, I didn't have much idea in my mind, but after hearing what you said. Having said this, Yeran paused, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and showed an extremely confident smile. I'm even more convinced that our class will take first place in this final assessment. Yeran's words completely stunned Li Wanyi. She frowned. Why is it that every time I talk to Yeran, the script is not right? Yeran ignored it, and Li Wanyi continued. So, Director Li, we must not let our class bear the penalty points for this assessment. If you want to punish me, just punish me. Looking at Yeran, who was still as persistent as ever, Li Wanyi felt a little angry for no reason. He whispered softly, idiot. Finally, Li Wanyi sat down and said to Yeran angrily. Okay, I understand, but this time the punishment has been made public, and I can't take it back. Li Wanyi crossed her arms, thought for a moment, and continued to Yeran. Well, during this final assessment, I will specially set up a Best Progress Award. As long as you can get the first place in the class, how about it just makes up for the credits you have deducted this time? After listening to Li Wanyi's words, Yeran nodded with satisfaction. Yeran, who was in a happy mood, couldn't help but hug Li Wanyi. It's a deal, don't go back on it, Director Li, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Yeran left Li Wanyi's office in an instant like a gust of wind. It was as if she was afraid that Li Wanyi would regret it and call her out. After Wang Xiaoman saw Yeran leaving. Then he quietly walked in from the outer room of the office suite and said to Li Wanyi. Master, is everything settled? However, at this time, Li Wanyi could not hear Wang Xiaoman's inquiry at all. Her face turned slightly red and she murmured to herself. He hugged me, he hugged me, he hugged me. Wang Xiaoman, who saw this scene, instantly guessed the general idea. Wang Xiaoman silently took a few steps back. I accidentally took out a small notebook. I silently recorded this incident in my little notebook. On May 24th, Yeran took the initiative to hug Li Wanyi in Li Wanyi's office. Li Wanyi did not resist, and became infatuated after leaving. The relationship between the two went extremely smoothly. After finishing writing, in less than a moment, a few words suddenly appeared on that small notebook. Have you kissed me? Have you asked me clearly? Have you kissed me? Sister, this is not a voice message. You promised not to interfere. Whatever you want. I'm too lazy to care about you. If you want to help me when the time comes, you can see how I deal with you. After a while, the few sentences on the notebook suddenly disappeared, and finally another sentence appeared. You don't need to read the first few sentences, they are well done, please check again and report again. Also, I've got the signed photo of singer Wang Lefei for you. I'll ask someone to send it to you another day. After seeing this sentence, Wang Xiaoman closed the notebook with satisfaction. I'm sorry, Master, for the sake of your better life, I have chosen to rebel for the time being. Also, my disciple definitely didn't betray you because he wanted some autographed photo of some diva. Wang Xiaoman raised his head proudly as he thought about it. Love Spy, Wang Xiaoman, enter. Chapter 42. Xiaoman, what are you doing? After coming back to her senses, Li Wanyi has returned to her normal state and is still as cold as ice. He looked like a nymphomaniac from before, and he looked like a different person. Ah, nothing, nothing, I like writing diaries recently. After speaking, Wang Xiaoman shook his notebook symbolically and put it away with a smile. Li Wanyi looked at Wang Xiaoman and frowned slightly. Who is a serious person who keeps a diary? But it was a personal hobby after all, and she didn't delve into it. She looked towards the window, watching Yeran's leaving figure, and murmured to herself. Xiaoman, do you think the hidden genius is in Yeran's class? After all, Li Wanyi was talented and intelligent, although she was a bit irrational in front of Yeran. But from Yeran's tone of voice, she had already guessed some clues. Listening to Li Wanyi's inquiry, Wang Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and then said. What? It's impossible, teacher yet. Judging from the source of students in their class, it should be impossible for such a genius to appear. Looking at Yeran's disappearing back, Li Wanyi also sat down and turned her pen thoughtfully. But in the past few months, we have eliminated all possibilities, haven't we? When all possibilities have been eliminated, the only impossibility is the fact. After listening to Li Wanyi's words, Wang Xiaoman thought for a long time and couldn't find a reason to refute. But this conclusion still made her unbelievable. She opened her mouth and said. Probably, it's impossible. Li Wanyi's eyes brightened slightly, and she raised her head to look at Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, starting from today, there is no need to monitor the other classes. Focus on Yeran and his class and tell me immediately if there is any new situation. After hearing Li Wanyi's order, Wang Xiaoman nodded. Okay, master, I'll do it now. At this moment, in the classroom of Class 1 and Class 2, Yeran and Huang Dongdong, who was sitting in the last row, looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. After a moment of silence, Huang Dongdong still couldn't hold his breath and couldn't help but say. What's wrong, teacher yet? If you don't welcome me, I can leave now. Children of the rivers and lakes, happy grudges. Huang Dongdong, don't get angry with birds. Okay, you can leave. Yeran said calmly. After Huang Dongdong heard Yeran's words, he was stunned for a long time and couldn't say a word. Obviously, he didn't expect Yeran to answer so simply. For a moment, Huang Dongdong's bad temper came out again. Humph, I really misjudged you. Thanks to me, I sacrificed my life and blood for your class. I will repay a kindness with hatred, I'm leaving. As he said that, Huang Dongdong put his hand into the drawer and prepared to pack his things and leave. Although there are only a few comic books, Wong Da Chan just gave them to him. Time passed minute by minute. Huang Dongdong looked at the few comic books in the drawer and packed them away more and more slowly. Yeran just watched Huang Dongdong pack his things quietly without saying a word. Well, I'm really leaving. Please. I'm really leaving. Seeing Yeran's attitude, Huang Dongdong lost his temper. He looked at Yeran angrily. I said, why are you so stingy? What happened to me sitting in on a few of your classes? After saying that, Huang Dongdong sat on the bench with his jar broken. You want me to leave, but hey, I won't leave. Your school doesn't stipulate that teachers are qualified to be dismissed as auditors. I'm so mad at you. Yeran looked at the shameless Huang Dongdong, smiled and shook his head. When Wong Da Chan on the side saw this, he hurriedly walked to Yeran and said with his ear. Teacher yet, Huang Dongdong saved me before and spoke up for our class. He is really a good person. Yeran waved his hand, I know it without having to explain it. Then he squinted at Huang Dongdong and said with a smile. Of course you are welcome to come here to listen to the class, but I have a request. Huang Dongdong's face softened slightly when he heard that Yeran agreed to his request to take classes here. However, he still pretended to say to Yeran, just say whatever you want. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong and said seriously. Of course you can come here to take classes, but I don't want you to come here as an auditor. Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran in confusion, besides being an auditor, how else can I come to this class? Yeran sat opposite Huang Dongdong, tapping his fingers on the table rhythmically. Of course, as an exchange student from the section. As soon as these words came out, Wong Da Chan on the side was stunned for a moment. He looked at Huang Dongdong in disbelief. Dongdong, it turns out you are from the sect organization? I always thought you were a person with awakened fire powers. Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran, his eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice. Did you admit your mistake? I don't have any section. Before Huang Dongdong came out, Huo Wen had warned him not to use the name of the sect everywhere. But he never expected that Yeran would see through it at a glance as soon as he arrived here. Seeing that Huang Dongdong didn't admit it, Yeran was not in a hurry. Everyone in the world says that fire-fighting skills are unparalleled. The only way to achieve this is to use your heart to control fire and burn your heart. It's a pity. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong's hand. The fire element technique uses anger as a trigger. Anger hurts the liver, and the qi rushes into the three burners. All fire element practitioners will twitch the ring finger of their right hand more or less unconsciously. Yeran just finished speaking. Everyone present looked directly at Huang Dongdong's right ring finger. Just then I saw Huang Dongdong's ring finger twitching unconsciously. Huang Dongdong quickly retracted his palm and looked at Yeran like a monster. What kind of monster are you? Although their fire sect is famous. But this reputation was all achieved by the sect leader Huo Wen Ai, who caused trouble alone. In fact, there is only one lineage of the fire sect, and there are only two of them, he and his master. Otherwise, the fire sect wouldn't be located in the Demon City Academy. Therefore, outsiders have no way of knowing the operating characteristics and secrets of fire-based combat techniques. But Yeran in front of me. He may not look very young, but he can accurately tell the secrets of fire-fighting skills. It's really incredible. Yeran listened to Huang Dongdong's question and smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter which evildoer I am, what matters is that I can help you. What can you help me with? After hearing this, Huang Dongdong sneered. Although their fire technique is passed down from a single line, it is still a top-notch technique that has been passed down for thousands of years. At such a young age, Yeran wanted to give him guidance on the exercises. Huang Dongdong felt that Yeran was overestimating his capabilities. Looking at the expression on Huang Dongdong's face, Yeran naturally knew what he was thinking. Really? Who is that? My heart is burned by the flames every night, and I can't sleep for a long time. As soon as Yeran said this, Huang Dongdong was completely stunned, and his ring finger that was under control started to twitch again unconsciously. Chapter 43. This is not a problem, this is the quenching that our fire sect must go through. Huang Dongdong rubbed his neck and said stubbornly. However, Wong Da Chan beside this tone could feel Huang Dongdong's guilty conscience. Looking at Huang Dongdong who refused to admit it, Yeran did not choose to expose it. He just turned around and left a sentence. Whether it is experience or a flaw, you know it in your heart, Dongdong, I believe your master had a certain meaning when he gave you this name. Finally, Yeran turned his head and walked towards the door. If you want to solve the problem, come with me to apply for the status of the sex exchange student, otherwise you are not allowed to observe. After Yeran finished speaking, he began to count silently in his heart. 1, 2, 3. Then a small figure appeared next to him, it was Huang Dongdong with a stubborn look on his face. At this time, Huang Dongdong's mouth was raised high and his neck was hunched, but he didn't look at Yeran. There was still grievance in his eyes. I am talented and articulate. His master has never coerced him since he was a child. As a result, today he was forced to submit by a little teacher who was not much older than him. Looking at Huang Dongdong, who was still aggrieved and stubborn, the corners of Yeran's mouth raised slightly, and he comforted. Don't droop your face, be happy, study here, and I will help you temper the samadhi true fire golden body. After hearing this, Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran with some fear, and was speechless for a long time. Samadhi true fire golden body is the most ideal cultivation qualification among fire practitioners, and it is also the goal pursued by fire sect members in the past generations. If you want to complete the samadhi true fire golden body, as the name suggests, you need to burn the whole body until the entire body and the true fire are assimilated, forming a state of harmony and perfection of the fire attribute. Once the samadhi true fire golden body is formed, then this person will become a real flame controller. Practicing the fire technique will get twice the result with half the effort, and it is very possible to reach the extraordinary. Even ordinary extraordinary beings can't stop it, and their power is at least above the city-destroying level. In history, the only world-destroying transcendent in their Huaxing sect for thousands of years is the samadhi true fire golden body. Of course, the prospect of this physique is so bright, which means that this physique is extremely difficult to cultivate. At least in the thousands of years that the Huaxing sect has been inherited, only a handful of people have achieved it. Especially in the past 100 years, no one in the fire sect has achieved this achievement. When he was in the sect, Huo Wen thought about Huang Dongdong day and night, quenching the samadhi true fire golden body. I keep saying in Huang Dongdong's ears every day, Dongdong, you are the most qualified disciple that our fire sect has received in the past 100 years. In winter and winter, it is our duty to recast the glory of the fire element. Dongdong, I am an old teacher. I want to see you before I die. To achieve the samadhi true fire golden body can be regarded as a clear sight. Huang Dongdong's ears almost became calluses when he heard such words. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to create the samadhi true fire golden body. Even if Huang Dongdong tried his best, he still could not fulfill Huo Wen's long-cherished wish. Teacher Yat, do you know what you are talking about? Even my master can't think of a solution for samadhi true fire golden body. Huang Dongdong stared at Yeran seriously. Yeran smiled, if others can't do it, it may not be that I can't do it. Huang Dongdong narrowed his eyes, are you so confident that you are better than my master? Hearing this, Yeran turned his head and looked at Huang Dongdong, you can also choose not to believe me. You only have one chance. Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran's eyes. Thinking back to all the shocks Yeran had brought to him before, he finally let out a long sigh. You win, but how the hell do you know everything? You are not my master's illegitimate son, are you? Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran with a complicated expression. A clear voice sounded in Huang Dongdong's head. The speed was so fast that Huang Dongdong didn't even react. It feels good, I won't do it next time. Yeran squinted his eyes and looked at Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong covered his forehead in pain and looked up at Yeran aggrievedly. Then I become an exchange student in the sect. Can you really help me temper my golden body? Go ahead. Huang Dongdong pouted. People in the world of martial arts keep their word. Listening to Huang Dongdong's old-fashioned words, Yeran raised the corners of his mouth slightly. A man of his words. Hearing Yeran's assurance, Huang Dongdong became a little more excited. Teacher Yat, please prepare your lessons carefully. I won't bother you with the procedures for exchange students. I can just go by myself. After saying that, Huang Dongdong turned into a ball of flame and rushed towards the academic affairs office. A long afterimage was left behind. Looking at Huang Dongdong's excited departure, Yeran muttered. Help temper the golden body, I am not kidnapping a child. Logically speaking, Huang Dongdong would take action against Ban's Hong Gai. Just asking for the status of an auditor, Yeran should agree both emotionally and rationally. It's not that Yeran wants to embarrass Huang Dongdong, he can only blame Huang Dongdong for being a bit too fragrant. At a young age, with a golden appearance, he is still the inheritor of a 1,000-year-old sect. What's this? Isn't this appropriate for the gold medal player in the final assessment? If you want to get first place in the final exam. Yeran also calculated carefully. According to the current situation of their class. If you want to get first place in class points in the final assessment, Yeran needs to get first place in both the individual and group competitions in the final assessment, and also needs to get the points from the top 2 in the individual competition. Now according to Yeran's idea, with Wong Da Chan and Jang Xyu, they are 99% sure to hit the first place. However, 99% is not 100% after all. It seems that Yeran is still not safe enough. He doesn't leave himself any room for error at all. So Yeran needs 3 people to hit the top 2 in grade. When Yeran saw Huang Dongdong for the first time in class, Yeran decided, this is the last piece of territory for my final assessment of the Galaxy battleship. That's why the following dramas came about. Speaking of which, there are only a few days left for the final assessment. Yeran said to himself. Yeran raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Indeed, the day was getting closer. I don't know how Wong Da Chan is practicing now. At this moment, in the school cafeteria, Wong Da Chan looked at the flesh and blood in front of him with a painful expression. This is already the 42nd day he has eaten raw meat. I really can't eat any more. But it's strange to say. Ordinary people will basically suffer from epileptic seizures if they eat bloody monster meat for a few days. Affected by the power of monsters. Severe cases may be unconscious and admitted to the hospital. But I prefer myself. After eating raw meat for more than 40 years, not only did nothing happen. My strength is much stronger than before. Now if I let myself go to the training room to play test robots. Wong Da Chan felt that he could at least break the robot's head with one punch. Not only that, my spirit is extremely normal. There are no auditory hallucinations or confusion at all. Despite these benefits, Wong Da Chan is still a little worried. There is no other reason. This raw meat is so damn unpalatable. It's thick, astringent, and has a disgusting fishy smell. Wong Da Chan now. I miss the donuts, I miss the twice-cooked pork, I miss the large plate of chicken, I miss the mutton skewers. He misses all the crystallization of human food culture. While Wong Da Chan was thinking about it, tears flowed out of his mouth unconsciously. What are you thinking about? Being so involved. Just when Wong Da Chan entered the fantasy time, a voice came from behind. Yet, teacher yet. Wong Da Chan stood up hurriedly. Don't be so formal, Da Chan, sit down. Yeran sat opposite Wong Da Chan. He looked at the pile of flesh and blood in front of Da Chan. He looked at Wong Da Chan again, feeling a little distressed. It's really hard on you, Da Chan. Da Chan didn't know what to say when he heard Yeran's words. He just touched the back of his head out of habit. He smiled. Through the system, Yeran could naturally see clearly that Wong Da Chan was not lazy at all. This progress is definitely based on the 30 pounds of raw meat from the bloody monsters that I eat every day. You know, this is 30 pounds of raw meat with blood every day. It's been more than 40 days. Even a real beast would probably eat it and vomit it. But Wong Da Chan strictly implemented it day after day. It is estimated that only Wong Da Chan's honest character can endure this kind of torture. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan. Da Chan, does the food feel a little disgusting and uncomfortable? When Wong Da Chan heard Yeran's inquiry, he didn't hide it. He nodded, teacher, this raw meat is indeed a bit unpalatable. As he said that, Wong Da Chan glanced at the raw meat, and the disgust in his eyes almost overflowed. Yeran saw it in his eyes. No matter how honest Wong Da Chan is now, he is probably on the verge of collapse. In this case, let's take some strong medicine to speed up the process. Da Chan, you come with me. Wong Da Chan heard Yeran's words and hurriedly followed him. Teacher, where are we going? Think of a way to end the pain as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Supplies Department, Warehouse. The fat-bellied Su Yuki called on his men to unload the goods. Be careful. Be careful. How many times have I told you, glass, porcelain and gold should be handled with care. Oh, come on. How can you hold the painting of Wan Chun in your bare hands? This is a painting by an extraordinary painter. If you damage it, you have to pay for it. I am Curry. If you break the scabbard of this sword, I will report your casualty insurance tomorrow. Don't worry about this doll, you will put it in my office later. Su Yuki shouted while doing it. Although I was so tired that I was sweating profusely. But he worked very hard. He has a miserly personality and really likes the feeling of moving things to his warehouse. To be honest, Su Yuki sometimes felt that he was a hamster in his previous life. Director Su, what to do with these 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood? The moving worker walked up to Su Yuki and asked Su Yuki. Su Yuki looked at the big box behind the mover. A look of pain appeared on his face. This is the material he promised Li Wanyi in the Academic Affairs Office to give to freshmen. The flesh and blood of 3,000 ink dragons. I guess I can only park it in my warehouse for one day before shipping it out. Thinking of this, Su Yuki's heart was bleeding. What can I do? Just leave it here and send it directly to Director Li tomorrow. You still have to ask me, street boy. But it's so valuable, doesn't it need to be kept cold in a vault? It's so expensive. Things that are going to be sent away tomorrow should be put in Mao's vault. Su Yuki turned his head angrily. Deliberately no longer looking at the big box, the farewell in his eyes was like a lover who had broken up cruelly. By the way, don't turn on the indoor surveillance for me, so as not to damage these paintings. But, Director Su follows the regulations. You idiot, am I the director or are you the director? Oh, okay, Director Su. After all moving work is completed. Only then did Su Yuki look at the filled warehouse with satisfaction. He closed the door and left the warehouse. After Su Yuki left, two black figures appeared outside the warehouse door. One big and one small. The two were dressed in black suits and even had hoods on their faces. Quietly approaching the warehouse door. Teacher Yet, isn't this bad? The big man glanced at Yeran who was walking in front of him in embarrassment. Wong Da Chan covered his forehead in pain. Shut up. How many times have I told you that when you work, you must address your duties? Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan angrily. He rubbed his fingers. It was hard, and as expected, Huang Dongdong didn't have the aura to knock on it. But, Teacher Yet. Brother Thief Saint, this is illegal. Yeran looked at the stupid Wong Da Chan behind him angrily. Just tell me, do you want to continue eating raw meat? Hearing this, Wong Da Chan shook his head vigorously, with some fear in his eyes. Eating raw meat is a PDST offense. Then it's your choice, do it tonight, or keep eating it for a few months. Yeran pointed to the warehouse and then to Wong Da Chan. Wong Da Chan was silent for a moment. Brother Thief Saint, let me lead the way. Yeran nodded with satisfaction, which was fine. Wong Da Chan walked in front, pointing at Yeran and turning around. Brother Thief Saint, there is a detection hidden line here, you need to jump. Brother Thief Saint, come here, this is a surveillance blind spot. Brother Thief Saint, walk along the wall. There will be a search here every minute. Brother Thief Saint. Yeran followed behind, with shock in his eyes. With this professionalism and superb evasion skills, every step can effectively avoid the monitoring equipment in the material department. In front of Wong Da Chan, why do you feel that you are the chick? Da Chan? You are worthy enough to tell me that it is illegal. Brother thief saint, have you forgotten the agreement? You must address your duties when working. Oh. Yeran was caught off guard. Wong Da Chan, aren't you a little too professional? Looking at Yeran's shocked eyes, he smiled sheepishly. In order to save money to buy spiritual stones, I like to find part-time jobs. The materials department often hired people to work as coolies. In the past 2 years, I have been here for almost a year. After hearing what Wong Da Chan said, Yeran put away his shock and felt a little sour inside. As a teacher, Yeran knew exactly what Wong Da Chan's situation was at that time. In this way, Wong Da Chan did not choose to give up. This persistence is truly remarkable. With Wong Da Chan's command, without the slightest warning, the two people walked into the warehouse with ease. Brother thief saint, the warehouse has arrived, what are we looking for? Wong Da Chan asked. Yeran looked at the dazzling warehouse and curled his lips. The supplies department is really a big deal. Then, he approached each box and began to rummage through them. Look, find the warcraft raw meat they have stored. There must be the top warcraft here. If you are lucky, eating it once will end the pain. Wong Da Chan does eat raw meat from World of Warcraft according to the standard every day. But after all, we are students. The quality of the World of Warcraft raw meat that you can buy is not very high. It's either a soft bone rabbit or a wind wolf. Although it can meet the standard, it is really just barely meeting the standard. If you can find some A-level monster meat in the supplies department, that would be much better than eating 100 meals of soft bone rabbit. Hearing Yeran's words, Wong Da Chan's eyes lit up. I also started to rummage through the boxes diligently. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan anxiously and couldn't help but remind. Don't be impatient. Although this is an outer warehouse of the warehouse, there is a high probability that there will be raw meat from monsters above B level. If you are lucky, you may even find A-level meat. Look slowly, don't damage the calligraphy and paintings in the supplies department. Remember, we are a band of thieves, not a band of bandits. I know, brother thief saint. At this time, Wong Da Chan's eyes began to turn red and his arms were flailing. What does it mean to be motivated only when you are under pressure? Seeing that one night can resolve dozens of days of pain. Wong Da Chan is now more diligent than the oxen plowing the fields. After a while, Wong Da Chan stared blankly at the huge wooden box. Yet, teacher yet. How many times have I told you that you should address your duties when you work? Brother thief saint, come here and take a look at this. Yeran listened to Wong Da Chan's cry. Walking towards Wong Da Chan. If you don't hurry up and find raw meat, why are you staring at a big box? Why, can such a big box hold raw meat for you? When Yeran walked to Wong Da Chan's side. When looking at the huge wooden box, his eyes were completely dull. Supplies department, do you have this much money? Chapter 45. Yeran and Wong Da Chan stood in front of the huge wooden box in a daze. Inside the wooden box, it was the 3,000 black dragon flesh and blood that Su Yuki promised to Le Wanyi before. These flesh and blood are bright red. The occasional ink-colored light contains unimaginable power. The knotted muscles all demonstrate the power of the flesh and blood owner. Let alone practitioners, just ordinary people standing here. You can also know that these flesh and blood are absolutely extraordinary. Wong Da Chan looked at the flesh and blood in the box and swallowed. Teacher yet, do you know what kind of meat this is? Yeran was a little lost looking at the flesh and blood. I completely forgot about calling my job title. As a descendant of the Ye family, how could he not know what kind of flesh and blood this is? He carefully stepped forward and touched the flesh and blood, felt it silently for a moment, and then said, This is the flesh and blood of Malong, a true S-class monster, one of the overlords among monsters. S-level. Hearing Yeran's words, Wong Da Chan found it difficult to breathe. I originally thought that I would make a lot of money just by getting A-level Warcraft flesh and blood. Who would have thought that I would be so lucky today? I actually found the flesh and blood of S-class monsters in an ordinary warehouse. While shocked, Wong Da Chan's eyes were full of confusion, and he said to himself, "It shouldn't be. This is an S-class monster. Even if the value of its flesh and blood is not high, it shouldn't be placed in an ordinary warehouse for no reason." Yeran also shook his head. "Who knows, but it doesn't matter, it just gives us an advantage. Come here." "Oh, okay, teacher." Listening to Yeran's call, Wong Da Chan ran over in a hurry. Yeran pointed to the huge wooden box. "Eat it." "Oh ah." Wong Da Chan looked at Yeran, and then at about 20 wooden boxes of his own size. He pointed at himself with his middle finger, "Me." Wong Da Chan's eyes revealed clear stupidity. The facial features on his face were almost twisted together, and his desire to force others to do something difficult almost overflowed from his eyes. "Let yourself eat the flesh and blood of an ink dragon that is nearly 20 times bigger than yourself. Isn't this just letting the small horses pull the carts, letting the ants climb on the elephants, and letting the running bastards kill Tang Monk and his disciples?" However, Yeran seemed not to notice Wong Da Chan's embarrassment. Still nodded seriously. "Nonsense, isn't it? It's not like I'm going to awaken for the second time. Come on, if it's too late, we'll both have to go to the school discipline team when the patrol comes." "But, I really can't eat this," Wong Da Chan cried anxiously. Eating 30 pounds of raw meat a day is enough to make him sick. Now let him eat such a big box. Even if he could eat, his stomach wouldn't agree. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan and patted Wong Da Chan on the shoulder. "Da Chan, after eating raw meat for so long, haven't you noticed any changes in yourself?" Wong Da Chan was still confused after listening to Yeran's words. Looking at the confused Wong Da Chan, Yeran said encouragingly, "Think hard, and then feel the feelings carefully." Wong Da Chan recalled. "After eating for so many days, my stomach has grown bigger, I have grown taller, and I have gained a lot of strength. Anything else?" Looking at Yeran's expectant eyes, Wong Da Chan hesitated for a moment. Also, I have started to snore while sleeping recently, and my farts are much louder than before." "Well, there's no need to talk about this." Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan speechlessly. "Have you felt any other changes in your abilities?" "Ability? You haven't tried transformation for so long, right? When you fought with those students in Hong Kun's class, you didn't feel anything at all." Wong Da Chan thought carefully. "It seems that I have some feelings. I feel that although I am still at the silver level, I feel that if I fight one-on-one with those few, except for the one named Jang, no one else is my opponent, and. And what? Feel it well and say it." Wong Da Chan looked at Yeran and touched his head in confusion. "I don't know if it was an illusion. After that Yunhai alienated his powers, I had an illusion that I wanted to bite off his neck and eat him." After speaking, Wong Da Chan quickly shook his head. "It must be an illusion. I must be out of breath and thinking wildly. How could I eat people?" But the movement of his Adam's apple still gave him away. Yeran glanced at Wong Da Chan and said seriously, "Don't shy away from this feeling. There's nothing wrong with what you're feeling. You just want to eat it." Listening to Yeran's words, Wong Da Chan was stunned, and then he shook his head in horror. "But, I'm really not a perverted murderer." Yeran patted Wong Da Chan on the shoulder and told him to calm down. "Calm down, no one is calling you a perverted murderer." "But, Master, didn't you just say that my feeling is not wrong?" "Master, is there something wrong with me?" Wong Da Chan was so anxious that he wanted to cry. Yeran continued, Do you still remember what I said when I taught you before? I told you at the time that the devouring pig you awakened contained certain higher-level bloodlines. It was suppressed by that bloodline, which made it difficult for the devouring pig's ability to be used. Saying that, Yeran pointed to Wong Da Chan's mouth. And now, after so many days of nourishment with flesh and blood, the supernatural bloodline in your body is evolving towards that higher-level beast. It is this evolution that gives you the urge to bite your neck off. But, Master, no matter how much I evolve, I can't have this kind of impulse. Yeran waved his hand and continued. Listen, the evolution of your superpower has guided you not to want you to eat the person Yin Hai, but to eat the ferocious beast that has mutated in Yin Hai. If you think about it carefully, besides Yin Hai giving you this impulse, did that boy from the Zhang family or anyone else give you this impulse? After hearing this, Wong Da Chan slowly calmed down and recalled carefully. Except for Yin Hai, it seems that no other student has given me this feeling. By the way, there is another person. Wong Da Chan laughed honestly. And that be Di Hong Kun. At this point, Wong Da Chan basically came to his senses even though his mind was not clear. I also have feelings for Hong Kun. It must be because Hong Kun has the alienated ferocious beast power. Seeing Wong Da Chan enlightened, Yeran pointed to the huge wooden box. So, Da Chan, try to activate your powers with all your strength. The ferocious beast in your body will naturally feel the charm of this S-level flesh and blood. The second awakening is very close. Welcome well to the glory that belongs only to you. After Wong Da Chan heard this, silently, I began to concentrate on my luck. In an instant, the fierce red pig head appeared again. Only this time, the red energy is even more charming. It looks vaguely as bright as blood. Like blood mist, it began to disperse. Chapter 46. Roar. Wong Da Chan's huge pig head let out a low roar. Teacher yet, I seem a little hungry. Wong Da Chan said with difficulty, his eyes fixed on the ink dragon's flesh and blood without moving. Before Wong Da Chan could finish speaking, the trace of clarity in his eyes disappeared. At this moment, Wong Da Chan's pupils were red, his eyes were blood red, his mouth was slightly open, and in his deep breathing, a kind of primitive wildness could be felt. Roar. With Wong Da Chan's low roar, the appearance of the red devouring pig began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The ferocious beast in Wong Da Chan's body was finally fully aroused by the flesh and blood of the ink dragon. At this time, Wong Da Chan's body had grown a few times bigger. The purple scales that originally covered Wong Da Chan's body had begun to turn red. Each piece is as hard as iron, as bright as jade, and reflects the light of blood. Wong Da Chan's forehead was broad, and his eyes were like burning coals, staring intently at the flesh and blood of the ink dragon. The hot air emitted from the nostrils is enough to form a small whirlwind. Like the vent of a furnace. The most eye-catching thing is Wong Da Chan's mouth. What is exposed when opened does not look like human teeth, but a row of sharp teeth, each one like a sharp sword, shining with cold light. Flesh, flesh. Da Chan murmured to himself, relying on instinct to move towards the wooden box. Every step made the entire warehouse tremble. Yeran looked at the monster that Wong Da Chan transformed into in front of him, his eyes revealed. Have you finally awakened? This degree of completion is unexpectedly high. Through the system, Yeran could already see all the changes in Wong Da Chan. Wong Da Chan. Male, 20 years old. Person with awakened power, dowdy, incomplete S-level. Current practice, Magic City Gaowu Academy Physical Training 2.0, Revised Version. Advantages, S-level physical attributes, S-level combat talents, SS-level anti-hit ability. Divine power, bloodthirsty and violent, devouring heaven and earth, physical regeneration. Shortcoming. The secondary evolution is not complete enough, causing the subject to become unconscious and difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. Guidance plan. Eat a lot of raw meat from monsters and completely perfect the second evolution of Daodi. The bloodline of the devouring ferocious pig that Wong Da Chan awakened contains the bloodline of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, the Daodi. The 10 most ferocious beasts, Daodi. In ancient times, it dominated one area and fed on all things. It is also the absolute overlord among S-class ferocious beasts. According to legend, Daodi eats on a large scale every 100 years. Use your innate magical power to devour the world, and can devour all living things within 100 miles. Therefore, places with gluttonous food are also called forbidden areas of life. Its strength is so strong. Even many S-level creatures are on Daodi's eating list. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan's attributes and was amazed. In Wong Da Chan's current state, if we were to fight those golden students, none of them would be able to defeat Wong Da Chan alone. Roar! With a low roar, Wong Da Chan came to the side of the wooden box. The whole person lay directly on the corner of the opened wooden box and started to eat. The malong flesh and blood, which was like steel and iron bones, was torn off by Wong Da Chan's teeth. This bite force, this sharpness. It's not something a silver-level superpower can achieve at all. At this time, although Wong Da Chan was biting hard. But I never thought about tearing open the wooden box completely and eating it. Just holding the only corner and picking it bit by bit. Looks clumsy and anxious. Sure enough, my mind is not completely clear yet. Yeran shook his head slightly. Subsequently, Yeran gently tapped the wooden box. All the nails on the front of the wooden box just fell off. Boom, sounded. The flesh and blood of this black dragon appeared completely before Wong Da Chan's eyes. Roar! Wong Da Chan glanced at Yeran with his bright red eyes. It seems to be expressing gratitude. Subsequently, he jumped into the wooden box with his whole body. Looking at the piles of flesh and blood, his eyes became even redder. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth like a beast. Buzz! A strange sound sounded. Wong Da Chan's mouth opened. A space like a black hole suddenly appeared in front of the mouth. Buzz! As Wong Da Chan's thoughts moved, the black hole began to emit an amazing suction force. All the flesh and blood of the ink dragon. It was directly separated from the bones by this terrifying suction force, and was sucked into Wong Da Chan's mouth. This is the flesh and blood of an S-class monster. Its muscles, bones, flesh and bones have long been polished to a terrifying state. As a result, Wong Da Chan, who had not yet reached the golden age, used his natal magical power to suck him straight to the bone. Daodi's innate magical power, devouring the world. Have you used all your talents and magical powers? Yeran looked at this scene and said to himself, you can even tear off S-level flesh and blood. What a heaven-defying talent! Yeran looked at how much Wong Da Chan was eating and thought slightly. You eat really fast. It looks like the battle can be resolved within 3 hours. Ever since, Yeran simply moved a chair and sat directly in the middle of the warehouse. While watching Wong Da Chan's evolution progress, he kept a whistle. Time passed minute by minute. Most of the entire malong flesh and blood has been eaten by Wong Da Chan. At this time, the aura in Wong Da Chan's body began to soar. Silver late stage, gold early stage, gold mid stage, gold late stage. Wong Da Chan passed through 4 stages in a row. In just one night, Wong Da Chan achieved a goal that others might not be able to achieve in 3 years. This is comparable to the effect of Jang Xyu's perfect inheritance. S-level talent, extremely evil. At the same time, as Wong Da Chan's craziness escalated, Yeran, who was bound to Wong Da Chan as his personal master, also began to have a crazy increase in power. Roar! The power of the ink dragon in Yeran's body seems to have been greatly improved. It made a loud dragon roar. Golden midterm, golden late stage. Golden perfection. The increase in power stopped growing only after Yeran reached golden perfection. At this time, Yeran feeling the distance between myself and platinum. Thinner than a layer of window paper. Cool. In less than a few dozen days, Yeran has gone from being a silver-tongued boy who has been fighting for 10,000 years to breaking through to platinum and embarking on his own path of understanding. This speed of progress. Even worse than Jang Xyu and Wong Da Chan. Hiccup. As Wong Da Chan swallowed the last piece of malong flesh and blood into his mouth. After Wong Da Chan burped comfortably. My eyes have returned to clarity. He turned his head, as if he was drunk, and greeted Yeran with a smile. Teacher yet, hiccup I've finished eating, hiccup I'm a little sleepy. Boom. Before Wong Da Chan could finish speaking, he suddenly fell down. Who? The moment he fell to the ground, Wong Da Chan's breathing has begun to sound. Yeran walked forward angrily and kicked Wong Da Chan. As a result, Wong Da Chan slept like a dead dog, unable to move even an inch no matter how hard he kicked. I fall down to sleep when I'm full. No wonder the gluttonous spirit has the same origin as the ferocious pig that devours it. Later, Yeran used the system to check Wong Da Chan's attributes. Wong Da Chan. Male, 20 years old. Awakened person, Dowdy, S level. Current practice, Magic City Gaowu Academy Physical Training 2.0, revised version. Advantages, S level physical attributes, S level combat talents, SS level anti-hit ability. Divine power, bloodthirsty and violent, devouring heaven and earth, physical regeneration. Disadvantages, coma, evolution too fast, body in urgent need of recovery and adjustment. Guidance plan, none. Success. Yeran's eyes lit up. It seems that Wong Da Chan has recovered from his mental confusion. This means Wong Da Chan is already a perfect S-class superpower without any flaws. At this moment, that is, the monster that Le Wanyi said before is as talented as Zhang Hidong. The corners of Yeran's mouth raised slightly. The next time Wong Da Chan publicly displays his talent as an S-class, I don't know how many people's intestines are about to turn green. At this time, Yeran was also full of pride. It can be said that he brought Wong Da Chan back on track from the edge of being unwanted. It was also he who personally created the miracle of an S-class monster. Thinking of this, Yeran felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Hoo-ho! Yeran is full of pride, Wong Da Chan is sleeping soundly. Looking at Wong Da Chan sleeping, Yeran shook his head helplessly. This is no place to sleep. Silly Da Chan, if you eat and sleep, you still have to wipe your butt as a teacher. Yeran complained a few words. Carrying Wong Da Chan on his back, I left the warehouse immediately. Chapter 47. The next morning. It's just dawn. Su Yuki, who was still sleeping soundly with his new baby in his arms, was eagerly knocked on the door. Kuong, kuong, kuong. Bang bang bang. The knocking on the door became more and more urgent. Su Yuki finally couldn't pretend anymore. He threw away the two-dimensional eye mask, cursed and walked out of bed. Street boy. What BD disturbed my dreams this morning? After saying that, Su Yuki walked towards the door angrily. After Su Yuki opened the door, staring at his men in the supplies department, he said word by word. Give you 2 sentences, and you'd better give me a reason that satisfies me, otherwise I will really deduct your salary. At this time, the men in the material department were panting. A look of horror. Su, Director Su, there is something wrong with the warehouse. The malong flesh and blood placed in the warehouse hall is gone. After hearing this sentence, Su Yuki disappeared directly on the spot. Wearing slippers, he ran towards the warehouse. The subordinates who reacted behind him also hurriedly chased after him. Director Su, why don't you change your clothes and go over? Street boy, you don't have time to change your clothes. Do you know how expensive that Malong flesh and blood is? Su Yuki cursed and said. He was wearing pajamas and big slippers. Completely ignoring the gazes of everyone passing by, he sprinted towards the warehouse with all his strength. When Su Yuki entered the warehouse, he stared at the big wooden box and took a deep breath. A wooden box that is nearly the size of more than 10 people. There are huge ink dragon bones. The bones were clean, with no trace of flesh and blood at all. Monitor. Go to the monitoring room. It's near the north. How could he take such a big piece of meat away without anyone noticing? Su Yuki walked into the monitoring room shouting and cursing. Moment. In the monitoring room, Su Yuki looked at the screen in a daze. Are you sure it's just these two people? Yes, Director Su, we have watched the video no less than 10 times, and we have never seen anyone else. Su Yuki pointed at the empty wooden box outside the control room, his eyes almost bulging out. Then tell me, where is the meat? Where did they put the meat? Could it be possible that they could still eat all that meat here? After all, these 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood are nearly as large as 10 people. The weight is also as high as 16 or 17 tons. Now you tell me. There were 2 thieves, one big and one small, who went in and came out. Not only was the meat gone, but when it came out, my hands were empty. If it weren't for the last moment, it would be the warehouse I checked and the door I locked. Su Yuki had some suspicions that his subordinates had enriched their own pockets and secretly embezzled the meat. Tell me. How did they do it? Tell me. Su Yuki yelled at his subordinates crazily with his unique southern accent. All the subordinates were silent. Su Yuki suddenly spoke again. Where are the indoor cameras? Why is there no indoor surveillance? The subordinate looked at Su Yuki tremblingly and responded. Director Su, you asked us not to turn on indoor cameras to prevent those precious calligraphy and paintings from being damaged. Su Yuki's eyes widened and he said tremblingly. So, we don't have any more clues. Yes, Director Su. Hearing his subordinate's reply, Su Yuki choked up. You can do evil if God does it, but you can't live if you do evil yourself. Now Su Yuki's intestines are about to turn green. The strong blow made it difficult for him to breathe, and his face turned red. Director Su, are you okay? Upon seeing this, his subordinates stepped forward to help Su Yuki up. Su Yuki shook off his subordinate's hand and finally managed to squeeze some air out of his throat and said. Call the police. I must catch these bastards. Okay, I'll do it right now. Wait, come back. Don't call the police. Su Yuki thought that he had violated the rules in this matter. Wouldn't calling the police mean throwing himself into a trap? If you go to investigate privately, you will definitely find these 2 people, the older one and the younger one. No publicity is allowed. Oh, all right. The subordinate agreed and ran out quickly. Looking at the back of his subordinates leaving, Su Yuki was completely decadent. He collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the empty wooden box, muttering to himself. It's over, it's all over. How should I explain this to Le Bapi? Su Yuki suddenly felt so bad that he regretted why he didn't promise his subordinates last night. Send these 3,000 black dragon flesh and blood into an insurance-grade warehouse. At this moment Su Yuki. When he thought of Le Wanyi, he couldn't help but shudder. He suffered a big loss from Le Wanyi last time. I can't imagine how Le Wanyi will kill herself this time. A long while. In Le Wanyi's office, Su Yuki told his hard work and sadness with runny nose and tears. Le Wanyi was a little tired and handed the 1146th tissue to Su Yuki. In just a few hours, she had almost heard all the misfortunes in Su Yuki's life. My friend, Lin Bei, has a hard life. When I was in kindergarten, my female classmate wouldn't hold hands with me to cross the street. Seeing that Su Yukai had already begun to talk about her kindergarten experience, Le Wanyi finally couldn't bear it anymore. So Director Su, what do you want to say when you come here? She stared at Su Yukai and tapped the pen in her hand, making a clanging sound. Hearing that Le Wanyi finally got to the point of her question, Su Yukai put away his tearful expression and said to Le Wanyi. Director Le, another unfortunate incident happened recently because our warehouse was stolen. That's it. Le Wanyi nodded slightly after listening to Su Yukai's words. Director Le, don't you feel sorry for me? Su Yukai was a little anxious and played his cards right. With a dry mouth, I talked about my misfortunes for several hours. I originally wanted to take the opportunity to let Le Wanyi pity her, and then pave the way for losing Malong's flesh and blood. As a result, the woman in front of me seemed to have a heart of stone and was not moved at all. I'm deeply sorry for this accident in the supplies department. By the way, what did the thief steal? Are my 3,000 black dragon flesh and blood okay? Listening to Le Wanyi's words, Su Yukai felt like he was about to suffocate. Which pot should not be opened, right? This still needs to pave the way for a hammer, and there is still a hammer that needs to pave the way? What is the difference between playing the emotional card with Le Wanyi and playing the piano against a cow? Seeing that his emotional offensive was ineffective, Su Yukai completely chose to break the pot. Director Le, let me tell you the truth. All the supplies in the warehouse have not been lost. The only thing missing is your 3,000 black dragon flesh and blood. As he spoke, Su Yukai threw a stack of pictures of the crime scene towards Le Wanyi. He straightened his chest and raised his head, with the attitude of being generous and ready to die. Director Le, if you want to kill or behead me, I'll do whatever you want. We at the materials department want money without risking your life. If that doesn't work, you can sell me Su Yukai to the White Horse Mansion to atone for my sins. Chapter 48. Le Wanyi looked at this photo silently, slightly stunned. This figure, big and small. Why does it look so familiar? Le Wanyi is very smart. After looking through a few pictures, she discovered the clue. Director Su, where are the indoor surveillance photos? Why are there only outdoor ones? Su Yukai, who was still immersed in the feeling of dying generously. After hearing what Le Wanyi said, she looked a little embarrassed. Of course he would not tell anyone about the illegal operations of the materials department. I could only say haha. Ha ha ha, strange to say, it was probably too hot last night, and the indoor monitoring system in our materials department warehouse was broken. Listening to Su Yukai's explanation, Le Wanyi took a deep look at Su Yukai. The monitoring equipment in your supplies department is really easy to break. Haha, haha, who says it's not the case? Su Yukai touched his forehead, his voice was a little weak. Later, Le Wanyi put down the photo. Looking at Su Yukai. As far as I know, according to the regulations of your material department, treasures of this level should be placed in the material insurance level warehouse. The monitoring system there was designed by the principal himself and blessed with extraordinary level formations. That one is also broken. Listening to Le Wanyi's questions, many wealthy people almost peed. At this time, his worried eyebrows almost drooped to the corners of his mouth. I opened my mouth and really didn't know how to round it. Seeing Su Yukai's performance, Le Wanyi felt the same as Ming Jing. This BD must have thought that this flesh and blood would be given to the teaching office sooner or later, so he didn't put it in at all. Thinking of this, Le Wanyi squinted her eyes and tapped her 4 slender fingers rhythmically on the table. Sorry, Director Su, since you broke the rules first, you can't blame me for being cruel. Saying that, Le Wanyi stood up immediately. Director Su, this is a serious matter. The loss of this treasure is not only a loss for our 2 families, it is a loss for the entire school. I think the matter should be reported to the principal. I heard Le Wanyi say that she wanted to go to the principal. Su Yuki almost peed. Dear ancestors, the principal was dissatisfied last time, and now we have to face the principal again in just a few days? Do you really think I have been the director of the materials department for too long? However, Su Yuki, who knew that he was operating illegally, did not dare to refuse directly and could only squeeze out an extremely embarrassed smile. Director Su. You don't need to bother the principal with this trivial matter. Le Wanyi shook her head. How can this be done, Director Su? We are all Moho people. What kind of trouble is there to talk about? And this is business, how can we call it trouble? Said. Le Wanyi stood up directly and went to get her coat. Listening to Le Wanyi's words, Su Yuki had difficulty breathing. Finally, he raised the white flag again in front of Le Wanyi. Director Le, I'm convinced. I'm convinced, but it still doesn't work. Tell me, what are the conditions? Le Wanyi also stopped when she heard Su Yuki's words. She looked at Su Yuki with a smile. He stretched out 4 fingers. Su Yuki looked at Le Wanyi's movements and couldn't help shouting. Impossible, I can't get so much Malong flesh and blood even with all my private money. Director Le, you'd better take me to see the principal. Le Wanyi shook her head. Director Su is overly worried. How could I force others to make things difficult? Speaking, Le Wanyi shook her finger. I want 4 space rings, the kind made by the principal. Director Su, you really can't get them, right? Listening to Le Wanyi's words, Su Yuki was a little hesitant. Although the space ring is a super treasure to the outside world, only extraordinary people who have walked on the path of time and space have the ability to make. Anyone can also cause competition among various forces. But for Gaowu Academy in their magical capital, they do still have some space rings in stock. There is no way, after all, my principal is standing at the top of the space department. There are 5 or 6 defective products made by the principal alone every year. Of course, although these things are defective products to Baisu. But for the rest of them, it is already a rare treasure. Su Yuki looked at Le Wanyi and said with some distress. Director Le, we do have them in the materials department, but Director Le, why do you need so many space rings? After hearing Su Yuki's inquiry, Le Wanyi stood up directly and walked towards the clothes rack. We'd better go see the principal. Ouch! Su Yuki said hurriedly, Director Le, there is no need, I will look for it now, and I will definitely deliver it to Director Le tomorrow. Le Wanyi looked at Su Yuki with a smile. Easy to say, Director Su, I'm not in a hurry. Looking at Le Wanyi who looked like a fox, Su Yuki wiped the sweat from his head. If you're not anxious, I'm still anxious. Every time I come to the teaching office, my flesh will be cut. Seeing that the matter was settled, Su Yuki stood up to leave. Director Le, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. Director Su, what's the rush? Sit down and drink some more. This is the newly picked giant rock tea. Su Yuki looked at the fragrant tea with a wry smile on his face. Not in the mood at all. No more drinking, I'm leaving first. With that said, Su Yuki opened the door and left. The whole person left Le Wanyi's office as if running away. Director Su, welcome back next time. Su Yuki, who had already run halfway, couldn't help but staggered when he heard Le Wanyi's words. He waved his hand without looking back and disappeared into the corridor. It was as if there was some savage beast chasing behind him. With Su Yuki leaving, Wang Xiaoman stuck out his head playfully. Master, Director Su has left. Le Wanyi nodded. Wang Xiaoman looked at Le Wanyi. Master, why do you want so many space rings? Le Wanyi rolled her eyes at Wang Xiaoman. Little brats, stop asking about adults' affairs. Even so, Li Wanyi did not shy away from discussing with Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, what do you think about setting the rewards for the top 2 in the final assessment of this grade to be space rings? Hearing this, Wang Xiaoman rolled his eyes slightly. Master, are you so sure that teacher Yet and his class can take the top 2 spots in the individual competition? Li Wanyi looked at Wang Xiaoman and said unreasonably. Don't worry, I just believe Yeran. Okay, no matter what, teacher Yet is the best. Wang Xiaoman looked at Li Wanyi with a smile. Since Yeran's sudden rise, Li Wanyi seems to be much more cheerful than before. It seems that his feelings for Yeran are no longer so hidden. Especially since Yeran hugged Li Wanyi last time. Now Li Wanyi and Wang Xiaoman can make jokes about this openly when they are together. My overall relationship is improving, I will write it down in my notebook later. Then Master, where are the remaining 2? They are not given to me, your good disciple, are they? Wang Xiaoman rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. Li Wanyi rolled her eyes. What are you thinking about? The remaining 2 are for Yeran and me. Master, be reserved. Why are you being reserved? We kissed each other when we were little kids, you didn't know. Hearing Li Wanyi say this frankly, Wang Xiaoman was completely stunned. It's so straightforward, right? You don't avoid people anymore, right? When did things happen and did they progress so quickly? Okay, when you have a lover, forget about the apprentice, right? I'm not going to give you a space ring as my own apprentice, right? I will remember you in my little notebook. Chapter 49. Wang Xiaoman was crazy about how to read his master's book in the little book given to him by Jang Xyu. Stop talking about this, let's talk about something serious. Li Wanyi interrupted Wang Xiaoman's obscenity. She looked at Wang Xiaoman with some confusion. Xiaoman, what's your expression? What are you posting lately? You keep laughing every now and then. Wang Xiaoman then retracted his exaggerated smile and lowered his head. Master, I'm fine. Do you have any instructions? Li Wanyi looked at Wang Xiaoman and shook her head helplessly. I asked you to pay close attention to Yeran and his class. How is the situation? Wang Xiaoman recalled for a moment. There hasn't been much going on recently. It seems that our class just accepted an exchange student from the sect, the genius from the fire sect, Huang Dongdong. The one you saw, the one standing next to Yeran when we were in the restaurant before. Li Wanyi recalled for a moment, that, what else? Wang Xiaoman touched his forehead. Anything else? Also, Yeran and Wong Da Chan disappeared after eating in the cafeteria at noon yesterday. I don't know why they went there. After hearing this, Li Wanyi was slightly startled. No way. Xiaoman, do you have a photo of Yeran and Wong Da Chan? Yes, haven't you been paying attention to their class recently? They spend a lot of time under the same lens. Send me a copy. After hearing Li Wanyi's order, Wang Xiaoman looked for it directly and gave a copy to Li Wanyi. Okay, you go down. Oh, okay, master. After Wang Xiaoman left, Li Wanyi took out the photo of the masked robber that Su Yukai had just given to her from the drawer. Later, Li Wanyi took the 2 photos and began to compare them carefully. This height difference, this width gap, this walking style. Instantly, Li Wanyi's pupils began to dilate and shrink. It's really Yeran and the others. Li Wanyi knocked on the table, with a helpless smile on her lips. Unexpectedly, it was Yeran who took away his things. But what does he need these things for? Li Wanyi was puzzled. Hey, it's just a mirror. Hey, it's just a mirror. The instigator who had finished making a fuss in the warehouse of the materials department was currently lying on the bed, fast asleep. The loud snoring sound is comparable to that of a lumberjack's chainsaw. Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan on the bed speechlessly. My ears were already stuffed with cotton, and my eardrums still hurt from the shock. No wonder there are rumors that there is no living creature within 10 miles of the ferocious beast Doughty. Which creature can stand it? Fortunately, Magic City Gaowu Academy attaches great importance to protecting the privacy of its employees. The soundproofing materials in the dormitories are all of the highest quality. Otherwise, the entire building would be uninhabitable. Bang! 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 Yeran heard the knock on the door amidst the huge snoring. Yeran opened the door and looked around. "Teacher, don't look, it's down there." Hearing the sound, Yeran lowered his head. The visitor is none other than Huang Dongdong, the treasure of the leader of the fire element sect. Huang Dongdong was stunned by the huge snoring the moment Yeran opened the door. He covered his ears with a painful expression. "Teacher, our practice room has a blasting test room, there is no need to do it in the dormitory." Hearing Huang Dongdong say this, Yeran was also in a bad state of consciousness. Then he pulled Huang Dongdong in and closed the door. The corridor was quiet again. "Is everything done?" Yeran asked Huang Dongdong despite his snoring. Huang Dongdong nodded. "Just staring at the bedroom door." "Teacher Yat, the sound is too loud, what on earth is in the bedroom?" Yeran patted Huang Dongdong's forehead. "Don't worry about anything else, I'll make you some tea." With that said, Yeran walked towards the kitchen. But what a coincidence! Just after Yeran left, the bedroom door was not closed tightly and was blown away by the wind. Zaya! Yeran's bedroom door opened. Huang Dongdong couldn't help but be curious and looked directly. At this moment, he saw the figure sleeping soundly on the big bed. The loud snoring almost made his bones numb. This moment, Huang Dongdong was completely confused. "I thought, this exploding sound turned out to be human snoring." Then Huang Dongdong looked carefully. When he saw that the sleeping person was Wong Da Chan, my eyes almost popped out of my head. Why is Wong Da Chan asleep in Teacher Yi's bedroom this early in the morning? What's the situation? Could it be that Wong Da Chan spent the night at Teacher Yi's house last night? And he slept in Teacher Yi's big bed? But looking left and right, this staff dormitory has one bedroom and one living room, and only one bedroom. Huang Dongdong peeled off the cocoon, and his imagination became wider and wider. His eyes became a little shocked. Could it be that Wong Da Chan and Yeran slept together last night? Wait, Wong Da Chan, Teacher Yat. We slept together last night. Boom! Huang Dongdong's brain seemed to have been exploded. He seems to have discovered a great secret. No wonder, I heard from the students in class 2 that Teacher Ye was very good to Wong Da Chan and often gave Wong Da Chan one-on-one private tutoring. With the guidance of a monster genius like Yeran, Wong Da Chan's progress will naturally be rapid. So during the fight in the restaurant, Wong Da Chan, who only had silver, was able to carry 4 golds by himself. It makes sense, everything makes sense. No wonder Teacher Ye, a salty fish instructor who is famous for not caring about anything, is now just because Wong Da Chan had a fight in school. He was so furious that he tortured a strong platinum-level man to death. Emotions are like a beauty that suddenly becomes a beauty. Well, where does the teacher-student relationship come from? Such AFG deep comradeship. Dirty adult pie deal. This is how people are, once they believe in their own settings. All known plots will be applied crazily towards this setting. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but shuddered. Didn't you expect that at such a young age, you would already be exposed to the dark side of adulthood? Wait. Huang Dongdong suddenly thought of something. If all this is true, then Teacher Yi's feelings towards himself. Huang Dongdong suddenly recalled. Obviously, auditors can also attend classes here, but Yeran insists on forcing himself to be an exchange student in his class. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong's forehead started to shed cold sweat unconsciously. Masaka. Could it be that when teacher Ye saw it for the first time? Have you already fallen in love with yourself? Thinking of this, the spine on Huang Dongdong's back felt sore. A burst of cold air rushed from the tailbone to the sky. Huang Dongdong's face has turned ugly. Although I am more handsome than Panan. But I am straight, young man. It's impossible for me to play new battle in this life. Chapter 50. What are you thinking? Yeran also made tea at this time. When I walked out, I saw Huang Dongdong staring at the bedroom, looking a little ugly. Hearing Yeran's call, Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Yeran with a wary look on his face, but said nothing. Yeran ignored the crazy little kid. He handed the cup directly to Huang Dongdong. Be careful. Seeing that Huang Dongdong didn't hold the bottom of the cup steady, Yeran let go of his hand and prepared to hold it up again. As a result, Yeran just touched Huang Dongdong's hand. Whoosh! Huang Dongdong pulled his hand back with lightning speed. As if he was afraid that Yeran would touch him. He looked at Yeran with guarded eyes. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong inexplicably. What's wrong with you? Huang Dongdong shook his head and pointed to the bedroom. Teacher Ye, is Wong Da Chan sleeping inside? Yeran heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry. He nodded naturally. Yet, who else can snore so loudly? Listening to Yeran's answer, Huang Dongdong's eyes widened. Just say it so bluntly? Don't you even cover it up? But it's morning, so Wong Da Chan fell asleep here last night. Huang Dongdong still holds on to the last trace of fantasy. Yeran wanted to answer no. But then I thought about the affair between the two of them last night. It was not appropriate for Huang Dongdong to know. So I typed haha. Yes, Wong Da Chan came to my place to play last night. He was too tired and fell asleep here. Too tired from playing. What are you tired of playing? How can two grown men play in the same room until they are too tired to go back to the dormitory? Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran, stunned. The young mind was greatly impacted. It's over, what kind of dirty talk is this? My ears are dirty. I'm sorry, master, my disciple is still too shallow and has not seen clearly the filth and evil in the world. I actually fell into this binary den. Huang Dongdong is thinking silently in his heart. Yeran didn't want to delve into this matter, so he changed the topic. Since you have completed your status as a sect exchange student, I will be your teacher from today on. Come and let me check you out. Check? Check what? Body check? Do you usually like to play medical cosplay? The link is progressing so fast. Huang Dongdong's eyes were full of shock. Is this the beginning? Dirty pie deal. Dirty adults. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Yeran sat on the sofa and waited for Huang Dongdong's performance. Huang Dongdong himself has a bad temper. How can I bear this? In an instant, Huang Dongdong's aura was fully activated. Flames sprouted from all over his body to protect him. He stared at Yeran angrily. A golden red musket appeared in his hand. I don't know why, but the musket transformed this time is more direct than ever before. And the protective flames on the body. It is specially arranged in Huang Dongdong. The butt area looks extra thick. What nonsense! Yeran frowned. Although he didn't know what the little guy in front of him was thinking in his mind, it didn't stop Yeran from using the system to start scanning Huang Dongdong. In an instant, Yeran had Huang Dongdong's personal information in his mind. Huang Dongdong. Male, 12 years old. Inherited sect, fire sect. Current skill, fire fighting skill. Advantages, extremely solid basic skills, top flame affinity. Shortcoming. The skill is defective, the anger attacks the heart, and the heart meridians are burned and damaged to a certain extent. Guidance plan. 1. Modify the movement path and specific optimization plan. 2. Practicing Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, Specific Optimization Plan. Yeran clicked his tongue in surprise. Although I have seen Huang Dongdong's personal attributes once before. But every time I see Huang Dongdong at the age of 12, I still feel shocked. The top flame affinity is perfectly adapted to the fire movement sect technique. The fire movement sect has really found a treasure. Okay, after reading it, put it away. Yeran waved his hand, indicating to Huang Dongdong to take back the technique. Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran doubtfully, wondering what Yeran was playing. What's going on? Isn't a fight about to begin? At this moment, Huang Dongdong felt as if he was drawing a sword and looking around at a loss. He has solid basic skills, fire attributes, and perfect affinity. He is such a good prospect. To be honest, I am a little envious of your master. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong with admiration. Huang Dongdong looked wary, don't look at me like that. Hearing Huang Dongdong's words, Yeran was stunned for a moment. Isn't that right? Don't think you can deceive me because I'm young. Don't you just want to hide your rules from me? I'll put it bluntly, there's no way, sir, I'm a straight man. After finishing speaking, Huang Dongdong glanced at Wong Da Chan in the bedroom intentionally or unintentionally. After hearing this, Yeran also understood the reason why Huang Dongdong did all this. For a moment, Yeran was dumbfounded. The little guy in front of me is more interesting than imagined. Don't laugh, what's so funny? Seeing Yeran's childlike appearance, Huang Dongdong became even more angry. He roared angrily at Yeran. Okay, I won't laugh if I don't laugh, pfft. Yeran said he was not smiling, but the smile on his face could no longer be hidden. Yeran's expression made Huang Dongdong stand there and stamp his feet in anger. Squeak! Just as Huang Dongdong was stamping his feet angrily, the bedroom door was opened. Wong Da Chan rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, looked at the bustling living room, and smiled silly. Huang Dongdong, why did you come to Teacher Yi's apartment? After Huang Dongdong saw Wong Da Chan, he said sadly. Look at what you've done to Wong Da Chan. It's almost noon and you're still so tired. I, Huang Dongdong, have really misjudged the wrong person. This is a dirty pie deal. Didn't you just see Wong Da Chan's practice being frustrated and take advantage of it? That's not right. Huang Dongdong, who just wanted to continue to accuse, now looked at Wong Da Chan in shock. He looked Wong Da Chan up and down, and couldn't help but rub his eyes again, as if he didn't dare to recognize the reality clearly. Da Chan, you broke through. When Wong Da Chan heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry, he nodded honestly. Yeah, I broke through gold when I woke up, hee. Huang Dongdong's eyes widened when he heard Wong Da Chan's affirmative reply. What's going on? In my impression, wasn't Wong Da Chan barely reaching the late silver stage when he was in the restaurant? It's still far from breaking through gold. After only 2 days of separation, I went through the formalities myself. Wong Da Chan has already broken through from silver to gold? Even if you are cultivating magic skills, you won't be able to do it so quickly, right? Yeran looked at the shocked Huang Dongdong with a smile. He even didn't forget to add another fire. Da Chan, release all your strength and let our sex exchange students take a good look at your current strength. Oh, okay, master. After saying that, Wong Da Chan's eyes tightened slightly, and the aura on his body expanded crazily. Golden early stage, golden middle stage, golden late stage. After reaching the golden stage, Wong Da Chan's swollen energy slowed down. After Wong Da Chan's breath stabilized, Huang Dongdong's eyes almost bulged out. Huang, the golden stage! Huang Dongdong exclaimed. For a moment, he looked at Wong Da Chan and then at Yeran. He swallowed. Who am I? What am I doing? What kind of outrageous ghost stories are these? Chapter 51. Hee, it's all Teacher Ye who gave me guidance. I told you, Teacher Ye is really awesome. Wong Da Chan touched his head in his signature way, regained his momentum, and smiled innocently. Huang Dongdong looked at Wong Da Chan with complicated eyes. In his mind, he started to think crazy. How much did Wong Da Chan pay for Yeran in order to obtain such a huge promotion? For a moment, he looked at Wong Da Chan with some distress. Da Chan, can you catch shit every day? Wong Da Chan listened to Huang Dongdong's outrageous speech, with clear confusion in his big eyes. What are you talking about? We martial arts practitioners lift the anus every day, how can we not clamp it? Do you think you have this problem? Huang Dongdong waved his hand, of course I didn't. Seeing Wong Da Chan's appearance, he was a little anxious. Da Chan, don't pretend to be stupid and don't understand. I'm telling you, I know everything. You. Bang. Before Huang Dongdong could finish speaking, there was a crisp click directly on his forehead. Huang Dongdong covered his forehead in pain and looked at Yeran angrily with his big eyes. It feels good, and my brain is really bright, but it's a pity that it's all crooked. Yeran rubbed his fingers. You. Huang Dongdong covered his head, stared at Yeran and wanted to say something else. Yeran ignored him, turned to Wong Da Chan and asked. How do you feel? Wong Da Chan grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth. Master, I feel like I have endless strength now and am stronger than ever before. He patted his chest. There was a bang-bang sound, like hitting an alloy. Yeran turned around and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he clicked his tongue and said in wonder. Even if other people can eat those flesh and blood, they will probably be burst by the energy in the flesh and blood. Not only did you eat it, you can completely absorb and digest it in one night. With this physical quality, you are worthy of being an S-class superpower. Wong Da Chan listened to Yeran's praise. I don't know why, but I just kept smiling stupidly. S-level. Huang Dongdong discovered the blind spot. He looked at Wong Da Chan with deep disbelief in his eyes. Da Chan, are you an S-class psychic? Hehe, it's all Teacher Ye's suggestions. Without Teacher Ye, I would still be a loser. Wong Da Chan smiled sheepishly and looked at Yeran gratefully. Huang Dongdong shook his head in disbelief. If Wong Da Chan's strength has improved rapidly, he can still accept it. But S-class superpowers are really beyond Huang Dongdong's understanding. Don't blame Huang Dongdong for making such a fuss. He had also learned about Wong Da Chan's background before. It's just a problematic A-level awakened person. But now it is said that Wong Da Chan is an S-class superpower? Or was he promoted to S-level under Yeran's advice? This is too magical. S-levels are already as rare as national treasures, not to mention the superpowers who have successfully advanced to S-level through their second awakening. This is already one of thousands, no, billions of existences. Wong Da Chan's experience is enough that people can't believe it. In the end, Wong Da Chan also said that it was all accomplished with Yeran's guidance. What kind of international joke is this? In order to help Andrew's second awakening, the People's Superpower Alliance. It took the death of 3 diamond-level flower cards to complete the great achievement. Now it can be easily completed with Yeran's instructions. And if Yeran has the ability to perform such a miracle, instead of becoming famous all over the world, just stay in a small class and be a tutor? Huang Dongdong's eyes were filled with suspicion. He felt that Yeran and Wong Da Chan were jointly deceiving him. Da Chan, I still think it's impossible to be an S-class. How can it be so easy for a second awakened S-class? Huang Dongdong has a straight temper and says whatever comes to his mind. Listening to Huang Dongdong's question, Wong Da Chan chuckled. I don't know who I am now, but if Teacher Ye says yes, then I am. Looking at Wong Da Chan's indifferent attitude, Huang Dongdong said angrily. Silly man, do you even know what an S-class superpower stands for? Is this your attitude? Wong Da Chan said nonchalantly, I know, but so what? Huang Dongdong rolled his eyes. Silly man, do you really think he is a god who can forcibly elevate you to the level of an S-class superpower? He must have used some evil method to force your increase in strength. It may not be good for your body. Good. After all, Huang Dongdong is from a famous family, and his knowledge is much wider than ordinary people. He is still aware of the evil ways that can improve personal strength in a short period of time. Wong Da Chan shook his head and said seriously. Dongdong, you can't say that to teacher yet. Huang Dongdong pouted, I'm just saying. Da Chan, think about it carefully, that is an S-class superpower. If it is really. Wong Da Chan interrupted Huang Dongdong. Dongdong, stop talking. It doesn't matter whether you are S-level or not. It's enough that I can follow teacher yet. Huang Dongdong took a deep breath and looked at Wong Da Chan with a hopeless expression. He shook Wong Da Chan's shoulders. Silly man, wake up, your brain has been wiped out. Huang Dongdong, it seems you don't believe that Wong Da Chan is an S-class superpower. Just as Huang Dongdong was shaking Wong Da Chan crazily, Yeran's voice came from behind. Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran and said unconvinced. That's for sure. Da Chan doesn't know how rare it is to have an S-class superpower. How can you still know? Yeran didn't care about Huang Dongdong's doubts. He stood up and looked at Wong Da Chan. It's just right. Anyway, I want to see how strong an S-class superpower can be. Come with me, said. Yeran packed up a coat and walked towards the door. Okay, master. Wong Da Chan followed Yeran directly without asking where he was going. Huang Dongdong watched the two of them leaving and asked, where are you going? Yeran glanced at Huang Dongdong. Of course we're going to the practice room. Where else can we go? Are you going? Go, of course. I will expose you myself. I will save you from brainwashing Da Chan again. Huang Dongdong was also preparing to leave with that. Yeran looked at the bigger kid with a smile in his eyes. This little brat has a strong sense of justice and a really hot temper. He is the kind of character who is straight-talking but not evil-minded and can say whatever he wants. To be honest, I am quite angry with Yeran. In short, the more Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong, the more interesting he became. For a moment, Yeran became playful and deliberately said to Huang Dongdong. Then what if Da Chan is really an S-class superpower? Huang Dongdong scratches his neck. If Da Chan is really an S-class superpower, I will jump off this floor. Dance without using any skills. Yeran added fuel to the fire. Huang Dongdong's bad temper could not withstand such stimulation. He would choke if he immediately followed Yeran's words. If you don't need it, don't use it. If you do, I'll be your grandson. I'm not that old, and I don't want to have a disobedient grandson like you. You? Wow, you pd me off. In front of Yeran, Huang Dongdong was always on the verge of collapse. When Wong Da Chan heard that Huang Dongdong was about to jump off the building, he hurriedly covered Huang Dongdong's mouth. Dongdong, I can't do it, I can't do it. Huang Dongdong broke away from Wong Da Chan's hand. He stared at Yeran and said unconvinced. I'm going to make a bet today. If Wong Da Chan is S-class, then I will jump down. If not, you jump down. Listening to Huang Dongdong's wild words, the smile on Yeran's face became even brighter. A gentleman's word. It's hard to catch up with 8 horses, let alone 4 horses. Huang Dongdong said decisively. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. Looking forward to your performance. Just when the 3 of them were quarreling with each other. Directly above the Magic City Gaowu Academy, thousands of meters high. Deep in the clouds where no one can notice. Suddenly a figure appeared. This man is thin and has white hair. Especially the long white beard that almost reaches his waist. If Su Yukai had been there, he would have bowed his head. This person is the principal of the Magic City Gaowu Academy. One of the 3 pillars of the Magic City, the recognized king of space, Lord Bai Su of the Void. Bai Su lowered his head and looked indifferently at the campus that was as big as a biscuit. He squinted his eyes and said to himself, 16 extraordinary, such a huge formation. I don't even say hello, do you really think that this old man like me is nothing? Chapter 52. Snort. With a cold snort from Bai Su, the surrounding space began to become distorted, and even the clouds turned into strange shapes. In an instant, about a dozen figures appeared in the distorted space. When I first appeared, I was a little stunned. But they all used their own abilities to float above the 1,000-meter altitude. Just as everyone stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Want to know what this is all about? Baybeard's cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, you broke in without invitation and deceived everyone in our demonic martial arts academy. High in the sky, Bai Su's momentum expands infinitely. Everyone present silently mobilized their strength to resist Bai Su. Those who can compete with the extraordinary must be extraordinary. Okay, okay, okay. Bai Su sneered and said hello 3 times. He looked around. Who would have thought that our Magic City Gaowu Academy would be able to welcome more than a dozen extraordinary people at the same time on the same day? I think this is the first time such a grand event has happened since our school was founded. Among the more than 3 billion people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only less than 30 extraordinary beings. According to this ratio, most of them may never encounter the extraordinary ones in their lifetime. As a result, those extraordinary people who usually see the dragon but never see the end, they actually gathered at Gaowu Academy in the Magic City at the same time. If this kind of thing were known to outsiders, the popularity would have already exploded. All the extraordinary ones present. Listening to Bai Su's words, everyone remained silent. Seeing this, Bai Su narrowed his eyes. Since you dare to come here, why don't you dare to look at people with their true colors? Bai Su looked around and shouted domineeringly. If you want to visit the academy and take off your disguise, we will welcome you. If you want to do something else here, you can go back to where you came from. As soon as Bai Su finished speaking, an extraordinary person suddenly said to Bai Su, Bai Su, are you trying to stop all of us by yourself? Bai Su narrowed his eyes, and his momentum suddenly began to surge, and distorted spaces began to appear around him. The white robe rustled fiercely in the wind, and Bai Su said murderously, I haven't done anything for many years. It seems that everyone has almost forgotten about me. Bai Su's surging momentum pressed towards UKO fan. Many KO fan who are slightly weaker have begun to resist with luck. Bai Su fought against more than a dozen extraordinary beings, and he didn't lose at all. The war is about to break out. At this moment, a transcendent took off his disguise. In an instant, the originally thin figure began to swell. As if growing, a giant man with 5 big and 3 thick bodies was suspended in the clouds. His body is as tall as a mountain. The solid muscles shimmered like metal under the reflection of the sun. At this time, he looked at Bai Su and gave a serious military salute. Junior Li Wanchange has met Senior Bai Su. After Bai Su saw the person clearly, he said calmly, I didn't expect that even people from the military department came to join in the fun. It seems that the talent was really delicious that day. Is the military department trying to steal again? Li Chengguan. An S-class superpower known as Imperial Shield, Steel Wall, and Absolute Defense. The youngest extraordinary person trained by the military, the absolute backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's military. He is a rising future general in the Dragon Kingdom's military department. Hearing Bai Su's words, Li Wanchange replied with a smile, Senior is joking, we all belong to the national system, how could we do such a thing? Really? How is Zhang Hedong doing in your military headquarters? Bai Su mentioned Zhang Hedong's name. After Li Wancheng heard this, he smiled awkwardly. Zhang Hidong, as a super genius at the Magic City Gaowu Academy. It was his boss, Ye Xiaoqiu, who he was deceived and tricked into the military headquarters. When Bai Su said this now, he was obviously reminding him. Your military department has a criminal record, so don't pretend to be a white lotus here. Li Wancheng smiled to cover up his embarrassment, and then said seriously. Senior, now is not the time to talk about this. Although our military department loves talents very much, we can also distinguish priorities. General Yet asked me to give you a message. Li Wancheng paused for a moment and said solemnly. Everything is based on national interests. Talents can belong to any family in the Dragon Kingdom, but not outside the country. After Bai Su heard this, he frowned slightly. Is the news accurate? Li Wancheng nodded. Yesterday, the military detected 3 Chao fans who secretly entered the country. There are a few others that the military has not detected. Then, Li Wancheng squinted his eyes and looked around. But no matter what is detected or not, I believe they are all here at this moment. Li Wancheng's meaning is obvious. Their military department sent Kao Fan here with the intention of recruiting that super genius. But the more important task is, we must not allow this super genius to be recruited by foreign forces. The fat water does not flow to outsiders' fields. It's easy for us Longwo people to rob talents behind closed doors, no matter what. But if it is taken away by foreign forces, I will never agree. The most urgent task now is to drive away the extraordinary people abroad. Bai Su was silent for a moment, then nodded. Seeing Bai Su nod, Li Wancheng silently came behind Bai Su. The situation on the field changed from Bai Su fighting against all the extraordinary ones to Bai Su and Li Wancheng fighting against each other. For a moment, some extraordinary eyes that were still thoughtful suddenly flashed with fear. It's not because of how strong I am after joining Li Wan. Just because Li Wancheng represents the Long Kingdom Military Department. Dragon Kingdom Military Headquarters. These 4 words. As heavy as Mount Tai. With the support of the military, the confrontation between the 2 parties reached a strange balance. At this time, Bai Su didn't pay too much attention to others. He squinted his eyes and kept staring at an ordinary-looking man. In fact, Bai Su didn't care about other extraordinary beings from the beginning. If it weren't for the extraordinary person in front of him who made him a little wary. He had already started. There is no other reason. It's because other extraordinary beings were swept up by his space movement. And only this one not only easily destroyed his own spatial movement. He also accurately found the location where he teleported and flew up. This kind of strength can only be achieved by extraordinary beings who are at the same level as himself or even stronger. In other words, this ordinary-looking extraordinary person in front of me. His strength is definitely comparable to the 3 pillars of their demon city, and he is a genuine nation-killing extraordinary. As the name suggests, a nation-killing extraordinary person. It is an existence that can truly slaughter a country by one person. It can be called a humanoid nuclear bomb. No big country will allow foreigners to enter the country at will. It's unclear at the moment whether this thing is a domestic or foreign super-killing nation. I don't know whether this person is an enemy or a friend. Naturally, one cannot act rashly. Bai Su carefully observed this extraordinary person who slaughtered the country. If you want to guess the origin of this nation-killing extraordinary person from those clues. But it's a pity that Bai Su was disappointed. With my careful attention, this extraordinary person did not have any unusual movements. Just like a stone, it is not disturbed by all external factors. Not even the breath was exposed. If it were not suspended 1,000 meters in the sky at this moment. Standing among the crowd with such aura and such appearance. Just like a passerby. Bai Su, who couldn't see through this person's identity, had slightly stern eyes and said loudly to this mysterious extraordinary person. With your strength, don't you dare to show your true colors. Chapter 53. This Kao fan looked at Bai Su without saying much. Buzz. This ordinary-looking extraordinary man took off his disguise. After the disguise disappears, a picture of an extremely handsome young man appeared. This man has flowing hair, eyes like stars, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and is handsome and handsome. The whole face is so beautiful that even women would envy. Only after such a beautiful young man took off his disguise, all the extraordinary ones invariably moved a few meters away from this young man. Everyone looked at this young man as if facing a formidable enemy. There is undisguised fear in his eyes. The way they looked at the young man, it's like looking at the demon god that existed in ancient times. When Bai Su saw the person clearly, he was so angry that his white beard was flying. However, Bai Su, who was facing a formidable enemy, at this time, the whole person became much more relaxed. After all, this is the only extraordinary person present who has a strength similar to his own. Trademark is one of our own. He squinted his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him. Even if the military department comes, does our education department also want to poach people? Could it be that our Magic Martial Arts Academy has established its own business and no longer belongs to the education department? The young man looked at Bai Su, his expression still cold. I won't dig it, but that day is mine. The language is concise, yet extremely domineering. Didn't give Bai Su any face at all. As a result, Bai Su was not angry, but looked at the young man angrily. Are you too lazy to hide it? No wonder people say you are not popular. Bai Su complained. After listening to Bai Su's words, the young man just said 3 words lightly. Not give a damn about. Then, the young man turned around, and he didn't know when he had already held a sword in his hand. He turned his back to Bai Su and Li Wanchange. Look at all the extraordinary people around you. Those who are extraordinary in the Dragon Kingdom, take off their disguises. Those who are not extraordinary in the Dragon Kingdom, retreat. A few simple words came out of this young man's mouth. Like a sharp sword, it pierces into the ears of every extraordinary person who is still pretending. At first Zhong Kaofan was still hesitant. Seeing these extraordinary people not taking off their disguises for a long time, the young man snorted coldly. In an instant, the sword in the young man's hand disappeared. But the moment it disappeared, all the extraordinary ones acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and one by one they used their energy to resist. Ding! 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 No offensive moves can be seen. The sharp sword sounds were directly on the chest of every extraordinary person. Many extraordinary beings were pushed back several meters. What's more, the young man's sword was not even guarded, leaving clear sword marks on his arm. With the power of one person, he killed more than 10 extraordinary beings with one sword, and even injured a few. The strength is terrifying. For the last time, take off your disguise. Lan Moyan wrote just 8 words, and his murderous aura turned into a sharp sword and stabbed directly between the eyebrows of all the extraordinary people. All the extraordinary ones fell silent. Although Bai Su is a nation-killing extraordinary person, however, their overall concern for the overall situation made them not believe that Bai Su dared to go on a killing spree. But the Lord in front of me. But if you can really do what you say. When you say kill, you are really killing. After a while, many extraordinary people reluctantly took off their disguises. It is indeed an important offensive weapon of the Dragon Kingdom. I am convinced. It's so amazing, I have practiced so much that my voice sounds like a divine weapon. Lan Moyan, your understanding of swords is much better than before. Lan Zhu, how on earth did you do it, cultivate to the level of slaughtering a country at such a young age? It's really the world of young people. For a time, all the extraordinary beings in the Dragon Kingdom who had taken off their disguises complimented the young man one after another. But even with such a compliment, but no one dared to come within 3 meters of this young man. It was as if there was a life-restricted area within 3 meters of this young man. It was terrifying. A young man named Lan Moyan. The nation-slaying extraordinary person who is known as the most powerful offensive weapon, the one who seals the throat with one sword, the sword god of the Dragon Kingdom. The most amazing genius in the sword god sect's history in thousands of years. His life experience can be called a reprint of Wang Teng. Lan Moyan has been with the sword since he was a child, and the sword and man become one. 3-year-old gold, 9-year-old platinum, 12-year-old diamond. At the age of 18, he received the sword from the founder of the sword god sect. The divine weapon without a sharp edge let out bursts of sword sounds. Finally gained the recognition of Shen Bing Wu Feng. In one fell swoop, he entered the sword mirror and became extraordinary when he reached adulthood. In the situation where there is no one to teach the sword god religion, he goes out to practice and practice. Came to work in the education department of Longguo. And the reason why Lan Moyan is called a heavy attack weapon is because that was when the 3 extraordinary sword sects of the Foot Basin Kingdom came together to challenge the swordsmanship of the Dragon Kingdom. After frustrating many sword sects, Lan Moyan has 1 person and 1 sword. Battled with Kao Fan, the 3 major sword sects of the Foot Basin Kingdom. In the end, Lan Moyan brutally killed 3 major sword sects without any injuries. Since then, Lan Moyan has also been publicly recognized as an extraordinary person at the level of massacre. Above the clouds. There was no end to the extraordinary compliments. Moment. The originally stalemate situation became clear when Lan Moyan slashed it with 1 sword. Lan Moyan ignored the compliments from the extraordinary people present. He just pointed the sword at the other extraordinary beings who had not taken off their disguises. 3 seconds, let's go. When being pointed at by Lan Moyan's sword. These extraordinary feelings are like rays on the back, and there is a kind of trembling from the soul. Wait a minute, let's. A foreign transcendent spoke in broken Longguo dialect and was about to say something. Then I heard Lan Moyan's cold voice. 3. 2. Not counting to 1 yet. With a sound of buzz, the other extraordinary beings who had not taken off their disguises showed off their magical powers and disappeared directly. Bai Su saw it and admired in his heart. 1 person and 1 sword. The complicated situation that directly caused more than a dozen extraordinary people become clear and bright. Lan Moyan's behavior is just like his sword. Clean and tidy. Although Lan Moyan speaks straightforwardly and is not worldly. But who has the strength to be worthy of this peerless young man talking about human nature and sophistication? Now that foreign forces have been driven away, it will be easier to handle domestically. Bai Su looked around at the remaining extraordinary people. Good guy. From sects, aristocratic families, and even from other schools. Basically, everything that should come and everything that shouldn't come have come. Seeing Bai Su. His face is a little dark. Because most of those who chose not to take off their disguises and fight against him in the past were from sect families. Although the Dragon Kingdom is currently strong and powerful. But it still has its own shortcomings, that is, the sect is in power. There are also many people from sects and aristocratic families in the official institutions. Some sects and aristocratic families are okay. But some sects and aristocratic families, by virtue of his position, start to absorb geniuses and suppress dissidents. Completely disregarding the development of the country, he only cares about strengthening his own sect family. In particular, they use their power to force major colleges to provide them with talents and become retainers of their sect and family. It makes it difficult for many ordinary people who are obviously talented to get ahead. And many of those who came today are from these sect families. Of course, these problems did not take shape in one day, nor can they be eradicated in one day. It is impossible for him as a principal to eradicate these forces. Although Bai Su was dissatisfied, he did not say it out loud. He cleared his throat and said without speaking. Why are you all here? I believe you must have received news that a genius has appeared in our school who can crush platinum with gold. Bai Su's words made everyone present quiet down. Bai Su paused and continued. Here, let me declare to everyone that this matter is true. Chapter 54. As soon as these words came out, all the extraordinary people present looked at each other. There was a vague excitement in his eyes and a hint of confusion at the same time. What's exciting is that since Bai Su can say it, it proves that this genius does exist. Confused. They didn't know what Bai Su meant when he said this honestly. Everyone present is extraordinary. Naturally, it is clear that a platinum who has come into contact with the law and has entered the Tao. How big is the gap between a golden person who has not walked out of his own way? But there are some people who can break this iron law by relying on their own talent and strength. If this kind of monster belongs to my family, I wish any other force didn't know a little bit of information. But why would Bai Su tell them this matter so openly? They all know how precious this genius is, doesn't Bai Su know that? Bai Su's move really confused everyone. But confusion is confusion. Now that Bai Su is so frank, the extraordinary people present also choose the pole to continue climbing, showing off every move. Principal Bai, is this really the case? Congratulations to Principal Bai. It is indeed the Magic City's Gaowu Academy. Zhang Hidong once dominated the past generation. In the past few years, such a great talent has appeared again. The Magic City Gaowu Academy, a place of outstanding people. Principal Bai, why don't you take us to see this genius? The extraordinary beings were all human beings, and they began to praise Bai Su. The topic also got round to asking Bai Su to take them to meet Yeran. Bai Su looked at all this. Suddenly things changed, and he looked around at everyone present. If the purpose of your trip is to recruit this genius, I would advise you to give up your thoughts. This moment, the extraordinary beings are no longer willing. Why? Principal Bai. Principal Bai, everyone has their own strengths. How do you know which area this genius is most suitable for? Yes, Principal Bai, we can't delay his development, right? Principal Bai, isn't it appropriate? When did the Magic City Gaowu Academy become so stubborn? The great talent in the world, Principal Bai, as a pillar, are you really willing to watch him not find the best development direction? When did the Magic City Gaowu Academy become a place to restrain geniuses? Everyone spoke their own reasons to refute Bai Su. Bai Su calmly waved his hand and said to all the extraordinary people. Everyone, stop for a moment. I know that this person is not an unreasonable person, but this genius is not a student, but a mentor. Teacher. All the extraordinary people were stunned. Bai Su nodded. I know you all have the means to find this genius privately. But I'm sorry, he is the instructor of our Magic City Gaowu Academy, and he has a contract. None of you can take him away before the contract expires. Everyone, please come back. Bai Su's tone contained an attitude that could not be refused, and his momentum soared. After all, tutors are different from students. Students can be favored by other forces and try to poach them away, and the school can't do anything about it. But tutors are different. All tutors have signed contracts. The contract is the legal rule given by the Dragon Kingdom. No force can arbitrarily compete for someone who already has a contract. For official organizations like universities, all those who have signed a contract, it is equivalent to becoming a disciple of the sect. I wonder what force would be able to take advantage of other sect disciples when they see that they have good talents? Just wait for the ancestor of the sect to follow you and go all out. Of course, there is no such thing as expiry of the contract. In ordinary words, what does it mean to them to be extraordinary? But Bai Su stated the stipulations of the contract in front of all the extraordinary people. To make it clear, we need to find a reasonable rule to stop all the extraordinary mouths. In this matter, it is legal and reasonable for the Demon City Gaowu Academy not to release the person. Some rules are as useless as a feather when they are not used. But once it is placed on the table, it is worth $1,000. That's the truth. Bai Su did this to tell these extraordinary people clearly. I'll give you a step down, and you'll stop when you're ready. Everyone should be harmonious and don't cause any quarrel in the end. As the pillar of the Demon City and one of the staunch guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Su, taking the overall situation into consideration, has become his first choice in behavior. For a moment, the extraordinary people were silent. Suddenly a discordant voice appeared in the crowd. But Principal Bai, at worst, can we get a secondment? Our department happens to need such talents. Let him report to our department tomorrow. Even though Bai Su had already said that, there was still Ko Fan who didn't know how to live or die speaking on the side. This tone even sounds like an order. This person is an extraordinary person from a certain sect, one of the extraordinary people who is keen on forming small groups. After the operation of the forces behind him, he took the leadership position in the functional department of Longguo. His high position and long-term leadership gave him a mysterious self-confidence. After all, their department often borrows tutors from major universities, so this kind of thing is something they are familiar with. This guy looked at the silent crowd and felt a little complacent. I feel like I was the first to think of a solution. Little did he know that other people looked at him like a dead person. Bai Su looked at this extraordinary person indifferently. Are you talking to me? Is there any problem? Principal Bai? The secondment does not violate. Before this extraordinary person could finish speaking, in an instant, countless twisted spaces appeared around this extraordinary person. Click! A crisp sound sounded. This extraordinary forearm rotates 180 degrees directly. Steel and iron bones quenched with extraordinary strength. It was actually broken by this terrifying space distortion force. Before everyone could react, there were a few more clicks. This extraordinary person didn't even have a chance to resist. The knee was also directly broken. Unable to support his body, he knelt directly in front of Bai Su. The intense pain made the extraordinary person in front of him turn pale. Cold sweat broke out. Bai Su walked forward silently, lowered his head and looked down. It seems like everyone has really forgotten about me after I haven't been out doing activities for so long. After all, the extraordinary people present saw this scene. The fear in his eyes is fully visible. Bai Su did not make any offensive moves. Simply relying on his understanding of the law, he directly crushed an extraordinary person. At this moment, everyone finally recalled this always kind old man. But a true nation-killing transcendent. I originally thought of a contract as the reason. Give the major forces in the country a respectable appearance. It turns out that there really is a stupid young man who wants to challenge the extraordinary authority of Tuguo. Bai Su ignored the paralyzed extraordinary person and said to the other extraordinary people behind him. Listen carefully, I am informing, not discussing. Everyone, is there anything you don't understand about what I said? Bai Su looked around and spoke in a strong tone. Wherever his eyes passed, no one dared to look at him. All the extraordinary fell silent. Everybody knows. If you say one more word, you will be the next one to collapse to the ground. The originally exciting atmosphere was extinguished by Bai Su's words. Old Bai, what if that guy's contract expires and he is no longer a member of your MOU? Suddenly among the crowd, an older extraordinary person asked. This person belongs to the top aristocratic family in Kyoto. One of the three ancestors of the Zhu family, the ancestor of Qing Feng, Taoist Luan Yao, Zhu Qingguan. Obviously, regardless of their friendship, Zhu Chongqing is at least an old acquaintance with Bai Su. Bai Su glanced at the old woman. When the contract expires, everyone depends on their ability. Once it's settled, I won't bother you too much. The old woman cupped her hands, turned into nothingness, and disappeared. One of them leaves, and the other extraordinary ones see no hope. They all got up and chose to leave. This farce has come to an end. Watching these extraordinary departures, Bai Su was still thinking about the last words of Luanyao Taoist Zhu Qingguan. He murmured to himself, "Have you discovered this kid's identity?" Then, Bai Su shook his head helplessly. Zhu family. Unexpectedly, I would be involved in the dispute between dragon and bird. Chapter 55. Senior Bai, what are you thinking about? Just when Bai Su was thinking, a thick voice came from behind him. Bai Su turned around and looked. Li Wancheng and Lan Moyan are still staying where they are and have no plans to leave. Bai Su looked at the two people who were refusing to leave. First he glared at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng seemed to be slow to react and pretended not to see. Principal Bai, the food at our Gaowu school in the Magic City is really good. I haven't been able to come back since I ate it last time. How about this, I'll do odd jobs for you here, and you care about my meal. Li Wancheng looked at Bai Su with a smile. The eyes are full of sincerity, and no trace of fraud can be seen. Since I'm not allowed to look for geniuses, then I won't look for them. I am a transcendent who comes to your place to do part-time work, you will not refuse it, right? Bai Su looked at Li Wancheng with some helplessness. You, an extraordinary person, come to school to do odd jobs. What about anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes? The drunkard's intention is not to drink, who can't tell what he is thinking. This is not the first time he has come into contact with Li Wancheng. It can be said that he has developed a thick skin to the extreme. He can pull off the face that other extraordinary beings can't put down. He can throw away the baggage that other extraordinary beings can't let go of. Coupled with the order from the military department, it is estimated that this dogskin plaster cannot be shaken off. Go and apply for induction tomorrow. You will be considered the most amateur tutor in our college from now on. Bai Su couldn't drive him away, he could only feel disgusted with this thing. Okay, Principal Bai, to be honest, it is my biggest dream in life to be able to work at Gaowu Academy in the Magic City. Not only was Li Wancheng not angry, he even smiled and thanked him. Bai Su shook his head when he saw it. Even if you give this kind of guy a slap, you will only be afraid that he will cry out. But it doesn't matter. After all, with Li Wancheng's strength and the quality of the military, all this is still within his control. And there is another person on the side who refuses to leave. Bai Su looked at Lan Moyan's handsome face. My head hurts a little. What about you? Director Lan, you don't want to come to our school to be a part-time tutor, right? Bai Su looked at Lan Moyan speechlessly. After all, Lan Moyan belongs to the Department of Education. Strictly speaking, he is his immediate superior in official positions. In terms of strength, Lan Moyan and himself are both nation-killing extraordinary beings, and Lan Moyan's path is even the most offensive path of swordsmanship. Maybe they are slightly better than themselves in terms of attack. Lan Moyan, who can't talk but can't be beaten, can't win a fight. This is what gives Bai Su the most headache. Listening to Bai Su's question, Lan Moyan turned her head. Under the sunlight, this handsome face exudes a charming luster. Need not. Listening to Lan Moyan's concise reply, Bai Su breathed a long sigh of relief. What class is he in? I'm going to be a student. Bai Su hadn't been happy for too long. Lan Moyan's words immediately staggered him. He almost lost control and fell from the sky. Even Li Wancheng on the side was choked by Lan Moyan's speech and kept coughing. The two people stared at Lan Moyan, who was calm on the side. Are you kidding me? You, a nation-killing extraordinary person, choose to be an auditor? At this moment, Li Wancheng felt that his choice was still a bit too conservative. Are you serious? Bai Su couldn't help but ask. Lan Moyan looked at Bai Su calmly and pointed at her face. What, is it illegal? For a time, Bai Su and the other two fell silent while looking at Lan Moyan's youthful look. Although Lan Moyan is a boss among extraordinary bosses, but according to his age, he is indeed only at the age of going to college. If Lan Moyan applied for admission, he wouldn't even have to fake his age. It's really not illegal. For a moment, Bai Su opened his mouth and was speechless. Because he couldn't find any reason to refute Lan Moyan. Lan Moyan, what on earth do you want to do? Bai Su couldn't help but ask directly. Lan Moyan watched Bai Su think for a moment and replied. I want to go to school. Listening to Lan Moyan's concise and straightforward answer, Bai Su was immediately silenced. For a time, the scene reached a deadlock. Lan Moyan looked at Bai Su and stopped talking. So he waved his hand. I want to see my student ID tomorrow. Lan Moyan spoke concisely, and after finishing speaking, he turned into a lightsaber and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Looking at Lan Moyan's disappearing point of light, Bai Su couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He looked at Li Wanyan on the side again. Two extraordinary beings. One wants to be the most amateur tutor, and the other wants to go directly to the salted fish class as a student. I'm crazy, I'm so FG crazy, how come you two are so weird in KO fan? Bai Su, who was usually very well-mannered, couldn't help but swear at this moment. Principal Bai, I'm still here. Li Wancheng said awkwardly. Bai Su glared at Li Wancheng angrily. In the end, it turned into a burst of distortion and disappeared. Li Wancheng stared blankly at the empty sky. Shouted. Principal, where can I do the onboarding process? The extraordinary storm has come to an end for the time being. And at this moment in the practice room, Yeran, Wong Da Chan and Huang Dongdong have already reserved a practice room. It's just that this time they didn't choose an ordinary silver-level training room like before. Instead, Huang Dongdong used his fire elemental sect authority. A specially opened training room unique to the fire element sect. It is filled with fire-attributed gems. As soon as you enter, you will feel a steaming sensation. The test robots are made of extremely high-quality fire-resistant and high-strength materials. Besides, there are also various fire attribute treasures brought back by their predecessors from the fire sect. As soon as Wong Da Chan came in, just like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Look left, look right. Sometimes I touch this, sometimes I touch that. After Huang Dongdong saw this scene, he smiled proudly. Silly man, you have never seen such a high-end practice room. You worked hard today. If you break it, it's mine. Wong Da Chan looked at Huang Dongdong and patted his chest. He touched his head in embarrassment. No way, I broke the school's test robot before. Seeing that Wong Da Chan didn't believe him, Huang Dongdong pointed at the test robot anxiously. Did you see it? This is the polar ice material that my master specially bought from the West. It is full of spark resistance and strength. Not only that, my master also specially set up a diamond-level defensive formation on it. If you can destroy this robot today, I can call you Dad. Hearing that Huang Dongdong was so serious, Wong Da Chan waved his hand. It's not necessary, it's not necessary. After all, I accidentally broke a test robot before. After hearing about that incident, the teacher from the materials department conducted a strict investigation for a period of time. Wong Da Chan already had a guilty conscience, and he also had to eat 30 kilograms of raw meat every day. From that moment on, Wong Da Chan never went to the practice room again. Seeing that Wong Da Chan was still refusing, Huang Dongdong anxiously grabbed Wong Da Chan's arm and walked towards the test robot. If you can't, fight. If you don't want to fight today, you have to fight. Huang Dongdong looked anxious. It's like those kids showing off their toys only to be questioned. Master. Wong Da Chan couldn't resist Huang Dongdong and looked at Yeran with a troubled expression. Yeran raised his head and said to Wong Da Chan. Since it's hard to refuse Dong Dong's hospitality, then you should give it a try. It just so happens that S-level strength is not something that ordinary training rooms can withstand. Chapter 56. Yeran just finished speaking. Wong Da Chan has not nodded yet. Huang Dongdong made a face at Yeran. Still dreaming about your spring and autumn dream, teacher yet? Looking at the weird Huang Dongdong, Yeran was not annoyed and just said with a smile. Don't break your guard and cry later. Who are you talking about? Whoever you think is who you are. You. I can't say that. Yeran's Huang Dongdong jumped up and down. Wait and see. Huang Dongdong said angrily, I'm so angry. Just wait until your building jumps off today. After speaking, Huang Dongdong took Wong Da Chan's hand. Silly guy, come with me. Two people came to the test robot one after another. Huang Dongdong looked at Wong Da Chan. Da Chan, look at me. In terms of my strength, there is still some gap between me and S-class superpowers. If you can't even match the strength of my punch, don't talk about being an S-class superpower. After saying that, Huang Dongdong's whole body began to burst into flames. The originally fair and pure child. Now it has become as red as coal fire. Huang Dongdong's thoughts moved. The flame energy on his body quickly gathered towards his right fist. The intense high temperature actually caused the air to distort. Hey! As Huang Dongdong shouted forcefully. Huang Dongdong's right fist flew out instantly. The flame energy on the right fist transformed into a golden red fire dragon. With the loud roar of the dragon, he bombarded the test robot. Instantly, golden red flames hit the test robot. The formation on the test robot glowed with a faint blue light, resisting the high temperature of the flame. But it is so. The test robot was slowly burned red. After a moment, Huang Dongdong withdrew his fist and looked at the screen above the robot. The huge screen began to rotate numbers crazily. Damage value, 19250. After seeing this scene, Huang Dongdong nodded with satisfaction. After reaching gold, the particularities of various supernatural powers have begun to appear. Damage cannot be calculated simply by force. Therefore, after many iterations and innovations of the test robot, the test robots above gold are all made of regenerative monster materials with formation characteristics. Suffering damage, provided the limit is not exceeded, the formation will be activated and the original state will be restored directly. Even if the test robot in front of me is specially made by Hua Wen. But the basic principles are pretty much the same. It's just that the preciousness of the materials and the strength of the formation are different. As for the test standards for gold-level experts, then it changes from a simple strength test to a comprehensive consideration of damage value. This is used to quantify the paper strength of the strong players after gold. Damage value, 19250. Huang Dongdong pointed towards the huge screen and looked at Wong Da Chan with a proud look on his face. Did you see it, Da Chan? 19250. The damage value of a full blow at the golden perfection realm is between 15,000 to 20,000. Huang Dongdong's blow. Already infinitely close to 20,000. This destructive power. It can be said that in the realm of golden perfection, it is also the top existence. Silly man, did you see that this is called strength? After saying that, Huang Dongdong did not forget to turn his head to look at Yeran, and shook his head with a little pride. Teacher Yat, are these results okay? That proud expression seemed to be telling Yeran. This floor, you are determined to jump. Faced with Huang Dongdong's provocation, Yeran nodded with a smile on his face. Wonderful, the strength of luck is just right. One more point is a waste, and one less point is useless. It seems that you have been working hard. You have perfected this fire-fighting skill. The attack you performed was the most powerful of the 36 fire elemental strategies. The dragon fights in the wild. Its damage and destructive power is one of the few top skills even among all fire-attributed offensive methods. Listening to Yeran's, although Huang Dongdong wanted to pretend to be humble and profound. But after all, he is too young and has too little experience. I can't suppress the raised corners of my mouth. There is no way. How lonely it is to be invincible. Brother, you are so good. Hey, this charm that has no place to be placed can't be stopped, can't be stopped. While Huang Dongdong was proud. I also have to admire Yeran's vicious eyes. It seems that Yeran is really good at teaching and educating people and being knowledgeable. Yeran actually didn't need to observe closely. You can directly see the strength of your punches and the smoothness of your movements. Not only that. You can also see at a glance which fire-based combat skill you are using. This kind of vision and knowledge is definitely not something that ordinary tutors can achieve. Yeran's voice suddenly came again. But even if you can perfectly use dragon fighting in the wild, with your current strength, the damage value should not be as high as 19250. After Huang Dongdong heard this sentence, his body trembled slightly, and he looked at Yeran with incredible eyes. Yeran groped his chin, as if his eyes could see through Huang Dongdong. The genius idea is to completely concentrate the outlet of the skill on the 3 burners of the ring finger when performing fire fighting skills, so that the power can be condensed into one point to form a qualitative change, and the destructive power will be greatly increased. The Ming Gate of your Huaxing sect for generations is located on the Sanjiao point, which is connected to the heart. I didn't expect that you would dare to do the opposite and use the Ming Gate as a springboard to achieve a leap-forward change in output methods. You dare to try this place that your master wouldn't dare to touch easily. Wonderful, genius and adventurous. I have to say that the fire sect really found a treasure when they picked you up. Yeran analyzed it carefully. Every word in these sentences is like an arrow, piercing deeply into the most secret corner of Huang Dongdong's heart. At this time, there was no pride or complacency on Huang Dongdong's face. He can't even close his mouth now. The whole person was completely stunned. How did he know? Since he successfully developed this unique skill, he has not told anyone about it. Even his master Huo Wen doesn't know. And Yeran, just relying on the moment he used his skills. Just click it right away. At this moment, Huang Dongdong felt like he was standing naked in front of Yeran. There are no secrets at all. What kind of ghost story is this? How vicious is this look? Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran with a hint of fear in his eyes. After Wong Da Chan saw Huang Dongdong's expression. A book satisfies. Finally, I was not the only one who was so shocked that my cognition was destroyed in front of teacher yet. Yeran was still calm and composed, as if he had done something insignificant. He looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. What's going on? Where is our little Neza who is not afraid of anything? Listening to Yeran's teasing, Huang Dongdong thought for a long time and didn't know what to say. He let out a long sigh and looked at Yeran with a complicated expression. Are you a human or a ghost? After Yeran heard Huang Dongdong's words, he smiled. It doesn't matter whether I'm a human or a ghost. What's important is that I know some people are going to jump off the building today. Later, Yeran continued. Your perception is correct. Although you are skilled in combat skills and have genius ideas, in terms of destructive power, it is indeed a step behind S-class superpowers. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong. Don't you really want to see if Wong Da Chan is an S-class superpower? Yeran turned his head to Wong Da Chan. Da Chan, after all, it's a rare opportunity to come to this kind of training room. Give it your all and feel your own strength. Oh, okay master. Hearing Yeran's words, Wong Da Chan nodded. Then he smiled and said to Huang Dongdong. Then I'll start. Said. Wong Da Chan walked to the test robot that had returned to its original state. Chapter 57. Seeing Wong Da Chan standing still. Huang Dongdong also held his breath and looked at Wong Da Chan attentively. Although I was extremely shocked by Yeran's words, but from the bottom of his heart, he still didn't believe that Wong Da Chan could successfully undergo a second awakening under Yeran's guidance, becoming an S-class superpower in one fell swoop. After all, because this second awakening is so difficult, other forces want to achieve a second awakening, which doesn't require paying a heavy price. Now just relying on Yeran and Wong Da Chan, can they complete a second awakening quietly? So many years of knowledge told Huang Dongdong that this was absolutely impossible. Huang Dongdong glanced at Yeran slightly. Forget it, let's get rid of the absolute. Huang Dongdong was beating a drum in his heart. Even if I don't believe it at all, I seem to be a little unsure inside. Although Yeran looked at Wong Da Chan who walked in front of the test robot, but in his peripheral vision, he also noticed the changes in Huang Dongdong's expression. Looking at this somewhat troubled young genius, the corners of Yeran's mouth rose slightly unnoticeably. What he wants is this effect. Huang Dongdong, Wong Da Chan, and Jang Xyu are different. Huang Dongdong, who became famous at a young age and is extremely smart, a genius boy who was accepted as a direct disciple of the fire sect since he was a child. Whether in life or practice, nature is taken care of in every possible way. Coupled with abilities far beyond ordinary people, he naturally developed an unruly and arrogant character. And being unruly and arrogant is Huang Dongdong's biggest drawback. Because if you want to truly quench the samadhi true fire golden body, Huang Dongdong's mentality must be truly peaceful, so that he can withstand the fire in his heart. Otherwise, with Huang Dongdong's current unruly temper, the golden body will be tempered. It will only cause anger and sadness, and will eventually be burned to death by the true fire of samadhi. And another important reason is, Huang Dongdong is now like the monkey head who just came out of practice in Xianyu Sangxing cave. Even when the Jade Emperor came, he didn't take it seriously. The Jade Emperor issued several imperial edicts, but finally he gave them to the Monkey King. Isn't it true that Heresium is also merciless in this and unwilling in that? It can also be seen from Huang Dongdong's previous behavior. Even if Yeran can help Huang Dongdong cultivate the samadhi true fire golden body, with Huang Dongdong's loyalty, I will regard Yeran as a very good friend. But if I want to show my admiration for someone who respects his teacher, disaster. Of course, this does not mean that Monkey Sun or Huang Dongdong have bad characters. I can only say, life is so smooth that I can't tell what is duty and what is love. Such a temperament. If you don't correct it now, you will grow up to be like Monkey Sunday. Cause big trouble. Since Yeran asked Huang Dongdong to become an exchange student for the sect, became Huang Dongdong's teacher. Every day you are a teacher, you have to be responsible for your students every day. So Yeran felt that he still had an obligation to help Huang Dongdong. Let him stop being unruly and regain his original intention. Otherwise, just ignore everything. Even if it helps him successfully build the samadhi true fire golden body. Let powerful strength not be controlled by a strong personality. This is what really hurt Huang Dongdong. Therefore, from the moment Yeran was about to take Huang Dongdong to see if Wong Da Chan was an S-class superpower, Yeran has been breaking Huang Dongdong's knowledge inadvertently. Let the seeds of confusion penetrate into Huang Dongdong's heart. Let Huang Dongdong taste frustration. Let Huang Dongdong know what it means that there are people outside the world and there is a sky outside the world. Wong Da Chan stood in front of the test robot and was exercising his strength. Yeran said, Da Chan, don't hold back your hands, throw your arms away, and fight with all your strength. It seemed that Yeran had seen through his careful thoughts, and Wong Da Chan touched his head in embarrassment. Hey, master, don't worry, I will never spare any effort. After speaking, Wong Da Chan's eyes began to turn blood red. Ouch! Sound! Wong Da Chan's whole body was directly covered by jade-like red scales. The eyes like coal fire burst with wild power. The nostrils rolled up a fiery whirlwind between breaths. The surrounding blood mist followed Wong Da Chan's breathing, constantly gushing and contracting. It brought a more terrifying aura to this evil god. The ferocious beast Daodi is back in the world. Since Wong Da Chan completed his alienation, all the living creatures in the entire practice room were trembling. Some small monsters stored in the practice room by Huo Wen. Many of them were so frightened that they rolled their eyes and became paralyzed. Even Huang Dongdong felt a tremor coming from the depths of his soul. It seems to be a fear that comes from genes. The Daodi is one of the ferocious beasts that destroyed the most lives in ancient times. It has indeed left a deep imprint of fear on the genes of countless creatures. What kind of magical beast is this? Huang Dongdong practiced his kung fu while resisting the trembling from the depths of his soul. The disbelief in his eyes almost overflowed. As a young genius, the contemporaries he interacted with since childhood were also geniuses. I haven't seen any alienation-type abilities in him. But the Wong Da Chan in front of him really opened his eyes again. He couldn't even name the ferocious beast in front of him. However, none of the alienated ferocious beasts I faced before were as oppressive as the Wong Da Chan in front of me. Could it be that? Is Wong Da Chan really the legendary S-class superpower now? For a moment, Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Yeran, with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Was Wong Da Chan's second awakening really successful under the guidance of a young teacher who was not even 30 years old? When Huang Dongdong's thoughts were racing, Wong Da Chan is ready to go. His right fist condensed with blood-red energy and blasted directly towards the test robot. The surging power even makes the space it passes become somewhat distorted. Boom! As a huge bombardment sounded, half of the test robot's body had completely disappeared without a trace. The wound was flat and smooth, without any adhesion or sloppiness. S-class power is so terrifying. Huang Dongdong blurted out. This punch goes down. He was completely shocked. The slightly opened mouth never closed again. He has never seen a gold-level person who can make this test robot look like this. The test robot is slowly recovering. The display screen began to jump crazily with values. At this moment, the three of them were all paying attention to the numbers jumping on the screen. No one said a word. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. After the numbers have completely stopped, the little bit of knowledge that Huang Dongdong still had in his heart was completely shattered. 21,200. This value has exceeded the limit that Golden Dzogchen can achieve. Moreover, Wong Da Chan has not yet reached the state of golden perfection. It's just the strength of the late golden stage. Regardless of whether Wong Da Chan is the S-level superpower or not, the damage value of this attack alone had completely shattered his cognition. Huang Dongdong swallowed, looked at Wong Da Chan, and then at Yeran. My heart is full of mixed feelings. For a moment, he recalled his arrogant and domineering appearance in front of Yeran. There are some burns on the face. What is a frog in a well? At this moment, Huang Dongdong, who was standing between Yeran and Wong Da Chan. I finally understood the true meaning of this idiom concretely. Wong Da Chan saw the numerical value. He also nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned around and smiled at Yeran. Master, can you still survive with this strength? Huang Dongdong looked complicated after hearing this. This is called working together, right? In the late golden stage, you hit a damage value that exceeded the maximum limit of golden perfection. Tell me, is this okay? As a result, Yeran didn't praise Wong Da Chan when he saw him. Instead, he shook his head with some dissatisfaction. Da Chan, I asked you to use all your strength, don't you understand? After hearing this sentence, Huang Dongdong seemed to be choked. A pair of big eyes stared at Yeran. His eyes were full of shock. Chapter 58. Yeran's words. In Huang Dongdong's ears, it sounded as scary as a ghost story. Huang Dongdong rubbed his eyes. Confirmed the value again. Not blind. That's more than 20,000. What does it mean to not use your best? Huang Dongdong felt dizzy. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether it was the world that was crazy or myself that was crazy. In the late golden stage, he achieved more than 20,000 damage points. I was told by my instructor that I didn't try my best. What about me? I had to use all my FG strength to suck the milk, so I only hit 19,000. Huang Dongdong fell into deep self-doubt. For a moment, he was not sure whether he was a genius or not. No, Teacher Ye must be still lying to me. This is definitely not true. Wong Da Chan's ability to produce such damage value is already the limit, it is absolutely impossible not to use all his strength. That's how people are, once they don't want to believe something. He will think of all the reasons to deny this matter. No matter how outrageous the reason is, he is still willing to believe it. Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Wong Da Chan with eyes full of expectation. The eager expression seemed to tell Wong Da Chan. Come on, tell Teacher Ye, you have tried your best, this is your limit. Wong Da Chan touched his head after hearing Yeran's scolding. Master, do you really want that? After all, this is still the training room of the Fire Element sect, so this is not good. As soon as these words came out, Huang Dongdong's heart was broken. Da Chun, you have also become bad. Someone gives you a ladder and you actually climb up it. Huang Dongdong's breathing was a little rapid. The whole person behaves like a gambler who is desperate to lose. No, you must still be teasing me. It must be like this, it must be like this. As a genius, you naturally have the pride of being a genius. He could accept that Wong Da Chan's strength slightly exceeded his own in the late golden stage. At least I still have a chance to chase and compete. But he couldn't accept it. Wong Da Chan actually achieved such results without exerting all his strength. It's like lifting weights. People who think they are geniuses discover their ultimate weight, their own white moonlight. Being used as a toy by others, being weighed and played with. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They are still lying to me. I just finished it with you. Your lies must be exposed. Huang Dongdong, who was unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth and said. Fight, Da Chun, you fight. If it breaks, I will never cause you any trouble. Seeing Huang Dongdong's appearance, Wong Da Chan asked with concern. Huang Dongdong, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Huang Dongdong's eyes were red and he tried to calm his heart. What can happen to me? Wong Da Chan, fight quickly, even if you break it, I won't let you pay a dime. Yeran saw this scene in his eyes. It seems that my stimulation therapy has worked. What he has to do now is to add another dose of strong medicine to completely destroy the pride in Huang Dongdong's heart. Yeran said to Wong Da Chan. Did you hear that? Huang Dongdong said so. Da Chun, what are you still worried about? Use all your natal magical powers and let Dongdong see what S-class strength is like. After hearing Yeran's words, Wong Da Chan touched his head, with a little expectation in his eyes. After all, I also want to see what level my strength is at when I try my best. Then master, I will do it. After saying that, Wong Da Chan transformed into Doughty. The pressure of the ferocious beast Doughty once again made the little monsters tremble. Roar! Wong Da Chan did not punch directly this time. Instead, he roared like a ferocious beast. In an instant, the blood mist around Wong Da Chan began to shrink rapidly into the body. The whole body expanded rapidly. In less than a moment, Wong Da Chan was already 3 heads taller than before. Innate magical power, bloodthirsty rage. The gluttonous superpower can burn his own blood to increase his strength. After a bloodthirsty rage, his strength is increased by 300%, his recovery ability is increased by 300%, and his defense ability is increased by 300%. Plop. 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 Wong Da Chan's heartbeat sounded clearly in the ears of the two people. Very rhythmic and powerful. It starts running at full speed like the engine of a top-end supercar. Huang Dongdong looked at Wong Da Chan with fear in his eyes. At this time, the sense of oppression Wong Da Chan brought to him was obviously more than doubled. How is this possible? Just when Huang Dongdong muttered to himself and couldn't believe it, Wong Da Chan directly used his second natal magical power. In an instant, Wong Da Chan opened his mouth, and the front of his mouth turned into a bottomless black hole. This is the innate magical power that Wong Da Chan used when he devoured Malong's flesh and blood. Devour Earth. Go. As Wong Da Chan gave a soft drink, the bottomless black hole rushed directly towards the test robot. No sound was made, no obstruction was made. The entire test robot was completely destroyed by the black hole and turned into nothingness. After the display was completed, Wong Da Chan directly shrank back to his own size. He looked up at the red test screen. This time, the red test screen did not start scrolling numbers as usual. But it keeps flickering, flickering, flickering. In the end, there was still no value reported on the red test screen. Just a paragraph appeared. Error, error, test robot not detected, error, error, test robot not detected. At this moment, there was complete silence. Huang Dongdong swallowed and turned to look at the location of the test robot. It was empty, as if nothing had been left behind. Wong Da Chan's blow. It actually completely annihilated the test robot with the formation into nothingness. There is no way to recover in a short time. As a result, the machine has no way to measure Wong Da Chan's damage value. After seeing this scene, Wong Da Chan touched his head in embarrassment. Then he quickly said to Huang Dongdong, "It's really not my fault, but you asked me to fight with all my strength." Wong Da Chan is still worried about Huang Dongdong seeking compensation from him. At this time, Huang Dongdong still had the mood to care about Wong Da Chan's little thoughts. He stiffened his waist. After Wong Da Chan completed this blow, it was completely broken. For a moment, Huang Dongdong felt a little sad inside. What kind of bullshit is the most genius descendant of the fire sect in thousands of years? What kind of bullshit is a 10-year-old golden level super genius? Compared with Wong Da Chan in front of him, he is like a frog in a well who sees the sun and the moon. This moment, Huang Dongdong's pride was completely shattered. Unconsciously, Huang Dongdong only felt that his cheeks were a little moist. "Hey, Dongdong, why are you crying?" "No, Dongdong, don't cry." Chapter 59. Nonsense, why am I crying? I'm not crying. Huang Dongdong denied it. But when I spoke, I couldn't help but sob twice. Perhaps because he felt embarrassed, Huang Dongdong quickly turned his head away. He walked to the corner, holding back his sobs. But the back still has shoulders shrugging. After seeing this scene, Wong Da Chan looked at Yeran and scratched his head helplessly. One blow made Huang Dongdong cry. How can this be done? Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong's back and smiled helplessly. I have always wanted to help Huang Dongdong get rid of his arrogance. They all forgot that Huang Dongdong was actually just a teenager. Naturally, the mind is far less mature than that of college students in their 20s. Then, Yeran waved his hand and signaled Wong Da Chan to leave. Wong Da Chan nodded understandingly. He quietly left the practice room. Huang Dongdong in the corner is still secretly wiping tears. At this time, his mood was extremely complicated. He asked himself, "Are you angry with Yeran and Wong Da Chan? Was it because Wong Da Chan's strength far exceeded his own? Are you embarrassed by your crying?" Huang Dongdong felt that there was, but he also felt that there was not. He didn't know why he shed tears. All in all, I feel uncomfortable all over today. It seems that things that used to go smoothly in the past are not going smoothly no matter what I do today. Depressed, embarrassed, abused, wronged. All kinds of emotions are mixed together. It was the first time in Huang Dongdong's life that things were going smoothly for him. The more Huang Dongdong thought about it, the more irritated he became, and tears flowed down again unconsciously. Just when Huang Dongdong was crying, suddenly, a tissue appeared in front of his eyes. Children of Jang Xyu, they bleed and sweat, where is the point in shedding tears? Huang Dongdong looked up when he heard the sound. At this time, Yeran was standing next to him. Yeran stretched out the tissue in his hand again. Just wipe it, Mr. Huang. Snort. Huang Dongdong ignored Yeran's teasing. He took the tissue away and blew his nose hard. Angrily, he threw the snot paper into the trash can and said without raising his head. Why don't you leave? Do you like to see others embarrassed so much? Embarrassed? Who is embarrassed? Yeran asked softly. Huang Dongdong responded angrily. You have to admit that I am embarrassed and you will be satisfied, right? Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong with confusion. You are embarrassed. Where are you embarrassed? Is it really embarrassing to lose to an S-class superpower? After hearing what Yeran said, Huang Dongdong was suddenly a little stunned. He has been immersed in his own knowledge and cannot extricate himself. Suddenly Yeran reminded me, it seems to be the truth. An S-level superpower's freshman talent in the entire Dragon Kingdom is only in the single digits. The level of strength of every S-level superpower is beyond compare. All of them are invincible beings of the same level. It doesn't seem that it's hard to accept losing to an S-class superpower. Don't say it's you. Even his master Huo Wen, the leader of the fire sect, would directly choose to run away when he encountered an S-class superpower of the same level. Then why should I feel embarrassed because of such a thing? Huang Dongdong felt a little dull for a while. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong and said calmly. Dongdong, the reason why you are sad is because your proud talent was lost to a useless student like Wong Da Chan, and because your knowledge is lost to a salty tutor like me. You think that with your profound knowledge, profound background, and outstanding talent, it is impossible to lose to us. The reason why you are sad is because we have pulled you down from the altar. The reason why you are sad is because all your pride has been stepped on today. Yeran's expression was indifferent, but his sharp words went straight to Huang Dongdong's true intentions. One sentence pierced Huang Dongdong's heart like an arrow. I didn't. Huang Dongdong was a little panicked after hearing Yeran's words, and he quickly denied it. Huang Dongdong, don't you even dare to look directly into your heart. Yeran's eyes were shining brightly, as if he could see directly through Huang Dongdong. As if he had a guilty conscience, Huang Dongdong didn't dare to look directly into Yeran's eyes. Under Yeran's strong momentum, Huang Dongdong looked around and struggled for a moment. Finally, he lowered his head and stopped talking. It was as if he acquiesced to what Yeran said. At this moment, Huang Dongdong no longer had that unruly attitude. Standing in front of Yeran, he looked like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Looking at the silent Huang Dongdong, Yeran simply sat down. Huang Dongdong, I know that you are the proud son of heaven. You have been trained as a direct descendant by the sect since you were a child. You have been going smoothly all the way. Naturally, you don't know what setbacks are. You have been in Highland's room for a long time without smelling its fragrance. Your master has protected you so well that you feel everything is as it should be. It's natural to have others treat you well. It's natural to have resources that far exceed those of others. It's natural to think that you are always better than others and stronger than others. Yeran paused for a moment and looked at Huang Dongdong with serious eyes. Dongdong, you are like a sword now, with its sharp edge showing but not knowing how to restrain it. But you have to understand that one day you will meet someone more talented than you and a sword sharper than you. What will you do then? Going to confront him head-on? Crying after being crushed like today? Are you so depressed that you can't get out of the haze? Dong dong, those who are too strong will be easily defeated, but those who are kind and gentle will never be defeated. Only those who are humble can reach the top. Huang Dongdong seemed to understand right and wrong after listening to Yeran's words. I felt that although I didn't quite understand it, I seemed to have grasped something. But after a second thought, she pouted. What's the use of being humble? In the end, it still can't make up for the gap in talent. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong, who was a little depressed, and touched his little head. Huang Dongdong, you have your talent, he has his talent. What we need to do is not to compare talents. What we need to do is how to maximize the use of our talents to take ourselves to the top. Some people are born closer to Rome, and some people are born farther away from Rome, but there is a way to reach Rome. Besides, Yeran tapped Huang Dongdong's ring finger. Who told you that a fire cultivator who has tempered the Samadhi true fire golden body will be worse than an S-level superpower? As soon as these words came out, Huang Dongdong raised his head sharply, with a trace of hope in his eyes. Teacher Yat, you, what do you mean? Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong deeply. The most important reason whether I can create the Samadhi true fire golden body lies not with me but with you. If you really understand what happened today, then there is hope for your Samadhi true fire golden body. If you cannot understand... Yeran shook his head and stood up to leave. If you can't understand it, you will have no hope for life. After saying that, Yeran left the practice room directly. Huang Dongdong was left alone squatting in the corner. Huang Dongdong is an extremely smart child, and Yeran believes that he will definitely be able to get out of this dilemma. Looking at Yeran's leaving figure, Huang Dongdong was thoughtful. After a moment he stood up gently. Children of Jang Xyu, they bleed and sweat, where is the point in shedding tears? Huang Dongdong muttered to himself and repeated what Yeran said. He took out a tissue and wiped the tears on his face carefully. Then, he silently rubbed his hands together, and the cyan flame used for sound transmission appeared. Master, you have always told me that there are people out there who should guard against arrogance and impetuosity, but I couldn't listen because I have never seen a genius far beyond myself. But today I not only saw it, I also saw too. Master, you are right. My disciple's knowledge is as shallow as a frog at the bottom of a well. He doesn't know the vastness of the sun and the moon until he gets out of the well. He often sits in the well and looks at the sky, feeling arrogant and complacent. Master, I will study hard from today on. I may not be able to take care of it in the near future, so I won't contact you again. Don't miss me, I love you Dongdong. After saying that, Huang Dongdong rubbed his fingers slightly. The flame disappeared, and a wisp of smoke floated towards the sky. After Huang Dongdong finished all this, they also left the practice room one after another. It's just that this time the pace is no longer as running and jumping as usual. On the contrary, every step was taken smoothly. Extremely practical. Chapter 60. In the fire gate. Huo Wen was staring at the dissipating wisp of smoke in a daze. Is this still the Huang Dongdong I know? At this time, Huo Wen's face was full of confusion. He took a deep breath and shook his head. What on earth did this kid go through when he went out? As Huang Dongdong's master, he knows Huang Dongdong very well. With Huang Dongdong's character, to be able to say such words from his own mouth, then these two people are definitely not even a little bit better than Huang Dongdong. Only after being completely crushed can Huang Dongdong be so convinced to say such words. When did the quality of teachers and students at Magic City Gaowu Academy reach this high level? Such an amazing talent, such a huge transformation. Huo Wen was worried for a moment whether his precious apprentice had encountered something unexpected. But after Huo Wen thought about it, this was also a good thing. Who would have thought that Huang Dongdong, who usually dominates the sect and even wants to kick the dogs passing by, In just a few days, my tone of voice became more humble. This is something that I have taught Huang Dongdong for nearly several years, but I have not taught him anything yet. This freshman year at the Magic City Gaowu Academy is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Huo Wen murmured to himself. With such a level, I guess I went to Li Suizong's class. You brat, you have a good eye. An old man like Huo Wen naturally doesn't understand the young mentor. Throughout his freshman year, he only knew Li Suizong, who was almost the same age as him. Although his personal cultivation talent was not strong, his teaching level was extremely high. There were no fewer than 5 diamond experts brought out by Li Suizong. Therefore, Li Suizong is also called the master's teacher. It is also very famous in the industry. Seeing such a change in his disciple, Huo Wen himself, as a master, was naturally very happy. Huo Wen, who wanted to understand, simply lay down on the rocking chair and fanned himself leisurely again. If I have the chance, I really want to come and say thank you in person. Above the corridor, Yeran, who was still pacing towards his class. Suddenly I felt a wave of energy behind me. Then Yeran's whole body began to become distorted. Is there a trap? No, it's a spell. Yeran's eyes tightened slightly after being attacked. Then he was about to use his skills to resist the distortion from space. As a result, I never expected that the shadow of the ink dragon on my body had not yet been seen just after I had used my technique. The distorted space directly interrupted his skills. There was no room for Yeran to resist at all. He directly took Yeran away completely. Moment. It was quiet in the corridor. It was as if Yeran had never been here. Plop. With a thick crashing sound, Yeran reappeared from the distortion of space and fell solidly on his butt. Yeran, who had just regained control of his body. There was no time to take care of my own butt. Turn over directly and surround yourself with vigilance. The power of the ink dragon on his body rose in response, surrounding Yeran to protect him. Yeran narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around. At this time, he was in an antique room. The entire room is dominated by white. The 4 walls are lined with bookshelves. The bookshelves are crowded with all kinds of old books. The edges of the pages are yellowed, revealing the traces of time. In the center of the room, a huge solid wood table occupies the main space. The tabletop is covered with all kinds of strange materials. Where is this? Why are you taking me to this place? At this time, Yeran had a question mark hanging on his head. Even my own innate Tao body couldn't counteract the previous space movement. It is obvious that the person who controls this space movement, his strength is definitely far beyond his own, and he is not an opponent in the same dimension at all. If this person wanted to kill him, he might have died at that moment. Looking at the current situation, it is obvious that this person does not want his own life. So what is he doing for? The response is pretty quick. Suddenly, an old voice came from behind Yeran. Okay, stop guessing, I brought you here. Just when Yeran was confused. I don't know when. Someone was already sitting on the tall seat behind the solid wood table. After Yeran turned around and looked around, he was shocked. Headmaster. This person is Baisu. Baisu now supported his chin with half of his elbow. The other hand kept tapping the table back and forth with 4 fingers. There was a clicking sound. From the beginning to the end, Baisu's eyes never left Yeran. His eyes are clear and deep. The light that occasionally emitted seemed to want to see through Yeran. Yeran looked at Baisu, and when his eyes met, I just feel like what I'm seeing is not a pair of eyes, but the vastness of the stars. You may even feel dizzy after watching it for a long time. To be honest, you are the first young man who makes me feel invisible in all the years since I have been in charge of Gaowu Academy in the Demon City. After a while, Baisu slowly spoke. Hearing Baisu's speech, Yeran smiled bitterly. This sentence seems to have been said to me by a KO fan before. It's just that people were more direct at that time and wanted to start research directly. Why, principal, do you want to do it too? However, facing one of the three pillars of the demon city, the nation-slaying extraordinary, his supreme leader, Yeran naturally couldn't tell such a joke, so he immediately responded. Thanks to the principal's love, I am very lucky to have such a comment. Bai Su heard Yeran's polite words and immediately waved his hand. There is no such thing as deep love. Ever since your father arranged for you to go to our school, we have never seen each other again. Bai Su sat up slightly and leaned forward. To be honest, I was really deceived by your father at that time, and I really treated you as a relative. Who would have thought that you would become the first person in history to break the iron rule of platinum? Unexpectedly, I have been coaching all my life, but I didn't expect that I would still make mistakes. After hearing what Bai Su said, Yeran responded respectfully. Principal, you have many things to do every day. Not only are you the principal of our Magic City Gaowu Academy, you are also one of the three pillars of Magic City. The entire 2 districts and 13 counties of the Demon City are all borne by you alone. Things like these that a junior has done are really not worthy of your attention, principal. Even if you wear it thousands of times, you will never wear it. Although I don't know why the principal brought me here. But since the principal did not notify him through formal channels. Instead, he used space magic to convey himself here so violently. That proves that the principal's current temper may not be particularly good. Yeran's survival experience tells him. When faced with a nation-killing transcendent who is in a bad mood, it is always right to flatter him a bit. Okay, your mouth is very sharp. Bai Su looked at Yeran with a smile. Don't you want to know why I called you here? Yeran responded. As the principal, your actions must be based on the interests of the Demon City Gaowu Academy. As the instructor of the Demon City Gaowu Academy, all I have to do is obey. Yeran's attitude was correct and he couldn't find any fault at all. Can't handle Yeran's Bai Su. I could only blow my snow-white beard helplessly. Bai Su snapped his fingers. A document appeared out of thin air in Yeran's hand. This is for you to take a closer look at the results of Hong Kun's treatment after your incident. Yeran took the plan and read it carefully. After a moment, Yeran's brows wrinkled. Chapter 61. The document clearly states. Since that incident, Han Kun and Wang Chenjai were both taken away by the school discipline team for investigation. If you don't check, you won't know. If you check, you will be shocked. Han Kun and Wang Chenjai were in cahoots with each other. The various violations of school rules and regulations that were committed were not just 1 or 2. Embezzling student stipends, modifying students' grades, unspoken rules for female college students, and maliciously destroying students' talents. It can be said that all things related to violations of regulations and disciplines. There is nothing you can't think of, nothing they dare not do. And this series of things, under the cover and protection of a deputy director and a star mentor, it was actually not revealed for several years. If it weren't for this incident, Han Kun and Wang Chenjai would have been brought into the school discipline team for a comprehensive investigation. Maybe these injustices will still be covered up in the dust. Such crimes were documented in the school disciplinary committee's report. The school discipline team's handling plan is also extremely strict. Humanitarian euthanasia has been planned for Han Kun and Wang Chenjai. So far in this report, everything is relatively normal and reasonable. But it just so happens that on the next page of this closed case, added a document issued by the Penalties Division. There is a sentence clearly written on it. In view of the fact that instructor Han Kun won the 3rd class merit award in 3 teaching competitions in the world competition, the case is closed and the merits and demerits of instructor Han Kun are balanced, and he will be pardoned. Official seal, signature, everything is complete. Below is the signature of the principal person in charge of the school. The punishment department serves as the final link in the judicial resolution of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Has the power to sentence all criminals. Therefore, the conclusion of the case by the penal department is usually the final disposition of the criminal. Generally speaking, the penalty department will not interfere too much with each department's own punishment. But this time, the punishment department took action. Not only did he take action, he also produced such outrageous results. Hong Kun has done so many unscrupulous things, it can be said that euthanasia is a bit cheap for him. Among the results issued by the penalties division, Hong Kun offset these mistakes because he had obtained third-class merit 3 times. Although there have been precedents in the Dragon Kingdom where the merits and demerits were equal to each other. But Hong Kun's idea of balancing merits and demerits is really far-fetched. All we can say is that this kind of judgment may be legal, but it is unpopular. Yeran looked at this plan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Especially after seeing the photos of female college students who were violated and the current living conditions of those students who were destroyed. With a trace of inexplicable anger in my heart. As a mentor, Yeran. Although I only had a silver level before and had no ability to teach students anything. But the love and respect for students is obvious to all. Otherwise, Wong Da Chan and Jang Xyu would not have trusted him so much before. In Yeran's opinion, the things Hong Kun did were too late. But the punishment department wants to protect this beast. For a moment, Yeran's hand holding the document tightened unconsciously, and the paper became a little wrinkled. You think it's unreasonable? Bai Su's voice came again. Yeran looked at Bai Su, put the documents on the table with both hands, and remained silent. As if in a silent struggle. Bai Su took the document and smoothed the wrinkles pinched by Yeran. The recent sentences handed down by the penalties division are more and more outrageous. I don't know how these sentences were handed down. Bai Su put on his reading glasses and looked at the decision of the punishment department with disgust. Then, he threw it aside. Afterwards, Bai Su stood up and said to Yeran. I'm going to sign this, what do you think? Hearing Bai Su's words, Yeran remained calm. After a long time, he stared into Bai Su's eyes. He opened his mouth and said to Bai Su, what do I need to do? After hearing what Yeran said, Bai Su, who had always taken the initiative, was suddenly stunned. What are you saying? Yeran remained calm and composed. With your character and strength, principle, it is impossible for you to sign an unreasonable document according to common sense, and they do not have the qualifications to force you to sign it. Besides, you don't need to ask my opinion on whether to sign these documents or not. You don't even need to call me here. But you not only have to sign it, but you also have to bring me to you and ask my opinion before signing it. Yeran raised his head, looked at Bai Su, and said seriously. When things go wrong, there must be a monster. You must have other considerations when you choose to sign this document. And the reason why you asked for my opinion before signing is that I am obviously a factor in your consideration, and it is an unavoidable factor. Since you have an idea, principle. As I said before, as the instructor of the Magic City Gaowu Academy, all I have to do is obey. Bai Su was stunned when he heard Yeran's words. He didn't expect Yeran to be able to peel off the cocoon in such a short time. So many stakes have been analyzed. Aren't you afraid that I'm trying to trick you? Yeran looked at Bai Su without giving in at all. For others, it is possible, but for a nation-killing transcendent, it is not necessary. If you really want me to die, the first time you use it on me is not to move space, but to cut space. After hearing what Yeran said, Bai Su was stunned for a long time. Then he burst out laughing. He clapped happily. You can be feared by the younger generation, and you can be feared by the younger generation. Bai Su applauded and looked at Yeran with a smile. It seems that your father really lied to me. Such an outstanding person was actually said by your father to be inferior to a ball of paper in the trash. The more Bai Su looks at Yeran, the more curious he becomes. I originally thought that Yeran was just awakening because of his talent. And the spiritual genius who created the miracle of gold versus platinum in one fell swoop. But who would have thought? Yeran is not only extremely talented in spiritual practice. In terms of insight, character, and even human sophistication, he is the ultimate monster. Facing himself, a nation-killing extraordinary person. Not only am I not nervous. How could he analyze such a thing so thoroughly? For a time, Bai Su responded to his previous decision to fight against 16 extraordinary beings for Yeran. It feels very right. Such a monster. If someone really robbed him, his beard would turn black. Bai Su looked at Yeran. He sat back across the table again. There is no longer any scrutiny in his eyes. Instead, he looked at Yeran seriously. At this moment, Yeran truly gained the respect of this extraordinary person who slaughtered the country. Bai Su picked up the file and looked at Yeran appreciatively. My guess is pretty close, but there's one thing that's not quite right. I choose you not because I want to choose you, but because this matter is related to your life. Subsequently, Bai Su picked up the documents from the punishment department. Handed to Yeran again. Take a careful look at this document and see who signed it in the penalties department. Yeran took the document and his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhu Da Chan. Such a familiar name. Bai Su continued to add. Deputy Director of the Penalties Department, member of the leadership team of the Penalties Department, he has another identity. Bai Su squinted his eyes and said. Kyoto, Zhu family, the only son of Luanyao Taoist Zhu Qingguan. Hear this. Yeran's heart trembled slightly. Chapter 62. Kyoto, Zhu family. Yeran murmured to himself, narrowing his eyes slightly. It seems that he recalled some bad things. Speaking of which, I have offended a lot of people recently because of you. Bai Su stroked his beard. 16 extraordinary people came to our school the day before yesterday. Guess what they did for? After hearing this, Yeran had a rough guess in his mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Looking at Yeran's expression, Bai Su blew his beard angrily. 16 extraordinary and 16 top forces are all here for you. You are really grand. Speaking of which, you are really a hot commodity. If I hadn't still had some strength, I might have been snatched away by other forces. Hearing this, Yeran cupped his hands. Thank you, Principal, for your love. Bai Su said half-jokingly. Why, don't you blame me for restricting your way out? Yeran continued. Being able to teach here is my biggest wish at this moment. Yeran's words were not flattering, they came from the heart. Before he took the final exam and got first place, he really didn't want to go anywhere. Bai Su looked at Yeran with a sincere face and was stunned. As an extraordinary person who kills the country, he can naturally feel that Yeran is telling the truth. Bai Su was a little surprised, he didn't expect Yeran to answer like this. Naturally, he didn't know that Yeran had a system mission. In Bai Su's eyes, the kid in front of me would rather give up these olive branches and stay in school as a teacher. This persistence, this quality, in today's impetuous society, seems extremely precious. For a moment, Bai Su was in a daze. At this time, Yeran actually gave him a feeling that he was not alone in his path. Perhaps because of his admiration for Yeran, Bai Su no longer hid it, and directly revealed everything. To tell you the truth, this time, most of the 16 extraordinary people gathered together want to steal your genius, but one family probably wants you to die. Yeran heard Bai Su's words. He looked at the penalties department's documents on the table again. Suddenly he said, Kyoto, Zhu family. The response is not slow. Bai Su nodded. You also know the grievances between your Ye family and Zhu family. These old men won't go into details. Since we know that this genius is you, it is impossible for the Xu family to do nothing and let you grow up. Bai Su paused for a moment, leaning on the back of his chair, recalling something. When I refused all forces to approach you, Luan Yao Taoist Master Zhu Qingguan specifically asked me what to do if your contract expires. I told her that when the contract expires, everyone will depend on their abilities. Bai Su looked at Yeran. At that time, I felt something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what was wrong. It wasn't until I saw this document that I found out the clues. Bai Su pointed at the file. During the contract period, if the Zhu family takes action, in addition to the pressure from the Ye family, they will also have to bear the additional pressure from Mou. They feel it is not worth it. But if there is no contract, according to the rules, the Zhu family, if you continue to take action, the Demonic Martial Arts Academy will have no reason to stand up for you. So, they have planned to strip me of my identity as the instructor of the Demonic Martial Arts Academy from the beginning. Yeran took over the conversation and suddenly realized. Theoretically, I can continue to sign the contract, but due to the freshman reform, the assessment has an elimination mechanism. Bai Su nodded. Yes, they plan to make a fuss about the final assessment. It seems that the Zhu family has been paying attention to you from the beginning. They actually know that the class you teach has poor grades and is about to be eliminated in the final assessment. So in order to deal with you, the Zhu family redeemed an unforgivable BD and wanted to use his help to force the school to eliminate you. At that time, even if the Zhu family kills you, I have no reason to stand up for you. As for your Ye family, the Zhu family probably no longer cares about taking another life of the Ye family. Bai Su said, unable to help but marvel. As expected of the Zhu family, the layout is so messy that it's really a headache. Bai Su looked at Yeran. The Zhu family wants to kill you, so they have naturally made complete preparations. By then, the Ye family will also be restrained by the Zhu family and will have no time to care about you. Bai Su has explained it very thoroughly. Since the Zhu family has made so many moves, they must have taken the Ye family into consideration. When the time comes for the Zhu family to surround and kill Yeran, they will definitely find a way to contain the Ye family. Until then, no matter how talented Yeran is, you still haven't grown up yet. Faced with a top-notch family's deliberate and all-out killing, life is in danger. Yeran listened to Bai Su's words and nodded without any reaction. It feels like knowing that the old man next door beat the old aunt in chess last night, and there is no reaction. Looking at Yeran's calm expression, Bai Su became interested. Aren't you afraid? In my memory, as long as the killing arranged by the Zhu family has never failed. Yeran said calmly, afraid. Bai Su looked at Yeran and couldn't help blowing his beard. Afraid you look like this? Yeran continued, I'm afraid or not, the Zhu family will take action against me, so fear is meaningless. Besides, Yeran looked at Bai Su and said confidently, before the Zhu family wants to take action, principal, you will definitely stand up for me. Bai Su listened to Yeran's words and laughed. Are you so confident that I will stand up for you? Do you know that since the Zhu family started to arrange things for you, many families have stopped inquiring about you? A gifted genius and the hostility of a giant are forces that seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Yeran shook his head. I'm not confident that you, principal, will stand out because of my talent. I am confident that principal, you will stand up for being a tutor at the Magic City Gaowu Academy. When Bai Su heard this, he narrowed his eyes. You think they can't eliminate you? Yeran looked at Bai Su and said seriously, in this assessment, my class must be number 1. This is a fact that no one can change. Bai Su laughed when he heard Yeran's words, good boy, ambitious. Then, Bai Su knocked on the table, looked at Yeran and said, it's a good thing to be ambitious, but don't underestimate the strength of any top family, especially a family like the Zhu family. In order to achieve his goal, he will do whatever it takes. You can believe that your students' abilities are correct, but how do you know that your students will be able to walk into the examination room safely? After all, Bai Su is a TQA-level transcendent and has experienced many more things than Yeran. This sentence directly woke up Yeran. He is confident that his students can be invincible in the examination room. But, what if the Xyu family directly chooses to eliminate his students before the exam? Yeran's brows wrinkled slightly. Bai Su looked at the frowning Yeran and asked calmly. Why, are you starting to worry about being eliminated? Yeran shook his head, no. Then why are you frowning? I'm worried about my students. After hearing this sentence, Bai Su was slightly startled. It's hard to hide the admiration in his eyes. Now that I'm here, the first thing I consider is that I'm still a student. Bai Su looked at Yeran. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. It seems that I did not see the wrong person. Chapter 63. Yeran raised his hands to Bai Su. The principal can tell me in advance, I am very grateful. Yeran could see clearly. And in this matter, the Xyu family chose to do this because they obviously did not want to offend Bai Su more. So he used means to terminate Yeran's contract and let Bai Su stand by and watch as a matter of course. In short, the Xyu family has already handed Bai Su the steps. After the contract was terminated, there was no moral problem for Bai Su not to help. It can be said that it gave Bai Su enough face. I believe that Bai Su can naturally understand the Xyu family's behavior. Logically speaking, Bai Su and Yeran are neither relatives nor friends. The best thing to do now is to remain neutral and not help each other. This is the best choice for him and the school. But Bai Su could inform Yeran in advance. It is indeed considered as the most benevolent and righteous act. Seeing that Yeran seemed to have made up his mind, Bai Su asked, "What are your plans?" Yeran looked at Bai Su and said frankly, "I'm going to go out and find some help." "Do you think the helper you are looking for can fight against the Xyu family?" Bai Su asked. Listening to Bai Su's question, Yeran had a wry smile on his lips. "You can't sit still and wait for death, right?" "Indeed," as Bai Su said. "Who can I turn to? My own family, the Ye family, is opposed by two major families. The Ye family itself is a little stretched. Where can I find manpower? The Free Tavern has no legal status in the Dragon Kingdom. Once a conflict breaks out, it might be better not to come." Yeran's mind sank slightly. With his current connections and strength, facing such a top family, it's really a little too small. Bai Su looked at Yeran and tapped on the table. After a while, Bai Su said to Yeran, "How about the Magic Martial Arts Academy be your backing?" After hearing Bai Su's words, Yeran's pupils shrank slightly. He looked at Bai Su in disbelief. Yeran really didn't expect Bai Su to make such a choice. As a top aristocratic family, the Xyu family, the energy possessed in the Dragon Kingdom is terrifying. Under the Xyu family's dedicated management over the years, the children of the clan have already occupied important positions in various departments of the Dragon Kingdom. Its power is huge. He has vaguely secured the throne of the first three families in the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, the Ye family would not have been so low-key these years. Even the family head's youngest son was cut off from his cultivation path, but he did not take any violent revenge. But now, Bai Su not only informed Yeran in advance, and he said this. Bai Su is an extraordinary person who kills the nation, although he is not afraid of it personally. But what about the Magic Martial Arts Academy? The college will inevitably be attacked and retaliated by the Xyu family. Such behavior, for the leader of a force, this is too irrational. Especially with Bai Su's calm and steady temperament, who advocates De Ju as the most important thing in everything. To be able to say such a thing is simply unbelievable. Principal, you. Yeran was stunned for a long time, a little speechless. Yeran looked at Bai Su without saying anything. He naturally knew that Bai Su did this with the intention of recruiting him. But for myself, an unknown who has not yet achieved anything extraordinary, just choose to fight against a top family, the price is really too high. Looking at the principal's deep eyes, Yeran couldn't guess Bai Su's thoughts for a while. Why, you think what I'm doing is not in line with your interests? You think I have other agendas? Bai Su's words revealed Yeran's thoughts. Yeran didn't say anything, which was regarded as acquiescence. Bai Su looked at Yeran, shook his head, lowered his head and wrote something. Today's people, opening their mouths is a benefit, shutting up is a reason, then let me ask you. Bai Su looked at Yeran. As a principal, do you need a reason to protect an excellent teacher? Yeran raised his head and was stunned for a long time, unable to answer. Is it necessary? It seems that it is really not necessary. After Bai Su finished writing, he took the paper in his hand and admired it with satisfaction through the sunlight. This is a transfer order. Starting from today, I will assign a platinum-level expert to protect your class as an assistant teacher. With him here, at least the lives of the students in your class will be safe. After Bai Su finished speaking, he patted it lightly with one hand. This transfer order simply disappeared out of thin air. Thanks. Yeran was silent for a moment, then said two words seriously. The words were short but the sound was long. Bai Su waved his hand. Said to Yeran. Don't thank me. I'm not doing this all for you. The reason why I asked you to come is that I really need you to do something. Be obedient and listen to the sound. Yeran heard what Bai Su said and remembered that Bai Su had planned to sign before. Suddenly he opened his mouth and asked. Principal, do you want the Xyu family to continue to push this matter forward? Bai Su nodded. I have this plan. Why? Yeran was a little confused. Bai Su glanced at Yeran, then pondered. If you want to let it perish, let it swell first. If you are not in my position, naturally you cannot see something. Some small groups have done this kind of thing like Hong Kun more than once. These people have hurt the foundation of this country. They are its time to prune the branches. Bai Su said it with a murderous aura as if heads were rolling in and his power was falling. Hearing Bai Su's words, Yeran's heart trembled. Although Bai Su is a college principal on the surface, but everyone knows his resume. During the chaos of war, he devoted himself to the army and joined the army. The defenders of the country who survived the 13 defense battles of the Dragon Kingdom, large and small. One of the 3 pillars of Shanghai, a staunch patriot. He is also the most arrogant and most considerate of the overall situation among all the nation-slaying extraordinary beings in the Dragon Kingdom. And what could make this normally most harmonious nation-killing extraordinary person so murderous? It must have touched Baixu's reverse scale. National interest. The principal wants to use this incident to start a war with certain interest groups. Yeran looked at Bai Su, and his heart surged. So, principal, you want me to fire the first shot? Bai Su looked at Yeran and nodded. Try to suppress Hong Kun and force them out of their tricks like bugs. Principal, our class is well known as a salty fish class. Without your support in terms of strength, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to do the job. Bai Su listened to Yeran's question. He glared at Yeran. You kid, you really think I'm blind? I still signed Wong Da Chan's procedures. Also, you took Wong Da Chan and secretly ate the flesh and blood of 3,000 ink dragons and I still haven't settled the account with you. Hearing this, Yeran smiled sarcastically. The principal knew all about their relationship. Principal, after all, our class is standing on the edge of the storm. We took such a big risk and fired the first shot. If there is no credit, it is at least a bit of hard work. Bai Su looked at Yeran and said helplessly. Smelly boy, tell me, what do you want? Yeran thought for a moment and said, I need the blood essence of an S-class ferocious beast, a fire crystal core of extraordinary quality, and some extraordinary attributes. Stop it! Seeing Yeran's little mouth babbling with no intention of stopping, Bai Su stopped immediately and looked at Yeran angrily. There are so many things, and they are either of extraordinary quality or S-class. I'm here to buy them? Bai Su blew his beard habitually and stretched out a finger. You only get one chance, or don't want one at all. Yeran listened to Bai Su's words and said with some regret. Well, then the fire crystal core of extraordinary quality will be fine, but I hope to get it before the game. Here you go. Shut your mouth. After saying that, Bai Su snapped his fingers, and a gem appeared directly in Yeran's hand. Okay, principal. After saying that, Yeran put the gem directly into his pocket, as if he was afraid that Bai Su would regret it. Seeing Yeran's readily agreeing and quickly putting it in his pocket, Bai Su was stunned. Talking about time, Bai Su even suspected that this guy had said so much, but he actually just wanted this one. Thinking of this, Bai Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Later, Yeran said to Bai Su, Principal, I have one more request. Young man, don't be greedy. Bai Su frowned. Yeran looked at Bai Su and shook his head. Principal, that's not what I want to say. Bai Su raised his head and looked at Yeran with some confusion. If you have any requirements, tell me. Yeran said seriously. During the assessment process, if I have the opportunity to fight Hong Kun alone, by then, I hope the principal can stop all those who interfere. Bai Su looked at Yeran. What do you want to do? Yeran grinned, with murderous intent in his eyes. Since the criminal process cannot solve this kind of beast, I don't mind doing it myself. Chapter 64. Hearing this, Bai Su looked at Yeran and said nothing for a long time. After a moment, Bai Su nodded slightly. You want me to help you kill someone on the spot? Bai Su squinted his eyes. Yeran's request made it difficult for him to agree. Maintaining the authority of public power and maintaining procedural justice are the keys to maintaining the basic stability of a country. Even if Hong Kun really deserves to die. But in Bai Su's eyes, the country must be judged. This is also what Bai Su has always insisted on. Even if there is a problem in the penalties department now, lynching cannot be used to disrupt the order. Bai Su stared at Yeran with deep eyes. After a long time, Bai Su opened his mouth and said, Boy, I hope you remember that the Dragon Kingdom belongs to justice and the people after all. Even if there are villains in the punishment department, I hope you can trust the country and that we old guys are still here. Yeran looked at Bai Su and said softly. I believed it before, but now? Who let Hong Kun out? Yeran stood there as if he were a pine tree. Faced with a nation-killing transcendent, he did not give in even a single step. Looking at Yeran's stubborn attitude, Bai Su opened his mouth and wanted to explain. But no reason was given for a long time. After all, the public power of the penal division has been used in this way. Such facts are before us. What reason does he have to refute Yeran? For a moment, Bai Su felt a trace of unknown anger in his heart. This group of bastards, they are just eating their corpses and forming cliques for their own benefit. Every unfair judgment they make, every unpopular decision they make. They are all draining the trust of Dragon Kingdom geniuses like Yeran in Dragon Kingdom. This is simply digging your own grave. Yeran's performance intensified Bai Su's inner determination to clean up these silverfish. Looking at Yeran, Bai Su sighed helplessly. Children, there are some chronic diseases and diseases in any large country. Don't lose confidence in the light just because you face the darkness. Yeran looked at Bai Su and spoke slowly. Where are those girls? Where are those students who were abandoned? Can they still see the light? Can their pain and their life be easily explained by just a sentence about chronic illness and chronic illness? Yeran's question was calm and powerful. His eyes are clear and firm. Just looking straight at this nation-killing extraordinary person. At this moment, Yeran's eyes. In Bai Su's eyes, it is like the scorching sun. Burning. No, it's even more heartbreaking. After a long time, Bai Su let out a long sigh. Sorry, I cannot support lynching, but I will stop the Zhu family's forces from interfering with the examination room. As for other people's attempts to stop it, I will not stop it. Yeran looked at Bai Su, nodded, and said softly. That's enough, thanks. For me and for them. Afterwards, Yeran walked out of the principal's office without looking back. Bai Su looked at Yeran's leaving figure. My heart is full of mixed feelings. Facing the threat from the aristocratic family, Yeran didn't say anything. Faced with his plan, Yeran didn't say anything. It seems that from beginning to end. In addition to cheating and asking for a gem, Yeran also. It seems that this is the only request made. It turns out that such a request was not made for myself. Full of passion. Speak out for injustice, take action against injustice. At this time, Yeran is more pure than he was back then. Bai Su took a deep breath, his eyes were firm, and he seemed to have made a big decision. Yeran. Bai Su opened his mouth and stopped Yeran, who was about to leave. Yeran turned his head. Principal, what else can I do? Bai Su looked at Yeran and moved his fingers slightly. Then an extremely exquisite pagoda floated in front of Yeran. After this incident is over, come to me with this small tower. Yeran looked at the small tower carefully for a while. This Lingtong pagoda has a total of 18 floors. The carvings are extremely delicate and beautiful. Although it's only about the height of your index finger. But the doors and windows on each floor can even be closed and opened. It's as if it's not a carved tower at all, but a real tower reduced to this size. The whole tower is like a living thing, periodically exuding a mysterious and old atmosphere. At first glance, it seems to be nothing ordinary. Although I don't know exactly what Baigzi means. However, Yeran still put away the pagoda and said to Bai Su. Okay, principal. After speaking, Yeran turned around and left the principal's office. After Yeran leaves, Bai Su sat on the chair and pondered for a long time. After a while, Bai Su said angrily to Void. Now that you're here, how long do you plan to hide? It seems that he heard Bai Su's response. In an instant, the position in the void that Bai Su was staring at. As if being split open by a sword, a neat crack appeared. Lan Moyan appeared naturally from it. Lan Moyan looked at Bai Su. Huangta gave it to him. Bai Su glanced at Lan Moyan. I have the Huangta here. It seems you don't need to decide who I give it to. Lan Moyan shook her head, of course not. After a while, Lan Moyan, who had always been taciturn, couldn't help but speak. The original rules were that members of Huang must be extraordinary people. You are violating the rules. Bai Su rolled his eyes at Lan Moyan. Have you forgotten that as a temporary wasteland lord, you are qualified to select people with the potential to become extraordinary beings as reserves? Lan Moyan looked at Bai Su and pointed to the place where Yeran left. In the late golden stage, can you have such a long-term vision? In the later diamond stage, you said that if you can come out, you will definitely become a transcendent. Then Lan Moyan has nothing to say. But Yeran is only in the late golden stage, you can see the extraordinary in vain? Bai Su pondered for a moment, shook his head, smiled and said to Lan Moyan. You know, strength has never been the first criterion for me to select people. Yeran. I just like this guy. I have chosen him. The worst is that if you report me now, you guys will kill me. This old man has changed his acting role. Lan Moyan looked at Bai Su, then at the place where Yeran left. He opened his mouth and asked, aren't you afraid that the 8th floor master will cause trouble for you? Bai Su squinted his eyes as he listened to Lan Moyan's words. When we first established Huang, everyone made an oath with their souls. I didn't violate the contract, so why does it matter if he comes to me? Bai Su turned his head and looked at Lan Moyan. What? Do you have any more questions? Lan Moyan listened to Bai Su's question, and a smile appeared on her handsome face. As stunning as a snow lotus blooming, it's gone. Later, Lan Moyan stretched out her hand, student ID card and documents. Bai Su looked at Lan Moyan angrily. Why, Huangta suddenly becomes unimportant again? Lan Moyan looked at Bai Su, it's important. Then why do you suddenly stop worrying? Lan Moyan looked at Bai Su with a puzzled expression. He's mine soon, why should I struggle? Listening to Lan Moyan's words, Bai Su passed the student card to Lan Moyan's hand angrily. Get out, get out, get out, get out of here, don't let me see you. After Lan Moyan got the certificate, she ignored the old man who kept complaining. He waved his hand directly and split the space. Disappeared from Bai Su's office. When Lan Moyan leaves, Bai Su fell into deep thought again. For me, and for them. You little brat, please click on me. Bai Su murmured to himself, repeating Yeran's words. Although Yeran's words were not directed towards him. But how could Bai Su, who had been around for almost 100 years, fail to recognize Yeran's voiceover? What to do for them, what frivolous explanation. It's just that he doesn't recognize his own actions. What Bai Su wants to protect is the stability and harmony of the entire country. What Yeran wants to redeem is anyone who is visible and tangible in the world. Although there is nothing wrong with both. But there will eventually be cognitive conflicts. This kid hasn't grown up yet. Bai Su thought about Yeran's words, leaned on the seat and began to recall. In a trance. Bai Su also thought of himself back then. There was a time when I was just like Yeran today. Happy grudges. Regardless of the consequences. A passionate gesture of anger for the general trend of peace. That moment was exactly like this moment. But now. For the sake of the overall situation, for balance, for harmony. For the entire Dragon Kingdom. It seems that I haven't considered individual feelings for a long time. Haha. Bai Su shook his head as if mocking himself. You are indeed old, your blood is cold. Bai Su laughed at himself. While looking at the door of the office, he murmured to himself. A young boy from my classmate is in his prime. Bai Su touched a book on his desk. He has many thoughts. There is hope and relief in his eyes. This book is a miscellaneous book. The old ones are a little yellowed, and each soft page seems to be broken if you turn it over again. And the name of this book? Called When Humanity's Stars Shine. Chapter 65. Yeran left the principal's office. Without saying a word. His steps were a little heavy. Part of it was indignation at what Hong Kun and Wang Qingjai had done before. Part of it was because the punishment was outrageous. Another part is because of Principal Bai Su's attitude. The overall situation is important, the overall situation is important. Be careful and maintain everything. In the end, what did you get in exchange? In exchange for these silverfish that endanger students? In exchange for the punishment of traitors? Yeran, who has been a man for 2 generations, naturally understands what Bai Su thinks. However, he did not agree. Why should the situation of world harmony be propped up by the grievances of good people? Those girls who were violated, those students who were crippled. Their blossoming age and their just beginning life. Who will pay for them? Thinking of this, Yeran kicked away the paper balls on the roadside angrily. Walked towards his class. Han Kun, Zhu Jie. Yeran walked into the classroom while thinking. As a result, no student in the classroom paid attention to his arrival. At this time, the classroom was full of people. All the students were sitting around a table looking at something. Stronger, harder, Wong Da Chan. Hurry up and work harder. Didn't you eat today? Wong Da Chan. Wong Da Chan, you are the last glory of the boys in our class. If you lose, our whole class will be really shameless. Da Chun works hard. Da Chun. The students were chattering. Everyone cheered for Wong Da Chan excitedly. He didn't notice at all that Yeran had quietly squeezed in among the crowd at this moment. After squeezing in, Yeran naturally saw what happened to this table. At this moment, Wong Da Chan was sitting on one side of the table, and opposite him was sitting another giant man. However, Wong Da Chan's physique is already tall and strong enough. But he never expected that the sturdy man on the other side was 3 heads taller than Wong Da Chan. Those strong and swollen muscles are definitely capable of covering Wong Da Chan completely. Wong Da Chan and this burly man were leaning against the table with their elbows, engaging in the most primitive 1v1 confrontation between men. Arm wrestling. At this time, Wong Da Chan's face was already red, his teeth were clenched tightly, and his whole body was trembling, as if he had put all his strength on his right hand. However, looking at the sturdy man opposite, the old god is still looking at Wong Da Chan. I turned a deaf ear to the cheers from the students around me. You can't even see this sturdy man exerting any effort at all. Not only was this big man very relaxed, he also said to Wong Da Chan with a smile, "Young man, you have good strength. It is really rare to have such strength at your age. Are you interested in joining the military?" Wong Da Chan looked at the big man panting. Especially when I saw this big man talking and laughing with me without any effort at all, my eyes turned red. Wong Da Chan grinned at the big man and said, "Don't talk too much, uncle." As he spoke, Wong Da Chan's eyes began to turn blood red, and his whole aura began to change slightly. You could even vaguely feel the blood mist seeping out of Wong Da Chan's pores. The burly man saw the changes in Wong Da Chan's body and momentum, and said. His eyes were slightly bright, as if he had seen an incredible treasure. As a result, before Wong Da Chan was completely alienated into doubty, suddenly a hand was placed on my shoulder. Wong Da Chan turned his head and looked in the direction of the owner of the hand. When he saw it was Yeran, he was frightened. Finally, he put away his hand in an instant, stood up respectfully, and stammered. "Teacher Yet, hello, Teacher Yet." The students who were originally gathered around this arm wrestling match. After seeing Yeran, everyone sat down in their seats as if running away. All of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yeran at all. At this moment, only Wong Da Chan, Yeran and the burly man in front of him were left around the table. The burly man frowned slightly after seeing this scene. It seems a little regretful that I didn't see Wong Da Chan's performance after alienation. However, he also had a hint of surprise in addition to regret. This class. As soon as the teacher comes, all the students quickly sat in their seats. The discipline is so strict. It doesn't look like the rumored Xianyu class at all. "Sir, may I ask which class you are a teacher in?" Just when the burly man was still confused, Yeran's voice came over. Hearing Yeran's question, the sturdy man stood up gracefully. He touched his pocket, took out a certificate, and said to Yeran, "You must be the teacher of this class, Teacher Yet. I am the new assistant teacher of our class. My name is Li Wanchanj. Please give me your advice." Yeran took the certificate, looked at the photos on the certificate, then looked at Li Wanchanj himself, and compared them carefully. Mouthing to himself, "Are you the teaching assistant the principal mentioned?" Li Wanchanj said with a carefree smile. "You're talking about a teaching assistant. The previous assistant seems to have something to do at home and can't come. I just happened to be there." Then Li Wanchanj quietly put his head into Yeran's ear and said, "Even with my status as a teaching assistant, I only got it because of my connections." Yeran couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he listened to Li Wanchanj's outrageous speech. The principal said, "A platinum-level teaching assistant must be assigned to their class to prevent the Xyu family's insidious methods. But who can imagine? The assistant teacher who volunteered in front of me. Trademark is a transcendent. Yeran, who has the system? When everyone uses their abilities, they can naturally see their panel attributes. And the moment Li Wancheng exerted his strength in the arm wrestling, Yeran has clearly seen Li Wancheng's data. Especially when he saw the level column, Yeran choked up. Is the assistant teacher who just takes over the class an extraordinary person? Is the Magic City Gaowu Academy already so rich? With this kind of power, the Xyu family is nothing. No, all the forces in the world are nothing. Principal, you said the class is well protected. But this is too thorough. Yeran was a little doubtful for a moment. I just bought an extraordinary quality fire crystal core, am I going to lose money? I don't know whether the principal is crazy or I am crazy. He took a deep breath. Calmed down a bit. Yeran looked at Li Wancheng with a complicated expression at this time. Of course he knew that the Magic Martial Arts Academy would definitely not be able to appoint extraordinary people as assistant teachers. So this extraordinary person must have other reasons for coming here. But a transcendent person sits in his own class as a teaching assistant. How can I go to class? When I think about every word and every line I make, I am doing it under the supervision of this extraordinary being. Yeran felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. No. The product is not the right version, the level is too high. I have to ask the principal to return it. However, there must be a reason for return. Want to return a teaching assistant? Naturally, we need to find out where this extraordinary person is unqualified as a teaching assistant. Yeran followed Li Wancheng's words and asked. So when you come to our class as a teaching assistant, the first thing you do is make a scene in class. After Li Wancheng heard this, he spread his fingers helplessly. Finally, he looked around the students. He said with an indifferent expression. Teacher Yat, it really wasn't me who started this. Why don't you ask the students in our class? Chapter 66. As soon as these words came out, the students all spoke, one after another. Teacher Yat, it's none of this assistant teacher's business, it's us who insist on competing with him. Let this assistant teacher see how awesome our class is. Teacher Yat, just leave him alone, he is just weak, we can definitely beat him. Teacher Yat, if you hadn't come just now, Wong Da Chan would have definitely won. If Teacher Yat asks them to continue competing, we will definitely win. Yeran listened to the speeches of these students and looked at the extraordinary person. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although I don't know why these monkey cubs are so proactive. But the freshman wants to use the power of the whole class to defeat the extraordinary person. You really dare to think? Is it the hedgehog who gives you courage? Just when Yeran was thinking, Li Wancheng's voice came again. Teacher Yat, look, I didn't take the initiative, right? Why don't you let the classmate named Wong Da Chan continue to fight with me? Li Wancheng looked at Wong Da Chan. Eager to try. Wong Da Chan, didn't you say you would definitely be able to beat me? Wong Da Chan felt Li Wancheng's provocation, and he became more competitive. He stood up directly and rolled up his sleeves, showing those arms with exploding muscles. It didn't feel any better just now. Let me show you my true strength. With that said, Wong Da Chan walked towards Li Wancheng. Prepare to find Li Wancheng for another contest. All the students slapped the table excitedly and made a whining sound. It adds to the atmosphere for this 1v1 men's battle. Da Chan, sit down for me. Oh, good teacher. Yeran scolded. Wong Da Chan, who was still eager to try. He quickly responded to Yeran's words. Then he was extremely obedient and stepped back, sitting obediently in his seat. Keep your back straight. It looks like a primary school student who just went to school and was taught sitting posture. Other students. No more hesitation. One by one they lowered their heads and began to study hard. There was silence once again. Li Wancheng looked at this scene and sighed angrily. I was secretly amazed in my heart. It seems that the rumors outside are not accurate at all. What kind of salted fish class, what kind of lying teacher? They can all enforce orders and prohibitions. Is there anyone who can lie down like this? For a time, Li Wanchen's impression of Yeran deepened again. Assistant Li, I can call you that? Yeran asked politely. Li Wanchen nodded, teacher yet, I am very familiar with the job of teaching assistant. If you need anything, just ask me. Listening to Li Wanchen's words, Yeran Rao was mentally prepared. But he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A transcendent person said to a gold-level person like I have something to give you. Yeran felt weird no matter how he heard it. If you have nothing else to do, please sit in the last row of the classroom every day. This will also make it easier to watch all the learning conditions of our students and manage them better. What Yeran said was exactly like what he said to a real assistant teacher. He just wanted to see how long this extraordinary person could keep pretending. If this extraordinary person pretends to be impatient, he will have a reason to go to the principal to return the goods. As a result, Yeran's plan didn't work at all. After hearing Yeran's arrangement, Li Wanchen stood up straight and said to Yeran very respectfully. No problem, teacher yet. After saying that, Li Wanchen walked directly to the last row. Sitting by the wall. Keep your back straight. Pay careful attention to all the situations in the class. That expression, that posture. He is even more meticulous than a real assistant teacher. Yeran, who was still expecting Li Wanchen to be unable to bear it. There is nothing else I can say at this moment. An extraordinary person can do this, he really can't find any other reason to say it's inappropriate. Yeran looked at Li Wanchen with a complicated expression. Where is your majesty as an extraordinary being? Do you really not feel a little uncomfortable being commanded like this by a golden mentor? At this moment when Yeran was complaining in his heart. Seeing Yeran paying attention to Li Wanchen, he also took out his little notebook with a proud look on his face and shook it at Yeran. With Yeran's eyes. Naturally, you can clearly see what is written in the small notebook. In row 1, column 2, if you get distracted and take a nap, 1 point will be deducted. Row 4, column 5, steal snacks, 1 point will be deducted. Row 8, column 7, peeking at the comics, 1 point deducted. At this moment, Yeran was completely confused. He just verbally arranged for Li Wanchen to sit in the last row on the grounds of paying attention to the students. Who would have thought that Li Wanchen was actually sitting in the last row? Not only did I sit in the last row, he also took the initiative to pay attention to the students' learning situation. There was even a disciplinary behavior score sheet. Do you want to be so professional? Tired, destroy it. For a time. Yeran looked at Li Wanchen, who was active, conscientious, and dedicated to being a teaching assistant. He sighed helplessly. When he meets an extraordinary person who has such no bottom line, what else can he say? What reason do you have to go to the principal to return the goods? Accept your defeat. Principal, you are so kind. Subsequently, Yeran no longer thought about how to return the goods to Li Wanchen. Instead, he stood on the podium openly. Get ready for class. Students, now turn to page 36 of the Taishu textbook. Today we will learn the 36 movements of Taishu. Bang! 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 Just when Yeran was preparing to go to class, suddenly the classroom door rang. Come in. Yeran said to the door. Squeak. After a voice passed. There was a young man standing at the door. Excuse me, is this the freshman and second class? The cold voice attracted everyone present to look at the door. At this moment, all the students were excited. FK, this, is a man or a woman? This face is too beautiful, isn't it? The skin is too smooth, isn't it? And the facial features are too regular, isn't it? The golden ratio, what is the golden ratio? I used to think it was the ideal ratio mentioned in textbooks, but today I actually saw it alive. Beautiful beyond measure. One more look and I might pass out. Stop talking, there's a nosebleed. It's over, my brother is excited. Calm down, buddy, what if it's a man? Ah, a man? It's not impossible. Whether it's 360 or 2D, there's always one that will satisfy you. You are invincible. The students were busy discussing. Even Yeran did not maintain order in the classroom. It's really because the young man in front of me is so beautiful. 4 words, Feng Shen Junqiu. It was concretely reflected on the young man's face. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man's face, and they couldn't pull it out at all. Just when everyone was discussing the young man in front of them. No one found it. Li Wanchensh, sitting in the last row. She has quietly moved her seat to the far corner of the classroom. Bury your head deeply. As if he was afraid of being seen. Chapter 67. The young man at the door is still cold. Don't care about other people's eyes at all. Calmly walked to Yeran. I handed over my student ID card. This is my student ID and transfer certificate. Yeran looked at the young man and said. This young man has no luck, so naturally he cannot see his attribute panel. Apart from the fact that this young man was extremely good looking, he didn't see anything wrong with this young man. I just took the student ID card and transfer documents and checked their authenticity. Nodded. No problem. This classmate, you can be considered a member of our class. Please come up and introduce yourself. After hearing Yeran's request, the young man nodded. Then he stood on the podium generously and said to all the students present. Hello everyone, my name is Lan Moyan. From today on, we are all classmates. Please give me your advice. As soon as he finished speaking, the students applauded and welcomed. Yeran said to Lan Moyan amidst the applause. Okay, Mo Yan, just sit in that seat first. Yeran pointed to the empty table at the back of the classroom. That table was moved by Wong Da Chan to Huang Dongdong. There just happened to be a spot available. Lan Moyan and Huang Dongdong sat at the same table. Boom! Before Lan Moyan could finish speaking, suddenly there was a loud noise outside the classroom window. It was like the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground from high altitude. Everyone looked towards the window. Some good people even stretched their necks and looked out the window to see what was going on. No, someone jumped off the building. A sharp exclamation came from the window. At this moment, all the students stood up and left their seats. Everyone rushed towards the window, squeezing their heads and looking under the window. At this time, no one was seen on the lawn below the teaching building. Only a large pool of blood was left. Let me wipe it, there is such a big pool of blood, it seems like someone really jumped off the building. Who can't think of it so hard that they jumped off the building? I just said that the high-pressure study policy for freshman year is unacceptable. Look, something is wrong. No, what age is it? There are still people choosing to jump off buildings? Will that kill people? That's right. There is only a pool of blood left. Where are the people? Where are the people who jumped from the building? I guess he didn't jump to death, he ran away. Poor child, he has forgotten that he has cultivated himself, and now he can't kill anyone by jumping off a building. The students were busy discussing. When Yeran heard the students' discussion, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way. Is this brat serious? Clang. Before the students could sit back from the window, suddenly the classroom door was knocked open. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned from the window to the door. At this time, a young man stood at the door, panting. This young man's head was covered in blood. I felt dizzy and seemed a little unsteady on my feet. When everyone took a closer look at the appearance of the bloody boy, Wong Da Chan exclaimed. Huang, Huang Dong Dong. It seemed that Wong Da Chan's exclamation brought the dazed young man back to his senses. He looked at Wong Da Chan and grinned. Finally wiped the blood from his face. Looking at Yeran on the podium. With a very arrogant tone, he said arrogantly. Teacher Yat, a gentleman's words are like a horse and a horse cannot be chased. I, Huang Dongdong, will fulfill my bet. Looking at Huang Dongdong's head covered with blood. Yeran put a helpless hand on his face and raised his head not knowing what to say. This brat, I didn't expect to actually jump off the building. Not only did he jump off the building. And it really happened as stated in the bet. No use of any martial arts protection. He took his own body and smashed it down. Huang Dongdong, come here. Listening to Yeran's call. Huang Dongdong limped up to Yeran. Yeran took out a tissue and wiped Huang Dongdong's wound that was still bleeding. You brat, you usually look pretty smart, why did you do something so stupid this time? Huang Dongdong let Yeran use a tissue to wipe the blood for him. It seems that he can feel Yeran's concern for him. He smiled and said seriously. I want to say goodbye to my past. Hearing what Huang Dongdong said, Yeran stopped wiping the bloody hand. He looked at Huang Dongdong seriously. At this time, Huang Dongdong still had a smile on his face. But at this moment, he looked at the expression on Huang Dongdong's face. It felt like I had seen Wong Da Chan. A little silly, but also a little serious. Although he still looks extremely smart. But the previous unruliness and arrogance seemed to have disappeared a lot. Seeing this, the corners of Yeran's mouth raised slightly. He felt a little relieved in his heart. It seems that this brat really listened to what he said. Although it is a bit stupid, what does it mean? This leap. Huang Dongdong said goodbye to his past. This leap. Huang Dongdong seems to be reborn. Well, I'm a little dizzy. While Yeran was thinking, the wound on Huang Dongdong's forehead was still bleeding. It may be due to excessive anemia. Huang Dongdong is now a little unsteady on his feet and stumbles a bit when speaking. Seeing that Huang Dongdong was about to fall, Yeran grabbed him and smiled helplessly. They are all careless students. In the end, they have to wipe their own butts. Then, Yeran held it with one hand. Suddenly a burst of light flashed, and a scepter appeared in Yeran's hand. This is exactly the exclusive weapon that the system copied from Jang Xyu before. The scepter of life and death. When Yeran manifested this exclusive weapon, students may not feel much. Lan Moyan and Li Wancheng, who were present, narrowed their eyes slightly. How did you do it? You didn't feel the slightest energy fluctuation at all. Li Wancheng muttered to himself. Before the two of them can figure it out, Yeran's mind moved slightly. In an instant, the head of the scepter of life and death. The huge gem began to condense green energy. Green energy is full of vitality and vitality. Even just one look at it makes people feel more energetic. Skill, gift of the goddess of life. Following Yeran's thoughts, the condensed green energy enveloped Huang Dongdong. The moment I came into contact with Huang Dongdong, the energy penetrated directly into Huang Dongdong's wound. Moment. Huang Dongdong's wounds began to appear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stop bleeding and scab until it returns to normal. After Huang Dongdong's breath calmed down, Yeran looked at the scepter of life and death for a while. Contains skills, gift of the goddess of life, 0/1, cooldown countdown, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It seems that the two skills of the scepter of life and death have a cooldown time of 1 hour. Yeran looked at the scepter with satisfaction. A curse skill, a healing skill. You can put it on once every hour, and the effect is good. Then, with a thought, Yeran retracted the scepter directly. Others had no reaction. At this time, the eyes of Li Wancheng and Lan Moyan were shining brightly. That's right. Yeran used it. It's an artifact that comes with skills. Chapter 68. You can't go wrong. Although the Ye family's Malong Xiangong is remarkable in killing, but he had never heard that the Ye family's Malong Xiangong had therapeutic effects. So this healing energy definitely comes from the scepter itself. And you can clearly feel that the level of the healing energy is definitely not low. Li Wancheng touched his chin. This level is so high. In my impression, what I have seen, it seems that the Archangel of the Holy Court has such a handle in his hand. Holy relics of the Holy Court. Archangel's sword. That is the Archangel of the Holy Court. The face of the top Western powers. Even in the whole world, he is extremely capable of fighting. The person who truly stands at the top of the pyramid. Li Wancheng shook his head. Who would have thought of the second artifact they had seen? It actually came from the hands of an unknown little guy from Gaowu Academy in the Magic City. And what is Yeran's method of conjuring this scepter? Why can't I see a little bit of energy fluctuation? Li Wancheng couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He looked at Yeran. At this moment, Yeran's mystery in his eyes deepened. Lan Moyan is much calmer than Li Wancheng. Although he was also surprised by the artifact Yeran possessed. But he was more happy than surprised. Break the iron rule of platinum. In 3 words, Bai Su asked him to send him the desolate tower. Now another mysterious artifact has popped up. Isn't this the son of fate, Long Aotian, in the novels I often read? Think of this. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. He is indeed the person he likes. With the release of Yeran's skills, Huang Dongdong also slowly woke up from his coma. He touched the location of his wound with a surprised look on his face. Smooth and delicate. Not even a scar. He tried to stand up again and jumped up and down, but his body didn't feel any discomfort at all. If it weren't for the trace of blood on his face, he even suspected that what he had just experienced was a dream. Okay, don't try it, go back to your seat quickly. Oh, okay, teacher. Yeran's voice came. Huang Dongdong walked towards his seat obediently. When he walked to his seat, he stopped immediately, staring at Lan Moyan's face and unable to pull it out. Let me introduce to you, this is Lan Moyan, the new auditor in our class. From today on, he will be a part of our class. Yeran's voice came again. Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Yeran. So I'm not the last student to arrive in our class? Yeran nodded. You can say that. After hearing this, Huang Dongdong smiled. In other words, isn't this my little junior brother? After saying that, Huang Dongdong sat down very naturally. Stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Huang Dongdong. According to seniority, you have to call me senior brother. After hearing this sentence, others seemed to have no reaction. Only Li Wancheng choked violently. The ignorant are fearless. Let a nation-killing extraordinary person call you little senior brother. Extremely crazy. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong's face, then looked down at Huang Dongdong's hands. Showing a very beautiful smile. He stretched out his hand, which was slender and smoother than that of a woman, and said with a smile. Hello, little senior brother. Puff. Before anyone else could say anything, Li Wancheng couldn't help but squirted. Everyone looked at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng quickly raised his hand. It's okay, I'm fine. I accidentally choked on my drink just now. Keep going, keep going. This kettle is a bit disobedient today. Then Li Wancheng hurriedly lowered his head and pretended to repair his kettle, not looking at Lan Moyan at all. After Li Wancheng finished speaking, no one paid attention to him anymore. Huang Dongdong turned his head to Lan Moyan and patted Lan Moyan's shoulder happily. He seemed very happy to have a little brother. Then the loyalty of the children of Jang Xyu was ignited. He patted his chest again. Don't worry, little junior brother. If you have any grievances in the future, tell your senior brother. Senior brother will protect you. Lan Moyan looked at the child with a smile. Thank you, senior brother. What a picture of brotherhood and unity. Li Wancheng has a strange expression. What the FK is this messed up direction? Yeran coughed lightly, signaling Huang Dongdong to sit down. Okay, now let's continue class. Students, now turn to page 36 of the Taishu textbook. Today we will learn the 36 movements of Taishu. Kun Shan Yao comes from the Kun sect, a sect created by an ancient great power. According to legend, this ancient great master came from a place called Ulyan. He was extremely talented. In just 2.5 years, he directly realized the Tao. He became a master of the Kun fist and was invincible in his class. He finally defeated a person in a place called Xi. Sora was born. After this great power was born, he swept across the world and stood directly at the pinnacle of that era. Not only that, he did not hesitate in his own magical skills and opened up a wide range of opportunities to teach tens of millions of people in the world to learn Kun fist and Kun fist. Boxing is all the rage. Among them, Kun Shan Q is the most iconic move and has also become the representative move of Kun fist. It's a pity that the good times did not last long. This great master died for some reason, leaving only this school to be passed down. Later, in order to remember this great man, people in the world started to mold clay tires on the coal mountain where he fell, to restore the heroic appearance of the great man. Because this powerful man's surname is Ji, the coal produced on this coal mountain is also called Ji mud coal. Yeran explained the origin of Kunshan mountain. With the addition of the teacher's soul, the students present were mesmerized by what they heard. Even Li Wancheng listened in for a brief moment. Li Wancheng came back to his senses and looked deeply at Yeran. Unexpectedly, as an extraordinary person, I actually listened to it. He sighed in his heart. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, Yeran not only knew so much history. It can also be guided by historical origins. Attract students' attention. In order to deepen students' understanding of skills and moves. This ingenuity in teaching, this accumulation of history. Have to say. This guy's teaching level. Amazing. For a time, Li Wancheng has a different understanding of Yeran. If Yeran followed him to the military headquarters, regardless of Yeran's personal strength, this teaching ability alone, it can definitely improve the personal strength of ordinary warriors by a large margin. To know. The military headquarters operates in regimental style. The improvement of an ordinary warrior may not show much. But if all ordinary warriors are improved, this effect is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Quantitative changes will definitely lead to qualitative changes. Thinking of this, Li Wancheng narrowed his eyes slightly. We must take this kid back to the military headquarters. Chapter 69. While Li Wancheng was thinking silently, he suddenly felt a murderous aura. As an extraordinary person, my sensitivity to qi movement is naturally at its peak. The source of the murderous aura was instantly identified. He looked up. What caught his sight at this moment was Lan Moyan's peerless face. Lan Moyan narrowed her eyes slightly. There is a chill on the face. Staring at Li Wancheng with an expression like a cat guarding its food. It was as if he was threatening Li Wancheng not to think anything wrong about Yeran. Li Wancheng quickly lowered his head, not looking at Lan Moyan. A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. As a teaching assistant, if I can't beat you, why can't I write you down in a notebook? As he spoke, Li Wancheng quickly wrote down in his notebook. Row 10, column 9, Lan Moyan, he was distracted in class, 1 point will be deducted. Li Wancheng just finished writing this sentence. I was just planning to admire it and satisfy my little desire for revenge. As a result, as soon as he lifted it up, a sword mark suddenly appeared on the small notebook. Cross out Lan Moyan's line very accurately. Is this even FG okay? Li Wancheng looked at the neat sword marks on his notebook in astonishment. He raised his head and looked at Lan Moyan again. At this time, Lan Moyan was also staring at herself. He is holding an ordinary carbon pen in his hand. He gestured lightly to the air. The threat in his eyes made Li Wancheng feel a little cold behind his back. Although he is called the Shield of the Empire, the Great Wall of Steel, absolute defense. But facing Lan Moyan's sword, he still felt a little bit frightened. Although I don't know how Lan Moyan discovered her little moves. Li Wancheng still lowered his head. Respectfully, I wrote a sentence in the notebook. Sorry. Being able to bend and stretch is what a man does. There is no shame in apologizing to an extraordinary person who has slaughtered a nation. As an extraordinary person with a very flexible moral bottom line. This didn't bother him at all. Okay, that's it for today's class. I hope the students will review the historical origins and power-generating techniques of Kunshan reliance after class. See you in the next class. Just as the two extraordinary beings were secretly confronting each other, Yeran's class gradually came to an end. With the blessing of the teacher's soul. Yeran's class. Let no one of the students present feel tired. On the contrary, the expressions of each of the classmates still seemed to be unfinished. Some students even took the initiative to walk to the podium. Teacher Yat, I'm a little confused about this. Can you explain it to me a little bit more? Teacher Yat, let me show you the Kun Shan Kao. You can see if my technique of exerting force is correct. Teacher Yat, please don't leave yet. I would like to ask you something. If you add the quick feet after Kunshan's support, right? In actual combat, the effect will be doubled. Teacher Yat, why does Kunshan get a bonus by wearing overalls? Teacher Yat. The students gathered around Yeran, asking questions in all directions. All the questions asked were related to this course. This studious diligence and enthusiasm. If I were in class 2 of the first grade half a year ago, this would have been something that I would have never dared to think about. Yeran took great pleasure in explaining each student's problem seriously. Every issue is answered in an incisive and insightful way. Let the students suddenly understand after hearing it. It's really awesome. If you come to the military headquarters, those ordinary soldiers will be really lucky. Li Wancheng sat in the last row and looked at Yeran. Yeran's explanation is also very efficient and accurate from an extraordinary perspective. With such a teacher, 100% the ability of the entire group will be greatly improved. Li Wancheng looked at Yeran greedily and at Lan Moyan resentfully. Cheng Yaojin, who came out halfway. It seems that he felt Li Wancheng's gaze. Lan Moyan didn't have to go back at all. He took out his carbon pen again. The moment he opened the cap of his pen, Li Wancheng lowered his head again. Time passed minute by minute. Yeran solved all the students' problems and confusions one by one. The students all returned to their seats with satisfied faces. They looked at Yeran with an inexplicable admiration. Indeed, during this period of time, with Yeran's guidance and help, each one has made a qualitative leap in success. Yeran's prestige in Class 1 and Class 2 has reached a level that can be called terrifying. It is precisely because of this prestige that's why there was the scene of prohibitions that Li Wancheng saw before. Huang Dong Dong. You don't have to attend the next class. You come with me. After making sure that all the classmates were fine, Yeran looked at Huang Dong Dong. Oh, okay Teacher Yat. Uncharacteristically, Huang Dong Dong did not ask any questions this time. Instead, he stood up very quickly and followed Yeran out of the classroom. But leaving with Huang Dong Dong was his new junior brother, Lan Moyan. Originally, Li Wancheng saw Lan Moyan and followed him. Also prepared to follow. As a result, as soon as I stood up, I felt a slight chill in my crotch. Ding! After a crisp metal collision sound, Li Wancheng clearly looked at the chair he just sat on. He is holding a carbon pen that was bounced off by himself. Such a vicious Lan Moyan. Coming up means annihilating your descendants. Li Wancheng took out the carbon pen from the chair and sat down helplessly. If you don't let me go, I won't go. Why are you so angry? The other side. Yeran and the three of them walked side by side in the corridor, looking at each other in silence. After a while, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but look at Lan Moyan. Junior brother, the toilet is not in this direction. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong inexplicably. I know, I don't want to go to the toilet. Huang Dongdong looked at Lan Moyan and asked in confusion, if you don't want to go to the toilet, what are you going to do? Let's go with you. Hearing Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong felt dumbfounded. No, why are you following us? Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong, then at Yeran. I'm afraid of school bullying. Listening to Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong was a little confused. Campus bullying? What kind of reason is this? Lan Moyan said to Yeran. I'm new here and I'm not familiar with anything. You can do it while I follow the teacher. Yeran looked at Lan Moyan. Although Lan Moyan has never used any moves in front of him, I can't see his properties panel. But as an innate Taoist, I can very keenly feel that Lan Moyan's whole person fits the Taoist charm very well. It is certain that Lan Moyan is definitely a genius. How could Yeran refuse a genius who was following him so actively? Yeran looked at Lan Moyan. He smiled and said, of course. Chapter 70. In a short time, Yeran and the others have arrived at the school's forging building. This is a building specially built by the school for some teachers and students with blacksmithing talents and abilities, used for the forging and practice of this type of teachers and students. The whole building looks like a huge furnace. Even if you get a little closer, you can feel the hot air rushing towards your face. Occasionally, the entire building will flash red light slightly. A slightly sparkling plume of soot spewed from the top of the building. Teacher Yat, what are we doing here? Huang Dongdong looked at the huge furnace building and asked curiously. Of course I came here to practice something. Yeran answered naturally, staring closely at the furnace building. Looking at the soot ejected from the furnace, I thought thoughtfully. He murmured to himself. This temperature should be enough. The three people walked into the interior of the building. At this time, a fat man was lying at the reception desk of the building. This person is the freshman person in charge of the materials department and Su Yukai's former follower, Xiang Yaoqian. Due to the disappearance of the flesh and blood of the 3,000 ink dragons, he was demoted here by Su Yukai as a receptionist. Since not many people come to the forging building on weekdays, so now Xiang Yaoqian is lying on the front desk and soundly asleep. Bang, bang, bang. Yeran gently knocked on the table at the front desk. It frightened Xiang Yaoqian, who was sleeping soundly, and trembled. Immediately, a clever man fell off the chair. Pop! After a loud noise, a layer of dust was raised. When the dust disperses, Xiang Yaoqian stood up from the ground awkwardly. He patted the dust on his pants. He opened his small eyes that were almost filled with flesh and looked at the three people in front of him. You three are planning to rent the forging room, right? Yeran nodded. After seeing Yeran's confirmation, Xiang Yaoqian skillfully said to Yeran. Currently, our school's forging room is divided into 4 levels, namely the ordinary forging room, the fine forging room, the master's forging room and the grand master's forging room. The price of renting an ordinary forging room for a day is 4 credits. The price of renting a boutique forging room for a day is 10 credits. The price of renting a master forging room for a day is 20 credits. As for the master level forging, Xiang Yaoqian looked at the 3 people in front of him and shook his head. We won't consider the grand master level forging room. After all, it still needs qualification verification. Listening to Xiang Yaoqian's introduction, Yeran pointed upward. Then the whole building was covered in smoke that I saw outside. Which forging room can do that? Xiang Yaoqian thought for a while and said. You are talking about that. Only a Grand Master level forging room can do that. After all, the furnace in the Grand Master level forging room was personally forged by our principal who invited fire-type extraordinary people. The temperature and quality are simply unimaginable. I heard Xiang Yaoqian say this. Yeran nodded and said to Xiang Yaoqian. We need to rent the Grand Master Forge. Hearing Yeran's words, Xiang Yaoqian tried his best to widen his small mung bean-sized eyes. Didn't I make it clear just now? You can get into Grand Master level forging by paying money. We need qualifications. Xiang Yaoqian rejected Yeran's request righteously. However, Yeran was not in a hurry and just waved to Xiang Yaoqian quietly. Quietly, he put a dragon coin into Xiang Yaoqian's hand. Brother, I see you work hard here every day. Take it and reward yourself. Xiang Yaoqian took the money and touched it, but still shook his head. Dude, this is my job after all. Before Xiang Yaoqian could finish his words, Yeran quietly handed another one to Xiang Yaoqian. He was still asking for money uprightly, but now his face softened a little. The whole fat face became kind. Hey, after all, we are all from the same school. Let me quietly release the authority and let us use it for 10 minutes. Before Xiang Yaoqian could finish speaking, Yeran quietly gave Xiang Yao the first 2 sheets. The corners of Xiang Yaoqian's mouth began to rise slightly this time. Brother, stop talking. I will release this authority and you can use it as you like. But if someone comes to rent it again, you have to come out in advance. Before Xiang Yaoqian could finish speaking, Yeran quietly handed the first 3 pictures to Xiang Yao. Xiang Yao took the money and held Yeran's hand firmly. He patted his chest hard. Brother, you can use it freely today. If anyone dares to disturb you, my name, Xiang Yaoqian, is written backwards. Yeran looked at Xiang Yaoqian and said with a smile. That's hard work, brother. Brothers, what's the point of talking about hard work or not? As Xiang Yaoqian spoke, he took Yeran and rushed straight to the forging room of the extraordinary world. It was as if it was his fault for delaying Yeran for even 1 second. This series of operations directly made the inexperienced Huang Dongdong look stupid. Lan Moyan, who was behind her, looked at Yeran and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. As if sensing Huang Dongdong's confusion, Yeran said lightly. Master Huang, remember, the world is not about fighting and killing, it's about human relations. Seeing that Yeran is still teasing about his dream of being a martial arts hero, Huang Dongdong curled his mouth and quietly made a face behind Yannian. After a while, Yeran and the others have arrived at the master-level forging room. The master-level forging style is simpler than those of other forging rooms. There are no other hammering tools around. There's just a huge furnace in the center. The furnace is also covered with various mysterious and powerful runes. With the flickering energy of the rune, the flames in the entire furnace continued to surge. The heat brought by each surge, it all makes people feel the burning pain on their face. Yeran walked forward and observed the huge furnace. The heat of the furnace has almost doubled. As soon as Yeran got close to the furnace, the burning sensation that hit his face was like the jet of a fire dragon, piercing Yeran's face. Yeran also had to activate his own Malong Xiangong to protect his body. This temperature should be enough. Yeran looked at the fire dragon surging in the furnace with satisfaction and murmured to himself. Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran curiously. Teacher, what are you planning to practice for such a big battle? After Yeran heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry, he turned his head and stared at Huang Dongdong. His eyes made Huang Dongdong feel a little hairy. What else can I practice? Of course I should practice you. Chapter 71. Looking at Yeran's natural look, Huang Dongdong looked left and right. He pointed at himself with his finger and his eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding? This is a master-level furnace. It will kill people. Yeran took out a steel bar from somewhere and gently threw it into the furnace. Laugh. A sound of gasification sounded. The steel bar was instantly swallowed up by the flames in the furnace. Yeran nodded with satisfaction. The temperature is okay. Take off your clothes quickly. Temperature, okay? When Huang Dongdong heard Yeran's words, he smiled in panic and embarrassment. Teacher, are you kidding? Yeran turned back and looked at Huang Dongdong. Do you think I'm joking? Looking at Yeran's serious expression, Huang Dongdong's originally worried heart completely died. Yeran looked at his watch and urged. Take it off quickly. If you don't hurry up, you will waste time. You can't let Lan Moyan help you. Lan Moyan stood aside, confusion flashing in his eyes at this time. From his perspective, he couldn't even imagine what Yeran wanted to do. After all, Bai Su likes to tinker with some space magic weapons on weekdays. He can also be considered a forging master. Therefore, Bai Su has definitely worked hard to build this furnace. Moa may cut corners elsewhere. But this place in the forging room is absolutely impossible. A furnace of this magnitude. If even those materials with relatively high fire resistance are thrown in, they will probably melt in a few minutes. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong beside her. Doesn't this kid Yeran really want to throw him in? Lan Moyan secretly shook her head. Considering the strength of Huang Dongdong in front of him, there is only one result if he goes in. Direct vaporization. And the operation of throwing people into a furnace. No matter how you look at it, it feels like you are destroying corpses and wiping out traces. At this moment, Lan Moyan was a little suspicious. Could this kid have a grudge against Yeran? Yeran turned his head. I found that neither of them moved. So I walked over helplessly. Yeran came to Huang Dongdong. He half squatted down and looked at Huang Dongdong. Dongdong, did my master promise to help you create the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body? Huang Dongdong nodded. Yeran continued. Today I am going to fulfill my promise as a teacher, so you have to cooperate. Listening to Yeran's words. Cooperation? Cooperation to jump into the furnace? The corner of Huang Dongdong's mouth twitched. Brother, jumping off a building is really my limit. Huang Dongdong looked at the fire dragon spouting out of the huge furnace and swallowed. I want to cast the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, but I don't want to cast the Samadhi True Fire Golden Corpse. There was already a hint of panic in Huang Dongdong's eyes. He stammered and said to Yeran. Old teacher, aren't we being a little too aggressive in doing this? Yeran waved his hand. If you don't rush in, why rush in? The temperature is just right. Hearing Yeran's words, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The temperature is just right. Is the temperature just right to cook it? When his master Hua Wen helped him try to create the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, they are just using their own fire energy very carefully. Continuous and slight attempts to increase the dosage. If there is a slight reaction of scorching or body collapse, Hua Wen will cut off the fire power immediately. Even though there is a diamond-level fire master carefully controlling it. The few times I tried, I almost got seriously injured. It's better now. Yeran took one step directly, brought himself to the master-level furnace, and let himself jump. Teacher, I am a human being, not some weapon refining material. Besides, even a lot of refining materials can't withstand this temperature. Looking at Huang Dongdong's expression of sadness and anger, but also some fear, Yeran naturally knew what he was thinking. Yeran patted Huang Dongdong's shoulder and said to Huang Dongdong. Dongdong, do you still remember how those seniors of your Huaxing sect who created the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body succeeded? Huang Dongdong heard Yeran's question. He started to clasp his fingers with all his heart. There are a total of 5 successful seniors, 3 of whom were created naturally, and the remaining 2, one broke through while fighting a fire-type beast, and the last one broke through while fighting against a fire-type supernatural being. Yeran nodded. 3 of the 5 seniors were born naturally because of their extraordinary talents. Let's leave it aside for now. Think about the other 2 carefully. What do they have in common? Huang Dongdong followed Yeran's topic and thought. Fight? Break the limit. Yeran shook his head. You're right, but not entirely right. The other 2 did break through themselves in the battle and became golden bodies, but if you think about it carefully, who are their opponents? Huang Dongdong thought, a fire-based beast, a fire-based superpower. Huang Dongdong suddenly realized, they both fought against strong fire-based people and broke through. The focus is on fire. Tai. Yeran nodded, good understanding. He patted Huang Dongdong's head and continued. The key to building a golden body is not to fight, but to break through the limits of life in the blazing heat. Dongdong, in terms of the limit of your talent, it is difficult to compare with those 3 naturally made seniors, so you have to take another path, just like the other 2 seniors, refine yourself under the burning flames. Transform your own impurities and create a golden body between life and death. After hearing Yeran's words, Huang Dongdong, who was a little panicked before, also calmed down. What Yeran said opened his mind. He now also understood why Yeran was so persistent that he wanted to jump into the furnace by himself. Although there is some truth in saying this, but Huang Dongdong felt the heat coming towards his face. I couldn't help but ask, but teacher, isn't the temperature of this furnace a little too high? If I jump in, I might be dead before I can feel the difference between life and death. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong and shook his head. Dongdong, you underestimate the fire-fighting skills of your fire sect. Yeran stood up and looked at the bright red flames that were constantly surging in the furnace. Asked softly. Tell me, what is the last move of your fire-fighting technique called? Hearing Yeran's question, Huang Dongdong blurted out. Will of fire. You're right. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong and said seriously. This will of fire, among the earliest fire-based combat skills, has another name. It's called endless life. Chapter 72. Life goes on forever. Huang Dongdong recited what Yeran said. His big eyes were full of confusion. He looked up at Yeran. Teacher, are you sure? My master doesn't seem to know that the last move is called endless life. Hey? Not sure. Yeran smiled awkwardly. It seems that the information provided by the system is too detailed, and it actually exceeds the inside information possessed by the Huaxing sect itself. Yeran couldn't help but shook his head. This is the disadvantage of a single lineage. What people accept and recognize is ultimately biased and focused. There is something missing from the generational inheritance. There is still something missing for the next generation's inheritance. Once you meet a few more bad-tempered heirs who only like to fight and don't like to study, that would be a disaster for the inheritance of the fire element sect. It is estimated that many secrets of the fire sect have been lost in the long river of history from generation to generation. What else did your master teach you about the fire sect? Yeran asked. Huang Dongdong touched his forehead and thought for a while, then said to Yeran. Except for master being very familiar with fire-fighting techniques, other fire history and other things seem to be vague. Huang Dongdong frowned when he thought of this. Master always tells me that children don't need to know these things. He will tell me when I grow up. After hearing this, Yeran probably understood a lot about the current situation of the fire sect. It is said that the disciples of Huaxing sect all have hot tempers and are as vulgar as warriors. Now it seems that the reputation is well deserved. It seems that the Huaxing sect has been able to pass down the techniques completely and has not completely disappeared, which can be regarded as God's blessing. Thinking of this, Yeran felt relieved. Since you didn't pass down much, don't blame me for making it up. Cough, cough. Yeran coughed twice and said to Huang Dongdong. The reason why your master told you this may really be true. I can only tell you that why I know this is because I saw your fire in an ancient book called Naruto. The relevant history of Xing Zone. The predecessor of your fire sect was also very prosperous for a while. There were tens of millions of followers at that time, and they even formed an extremely powerful tribe in ancient times. The name is Konoha. The leader of your fire sect is also called Hokage in this country. Each generation of Hokage takes protecting Konoha as their own responsibility, relying on fire-based combat skills to fight in all directions and dedicate their lives to the people of the tribe. The ultimate secret skill of each generation of Hokage is also called the Will of Fire. In this way, the unique skills of each generation of Hokages are accumulated bit by bit, and slowly the last move of the fire movement's record is the Will of Fire. And throughout the Konoha tribe, there is a widely circulated famous saying about the Will of Fire. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong and said seriously. Wherever the leaves of the wood dance, the fire is endless. After hearing what Yeran said, Huang Dongdong was stunned. He did not expect that his fire sect had such a history in ancient times. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Huang Dongdong was stunned for a moment and murmured to himself. Yeran's voice came again. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire will burn, and the blazing fire will illuminate the entire tribe. After the fire is extinguished, the leaves will sprout again. As soon as these words came out, Huang Dongdong's brain exploded. Yes. The leaves will be burned by the flames. The ashes after burning will become nutrients for the leaves to sprout again next time. The vitality is exhausted in the flames, and will be reborn in the flames. Could it be said that endless life is really the secret of the Will of Fire? At this moment, Huang Dongdong seemed to feel a bright light in front of him. And he seemed to have caught this light. Dongdong, wildfires never burn out, but the spring breeze blows them again. Yeran patted Huang Dongdong's shoulder and said seriously. Although I don't know why, your fire sect didn't pass down the secrets of those two seniors, but I can tell you clearly that the most critical thing to break through the Samadhi true fire golden body lies in your fire fighting skills, the last resort. Huang Dongdong retracted his thoughts and looked at Yeran with bright eyes. Teacher, tell me what to do, and I will listen to you. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong's serious and passionate expression. That eager attitude. I guess if Huang Dongdong is asked to jump now, he will do it. Sure enough, a boy of this age has no resistance to hot-blooded comics. Yeran didn't talk nonsense and said to Huang Dongdong. Now use your Will of Fire and let me see. After hearing this, Huang Dongdong's eyes froze and his whole body was on fire. Base. After a clear sound, the flames around Huang Dongdong were already burning brightly. The energy enveloped Huang Dongdong inside. At this time, Huang Dongdong's eyebrows turned into flames. The hair also stood up. It started to sway like a flame. This is the last form of the fire fighting technique, the Will of Fire. It belongs to the form-changing skills. Able to stretch one's own affinity for flames to the extreme that one's own talent can achieve. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong's Will of Fire and nodded with satisfaction. With such a high flame affinity, his talent is really good. Huang Dongdong looked at Yeran with a wry smile on his face. But teacher, in this form, master and I have also tried, but in the end we failed. Yeran nodded. Of course it was all in vain. The attempts you mentioned must have been superficial attempts. None of them have truly faced the test of life and death. Am I right? Listening to what Yeran said, Huang Dongdong nodded. Indeed, every time I try to output bit by bit under the special protection of Huo Wen. I would never consider the risk to my life. Yeran shook his head and said to Huang Dongdong. Multiple attempts not only bring about multiple failures, but also make you completely fearful of flames. Coupled with your previously unruly character, it's hard to go through the process of quenching the heart fire. How can a person who can't stand the fire in his heart and is afraid of flames create a golden body of samadhi true fire? After hearing these words, Huang Dongdong lowered his head unconsciously. There is no problem in Teacher Yi's analysis. In a situation like his, if it is possible to create a golden body of samadhi true fire, that would be called unreasonable. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong recalled Yeran's previous experiences with him. With a smart mind, he gradually understood Yeran's previous behavior. So, teacher, your previous deliberate suppression and lectures were just to get rid of my arrogant temperament. Yeran nodded and pointed at the hot furnace. Dongdong, now that your inner demons have been eliminated, as long as you dare to face life and death, put yourself into the situation, and go to the gate of hell for a real experience, the golden body of samadhi true fire will surely reappear in the world today. Chapter 73. Yeran's words. Huang Dongdong said it with passion. After all, the fire sect has not seen a practitioner of samadhi true fire golden body for nearly 100 years. To be honest, the sect has lost its former glory. And today, Huang Dongdong is about to save the building from falling. It is our duty to rebuild the glory of the fire element. Huang Dongdong's middle-class soul is burning brightly. Teacher, I'm going then. Huang Dongdong said and strode towards the entrance of the furnace. With determination in his eyes. If you don't die, you will become benevolent. Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Yeran with a passionate expression. Wherever the wooden leaves are flying, fire is endless, and the will of fire will be passed down by me. Wait a minute, you haven't taken off your clothes yet. Yeran just wanted to remind Huang Dongdong before he could take off his clothes. Huang Dongdong jumped directly into the high-temperature furnace without hesitation, and his whole body was instantly swallowed by the fire dragon. After Huang Dongdong jumped in, Yeran and Lan Moyan quickly arrived at the mouth of the furnace. Looking down. After all, Lan Moyan is a Tequila level transcendent. His eyes shone slightly with sharpness like sharp blades. It seems to be able to split the layers of flames. At a glance, he saw Huang Dongdong's figure in the hot furnace fire. At this time, Huang Dongdong was not completely vaporized by the furnace as he imagined. The fiery red light around him tightly protected Huang Dongdong's body. All the lava that wants to attack Huang Dongdong is under the fiery red flames. It was transformed into pure fire element and poured into Huang Dongdong's body. Just like this, Huang Dongdong, in the blending of the two flames. Go with the flow. Lan Moyan was also slightly surprised when she saw this. Unexpectedly, the fire will of the fire sect could really allow Huang Dongdong to survive in this ultra-high temperature furnace. Lan Moyan looked at Yeran aside. The secret of the fire sect that Yeran told Huang Dongdong before. He has never heard of it, and he can't tell the difference between true and false. But Huang Dongdong's current state. This completely proves what Yeran said before. Lan Moyan's expression was a little complicated. These secrets have not been passed down even by the fire element sect. Why does this kid Yeran know everything? Teacher Yat, where did you find the ancient book on Naruto you mentioned? I also want to browse. Lan Moyan asked. Yeran turned his head and looked at Lan Moyan. Ah, you are talking about that ancient book. I accidentally found that book in the principal's collection. It is indeed not very easy to borrow. Yeran thought for a while and made up a reason. It would be best to blame this matter on the principal. After all, as a student, you are too embarrassed to go to the principal to borrow books. Is it in vain? When Lan Moyan heard Yeran's words, she nodded slightly. Based on Bai Su's age and experience, it is indeed reasonable and reasonable. I didn't expect this old guy to hide so many treasures. If you have a chance in the future, you must borrow it from Bai Su and take a look. Time passed minute by minute. The will of fire that Huang Dongdong maintained reached a wonderful balance with the hot molten flames. Huang Dongdong's body has gradually lost its original color. The whole body is golden red. It was as if the Buddha was plated with gold. But just when everything was going well, changes occur suddenly. Huang Dongdong is in the melting pot. His brows began to frown, and he made an extremely painful expression on his face. As Huang Dongdong's expression changed, the golden red energy around Huang Dongdong also began to sway back and forth unsteadily. The wonderful balance was instantly broken. In the melting pot, the fiery energy is like a raging dragon, tossing back and forth. Even the whole furnace began to shake. After seeing this scene, Lan Moyan looked at Yeran. What's going on? At this time, Lan Moyan. One hand has begun to gather energy slightly. Once Yeran says something is wrong, he planned to come to the rescue. Yeran, who was paying full attention to Huang Dongdong, did not see Lan Moyan's movements. He looked at Huang Dongdong attentively and said, "He has begun to quench his inner fire." Now Huang Dongdong is in the most critical step of quenching the golden body of Samadhi true fire. Once he steps through, he will have unlimited future. If he fails to step through, he will be shattered to pieces and burned to ashes. Lan Moyan looked down and frowned slightly. But it seems that Huang Dongdong can't hold it anymore. At this time, Huang Dongdong's whole body began to tremble painfully. The golden red energy around him was as thin as a piece of tissue paper, as if in a furnace. Any next surge, there is a chance to pierce Huang Dongdong's film. Huang Dongdong at this time, the whole person is like a lonely boat floating in the turbulent sea. Any storm could knock him into the sea, and he would never recover. Why do you think that in the thousands of years of Huaxing sect's history, only 5 people have successfully tempered the Samadhi true fire golden body? Yeran was still looking at Huang Dongdong in the furnace attentively, and responded to Lan Moyan's words. Question. The world can only see the glorious postures of the 5 successful people, but they can't see the thousands of failed people behind them. Any road to the top is not that easy. Wealth is sought in danger, but also lost in danger. 1/10 of the time it is sought, 9/10 of it is lost. What Huang Dongdong has experienced is just a repeat of the history of his fire sect and the geniuses of past generations over the past millennium. Seeing Yeran's calm posture, Lan Moyan also gently relaxed her fingers. All this seems to be within Yeran's expectation. Yeran looked at the painful Huang Dongdong in the furnace. At this time, the golden red energy around Huang Dongdong had begun to appear broken in some places. His golden body, which was already in bad shape, began to burn and turn black under the erosion of the hot flames. Yeran looked at the painful Huang Dongdong, his eyes became calmer and calmer. He looked up at his watch, then looked at the sky, muttering to himself. Keep on holding on, we're almost there. Time is passing by in this silence, minute by minute. Huang Dongdong's 2 arms have become completely burnt black. At this time, Huang Dongdong no longer even struggled. The vital signs have almost dropped to the point of being unobservable. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeran looked at his watch, and when he counted to 1, Yeran suddenly took out a fire crystal core from his pocket. Lan Moyan could tell at a glance that this was an extraordinary fire crystal core, worth a lot of money. As a result, Yeran didn't even look at it. Throw the fire crystal core directly into the furnace. The crystal nuclei are stimulated by the high temperatures of these furnaces. Directly detonated the huge fire energy in his crystal core. The molten flames in the furnace were like a shot in the arm. The red ones have started to turn a little purple. In an instant, the golden red energy around Huang Dongdong that was still struggling to support was directly smashed to pieces by the violent fire element. At this moment, Huang Dongdong faced the blazing heat with his body. Crazy! Lan Moyan, who was still waiting for Yeran's move, shook her head after seeing this scene. He couldn't wait any longer. Lan Moyan flexed his fingers slightly, his sword intention began to gather, and he planned to go directly to save people. But Yeran's voice sounded in his ears at this moment. The wildfire never burns out, but the spring breeze blows it again. Huang Dong Dong, give me a life! When Yeran shouted angrily, the sun climbed directly overhead. The dazzling sunlight penetrated the furnace along the sky. The blazing flames, the scorching sun, and the violent fire elements complement each other. The intensity of the flames in the furnace reached its peak at this moment. The extreme heat destroys all life. And on Huang Dongdong's withered body. But there was endless excitement. Chapter 74. The extreme flames destroyed all Huang Dongdong's vitality. Huang Dongdong's body was charred black, and not a single intact skin could be seen on his body. But the strange thing is, such high temperature did not completely vaporize Huang Dongdong. Not only that, Huang Dongdong, who had lost all consciousness and vitality, was lying flat on his back and was actually dragged out by the flames. The whole person is suspended above the mouth of the furnace. This is... Lan Moyan had already dissipated the energy in her hands. He looked at Huang Dongdong, who was lifted up by the flames, feeling a little surprised. Even though he is a nation-killing extraordinary person. But he has never seen this situation before. Plop! 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 In the silent space, the sound of the heartbeat clearly reached the ears of Lan Moyan and Yeran. At this moment, Lan Moyan's pupils shrank slightly. Looking at the charred body in disbelief. Heartbeat? No, it's life. Buzz. On Huang Dongdong's charred body, wave after wave of invisible ripples swayed. The vitality that rushes towards you. Clearly visible. Click. With a shattering sound, traces of cracks began to appear on Huang Dongdong's charred body. Bata, bata. The charred shell began to fall off. Inside the blackened shell, Huang Dongdong's skin was exposed. White, smooth and delicate. Rich in elasticity visible to the naked eye. Like a newborn. After a while, the charred black shell on Huang Dongdong's body completely fell off. Huang Dongdong is intact as ever. Appeared in front of the two of them again. Huang Dongdong came to life. Miracle. This scene made Lan Moyan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After all, he had already concluded that Huang Dongdong was devoured by this violent fire element. But he didn't expect Yeran to perform a miracle in front of him. The next second, Huang Dongdong slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fist in disbelief. He looked at Yeran again. Teacher, I'm still alive. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong, who had gained a new life, and nodded. You are not only alive, you are alive and well. Put on your clothes first. Only then did Huang Dongdong realize that he didn't have any clothes on him. Embarrassed, he instantly raised a flame, covering his body. Then at lightning speed, I found a piece of clothing used for forging next to the forging room and put it on. There was no way, my previous clothes had been burned in the furnace, not even the dregs were left. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. How do you feel? Huang Dongdong felt his body slightly and grinned. It's great, I've never felt better than I do now. Yeran nodded and said to Huang Dongdong. Try it now and use your will of fire again. Okay, teacher. After Huang Dongdong responded, he began to hold his breath and concentrate. Oops, sound. The golden red energy around Huang Dongdong appeared again. But this time, not only were golden red flames appearing all around. Huang Dongdong's body actually began to glow with a golden red light. Teacher, this is... At this time, Huang Dongdong looked at the changes in his body and felt the surging energy. He looked a little excited. He guessed that he might have succeeded in creating it, but he didn't dare to completely believe in himself. At this time, Yeran did not answer Huang Dongdong directly. He just turned around and pointed at the huge furnace. Try jumping down again this time. Huang Dongdong nodded vigorously with excitement. It instantly turned into a meteor and rushed into the furnace. This time Huang Dongdong didn't feel any heat or burning after entering. He swam in the flames. Even Huang Dongdong could feel those fierce flames pestering him like puppies. Chasing Huang Dongdong. Rubbing Huang Dongdong affectionately. Huang Dongdong's thoughts moved. The huge flames were like surging waves, directly lifting themselves up. And I stood on the top of the waves composed of flames. Like the emperor of this red ocean. Seeing Huang Dongdong's performance, Lan Moyan's calm eyes finally showed a look of shock. Ignoring any high-temperature erosion, use the flame energy like your arms. This kind of flame affinity is the ultimate. And he had only seen this happen to one person. That is another one of the 3 pillars of Magic City. Extraordinary massacre level. Flame Devourer, Flame King, Fire God, Zhu Duanjin. Lan Moyan looked deeply at Huang Dongdong above the flame waves. Is this the so-called Samadhi true fire golden body? Let a mere golden boy, with his affinity for flames. Directly promoted to a level comparable to a nation-killing fire type extraordinary. For a time, Lan Moyan's eyes were fixed on Yeran. It can be said that Huang Dongdong's current achievements were all made possible by Yeran. I originally thought that Yeran's teaching ability in class was already top-notch. But compared with such miracles, it's just like a fly in the sky. This trip was not in vain. Yeran's level of evil is far beyond his imagination. For a moment, Lan Moyan thought of Li Wanqing sitting at the back of the classroom. No, Li Wanqing cannot know this. Lan Moyan thought for a moment. We have to find a way to send Li Wanqing to the hospital first. Huang Dongdong thought. Moment. Those flames that supported themselves were very obedient and returned to the furnace again. The furnace seemed extremely calm at this time. There is absolutely no irritability that was constantly rising before. It feels like an obedient pet. Huang Dongdong came to Yeran's side like flying. There was unprecedented excitement in his expression. I was so excited that I couldn't even speak coherently. Teacher, I really succeeded. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile and nodded. Congratulations, the glory of the fire sect will be built again from you. After getting Yeran's affirmative answer, Huang Dongdong's eyes began to turn red slightly. Teacher. Maybe it's because he has completed the great achievements of the fire sect over the past 100 years. Maybe it was because he was grateful for Yeran's help to him. All in all kinds of complicated emotions came to my mind. After all, the young Huang Dongdong lacked the composure of an adult. There is already moisture in the eyes. Just when Huang Dongdong was extremely excited, Yeran's voice came again. Don't be too excited now. Try your best to feel your strength now. After hearing this, Huang Dongdong closed his eyes and began to silently perform the fire exercise. In an instant, golden red flames once again swept through Huang Dongdong's body. Samadhi true fire golden body, open. As Huang Dongdong's eyes suddenly opened, golden red energy fills the eyes. The surface of the skin also began to glow with a golden red light. Dongdong, silently feel the movement of energy around you, silently appreciate the element of fire around you. As Yeran's voice came again, Huang Dongdong closed his eyes and began to seriously feel the flow of fire elements around him. It's still pitch black. In an instant, Huang Dongdong felt flames rising one after another around him. These flames are all kinds of strange and have different shapes. It seemed that Huang Dongdong felt the importance he attached to them. These flames flew towards Huang Dongdong very well, continuously blending into Huang Dongdong's golden red energy. Huang Dongdong only felt warm and extremely comfortable around him. From Lan Moyan's perspective, He could keenly feel that all the fire elements around him began to condense towards Huang Dongdong. Some strange rhythmic changes have occurred in the entire space. This is a change in the rules of the deepest realm. As a nation-killing transcendent, he can naturally clearly feel what Huang Dongdong is doing at this moment. The kid in front of me is actually forming his own domain rules. In other words, Huang Dongdong is walking his own path. Chapter 75. Lan Moyan was a little surprised. Huang Dongdong before had barely reached the state of golden perfection. There is still a long way to go before we can walk out of our own way. In Lan Moyan's view, without 3 or 4 years of accumulation, Huang Dongdong would never have been able to embark on the road to enlightenment. But I never expected that. Just today, in less than half a day, Huang Dongdong, under the guidance of Yeran, not only did he create a golden body, he even skipped the 3 to 4 years that other geniuses would have to walk in one step. Moreover, the intensity of this law that Huang Dongdong has condensed, the grade doesn't seem to be very low. Lan Moyan's eyes sparkled, as if she wanted to see through Huang Dongdong at a glance. The leap from gold to platinum. The most important thing is to realize the Tao. And enlightenment is also divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels. Everyone generally divides the levels of enlightenment into grades 1 to 9. Among them, the first grade is the most respected, and the 9th grade is the least. Ranks 6 to 9 are the small way, grades 4 to 5 are the middle way, and grades 3 to 1 are the great way. The level of enlightenment also determines whether the person's road ahead will be easy and whether his combat effectiveness will be strong. For example, some people have realized the secrets of 8th and 9th grades. Then the limit of his life is the diamond level. Just like the Korean group. Relying on his own special power, the White Jade Lion. The way of jade transformation evolved from the innate magical power. For the 8th and 9th grade paths. Among the paths taken by the platinum strong men, it is the path that is relatively easy to understand. Although it is strange and difficult to deal with, it is not enough to trigger the laws of heaven and earth. Potential for future growth is limited. And those who have realized the 3rd level of the Great Way, most of them are based on the most basic laws of nature. To form a certain degree of resonance between oneself and the whole world. Leading changes in the heaven and earth, causing strange phenomena in the heaven and earth. The difficulty of this can be imagined, but the potential is also unlimited. Whether it is the progress of practice or personal strength, it is far beyond the reach of a platinum expert who has understood the lower 3rd grade path. Lan Moyan carefully observed the flame elements condensed around Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong at this time. It is based on the law of fire element and condenses its own avenue. Although there is currently only the rudiment of Tao, it has not yet fully formed, and it has not caused any strange phenomena in heaven and earth. So it's hard for him to make a judgment. Just look at the quality and strength of this prototype. It's definitely not as simple as lowering the 3rd grade. It should be at least the level of the middle 3rd grade. If you are lucky, you may reach the 3rd level. Just when Lan Moyan was still thinking about the changes in Huang Dongdong, the golden red flames around Huang Dongdong began to dissipate. Huang Dongdong touched his head in embarrassment and looked up at Yeran. Teacher Yat, I'm sorry. I seem to have caught something, but I didn't catch it completely and let it slip away. Yeran nodded and said calmly. What's there to be sorry for? It's normal. If you could take the road to the 3rd level so easily, all the heroes in the world would die. After hearing this, Lan Moyan looked at Yeran again. It is obvious that Huang Dongdong did not cause any strange phenomenon in the heaven and earth. Why is Yeran so sure that Huang Dongdong's enlightenment is the path to the 3rd level? Even I can't see this for the time being. Up to the 3rd level. Huang Dongdong repeated Yeran's words in shock. He is not some ignorant mountain villager. As the only successor of the sect, he naturally knew these things about Baijin's enlightenment in advance. At that time, Huo Wen also took him to visit powerful people to help him predict what level of Tao he could realize based on his level. After seeing Huang Dongdong's qualifications, most of the strong men, the conclusion reached is that there is a high probability that the enlightenment is at the 5th to 4th level. The future potential may be stronger than Huo Wen, but it is not much better. But now Yeran told him, the Tao that I have realized is at least the 3rd level Tao. This made Huang Dongdong a little stunned and excited for a while. This is the 3rd grade. I never dared to think of reaching the 3rd level. I have just created the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, and now I am telling myself that I am about to embark on the path to the 3rd level. The successive shocks of happiness made him feel a little unreal. But teacher, I obviously didn't cause any strange phenomena in the world. Huang Dongdong said uncertainly. Yeran waved his hand and looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. Be confident. If I say there is, then there must be. It is a truly small probability event that a person with Samadhi True Fire Golden Body can walk through the 4th and 5th levels of the Tao. Then Yeran continued. I just observed that you have basically formed the prototype of the Tao, but it will still take some time before you can truly walk out of your own Tao. Starting from today, you need to concentrate on retreat and practice, and seriously feel every element related to fire in the space. Keep going like this, and in less than half a month, you will achieve platinum status and walk your own path. Listening to Yeran's teaching to Huang Dongdong, Lan Moyan was a little confused. Why is this guy so confident? He has never seen any teacher who dared to tell another person with such certainty how many days it would take to successfully achieve enlightenment. Tao, this kind of thing. Mysterious and mysterious. Some people may spend their entire lives unable to follow their own path. Even if it is just a last resort, some people will be stuck here for 2 to 3 years or even 10 years. There are countless young heroes who are stuck here. That's why. The reason why platinum is a watershed on the path of spiritual practice. If before, some people told themselves that they could accurately predict how many days it would take for others to realize the Tao, Lan Moyan would definitely sneer at it. But after experiencing Yeran's miraculous operation on Huang Dongdong, Lan Moyan was a little shaken. Even when Yeran said such words, in his heart, he could not help but believe Yeran's words. This is true for Lan Moyan, not to mention Huang Dongdong. At this time, Huang Dongdong had already regarded what Yeran said as a guideline. Teacher Ye said it was half a month, so it must be half a month. Being absent from work for more than 1 day is considered absenteeism by God, and it is definitely not Teacher Ye's problem. When I think that I am about to realize the way to the 3rd level. Huang Dongdong was all excited. At this moment, he was extremely lucky that when he saw an injustice in the cafeteria, he drew his sword to help. If it hadn't been for that time, how could his fate have intersected with Yeran's? If I hadn't met teacher yet, how can I accomplish the great deeds that the fire elemental sect has not accomplished in hundreds of years? If I hadn't met teacher yet, how could I find a way to reach the 3rd rank in just a few days? It can be said that my future has been completely rewritten by teacher Ye. It is precisely because of teacher Ye's support that I have grown from an ordinary genius who lives in a corner to evolve into a monster who is qualified to ascend to the top stage of the world. Teacher Ye did not break his promise. Now I really have the potential to be on par with S-class superpowers. Thinking of this, the tears in Huang Dongdong's eyes began to roll again. Yeran helplessly wiped the tears on Huang Dongdong's face. Didn't I say it before? Children of the world should bleed and sweat, but not shed tears. It's okay if Yeran is not comforted. This comfort. Huang Dongdong could not control his inner emotions at all. The tears that were holding on fell down directly. Teacher Ye, from today on, you are my second master. Your Majesty, my disciple, please bow to me. Huang Dongdong took a step back as he spoke. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Yeran. At this time, the system's cool and pleasant sound sounded. It started to ring in Yeran's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and tutoring a student. The rewards for this tutoring are being distributed. Ding! It is detected that the teaching subject has high respect for the host. Should he be bound as a direct disciple? Chapter 76. Yeran looked at Huang Dongdong kneeling on the ground. I looked at the system again. Personal disciple? This is not good. After all, I just wanted Huang Dongdong to be an exchange student in the sect. Provide insurance for your class's final assessment. It's fine now. I haven't had time to get insurance yet. Everyone is now running away from the fire element sect. This is so embarrassing. How embarrassing it would be if we really met the leader of the fire element sect in the future. Too uncouth. Yeran silently clicked yes on the system with tears in her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a direct disciple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining this system reward, 5-clawed golden dragon emperor soul *1. Before Yeran could check the system's rewards. Moment. The training bonus from being bound to Huang Dongdong has been received. Yeran only felt an inexplicable force pouring into his body. The whole popularity machine is buzzing. The breath begins to rise. The power of the ink dragon appeared and disappeared, and began to circle around the body. Lan Moyan is extremely sensitive to qi. I noticed the changes in Yeran at a glance. What's going on with this kid? I just got an apprentice, why did my strength start to soar? Yeran's eyes were slightly closed at this time. Carefully feel the changes in your body. At this time, the power of the ink dragon. Under his inner vision, he had materialized into a real black ink dragon. This ink dragon is huge, with majestic eyes. The breath he exhaled between breaths rolled up a cloud of mist. In insight consciousness, Yeran gently stretched out his hand. Malong also slowly lowered his head at this time. Touch Yeran's palm with the huge dragon head. The moment my palm touched the dragon's head, Yeran and Na Malong began to feel like they were in harmony. Yeran turned over and stood on the dragon's head. Roar! As the loud roar of the dragon sounded, Malong understood and carried Yeran directly towards the sky. Between the rolling clouds and mist, Yeran and his own Malong power are completely integrated. Yeran's energy is also in this wonderful spiritual journey. Crazy surge. When the breath surges to its peak, Malong suddenly stopped. As if being pulled by something. Yeran felt frustrated during the inner meditation. Looking back, the huge ink dragon showed its full appearance. And at the bottom of this ink dragon, there were actually 2 claws firmly attached to Malong's lower body. The hooks and claws are filled with coldness, pulling hard at the flesh and blood of this ink dragon. Those 2 hooks, an extremely cold figure, like a huge snake head, bit into Malong's body. And the other one is extremely sharp, like a huge phoenix claw, clasping the other side of Malong. The moment Malong wants to take off, his claws will tighten even more. Roar! Malong roared in pain. I tried desperately to break free, but my flesh and blood was pulled out. Yeran looked at all this. His eyes darkened slightly. This is the curse of their Ye family. A curse placed on the Ye family from the other 2 aristocratic families. Every member of the Ye family is carrying a curse on their shoulders on the road to spiritual practice. Destroying one's spiritual practice is like killing one's parents. Based on this alone, the conflict between the Ye family and the other 2 major families can be said to be a fight to the death. For a moment he recalled his memory again. The head of the Ye family, his father in this world. What he said when he was working at Gaowu Academy in the Magic City. Sometimes spending your life in an ordinary way is also a rare happiness. This sentence seemed to comfort Yeran, who had already solidified his silver. But at this moment, he had a new understanding of this sentence. Maybe at first, My cheap father may really want to keep himself out of the turmoil of this three-party struggle. Live your life in peace. That's why I sent myself to Gaowu Academy in this magical city to be an ordinary teacher. He also often warned himself not to use the name of the Ye family to cause trouble. All this may be done for protection rather than disgust. However, he still chose to take a path that was against his wishes. Yeran looked at the two extremely vicious hook chains on his malong indifferently. If it is an ordinary member of the Ye family, I might drag on these two curses. Moving forward with a heavy load. Although progress is difficult, progress can still be achieved after all. But at this moment, Yeran is unwilling. Yeran's eyes flashed fiercely. The energy all over my body began to surge. Innate Dao body, open. As Yeran's thoughts moved, the ink dragon in Vipassana looked up to the sky and roared, and the entire ink dragon began to emit an ink-colored light. The scales on his body became shiny. The two hook chains formed by the curse were washed away by the innate Tao body. There are beginning to be signs of breaking free. Buzz. It seems that he sensed that the chains were about to be broken off. Instantly, the lines on the chain glowed with light. A python and a sparrow appeared directly. They all have cold eyes, staring at Malong, who wanted to take off. Chirp. As a sharp phoenix cry sounded, the transformed vermilion bird and tan snake attacked directly towards Malong. I want to pull this soaring ink dragon into the abyss again. Yeran saw this. He snorted coldly. The ink dragon also flew with Yeran's thoughts. In a limited space, easily dodge attacks from both sides. Hook and claw are among the three parties fighting, getting looser and looser. It seems as if it will fall at any time. Buzz. As if he felt that the hook was about to loosen. The two cursed and transformed chains seemed to have spirituality. Disappear directly. All the energy on the cursed chain was directly integrated into the bird and the python. Chirp. The phoenix chirps. The figures of the transformed Suzaku and Tang snake increased several times. One is full of flames, the other is as gloomy as the sea. The light that shines in the eyes. It seemed that he would not give up until he completely devoured Yeran, the ink dragon. Whoosh! Sound. The huge red bird is burning with endless flames like a shooting star, dragging a long tail flame. Stab towards Malong's head. And Yeran happened to control Malong to avoid it. But suddenly I felt my body stagnant. Looking down, I don't know when I found out. The vicious snake had already tightly wrapped around Malong's lower body. One control, one headshot. An absolute sure kill. Once the trip is completed, these two curses will completely swallow up Yeran's entire cultivation. Yeran will also be completely reduced to a useless person. In more severe cases, the world of consciousness will directly collapse and turn into dementia. Yeran looked at Suzaku running towards him, shaking his head slightly. No wonder ordinary Ye family members would choose to carry forward the burden instead of completely breaking the curse. The risk is really high. But if it only goes to this extent, not enough to see. Yeran looked at the approaching Suzaku. Calm. The rhythm of the innate Taoist body has spread to the extreme. The body surface of the snake beneath the ink dragon made a melting sound of shishi. The snake roared in pain, but still wrapped around Malong and wouldn't let go. Beast. Yeran whispered. He tapped his fingers lightly and planned to continue to increase the intensity. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in front of Yeran. In the light and shadow, a majestic golden dragon hovers. This is the soul of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. Yeran was a little surprised. The reward from the system just flew out on its own. Before Yeran could react, the golden dragon soul sank directly into Malong's body. In Malong's eyes, a golden light began to shine. Behind Malong, a golden shadow several times the size of the ink dragon flickers in and out. Above the shadow, A pair of dragon eyes slowly opened. Chapter 77. As the dragon's eyes unfold, the shadow gradually solidified. A golden dragon appeared in Yeran's inner vision. The golden dragon stretches across the sky with its huge body. Its length stretches for miles, as if it can cover the entire sky. The scales are shining with golden light, and each one exudes a dazzling light. The most crucial point is, compared with the Malong, this golden dragon is. There is an extra claw. The true emperor among the dragons. Five-clawed golden dragon king. The huge head of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor was slightly raised. Roared out a loud dragon roar. The breadth of its voice, far superior to Malong before. The majestic momentum, accompanied by thunder and lightning, shook the heaven and earth. It has an aura that makes all things surrender. Chirp. The cursed Sozaku seemed to feel threatened. After the surrounding flames followed a phoenix cry. Burning to the extreme. The offensive momentum increased a little more. The flames all over the sky converge on the phoenix's beak. Stab straight into the trapped ink dragon head. It seems that it sensed the Sozaku's attack. The five-clawed golden dragon emperor behind Emolong lowered his head and looked at the flames that were shooting towards him. Vaguely, a trace of disdain flashed in his huge eyes. Roar. Faced with Sozaku's attack, the five-clawed golden dragon king didn't even make any unnecessary physical movements. Just at the moment Sozaku attacked, he raised his dragon claws. The movement of the five-clawed golden dragon king seems slow, but there is an illusion that it is inevitable. In an instant, the golden claws directly collided with the roaring flames. Ding! 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 The red bird's transformed flame uses its own phoenix beak. Crazy impact on the golden giant claw. The collision between the two actually made a sonorous sound like the collision of gold and stone. But no matter how Sozaku charges and attacks, even this giant golden claw cannot penetrate at all. The sky is full of flames. In front of the giant golden claws, I couldn't make any further progress. As the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's dragon claws exerted force. Chirp! A shrill phoenix cry sounded. The previously arrogant Sozaku was caught by the five-clawed golden dragon emperor like a chicken at this moment. Without the source of energy, the flames that filled the sky instantly dissipated into nothingness. Roar! Following the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's low roar, the golden light on the dragon's claws flashes. The Sozaku nestled in his hand had not had time to make any further moves. It was directly crushed into little energy fragments by that huge force. Dissipated between heaven and earth. Curse Sozaku, fall! With the death of Sozaku, the hook chain that hooked one side of Emolong's body also completely disappeared. Subsequently, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor once again looked at the snake wrapped around the body of the ink dragon. Chi, chi, chi. The tan snake wrapped around the body of the ink dragon. Accompanied by the sinister blue light, staring at the huge golden dragon head. There seemed to be fear flashing in his eyes. Before Tan Snake could make any move, the dragon claw of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. With lightning speed, he directly grabbed the snake's 7 inches. The huge force directly tore the soaring snake from Emolong's body. Chi! 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 Soaring snake spit out the letter, and its body kept rolling, as if it wanted to break free from the claws of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. As the snake's body continues to surge, the huge body actually caused the world to change color. Roar! It was also accompanied by a low roar from the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. A golden light glowed on the dragon's claws. The strong force directly pinched 7 inches of the snake. In an instant, the snake's head drooped, and its entire body became paralyzed and straight. Erected in the sky. Slowly, the snake became like the Sozaku before. It turned into bits and pieces of energy fragments and dissipated in the heaven and earth. Curse the snake, fall! With the death of Tang Snake, the hooked chain hooking the other side of Mo Long's body also completely disappeared. The 1,000-year curse imposed on the Ye family's bloodline by the two great families. In Yeran's body, shattered to pieces by the claws of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's soul. Roar! It seems that he feels that the restraints on his body have completely disappeared. Malong let out an excited roar. The dragon's head looks upward. It seems to be charging towards the horizon again. When Malong is about to soar into the sky, the huge body of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor directly blocked Malong's path. The five-clawed golden dragon king looked down at Yeran's ink dragon. The huge dragon eyes flash. For a time, Yeran had the illusion of seeing emotions in the dragon eyes of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. Seems like confusion. And seems puzzled. Finally, there was a trace of relief. Such a look made Yeran feel as if he was looking at a junior he hadn't seen for a long time. Roar! With the low roar of the five-clawed golden dragon king, the body of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor began to slowly dissipate. Turned into golden light spots all over the sky. These golden light spots seemed to be conscious, floating around Mo Long. Slowly golden light spots merged into every scale of Malong. With the baptism of these golden light spots, Yeran's ink dragon let out a comfortable dragon roar. After the golden light spots merged into the body, which was as dark as ink, it slowly began to glow with golden light. The most amazing thing is, it turns out that the four-clawed ink dragon. At this moment, the fifth dragon claw began to slowly grow. In looking inside, Yeran closed his eyes silently, feeling the changes in his own energy. He could clearly feel that without the constraints of those two curses, my road to platinum is now clear. Not only that, he can feel his Malong Xian Gong, even his own bloodline. After undergoing the baptism of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's soul, there has been a qualitative change. The energy that was originally dark green has turned into gold at this moment. And compared with before, the energy level is. It's several levels higher. The power in the meridians. If it was a small river flowing before, now it is as turbulent as the sea. The surging power made Yeran unable to hold back and wanted to look up to the sky and scream. It seems that he sensed Yeran's excitement. The Malong also started to look up to the sky and let out a dragon roar as he rushed towards the sky. This time the speed is much faster than before. It seems that I will break through this inner world in the next second. Soaring between heaven and earth. All these changes lie in Yeran's inner world. It seems like a lot has gone through, but in fact, to the outside world, it only happened in a moment. At this moment, looking at Yeran's soaring aura, Huang Dongdong's eyes were full of shock and confusion. I was about to get up and check the situation. But Lan Moyan stretched out her hand to block it. Junior brother, what are you doing? Huang Dongdong just wanted to avoid Lan Moyan's arm. But he was frightened by a sharp sword intent, and trembled. Even the soul is trembling. Don't come forward. Lan Moyan's words were concise, but with an aura that could not be rejected. At this time, he, staring at Yeran, his eyes flickered. Chapter 78. Under the gazes of Lan Moyan and Huang Dongdong, Yeran's whole body was filled with qi. Suspended in the air extremely slowly, Malong Xian Gong transformed into another form, flying around Yeran's body. After seeing this scene, Lan Moyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Malong Xian Gong? It's a little different, weird. As an extraordinary person who slaughters a nation, he could feel the energy of this ink dragon growing at an alarming rate. Not only that, there are also different changes in momentum. The previous Malong gave people the feeling of a hidden dragon hidden in the abyss. Now this Malong has great momentum, looking at the 8 wastelands. It even makes Lan Moyan feel like he doesn't look like Malong at all. As time goes by, the hovering ink dragon began to glow with golden light. Roar! With a dragon roar, the whole Malong seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles. Transformation starts from scratch. The dragon's head, which was originally as black as jade, now has golden whiskers. As the golden color continues to spread from the dragon head to the dragon body, then to the dragon claws, and finally to the dragon tail. Moment. Yeran was surrounded by golden light. Against the backdrop of golden light, Yeran seemed to be an emperor from ancient times. It is so majestic that it cannot be looked directly at. This is. Feeling the golden energy escaping from Yeran's body, there was a hint of surprise in Lan Moyan's eyes. This kind of breath. Ancient and vicissitudes of life, timeless and timeless. Unexpectedly, the indestructible sword that was pulling him was swaying a little. At this moment, Huang Dongdong, who also felt Yeran's escaping breath. The whole person has difficulty breathing. There was a kind of trembling from his soul that made him want to kneel down and surrender. The aura surrounding Yeran's body is still soaring. Until the critical point. The golden dragon raised its head and roared. Directly integrated into Yeran's body. The golden light transformed into the emperor's crown and robe. Added to Yeran's body. The imperial robe woven with golden light. It contains the power of heaven and earth, shines brightly, and gathers the essence of the stars. In an instant, the space around Yeran began to change. Roar. Dragon roars rise and fall one after another, thunder rolls across the 9 heavens. In the void, countless dragon phantoms flicker and appear. A vision of heaven and earth. After Huang Dongdong, who was resisting with difficulty, saw this scene. My jaw dropped in shock. As the world around Yeran changes, the aura from eternity became a little stronger. This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing Huang Dongdong's hard-working support. The whole person fell into a coma. Lan Moyan glanced slightly at Huang Dongdong, who fell to the ground. After confirming that there is no life-threatening danger, he also focused all his attention on Yeran. The phenomenon of heaven and earth is the way to the 3rd level. Lan Moyan murmured to himself. When is it so easy to reach the 3rd level? Lan Moyan looked at Yeran. I just don't know which level of the upper 3rd level Yeran can reach. But don't let others disturb you at such an important stage. Lan Moyan waved her hand gently. A buzz sound. The entire space around the forging room. It seemed as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. Self-contained. Completely disconnected from the outside world. Yeran, who was in the midst of the vision, was completely unaware of Lan Moyan's manipulations. Yeran, who is wearing a golden dragon robe. Majestic and domineering, looking down on all living beings. As the golden imperial robe becomes more and more solid, the giant dragons that were flying in the void all revealed their true bodies one by one. Silver dragon, 9 nether poison dragon, fire dragon, earth dragon, abyss black dragon. Lan Moyan counted the figures of these giant dragons in detail. The more I look at it, the more surprised I become. The giant dragons surrounding Yeran. Without exception. All of them are true dragons above S level, and there is no low-level hybrid dragon. These real dragons roared softly. All dragons are paying attention to Yeran, who is standing at the core of the space. Suddenly, Yeran's eyes opened. His eyes were filled with golden light. At this moment, the dragon robe and crown on Yeran's body completely condensed into substance. A huge shadow appeared behind Yeran. This is the Malong that took off in Yeran's inner meditation before. Rather than the shadow of the ink dragon. Looking at it now, I might as well call it a golden dragon. That shadow. All golden. The huge body stretches across the sky. Roar. A loud dragon roar sounded behind Yeran. A breath from eternity dominates the world. Magnificent and atmospheric. The aura that covers the sky cuts across the past and present, making the avenues vibrate. All the giant dragons in the void lowered their proud dragon heads. He knelt down. Worship to Yeran. At this moment, Yeran stood at the center of the vision. Like an emperor, accept the kneeling worship of all true dragons. Lan Moyan looked at these strange phenomena of heaven and earth. I was speechless for a long time. The Dragon King comes to the world, and all the dragons bow their heads. Such visions of heaven and earth. It does not belong to any of the previously known visions of heaven and earth. But when you stand at the top of the sword sect with yourself and step out on your own path, the vision of heaven and earth where thousands of swords roared in unison, slashing through the eternal night. In comparison, it's not much better. That is to say, the path Yeran took was the second grade. It is the second grade path that can only be walked by the most powerful people in the world. Lan Moyan stared at Yeran in a daze. The Tao of the third level can cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. But there are also differences between the three grades. The gap between each of these three grades is huge. Even far more than the other 6 grades combined. Can reach the second level of Tao. At least it means that Yeran's extraordinary road is now smooth. It also means that Yeran has the potential to achieve the extraordinary level of massacre. As for the first grade, it has almost disappeared. Many powerful people even begin to think that Yupin only exists in the most ideal state. No one can get out of reality at all. Watching a brand new second grade road being born under my nose. This made Lan Moyan, who had always been stoic, a little excited. As time goes by, the strange phenomena of heaven and earth slowly dissipated. Yeran walked through the air and slowly landed on the ground. He silently felt the breath on his body. Powerful and majestic. There are powerful mountains and rivers that can penetrate the power of the sun and the moon. This is a completely different concept from my previous stage of golden perfection. There is an illusion of a different dimension. Not only that, Yeran can still clearly feel the roar of his blood. Without the shackles of the curse of the python and the bird, Yeran's Malong Xiangong has never been running as smoothly as it is today. Strictly speaking, it can no longer be called Malong Xiangong. This golden power of the Dragon King. No matter in terms of momentum or quality, it completely crushes the power of the previous Malong. If we talk about the previous fight against the Korean group, it also requires the assistance of the system and the blessing of the innate Taoist body to catch Hong Kun off guard in order to win. So now if Yeran meets Hong Kun again, Yeran felt that it was almost as difficult as crushing an ant. The second level way, the path of the most powerful. It really lives up to its reputation. However, is it enough to only get to this point? Are you really satisfied with this second grade way? Yeran closed his eyes silently. There seems to be some struggle. After a while, Yeran opened his eyes again, his eyes shining with determination and determination.